Chapter 1: Graduation and Enlistment. Students, you are about to embark on an interstellar battlefield, facing your first combat after awakening your abilities. Upon arrival, you must obey the commands of the squad leader and adeptly utilize the combat techniques and knowledge you have acquired over the past 3 years to showcase the prowess of Class 27 from senior year. With tears glistening in her eyes, the homeroom teacher delivered her final words to the students she has nurtured for 3 years, her emotions barely contained. She turned away to wipe her tears and inquired, "Do any of you have questions for me at this moment?" The students of Class 27 were reluctant to bid farewell to their high school lives, with some emotionally expressive girls weeping openly. The teacher had reiterated the details concerning the interstellar battlefield numerous times, and naturally, no one had any inquiries. After a momentary hush, a voice, discordant with the class atmosphere, rang out. "Teacher, what about Liu Cheng?" At this, all the students halted their sentiments and turned in unison towards a boy sitting in a corner at the back. His name was Liu Cheng, standing just over 1.8 meters tall. While not as striking as a celebrity, he was certainly above average within the class. Though possessing a sharp mind, Liu Cheng was unfortunately regarded as the class' lowest achiever. In an era marked by an invasion of alien species and a massive awakening of psychic abilities among humanity, Liu Cheng stood out as the only psychic failure in the class. Those lacking the genetic markers for abilities were termed incompetents and were generally assigned to regular schools, destined for technical roles such as maintenance or culinary support. Those possessing such genetic markers and who awakened their capabilities were called psychic wielders, typically allocated to combat academies. Those with genetic markers but who had not awakened abilities were referred to as psychic failures, a term denoting their perceived uselessness. The homeroom teacher sighed. Each year, 1 or 2 psychic failures entered the school from over 100 classes across various grades. Unfortunately for her, 3 years ago, Liu Cheng, the psychic failure, was assigned to her class. Logically, psychic failures were expected to transfer to different institutions or drop out before graduation. Yet Liu Cheng had persistently rejected any offers to transfer, remaining in Class 27. Reluctantly, the teacher said, "After all, you have spent 3 years together as classmates, so when you reach the alien battlefield, take care of Liu Cheng. Tian Tian Tian, as the class monitor, please show more understanding towards Liu Cheng." "Understood," came the cold reply from a sweet-looking girl seated in the middle of the front row, her demeanor indifferent. The other students murmured their discontent, venting in hushed tones. "This is our Class 27's first mission. Every achievement will be recorded in our respective files. Bringing along a psychic failure like Liu Cheng will burden us for a lifetime." "Exactly, a psychic failure should just transfer out. Why does he cling on here, embarrassing us? Look at him, sitting there in silence, not even bothering to express gratitude. How shameless can one be?" Despite being classmates, there was no attempt to disguise their disdain and scorn for Liu Cheng. They voiced their grievances loudly, entirely unconcerned about whether he could hear them. Liu Cheng lowered his head in guilt, his fists clenched tightly, fingernails digging into his palms. Did he not wish to transfer to spare his classmates the inconvenience? His family was not well taught. His mother was a stay-at-home parent with no income, and his father was maliciously dismissed from his job after falling gravely ill the previous year. Combat professions offered considerably higher wages compared to logistics or technical roles, and the entire family relied on Liu Cheng to support them once he graduated and joined the combat forces. Thus, he had repeatedly turned down the teacher's offers for transfer applications, unwilling to leave High School 27 for the 2nd Combat School of Tianmen City. After all, becoming an exemplary interstellar soldier was a dream common to every youth in his generation. Liu Cheng yearned to stand shoulder to shoulder with his classmates, vanquishing alien creatures and safeguarding the galaxy and humanity's safety. In the pursuit of awakening his ability, Liu Cheng toiled in secret, exerting more effort than anyone else in the class. Yet, dreams often clash with harsh realities. Virum, virum, the blaring roar of engines cascaded from the sky, reverberating throughout the campus. Eagerly, the students rushed to the windows to gaze upwards. Hundreds of X-2 rapid deployment troop transports approached the school, landing in orderly succession on the expansive playground. "Absolutely stunning," exclaimed a military enthusiast among the students. The X-2 troop transports consisted of 2 parts: a rotor engine cockpit for 2 pilots at the front, and a troop compartment equipped with an independent propulsion system at the rear. Both segments were cloaked in 30-centimeter-thick military green armor, making X-2 the most widely used troop transports aboard Qing-class strategic cruise ships. With the arrival of the X-2 transports, the principal's voice echoed through the school's intercom. "Attention, homeroom teachers of senior year. Please gather your graduating classes on the playground. Maintain order and safety, and be vigilant for the identifiers of your respective classes. Finally, I wish all graduates a triumphant beginning to their journey as soldiers." Under the guidance of their teacher, the students of Class 27 excitedly proceeded to the playground. Once everyone had left in groups, the classroom was left with just Liu Cheng. He managed a bitter smile, pondering why he still hoped for anyone to walk alongside him. He ought to have grown accustomed to this exclusion by now. Just as he stepped out of the classroom, he found another person lingering at the door. Turning around, he was surprised to see his class monitor, Tian. "Class monitor? Why haven't you left yet? Did you forget something?" "The teacher asked me to keep an eye on you," Tian responded in her chilly tone, moving towards the playground, as if to imply that Liu Cheng was merely homework assigned to her. Shaking his head, Liu Cheng hastily followed her. On the playground, the troop transports were lined up in 3 neat rows, each standing ready while the graduating students formed units by class, standing behind the transports labeled with their respective class numbers. At the entrance of each transport stood a squad leader. Before the hundreds of troop transports, the principal stood alongside the captain of the Special Operations Team, overseeing the transition of the graduates, scrutinizing them from the podium. All graduates of Tianmen City's 2nd Combat School had now convened. At this moment, they transformed from mere students of a combat academy to reservists of the United Galactic Government. They merely needed to undergo the trials of the rookie training missions to officially become soldiers. "Embark!" With the captain's command, the graduates boarded the transports under the directive of their respective squad leaders. Soon after, the roar of the engines filled the air again, creating a cloud of dust across the playground. The students in Class 27 gazed through the windows of the troop compartments, watching the campus gradually recede, their emotions a mix of excitement and reluctance. As they left low Earth orbit and ascended into space, the bumpy ride from acceleration smoothed out. The first sight that greeted them in space was a colossal starship, seemingly boundless. "Look, it's a Qing-class strategic cruise ship. I heard that a Qing-class cruise ship is as large as half a city, capable of housing tens of thousands. I didn't expect it to be true." Buzz! The cockpit door opened, and a robust Alliance soldier, about 1.85 meters tall, emerged from the cockpit. The chatter among Class 27 fell silent abruptly. "My name is Song Ziming. I will serve as your squad leader for the temporary team of 2027. You may call me Captain Song." His tone was firm, his gaze fierce, starkly contrasting that of the teachers who had previously instructed them. Ordinarily, a squad comprises approximately 10 individuals. As graduates who have not yet faced the brutality of the battlefield, the Alliance has mandated that Combat Academy graduates undertake their initial training missions as classes. This is both a safeguard for your lives and an acknowledgement that you are familiar with each other's abilities after 3 years of study. At this juncture, a boy raised his hand. His name was Li Kong, a standout in both academics and appearance, actively engaged in class. Song Ziming shot him a cold glance, admonishing him sternly. "The first rule for my soldiers is not to interrupt my speech until I have finished. 100 push-ups now." Taken aback, Li Kong was momentarily stunned. He had initially raised his hand to pose a question, infused with a desire to impress the squad leader, not foreseeing this immediate punishment. It was clear that the military world differed vastly from that of the school. With Song Ziming's fierce glare fixed upon him, he had no choice but to comply swiftly. 1-2 as Li Kong began his push-ups, Song Ziming continued. "Once all troop transports have boarded the Qing-class warship, it will initiate space leap. We shall proceed to the target planet for training. During this process, no one is permitted to leave the troop compartment or wander within the Qing-class warship without authorization, even for restroom breaks. You must submit a request to be escorted by the designated officer. Upon arrival at the battlefield, your objective will be to eliminate all alien organisms encountered. Killing various tiers of alien organisms will earn you corresponding points, and the final score will be published in both team and individual formats. This will influence your subsequent assignments and determine the future of each one among you. I must stress that I will only intervene in one situation during the entire killing process, when I assess that the alien organism you are encountering exceeds your capability levels. Otherwise, even if you are killed, I will not intervene. Understood? Understood, Captain, resounded the chorus from the group. Heeding Liu Cheng's prior example, they dared not present themselves as leisurely students any longer. Satisfied with the effectiveness of his admonition, Song Ziming turned to Li Kong, who had just completed his push-ups. Now, you may ask your question. Li Kong, brushing off his sweat, assumed a standard standing posture and said, Captain, most of us are only level 1 psychic wielders. Won't it be too dangerous to go directly to the front lines? This query reflected the concerns of many within the 2027 squad, having heard that numerous level 4 alien organisms thrived on the front lines. To deploy them, mere level 1 wielders against such threats seemed akin to a death sentence. Liu Cheng, as a psychic failure, shared the concern profoundly. Song Ziming appeared to be aware of their worries. Although this is a planetary battlefield at the front lines, higher-level psychic wielders have preemptively cleared out the area. The highest remaining alien organisms will not exceed level 2. Upon hearing this, everyone collectively exhaled, glancing pityingly at Li Kong. Li Kang's expression soured as he recognized that he had fallen into Song Ziming's trap, regretting his overly eager need to impress the captain. One could only say, how unfortunate indeed. Soon, all the troop transports entered the Qing-class ship. After the crew ensured that all graduates needing restroom breaks returned, the Qing-class warship initiated a space leap. A jarring force accompanied by a feeling of vertigo washed over them, instilling a strong impulse to vomit among the new soldiers. Thankfully, the leap was brief. Seconds later, the Qing-class warship emerged from the spatial wormhole, unveiling a colossal yellowish-orange planet before their eyes. That planet is the battlefield for your training. It is 3 times the size of your home planet, once a colony of the Galactic Human Alliance, housing over 3 billion inhabitants. Yet it has endured an alien invasion, with fewer than 30,000 escaping successfully. Like humanity, the expansion of alien species came with the plunder of resources from other planets. Most alien races showed little regard for the existing inhabitants of these worlds. If an alien species discovered a planet, they would eradicate its native life forms while simultaneously colonizing it. There exist alien nations that refrain from slaughter, opting for peaceful diplomacy, but such entities are in the minority. As Song Ziming elaborated, he simultaneously examined the records of all new recruits in the 2027 team. He soon noted the presence of a psychic failure among them, raising his eyebrows in subtle surprise. Although psychic failures were found in every school, never had he encountered one who persisted without transferring to join the combat forces. Who is Liu Cheng? Upon hearing his name called by the squad leader, Liu Cheng immediately stood at attention. Captain, I am Liu Cheng. Song Ziming assessed Liu Cheng from head to toe, inquiring, what were your scores in physical combat and firearm marksmanship? 68 and 97. As a psychic failure, Liu Cheng had chosen to remain at the combat academy, not intending to seek a death that would merely secure a death benefit for his family. In addition to tirelessly striving for an awakening of his psychic capacity, he put forth considerable effort in physical combat and firearm skills. Song Ziming nodded appreciatively, signaling for Liu Cheng to take his seat. Achieving passing scores in physical combat as a psychic failure was no small feat. A mark of 97 in firearm marksmanship indicated a level of sharpshooting prowess. His own highest score had only reached 91. Attention, new soldiers. Although you are all psychic wielders, do not rely solely on your abilities in battle at the cost of using weapons. Overdependence on psychic powers may lead to exhaustion thus. You must learn to utilize both your powers and weaponry in tandem. Though his admonition served to caution the group, it also publicly acknowledged Liu Cheng. Liu Cheng felt a rush of embarrassment after 3 years of being labeled a failure. It was the first time someone had praised him. Seeing the puzzled expressions on the others' faces, Song Ziming continued, you are welcome to ask questions. Class Monitor Tian, noting that the previously enthusiastic Li Kong hesitated to raise his hand, promptly stood at attention. Captain, can we not rely on psychic abilities alone for self-protection in combat? Song Ziming replied, it's not impossible, but it is exceedingly difficult. Do you know what the highest survival rate has been for previous graduating classes from the Combat Academy? Tian shook her head. Having grown up on a peaceful planet, They had a limited grasp of the battlefield's brutality. 50%. Chapter 2. The landing operation. The new recruits of Team 2027 gaped in astonishment. Even the usually stoic Tion displayed an expression of shock. What did a 50% casualty rate signify? It implied that more than half of them were destined to perish on this ochre-hued planet. How could this be? Tion incredulously inquired. Song Ziming scoffed and replied, "Do you think your tranquil existence on your respective planets is a mere coincidence? Do you believe you deserve tenfold the pay simply for enlisting? It is the warriors of the frontline combat units who have sacrificed their lives battling extraterrestrial beings that afford you this privilege. Everything the Galactic Human Alliance possesses has been earned through the blood of both empowered and ordinary soldiers on the front lines. No, I don't want to die. I want to go home." Some girls, upon realizing the peril of the battlefield, began to scream in panic. Their distress spread like wildfire, igniting a palpable sense of fear within the transport cabin. Bang! A gunshot rang out, and the girl who had cried out to return home found her head exploded. Her brain matter and blood splattered everywhere. Yet the surrounding recruits dared not wipe the blood from their faces, that a profound silence enveloped the cabin. The new soldiers were paralyzed with fear. Song Ziming holstered his energy pistol and addressed the group. "The second rule my soldiers must abide by is to never act as deserters. Those who instigate chaos among the ranks shall be executed without hesitation." The harsh reality dawned upon Liu Cheng and his comrades. Something they had never anticipated. Their first taste of blood on the battlefield was not from an alien creature, but from a girl they had known for the past 3 years. As the recruits began to regain their composure, Song Ziming continued, "From this incident, you should learn 2 crucial lessons. First, you are no longer students of the Combat Academy. You are genuine soldiers now. The only rewards you may expect are death and honor. Second, possessing abilities does not guarantee your survival on the battlefield. In critical moments, you must rely on your weaponry. Do you understand?" "Understood, Captain." In the command room of the Qin-class battleship, Commander Zhao Gang and Brigade Leader Li Ronghao observed the events unfolding in the transport cabin of Team 2027 through surveillance screens. Zhao Gang furrowed his brow and remarked to Li Ronghao, "Isn't this soldier named Song going a bit too far?" Li Ronghao dismissed the concern, stating, "This is standard procedure for our combat units. Moreover, Song Ziming is our regiment's most outstanding squad leader. I trust his judgment implicitly. Standard procedure? Would other squad leaders act similarly?" Li Ronghao shook his head. Zhao Gang's furrowed brow relaxed slightly. After all, while the combat units may lack the refinement of their flight counterparts, such barbarity seemed improbable. Just as Zhao Gang was about to voice another thought, Li Ronghao slowly added, "Others might be even harsher." Zhao Gang. That Li Ronghao's sentiments echoed a common truth. Throughout this mission, every transport cabin had employed various methods to ensure that these graduates of the Combat Academy understood that the battlefield and the title of soldier were no trifles. In the transport cabin of Team 2027, as Song Ziming had nearly finished imparting the necessary information, the recruits had donned their gear and were prepared for landing. The combat unit's individual equipment consisted of firearms and combat suits, adjusted according to the type of abilities each soldier possessed. Most would not wear complete combat gear. For instance, those capable of emitting flames from their palms typically would not wear combat gloves. And those who could shoot lasers from their eyes would forego helmets. Among all of Team 2027, Liu Cheng was the only one equipped with a full set of individual armor and weaponry. Had this been in school, he would have likely faced ridicule from his classmates. Nevertheless, Song Ziming had established an undeniable authority in their minds, and they dared not utter a word, aside from casting a few glances at Liu Cheng. With just 2 minutes remaining before landing, the final countdown blared over the ship's intercom that in the command room of the Qin-class battleship. Upon hearing the countdown, Commander Zhao Gang issued orders. Charge the quantum cannon. Target the landing zone. Received. Quantum cannon targeted and ready. Quantum cannon charging to 50%, charging to 100%, charging to 120%. Countless points of light congregated at the muzzle of the quantum cannon at the prow of the Qin-class battleship. Growing larger like a fireball absorbing fuel, that Li Ronghao understood that Zhao Gang's intention was to clear the landing zone of extraterrestrial life forms to enhance the survival rate of the new recruits. Although this action was against regulations, Li Ronghao did not intervene. Quantum cannon charging to 150%. Report. Quantum cannon is nearing overload. Please issue the launch command. The operators in the command room reported loudly. Fire. With Zhao Gang's command, the massive orb of light that had gathered at the cannon's mouth surged toward the surface of the ochre planet. the moment the orb struck the planet's surface. A visible shockwave erupted, radiating outward until it gradually dissipated at 1/10 the planet's diameter. The new recruits aboard the hundreds of transport vessels stared in silence at this awe-inspiring spectacle, realizing that whatever awaited them thereafter would be entirely unlike what had been taught at the Combat Academy. 10 seconds to landing. 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. As the countdown concluded, hundreds of X-2 rapid transport ships shot out from the Qing-class battleship. They carried not only graduates from the 2nd Combat Middle School of Jimin City, but also graduates from combat academies in other cities on the same planet. The ground was shrouded in swirling yellow sand, making it nearly impossible to discern any details of the terrain. The AS Team 2027's transport vessel plunged into the sandstorm, Song Zimming, having gathered information about the ground conditions from the pilot. Returned to the cabin and addressed his team. The sandstorm is a result of the quantum cannon bombardment and will dissipate in about half an hour. Numerous biological signatures are detected nearby, likely extraterrestrial beings lurking underground. Therefore, the transport vessel cannot land and will separate. Remember, the intelligence of these extraterrestrial beings is not inferior to that of humans. Be prepared to engage in combat immediately upon landing. Understood? Understood, Captain. Song Zimming nodded, a complex expression fleeting across his face. The individuals before him were perhaps the first and last he would ever meet in his life. Bang, as the transport cabin separated from the transport ship and was ejected. The independent propulsion engines activated, diving rapidly towards the surface. Accustomed to the presence of instructors and squad leaders, the recruits suddenly felt unmoored and turned to Tian and Li Kong for reassurance. The two exchanged glances, recognizing the tension and pressure reflected in each other's eyes. Yet in this moment, it was Li Kong who stepped forward, rallying the others. Team 2027, prepare for battle. Let us not tarnish the pride of our Class 27 from the 3rd year. Yeah, with Li Kong taking the lead, the others found their courage, and the boys began to roar, bolstering their morale. With a thunderous crash, the transport cabin landed, sending tremors beneath their feet as the doors swung open. This touch-and-go design was intended to ensure soldiers would not be trapped inside the cabin. Charge! Li Kong shouted, and the loudest boy beside him, as if invigorated, was the first to leap through the hatch. However, before he could cover 10 meters, several massive wolf-like figures burst from the sandstorm, surrounding him. The boy had not even had the chance to unleash his abilities before being torn apart and swallowed by the beasts. Ah! Another timid girl from the squad screamed that AS chaos threatened to engulf Team 2027. Li Kong recalled Song Zimming's words. Those who disturb the morale must be dealt with swiftly, that he immediately shouted at the frightened girl. Do not falter. Remaining in the transport cabin means certain death. Anyone who wishes to live, follow me out to fight. Kill. Li Kong was the first to charge towards the giant wolves, and the others quickly followed suit. Just as Liu Cheng prepared to charge forward with his energy rifle, a hand suddenly pressed against him. Though delicate and slender, the strength was formidable, rendering him immobile, that he turned to see that it was Tian who had restrained him. Confusion crossing his face. Sensing his unspoken question, Tian calmly replied, "The teacher instructed me to keep an eye on you." With that, Tian joined the others in the charge, and Liu Cheng had no choice but to follow her lead. As Li Kong and the others approached, they discovered that the imposing wolves were none other than the first-tier extraterrestrial life forms known as steel spike wolves, towering at 2 meters and exceeding 4 meters in length. These creatures bore sharp metallic spines on their backs capable of piercing enemies, boasting razor-sharp claws and teeth, and exhibiting incredible speed, excelling in pack tactics, and classified as non-carbon-based life forms. At the forefront. Li Kong noticed the steel spike wolf charging directly towards him and immediately unleashed his extraordinary ability. 2 blades of wind formed in his palms, which he alternately swung forward. The wind blades sliced through the air and cleaved the metallic skin on the back of the steel spike wolf's neck. A sharp, jarring sound echoed as the blades cut through the metal and blue-brown blood gushed from the wolf's wound. In pain, the steel spike wolf stumbled, its massive inertia causing it to slide forward on the ground. Observing this, Li Kong swiftly rolled aside to evade the impending danger. At that moment, Tian and Liu Cheng emerged from the fray. Tian pointed her finger, and an ice spike shot forth from her fingertip, piercing through the wolf's neck and pinning it to the ground, halting its movement. Following her lead, Liu Cheng raised his rifle and began a rapid barrage with his kinetic rifle, shattering the already mangled neck of the steel spike wolf. Its head rolled away, the long tongue hanging limply from its mouth, rendered lifeless. Though Liu Cheng had no intention of claiming credit for the kill, some among them felt a twinge of dissatisfaction. Their gear automatically recorded their kill count, meaning the points for slaying the steel spike wolf would ultimately be credited to Liu Cheng. Witnessing the ease with which the first steel spike wolf was dispatched, the members of Team 2027 felt a surge of confidence. Fireballs were launched moments later. She felt an unease. What valuable items could possibly be found on a dozen first-tier alien creatures? Even if all their organs were sold, the total would scarcely reach 2,000 coins. She surmised that Liu Cheng was likely unfamiliar with substantial wealth, and her disdain grew. The 2027 squad's temporary safe point was amidst the ruins of human architecture. They had already verified that no alien creatures were present in the vicinity, and thus resolved to rest and regroup here. Li Kong sat beside the fire, analyzing the situation ahead with the others. This training mission involves 3 combat academies with nearly 400 squads in total. The mission will only conclude once all alien creatures on this planet are eradicated. The likelihood of avoiding encounters with alien creatures until the mission's end is minimal, especially since the ranking of this task will significantly impact each of our futures. I suggest we take the initiative and engage as a squad. What are your thoughts? I concur. I agree. Seeing no dissent, Li Kong stated. In that case, let us rest here for the night, and at dawn we shall venture forth to hunt the alien creatures. After the group dispersed, Liu Cheng, driven by curiosity, approached Li Kong. In his memory, Li Kong and Tian were the top 2 students in class. However, Tian's aloof demeanor made him unapproachable, so Liu Cheng decided to inquire about the star core fragments from Li Kong. Surprised by Liu Cheng's approach, Li Kong asked, "Is there something you need?" Liu Cheng got straight to the point. "I would like to ask you about the star core. I possess some knowledge on star cores. What aspect are you interested in?" This was Li Kang's modest way of speaking. Recognizing that he had asked the right person, Liu Cheng continued. "Hypothetically, if I were to dissect the corpse of a first-tier alien creature, what would be the probability of obtaining a star core fragment?" In Li Kang's understanding, it was impossible for a first-tier alien creature to contain star core fragments, that he was also unaware that Liu Cheng had remained behind after the battle to dissect the corpses of the steel spike wolves. Thus, he did not associate the question with the steel spike wolves and replied, "I believe such a hypothesis is unlikely. Firstly, star core fragments do not appear within first-tier alien creatures. According to the records of the United Human Government, the lowest tier of alien creature from which a star core fragment has been successfully dissected is level 4, though while the probability of obtaining a star core fragment may be slightly higher than that of a complete star core, it would not be present in a first-tier alien creature. Furthermore, even if there were a chance for a star core fragment to exist within a first-tier alien creature, that probability would be minimal. The likelihood of generating a star core increases with the creature's level. For 8th tier and above, the presence of a complete star core is guaranteed. However, an 8th-tier alien creature is capable of annihilating an entire fleet, and killing one is exceedingly difficult, let alone multiple. Although lower-tier alien creatures are easier to hunt, the probability of containing a star core decreases as their strength diminishes. For 7th-tier alien creatures, the probability of extracting a star core is already below 50%. Not to mention creatures of even lower tiers. These insights were gleaned from the educational website. Liu Cheng did not doubt Li Kang's memory and pressed on. So, the probability of obtaining a star core from creatures below level 7 is less than 50%. Li Kang shook his head. Not necessarily. I once saw a video on the teaching website. In it, a scavenger named Augustine dissected 14 7th-tier alien creatures and extracted 7 complete star cores and 5 star core fragments in one go. He set the record for the highest star core dissection rate in human history and seems quite renowned among scavengers. His ability to achieve that record appears to be related to his dissection techniques. However, I am unaware of the specifics that I see. Thank you. No need for thanks. We are all classmates from the same cohort, that if you need assistance, feel free to ask. Liu Cheng, having faced discrimination in class, rarely conversed with his peers. At that moment, seeing Li Kang's attitude towards him markedly different from others, he felt a degree of fondness for him. After retreating to a corner, he pondered silently. If obtaining star core fragments is not a matter of luck, then the only explanation must be my own ability. It appears I am not the so-called useless ability user, but rather one with powers akin to that Augustine fellow, albeit undetected in school. Chapter 4. Blood Battle with the Steel Spike Wolf King. The planet where their training mission took place has a rotation period of approximately 18 hours. After merely 3 hours of sleep, the members of the 2027 squad commenced their second day of hunting alien creatures. Following the skirmish upon landing the previous day, the squad members gradually acclimated to the battlefield dynamics, adeptly applying the combat knowledge acquired over 3 years in school. A few scouts in the front detected a group of alien creatures several hundred meters ahead. The group immediately slowed their pace, stealthily approaching the cluster of alien beings. Upon closer inspection, they discovered a pack of nearly 60 steel spike wolves. Half of the wolves congregated around the cave entrance, while the others patrolled the vicinity. Fortunately, the squad had detected them in advance. Otherwise, an abrupt encounter could have spelled disaster. Someone whispered, "What should we do?" It seems we have stumbled into the steel spike wolves at this point. Li Kong had been unanimously acknowledged as the squad leader and stated, although the number of steel spike wolves is considerable, they are still first-tier alien creatures that if we catch them off guard, victory is not out of reach. When I count to 3, all ability users with ranged attacks should unleash their assaults on the wolf den. The more steel spike wolves we can eliminate in the initial strike, the better. The others nodded and spread out in a line, forming a long, serpentine formation around the cover. As preparations were underway, a slightly plump boy noticed Liu Cheng, who was also armed with a kinetic rifle, had approached them. "Hey, Liu Cheng, what are you doing here as a useless ability user? A single shot from that kinetic rifle is unlikely to kill a steel spike wolf. You should hide in the back." The boy's words trailed off abruptly when he saw Liu Cheng silently retrieve a miniature nuclear warhead from his backpack and load it into the kinetic rifle's activation barrel. This was Liu Cheng's sole trump card for participating in the training mission. The miniature nuclear warheads are expensive and possess power equivalent to a full-force attack from a second-tier ability user. Although their firing speed is slower than ability attacks and their weight hinders mobility, they are generally avoided by ability users in combat. That non-ability user troops tend to prefer cheaper, more easily transportable large-caliber projectiles. Thus, the demand for miniature nuclear warheads is minimal. The plump boy had initially looked down on Liu Cheng for being a useless ability user. However, seeing the formidable miniature nuclear warhead primed on Liu Cheng's rifle, he felt a surge of embarrassment and quickly said, "Never mind, I'll give you some space, 1.2.3. Li Kong counted down, and a concentrated gust of wind sliced through the air. The others followed suit, unleashing over 30 ability attacks towards the steel spike wolf den. The entrance of the den collapsed under the barrage, killing several steel spike wolves gathered at the entrance upon their first strike. The 2027 squad had already eliminated a greater number of steel spike wolves than they had encountered in their landing battle. Liu Cheng's miniature nuclear warhead arrived half a second after the initial wave of ability attacks. The group witnessed the combined assault first demolish the den's entrance, and moments later, an explosion, rivaling the power of over 30 ability attacks, erupted from within. The explosion sent flames soaring into the sky, propelling the steel spike wolves previously buried beneath the rubble into the air. The members of the 2027 squad, poised to charge, were momentarily stunned by the second explosion, initially believing it to be a detonation caused by the first attack. Upon hearing an explanation that it was Liu Cheng's miniature nuclear warhead, those charging couldn't help but cast complex glances at Liu Cheng. Class 27 of the third year, let us fight. The cohesion instilled by Class 27 was evidently stronger than that of the 2027 squad. Li Kong shouted, leading the charge towards the steel spike wolves. The others followed suit, all rushing towards the pack. Watching the steel spike wolves he had obliterated, Liu Cheng felt a pang of regret as his eyelid twitched involuntarily. There went several star core fragments. However, now was not the time to dwell on finances. Lacking the formidable combat capabilities of other ability users, he quickly took cover behind an obstacle and began firing his kinetic rifle at the steel spike wolves, providing cover for his teammates as they charged. In the wake of Liu Cheng's precise shooting, despite the kinetic rifle's limited damage against the steel spike wolves, it significantly disrupted their movement speed. The pressure on Li Kong and the others, who engaged the wolves at the forefront, was markedly alleviated that moment. They understood why Sergeant Song Ziming praised Liu Cheng's marksmanship. Such accurate cover fire indeed enhances the survival rate of frontline combatants. Upon the charge of Team 2027, a solitary figure observed the unfolding battle from 2 kilometers away. It was none other than Sergeant Song Ziming, the officer responsible for overseeing the assessment of Team 2027. Shaking his head, he murmured to himself, "The steel spike wolf pack is clearly protecting its lair, which likely harbors a high-ranking steel spike wolf king. These recruits are still somewhat inexperienced. However, the individuals named Li Kong and Tian have performed commendably, especially the former, who exhibits some leadership qualities. What surprised me the most was Liu Cheng. I never expected him to wield such a heavy weapon as a miniature nuclear warhead, but he had even carried the brain matter of a dozen steel spike wolves on him. Does he not realize that such unnecessary weight would diminish his chances of survival on the battlefield? This thought elicited a chuckle from Song Ziming, and he mused that compared to frontline combatants, the role of a scavenger might suit Liu Cheng far better. Nevertheless, dwelling on such matters seemed futile. The outcome was ultimately favorable. Upon sensing the human ambush, the steel spike wolves patrolling the vicinity of their collapsed den immediately converged towards it. Half of the pack frantically excavated the collapsed entrance while the other half recklessly charged at Team 2027. Intent on thwarting their advance, drawing from their prior experience in landing operations, the coordination and combat proficiency of the recruits had markedly improved. Within 5 minutes, at the cost of 3 casualties, they annihilated the dozen or so steel spike wolves obstructing their path. Without hesitation, Li Kong organized Team 2027 to continue their assault on the steel spike wolves that were digging at the collapsed den. Just as they neared the entrance, the ground suddenly heaved, and a colossal steel wolf, 3 times the size of a typical steel spike wolf, erupted from the earth. This is bad. It's a level 2 extraterrestrial creature, the steel spike wolf king. Everyone, be cautious. The knowledgeable Li Kong immediately recognized the creature's identity and shouted a warning. However, their proximity to the charging beast was perilous. Furious at the loss of its kin, the Wolf King unleashed a wrathful roar and swiped at the nearest recruits, instantly shredding them to pieces. Maintain distance and form a surrounding formation. Prioritize fire on the Wolf King, Li Kong commanded, and the team encircled the Wolf King, unleashing a concentrated assault. Yet the hardness of the Wolf King's metallic hide was evidently on a different level than that of a standard level 1 steel spike wolf. Despite their combined fire, it sustained only minor injuries. The steel spike wolf king, in pain, roared in fury, and the remaining steel spike wolves launched their attack on Team 2027 that the team, already in a dispersed formation, lacked sufficient firepower to suppress the incoming wolves. Consequently, more isolated recruits fell victim to the onslaught of the steel spike wolves. Realizing his error in command, Li Kong swiftly amended his orders. Prioritize the extermination of the wolf pack. We will focus on the Wolf King afterward. Not only were the steel spike wolves enraged, but the remaining members of Team 2027 were equally incensed after witnessing the sacrifice of their comrades. They fought desperately, utilizing their abilities against the steel spike wolves. The Wolf King, emboldened by the lack of fire suppression, charged into the fray, targeting the nearest members of Team 2027 from a distance. Liu Cheng quickly redirected his aim towards the Wolf King's eyes. However, the kinetic rifle's power was limited. He failed to penetrate the protective membrane of the Wolf King's eye, only managing to slightly obstruct its line of sight. The wounded Wolf King, in a frenzied rage, claimed several more recruits with its lethal claws. Fortunately, the battle-hardened Team 2027 soon dispatched the last of the steel spike wolves and redirected their fire towards the encircled Wolf King, ignoring their mounting fatigue. They unleashed their abilities upon the creature. Although the Wolf King was solely on the defensive, the recruit's stamina would inevitably wane, leading to a reversal of roles in the impending confrontation. Li Kong understood this predicament. Yet no alternative strategies came to mind. Just as the team found themselves at an impasse, Tian Tian charged at the Wolf King, leaping onto its back. The Wolf King attempted to crush her underfoot, but she skillfully used the momentum to leap again, her hands reaching the Wolf King's vulnerable abdomen. In that instant, she froze a large section of its underbelly. Li Kong, recognizing Tian Tian's intent, shouted to the team, "Concentrate your fire on the Wolf King's abdomen." The recruits understood that she aimed to exploit the rapid changes in toughness caused by the transition between low and high temperatures to breach the Wolf King's exterior. They poured their remaining strength into attacking the frozen area. With a resounding crack, the Wolf King's abdomen was penetrated. The assault ruptured its innards, reducing them to bloody fragments. Ultimately, the Wolf King could not withstand the onslaught and collapsed to the ground. Observing from a distance, Song Ziming nodded slightly upon witnessing Team 2027's hard-fought victory, albeit at the cost of several lives. This outcome exceeded his expectations. While the current method of evaluating recruits in the Human Alliance military was undeniably harsh, it was a necessary measure in the face of the ongoing war that threatened to obliterate planets inhabited by billions. This expedited experience-gathering approach was widely regarded as the best way to supplement the front line's manpower shortages. Chapter 5. Rapid Supplementation. After the battle, Team 2027 buried their fallen comrades on the spot. Li Kong gazed at the remaining 20 members of the team, feeling a deep sense of guilt. Before the conflict, Liu Cheng had carried a heavy miniature nuclear warhead, which had helped eliminate several steel spike wolves. Otherwise, the team's casualties would have been even greater. "This is all my fault. My erroneous orders during the battle led to the unnecessary sacrifice of several comrades. I am not fit to be the temporary leader of this team, Li Kong lamented. Tian Tinan comforted him, saying, "You did remarkably well. Without your command, the losses would have been far worse than no one is born a perfect leader." "Thank you," Li Kong replied gratefully. That he then turned to Liu Cheng, who was preparing to handle the corpses, and said, "To be honest, I initially underestimated you and your kinetic weapons as a waste energy user. Your contribution in this battle, particularly with that miniature nuclear warhead, was invaluable. Thank you." As he extended his hand, Liu Cheng, caught off guard, hesitated before setting aside his laser-cutting knife to shake Li Kang's hand. After the loss of so many comrades, a somber atmosphere enveloped the team. They were taken aback when Liu Cheng's first action after the battle was to handle the corpses of the steel spike wolves they had collectively slain. Voices of discontent arose among the members. "Liu Cheng, we all fought together to kill those steel spike wolves. Why should you claim the bodies alone? Exactly. Can you justify such actions in light of our fallen comrades?" In truth, if Liu Cheng had not attended to the steel spike wolves' corpses, the others would likely have ignored the task as well. After all, the profit from selling the remains of Level 1 extraterrestrial creatures was minimal compared to their earnings. Their criticisms were merely a means to vent their frustrations towards Liu Cheng. Confronted with their accusations, Liu Cheng felt slightly ashamed. He recognized his greed, but, recalling the dozens of star core fragments awaiting him, he boldly stated, "Everyone, you've misunderstood. As a waste energy user, my contributions in combat were limited, so I thought to assist with the corpses. Rest assured, I will not keep a single cent from the proceeds of the organs collected. I will send it all to the families of our fallen comrades." Upon hearing this, the members' perception of Liu Cheng shifted positively, diminishing some of the prejudice they had harbored against him over the past 3 years. "If that's the case, let's all help gather the steel spike wolf corpses," one suggested. "Yes, let us work together to process the bodies and send the money from the organs to the families of our fallen classmates." Seeing their resolve, Liu Cheng quickly interjected, "Just help me collect the bodies. I'll handle the dissection." Slightly embarrassed, he continued, "To be honest, I plan to become a scavenger in the future, and I want to hone my skills with these corpses." "What a joke. Those are dozens of star core fragments. How much would I lose if you handled them?" Realizing the implication, they agreed, "Then we'll help collect the bodies, and the dissection will be left to Liu Cheng." Dissection was inherently a dirty job, so when Liu Cheng volunteered to handle it all, they had no objections. Additionally, Liu Cheng's candid admission of his aspirations to become a scavenger raised no suspicion among them. After all, they believed that a waste energy user like Liu Cheng had limited career options. Liu Cheng wore a smile, his motive simple: to earn money, which was not shameful. From a distance, Song Ziming observed. Bemused by Liu Cheng's eagerness to dissect corpses, what dire financial straits must one be in to resort to such measures? Nevertheless, Song Ziming remained at a distance, and since Liu Cheng was careful while dissecting the steel spike wolves, fearful of revealing the star core fragments he extracted, Song Ziming remained oblivious to Liu Cheng's true intentions. Liu Cheng meticulously concealed the dozens of star core fragments within his bag. Once again, Liu Cheng retrieved the several vials of steel-spiked wolf brain matter he had previously dissected from his bag and placed them alongside the newly acquired samples, but he felt a pang of guilt for not compensating the sacrificed companions, especially since he had taken the heads himself. Upon seeing Liu Cheng gather the previously unwanted steel-spiked wolf brain matter and combine it with the current offerings for the families of fallen comrades, the others were moved by his kindness. They exclaimed, "These brain samples appear rather heavy. Let us assist you in carrying them. Indeed, our physical prowess as ability users far surpasses that of a mere waste ability user like you. We shall take care of this." With that, a few of the boys approached and hoisted the backpack containing the brain matter onto their shoulders. Liu Cheng found himself momentarily bewildered, although they meant well. Why did their words sound so harsh? Having eradicated all the steel-spiked wolves in the vicinity, it was proposed that they rest there for the night. Surely, other alien creatures would think twice before approaching a den ruled by the Wolf King. Li Kang's suggestion quickly garnered consensus. The casualties from the recent battle were substantial. They needed ample time to recuperate. That night, while everyone rested, Liu Cheng stealthily slipped away to an unnoticed corner. Once assured that no one was following him, he retrieved a shard of star core from his bag. He had hesitated over whether to absorb part of the star core shard or sell it all to cover his father's medical expenses. After all, he had initially acquired a handful of small star core fragments rather than a complete core, and even if he absorbed them all, the enhancement to his strength would be minimal. However, Selling them could provide immediate financial relief for his family and enable the hospital to operate on his father. Yet, after 2 battles, he had collected 57 star core fragments, which was sufficient for him to achieve both outcomes. As Liu Cheng grasped the star core fragment, a wave of heat surged from his palm. He suppressed the pain and held his fist tightly, knowing that the energy emanating from it would undoubtedly attract the attention of the 2027 team. The energy radiating from the star core fragment flowed into Liu Cheng's body, bringing an indescribable sensation of exhilaration that quickly spread throughout him. Every bone and muscle in his body grew stronger, a phenomenon that only occurred during the awakening of abilities. Absorbing the star core was akin to a second awakening for humanity. That'd be why the time Liu Cheng had absorbed the entirety of the star core fragment's energy. Dawn was approaching, that he quietly returned to the camp, drawing little notice. Those who saw him merely assumed he had stepped out for a brief moment. After all, Liu Cheng had always had a low profile among his peers. As the sun rose, the 2027 team resumed their journey, continuing to hunt alien creatures to accumulate points. 1 point was awarded for killing a level 1 alien creature, while 10 points were granted for a level 2 creature, and so forth. After several days of hunting, the 2027 team had slain 2 level 2 alien creatures and 137 level 1 creatures, bringing their total points to 157. Naturally, the points of those already sacrificed remained recorded within the team's total and would be evenly distributed among the members. In these days, the team had only lost 2 more members. It must be said that those who survived the trials of battle were indeed the elite among them. Liu Cheng, with his exceptional marksmanship, had also evaded several crises. However, the paramount reason for his survival thus far, aside from being perceived as a waste ability user who did not need to engage in close combat, was the unwavering protection offered by Tian Tian. Liu Cheng found himself perplexed by Tian Tian's unwavering dedication. Their homeroom teacher had merely mentioned in passing that she should look after him, yet Tian Tian treated it as a mission that must be accomplished. Nevertheless, for Liu Cheng, this was not a disadvantage. Over the past few days, he had absorbed 5 star core fragments, and, whenever he had a moment to spare, he diligently studied alien biology online to prepare for future dissections of more alien carcasses. His knowledge of alien creatures and his physical prowess now rivaled that of most level 1 ability users in the team. Tian Tian's protection had kept his sudden surge in strength under wraps. While on their journey, the 2027 team stumbled upon the bodies of fallen members from other teams, including a few new recruits from their own school. That Li Kong addressed the group, saying, "The team that passed through here must have been from our school. Just like us from the 2nd Military Combat School in Jinmen City. The extermination of alien creatures is nearing completion, and the further we go, the stronger the alien creatures we encounter will be. Maintaining a moderate rank and points should pose no problem. There is no need to take unnecessary risks. That I propose we follow the trail of this team and join forces with them. This way, the probability of both teams surviving until the end of the trial increases." The consensus was reached swiftly. I agree with Li Kong's proposal. A moderate ranking meets my expectations. I never believed I had the strength to compete for the top spots, and I have no objections. With the agreement of the group, the 2027 team altered their course to follow the trail of the team ahead. Only Liu Cheng took a moment to examine the wounds on the fallen bodies, pondering their significance. Noticing Liu Cheng, who had been cheerful for days, now wearing a frown as he walked, Tian turned back and curiously whispered, "What is wrong?" Liu Cheng replied, "It's nothing. That I've been dissecting alien bodies these past few days and have gained considerable knowledge about level 1 and level 2 alien creatures. Yet, I can't shake the feeling that the wounds on those fallen recruits we just discovered are peculiar. I can't determine which level 1 or level 2 alien creature could have caused them." Furrowing her brow, Tian softly responded, "Stay close to me and don't wander off." Hearing this, Liu Cheng considered a certain possibility and nodded in silence. Chapter 6. The uneasy Fu Yin that night. While the group rested, Liu Cheng once again sneaked away, extracting a star core fragment from his backpack to absorb its energy. The effect of the star core fragment's energy on physical enhancement was indeed remarkable. After absorbing just 5 fragments, Liu Cheng felt that his abilities were already comparable to most level 1 ability users in his team, that if he were to absorb the remaining 50 or so star core fragments, would he not directly ascend to the status of a level 2 ability user? He also wondered how much 1 star core fragment could sell for. It was unlikely to be cheap. The thought of possibly covering his father's hospital bills filled him with excitement. In his moment of pride, Liu Cheng failed to notice a figure stealthily approaching him from behind as he concentrated on absorbing the energy from the star core fragment. "What are you doing?" The sudden voice startled Liu Cheng, causing him to jump. Upon realizing it was Tian Tian, he placed a hand on his chest, whispering, "You nearly scared me to death. I thought an alien creature was attacking me. How did you find me here? I saw you sneaking out alone and felt uneasy, so I followed you," Tian Tian replied. "What are you holding?" Noticing Liu Cheng's furtive actions, she seized the item from his hand. Upon seeing the star core fragment, she expressed her surprise. "This is a star core fragment. Where did you get this?" Realizing that Tian Tian had discovered his possession of a star core fragment, Liu Cheng explained, "I extracted it from the carcasses of steel-spiked wolves over the past few days. That is it possible for level 1 alien creatures to produce star core fragments. That is incredible. You asked Li Kong about star cores for this reason, didn't you?" Tian Tian remarked, to which Liu Cheng nodded. She then returned the star core fragment directly to Liu Cheng and took a seat nearby to rest with her eyes closed. Liu Cheng was somewhat taken aback by her nonchalant return of the star core fragment. After a moment, he cautiously asked, "You're not going to tell anyone about me extracting the star core fragments, are you?" "I was just fortunate to discover this, and it's only this one. Otherwise, I would never keep it to myself," did I in response. Tian Tian rolled her eyes at Liu Cheng, clearly skeptical of his words. Yet she showed no inclination to press the matter further, coolly stating, "Don't worry. I won't tell anyone. It wouldn't benefit me, and I'm not the type to envy others." Tian Tian's words made Liu Cheng feel slightly embarrassed. Realizing he had misjudged her character, after contemplating, he retrieved another star core fragment from his bag. Gently poking Tian Tian's shoulder with his finger, he extended the star core fragment towards her. "This is for you. You can either absorb it or sell it, but please don't tell anyone." With a wink, Liu Cheng's intention to bribe her was unmistakable. Tian Tian was surprised by Liu Cheng's sudden generosity, having just witnessed him being stingy moments ago. However, she shook her head, saying, "You should keep it. Star core fragments are worth a fair amount." "Do you know the price of star core fragments?" Liu Cheng inquired. Tian Tian nodded. "The star core fragment you have, though small, could fetch around 100,000 on the black market, but if sold through official channels, it might be even more expensive. However, you must register the seller's identity to prove that the star core fragment wasn't acquired through theft." Liu Cheng inhaled sharply. The realization that a single star core fragment could sell for 100,000 was equivalent to an entire year's income for his family. After paying off his father's hospital bills, Liu Cheng found himself in possession of over 3 million after selling more than 50 star core fragments. Even if he chose to sell only a portion of them, it would suffice to alleviate his family's urgent financial predicament. He handed the star core fragments to Tian Tian, saying, "Take these. Your newfound strength will enable you to protect me better." He then recalled, "By the way, I forgot to ask why you have been protecting me all along." Tian Tian accepted the fragments. Her lips pursed, her gaze evasive. "That I told you before. It's because the teacher asked me to watch over you." Liu Cheng, sensing her reluctance to elaborate, decided not to press further, focusing instead on absorbing the energy from the star core fragments. Meanwhile, Tian Tian tucked the fragments into her bosom and continued to rest, a barely perceptible smile gracing her usually stoic face. As the group pressed on, they stumbled upon the bodies of the fallen members of the preceding team. After scrutinizing the corpses, Liu Cheng and Tian noted the striking similarity in their wounds, leading them to suspect that the previous team had encountered the same extraterrestrial creature that on the third day of their pursuit. Team 2027 finally spotted the remnants of the previous team in a canyon. Someone from their group called out loudly. The other team, consisting of about 10 members, initially reacted with caution, but upon recognizing the newcomers as fellow soldiers on a training mission, they hurried over to join Team 2027. Li Kong stepped forward, introducing himself. "Hello, I am Li Kong, the temporary captain of Team 2027 that we followed your trail to this location." The members of the other team exchanged complex and peculiar expressions upon hearing this. Li Kong assumed they were concerned about competition for points and quickly clarified, "We only wish to join forces until the training mission concludes. There is no ill intent." The leader of the other team, Fu Yin, shook his head. "I am Fu Yin, the temporary captain of Team 2013, that we're not worried about point competition. We've been relentlessly pursued by a powerful extraterrestrial creature and are merely trying to survive." Team 2027 recognized Fu Yan's name. He was the top student in their grade and the leader of the distinguished Class 13. However, they were baffled as to why such a formidable figure would be fleeing from an alien being. When questioned by Li Kong, Fu Yan explained, "Our team had bad luck. We encountered a formidable, unidentified extraterrestrial creature immediately upon landing that we thought our 50 members could easily handle one creature, but it turned out to possess immense defensive capabilities and a lethal strike that left us baffled. We suffered significant casualties and had no choice but to flee. That creature has relentlessly pursued us for 10 days, and now only 11 of us remain. By the way, since you followed our trail, did you not encounter this powerful extraterrestrial creature? No, Li Kong replied that we only encountered a few first-level extraterrestrial beings along the way. We did not come across the creature you mentioned. Fu Yin looked puzzled, stroking his chin in contemplation. This is a canyon with steep cliffs on either side, leaving only one path forward. That if you followed our trail, you should have encountered the creature. Did it perhaps give up the chase? Suddenly, Fu Yan's expression shifted to one of alarm as he realized something. Oh no, that extraterrestrial creature must have circumvented the cliffs and is now blocking our path in the canyon. Everyone, retreat quickly. Without hesitation, the members of Team 2013 turned back towards the direction Team Liu Cheng had come from. Li Kong, recognizing the urgency, called for his team to follow suit. Not long after their retreat began, a tremendous rumbling erupted from above the canyon, where boulders came crashing down, completely sealing off the narrow path. The members of both teams looked back in relief, realizing that if Fu Yin had not sensed the danger and ordered the retreat, they would have been crushed by the falling rocks. With a thunderous crash, a massive 30-meter-long beetle surged forth from the rubble, charging at them with alarming speed. Its semi-oval body was encased in layers of hard, arc-like stone armor, with numerous legs and 10 eyes arrayed on either side of its armored head. It's the creature pursuing us. Everyone run! Fu Yin shouted, and the team increased their pace, due to the myriad types of extraterrestrial beings. The training academy typically only educated students about first-level species. Thus, no one was familiar with the one now hunting them. However, Liu Cheng, who had been studying the anatomy of corpses over the past few days, recognized the creature instantly. This is a third-level extraterrestrial species known as the armored mouse beetle, adept at running and charging. There are no side paths here. We cannot outrun it, that we must stand and fight for a slim chance of survival. Seeing Liu Cheng articulate the name and characteristics of the creature clearly and confidently, the combined team of 29 paused and formed a defensive line, prepared to face the oncoming charge of the armored mouse beetle. Damn it, wasn't it said that no extraterrestrial creatures above second level could survive on this planet? Why is there a third-level creature pursuing our team? Fu Yin complained while casting a respectful glance at Liu Cheng. As the top student and leader of his class, he was impressed by Liu Cheng's knowledge of the unknown creature. Li Kong and the others from Team 2027 were equally surprised by Liu Cheng's recognition of the armored mouse beetle. Liu Cheng explained, if high-level evolved beings overlooked certain extraterrestrial species when clearing the planet, it seems unlikely that I suspect this creature has evolved after consuming a substantial amount of human flesh. Fu Yin nodded, acknowledging Liu Cheng's reasoning. Indeed, extraterrestrial beings could evolve after consuming vast amounts of nutrients, and the next evolutionary stage for the second-level armored mouse beetle was precisely the third-level variant they now faced. He called out, Team 2013, attack the ground in front of the armored mouse beetle. The 11 members of Team 2013 launched a coordinated assault on the ground before the charging creature. The members of Team 2027 were initially baffled by this strategy. As the ground was struck by their combined powers, clouds of dust obscured the armored mouse beetle's vision. Everyone, take cover to the sides. Despite the creature's speed, its line of sight was hindered by the dust. Just as it was about to collide with the team, Fu Yin shouted commands again. The two teams swiftly moved to the sides of the impending collision. Recognizing Fu Yan's tactical acumen surpassed his own, Li Kong ordered Team 2027 to follow Fu Yan's lead. The 29 members, while obscuring the armored mouse beetle's vision, launched their attacks. However, their strikes were ineffectual against the creature, which boasted stronger defenses than the steel spike wolf king. Their efforts left not a single scratch on its armored exoskeleton. The beetle continued its relentless charge, forcing the team to evade as best they could. Tragically, two members of Team 2027 collided and fell to the ground. As the beetle barreled toward them, a figure rushed in from afar, saving them just in time. Upon recognizing the figure as Sergeant Song Zimming, the entire Team 2027 erupted with joy. The members of Team 2013, unfamiliar with Song Zimming, recognized his rank and joined in their cheers. That it seemed that the sergeant deemed the situation beyond the training mission's limits. Fantastic, we are saved. Song Zimming nodded to the members of Team 2027 before turning to Fu Yin and inquiring, where is your team sergeant? I don't know. He is yet to appear, Fu Yin replied, his expression darkening as a troubling thought crossed his mind. Could their sergeant have perished? It seemed improbable. After all, a sergeant should be able to handle second-level extraterrestrial beings with ease. Yet, Fu Yin knew the likelihood of his fears was high, given the sergeant's absence while Song Ziming had arrived so promptly. This level of combat is beyond what I can manage for you. You all should leave. I will regroup with you once this battle is concluded. Understanding that their presence would only complicate matters for the sergeant, the two temporary captains led Liu Cheng and the others back towards their original path. They sprinted for over 10 minutes before finally pausing to catch their breath at this moment. They had exited the valley, yet the sounds of Song Ziming battling the armored rat bug echoed from within, prompting a bitter smile. Engaging in combat with a Tier 3 extraterrestrial creature was truly beyond their current capabilities. Fu Yin approached Liu Cheng, patting him on the shoulder, and remarked with a grin, "Brother," being able to recognize the armored rat bug. A Tier 3 extraterrestrial. Must mean your grades are commendable. I don't recall hearing about you during my school days. May I ask your name? Upon hearing this, the members of Team 2027 cast peculiar glances at Fu Yin. Liu Cheng, feeling a bit embarrassed, replied, "My name is Liu Cheng. My grades are average, so it's quite normal for you not to know me." Fu Yin was momentarily perplexed. However, when someone discreetly informed him that Liu Cheng was the lowest performing ability user in their class, Fu Yin scrutinized Liu Cheng in disbelief, saying, "Haha, it seems Liu Cheng is a practical talent." This statement made Fu Yin himself feel somewhat guilty. Nevertheless, he had to admit that Liu Cheng's knowledge of extraterrestrial creatures surpassed his own. Chapter 7. The second extraterrestrial creature too flattering. Liu Cheng replied, aware that Fu Yin was merely being polite to save face. After enduring the ridicule of his classmates for 3 years, he had developed a thick skin. However, he pondered aloud, isn't it true that the armored rat bug lacks the ability to kill unnoticed? How could there be slashing wounds on your teammate's corpse? Liu Cheng had found it odd after witnessing a Tier 3 armored rat bug pursuing Team 2013. According to Fu Yan's account, the extraterrestrial creature they encountered should have possessed slashing capabilities. Fu Yan looked at Liu Cheng, puzzled, and asked, "Are you suggesting that the armored rat bug lacks slashing abilities?" "That's impossible. We all witnessed our comrades being killed by undetectable slashes during combat." After saying this, Fu Yin turned to his teammates, and the surviving members of Team 2013 nodded in agreement, affirming Fu Yan's words. This was indeed perplexing. Liu Cheng muttered, as he had just studied the relevant knowledge about the armored rat bug online the previous day, given such a short span of time. He could hardly have made a mistake, so where did the slashing wounds on Team 2013's members come from? Bang! Just as Liu Cheng was lost in thought, a muffled sound came from behind them. They turned to the varieties of extraordinary abilities are ever-changing, with new types emerging incessantly. Some ability users possess powers whose parameters are not only undocumented in history, but also elude the analysis of even the most esteemed scientists within the Galactic Human Alliance. These abilities can only be classified under vague concepts. It is evident that Liu Cheng and Fu Yin exemplify such cases. Liu Cheng nodded and said, "Understood, we will find a way to delay the opponent." After exchanging a glance with Tian beside him, they prepared to cooperate, that if they could hold off the adversary for just 1 second. No, even half a second would suffice. He was confident he could eliminate it. Fu Yin spoke earnestly, regretting that he had not unleashed his abilities to eradicate the extraterrestrial creature from the outset. However, lamenting was futile. His only option now was to seize the opportunity created by Liu Cheng and the others. The giant mantis soared high before diving toward the group once more. Liu Cheng and Tian charged toward its trajectory. As they ran, Liu Cheng raised his kinetic rifle and aimed at the creature's eyes, firing a rapid series of shots. Meanwhile, Tian, shielded by Liu Cheng, gathered frigid energy in her palms. Seizing the moment, she leapt upward, attempting to grasp the mantis's wings. The mantis, momentarily struck in the eyes by the kinetic rifle, experienced pain, yet its intelligence evidently surpassed that of the armored rat. Upon being obstructed, it quickly altered its attack direction, ascending vertically. Tian's grasp only grazed its right leg, but instantly, a thick layer of ice crystals enveloped the mantis's limb. Observing its frozen leg, the mantis glared at the humans with renewed ferocity, enraged at being harmed by such seemingly feeble beings. Emitting a sharp cry reminiscent of an eagle, it dove directly toward Tian's position without any evasive maneuvers. Tian summoned her entire reserve of extraordinary energy, coalescing a thick layer of cold around her, ready to evade the mantis's assault. Yet, just as everyone presumed the mantis's target was Tian, it abruptly shifted its dive toward Liu Cheng, who was aiming at it. "Not good. It's after Liu Cheng," Fu Yin shouted, and one anticipated the extraterrestrial creature's cunning that instant. Liu Cheng realized it was too late to evade. He could only throw himself to the left with all his might. Just as the mantis's blade was about to cleave him in two, Tian dashed in front of him, disregarding her own safety. The cold energy surrounding her crystallized into a thick ice shield between her and the blade. With a crunch, the shield shattered upon contact, and the blade pierced through, striking Tian's shoulder, blood sprayed, staining the surrounding ice crystals crimson. Unfazed, the mantis retracted its blade and ascended rapidly, offering no chance for Fu Yin and the others to retaliate. Having narrowly escaped, Liu Cheng quickly rose and embraced Tian. Disregarding any notions of propriety, that he retrieved emergency blood-stopping supplies from his pack and applied them to her wound. Then he thrust a handful of star core fragments into her hands, urging, quickly absorb the energy to heal. Tian glanced at the fragments, her pallor evident as she whispered, "You said it was just one star core fragment. You can't deceive me again." "All right," Liu Cheng replied, gently placing her behind a rocky barrier to allow her to recuperate. Fortunately, the ice shield had mitigated the depth of the blade's penetration. Otherwise, even with an abundance of star core fragments, saving Tian might have been impossible. What can we do now, with Tian incapacitated? How can we control that extraterrestrial creature and allow Fu Yin to attack? With Tian down, the strongest fighter among them, Li Kong and the others were at a loss. Liu Cheng approached the group, asserting, "I will find a way to delay the extraterrestrial creature. You must cover me. Once the opportunity arises, do not hesitate. Strike to eliminate it." Inspired by Liu Cheng's resolute gaze, Fu Yin nodded silently, and Li Kong and the others positioned themselves behind him. The giant mantis swooped down once more. Liu Cheng quickly retrieved a star core fragment from his pack and consumed it, preparing himself for the inevitable injury. The others, unaware of what he had ingested, assumed he had taken food or medicine. However, as the energy from the star core surged through him, Liu Cheng felt a powerful force expanding within his mouth, racing down his throat and into his stomach. He suppressed the urge to retch, managing to keep the fragments down. As the mantis approached, Liu Cheng charged forward without hesitation. The others unleashed their extraordinary abilities in a protective barrage, launching wind blades and fireballs to ensnare the mantis's movements. Yet, the mantis's scythe-like forearms proved remarkably resilient, blocking all incoming attacks, as if they were both a spear and an impenetrable shield. Despite the minor slowdown in its speed, none of the attacks inflicted any real damage. With such formidable destructive power and defense, it was no wonder the mantis prioritized targeting the more capable fighters, Tian and Liu Cheng. Nevertheless, Liu Cheng had prepared himself for severe injury. If Li Kong and the others could merely delay the mantis for a fraction of a moment, it would suffice. With the energy from numerous star core fragments coursing through him, Liu Cheng's extraordinary abilities surged, intensifying within him that he felt an overwhelming heat in his abdomen, as if the very acid in his stomach was ablaze. In the instant the mantis swung its blade toward him, Liu Cheng leaped, propelled by an explosive speed that startled even him. Fortunately, the mantis was large enough. Liu Cheng vaulted over its head and seized one of its wings. Gripping its back, he drew out a laser-cutting dagger and relentlessly hacked at the base of its wing. In pain, the mantis flailed, unable to reach its back with its sharp forearms. It ascended into the sky, attempting to exhaust Liu Cheng's stamina and shake him off. However, the star core fragments he had ingested continuously replenished his energy, allowing him to recover from the brink of exhaustion. The onlookers. It appeared as if the mantis was frantically thrashing in the air, while Liu Cheng remained firmly anchored on its back, refusing to be dislodged. Finally, after countless strikes with the dagger, the mantis's remaining wings could no longer sustain its flight, and both it and Liu Cheng plummeted to the ground. With a resounding crash, they struck the earth, debris scattering. The mantis, disoriented and battered, lay writhing on the ground, its wings severed by Liu Cheng. Although the mantis fell beneath Liu Cheng, the impact still sent him flying several meters away, his insides churning painfully. Not that he fared much better than the mantis. The creature's robust physique, however, allowed it to endure the fall better. Had it not been for the several star core fragments still lodged in his mouth, continuously feeding him energy, Liu Cheng would have likely succumbed to unconsciousness. As soon as they fell, Fu Yin was poised to attack. If he missed this opportunity, he would not be worthy of being the top student in the third year of combat training at Jintuan City. Clenching his left hand around his right wrist, he extended his right hand in a claw-like fashion toward the mantis. The dazzling energy sphere, radiating yellow and white light, coalesced in his palm. Fu Yin shouted, "Kaya!" The others felt a moment of disbelief. Li Kong remarked to a fellow recruit, "Isn't that a line from a comic?" I can't believe he needs to shout to use his powers, that a member of Team 2013 replied with a smirk. You might be right. Our class leader used to shout magic cannon in school. The potent energy transformed into a powerful energy wave, striking the grounded mantis before it could evade, engulfing it and sending it hurtling away. When the energy wave finally dissipated, a wide trench had been carved into the ground before Fu Yin, reaching all the way to the valley wall, where a large cavity appeared that Li Kong gestured for a few others to cautiously approach the opening. Upon seeing the mangled remains of the mantis within, including its severed forearms, they finally relaxed, signaling toward Fu Yin that he wiped the sweat from his brow with his sleeve, exhaling a sigh of relief. Fortunately, it did not miss the mark this time. Otherwise, all of us would have been doomed. Fu Yin plopped down onto the ground and addressed the crowd, saying, I'm fine, just a bit fatigued. You should check on Liu Cheng. As Liu Cheng noticed several people rushing towards him, he hastily expelled the shattered fragments of the star core from his mouth and stowed them back into his bag. Upon retrieving them, he observed that the fragments were noticeably smaller than when he first took them out, likely due to the energy he had expended. This was akin to how star core fragments dissipate once their energy is absorbed. Liu Cheng, are you all right? Li Kong and the others inquired with concern at that moment. Liu Cheng had transformed in their minds from the underperforming energy wielder of Class 27 to a hero brave enough to stand alone and save them. Liu Cheng forced a smile. I feel like all my bones are about to break. Could you please help me over there? Nodding in agreement, two boys came to Liu Cheng's sides, draping his arms over their shoulders and carefully assisting him to where Tian sat, ensuring he was settled comfortably. After arranging the two, Li Kong and the others glanced around at their companions. Originally, nearly 100 members were split between the two small teams, but now only 16 remained. Among them, the two who had exerted the most effort, Liu Cheng and Tian, were both gravely injured. The survival rate of their teams was likely at the bottom for this trial. A wave of anxiety washed over Li Kong and the others as they pondered the harsh realities of the alien battlefield. As Liu Cheng returned to their side, a recovering Tian reached out, intending to return the star core fragments Liu Cheng had given her, only to be gently pushed back by him. Liu Cheng whispered, you should keep using them. Focus on your recovery. Warmed by his words, Tian softly responded with an before closing her eyes to rest. Compared to Liu Cheng and Tian, Fu Yin's situation was considerably better. He was merely exhausted and could stand after a brief rest. Not long after the two squads had dispatched the giant mantis, the sounds of battle erupted from the distant valley came to an abrupt halt. Everyone anxiously turned their gazes toward the valley, eager to discover the victor between Song Zimming and the armored rat bug. When they finally saw Song Zimming emerge from the valley, their hearts collectively eased. Noticing the visibly battle-worn appearance of the group, Song Zimming inquired in surprise, did you encounter alien creatures? Fu Yin nodded and gestured towards the hollow in the mountainside. Approaching to inspect, Song Zimming returned to the group after examining the corpse of the giant mantis and remarked, that was a level 3 alien creature, the stealth mantis. Though it possesses troublesome cloaking abilities, its physical attributes are comparable to that of a level 2 alien creature. It's no wonder you managed to survive and defeat it. At this, the group fell silent, especially the few survivors from Team 2013, but they had been relentlessly pursued by 2 level 3 alien creatures since their landing. Fu Yin shook his head with a wry smile, saying, just our luck. Let us hope a 3rd level 3 alien doesn't show up. Before he could finish, Li Kong and the others quickly covered his mouth and pushed him to the ground. Please, don't say such things, they urged. We've just been chased by level 3 alien creatures since we landed. Having barely finished their warning, they were caught off guard as the stealth mantis broke free. Is your mouth cursed or something? One of them lamented, gasping for breath. After exchanging glances and silently vowing not to speak out again, the group finally released their hold on Fu Yin's face. Catching his breath, Fu Yin wanted to voice his grievances, but the murderous glares from the others silenced him, leading him to silently curse in his heart. Song Zimming gathered the details of the ordeal from the new recruits. Casting a surprised glance at Liu Cheng, Tian, and Fu Yin, his assessment of the trio rose while his evaluation of Li Kong diminished. He perceived Li Kang's leadership skills as limited, not as exceptional as he desired to portray. Nevertheless, among the new recruits, he was still relatively competent. All right, you'll no longer need to continue with the trial. I've contacted the fleet personnel, and a transport ship will be here shortly to retrieve us. For the next few days, you can rest aboard the Qing-class warship until the trial concludes. Upon hearing that they would finally return to the Qing-class warship and no longer have to fight, joy erupted among the group, all exclaiming, "We survived! Hooray!" In that moment, Whether male or female, all the members of the two squads embraced each other in celebration. Chapter 10. Return to the team injured. Liu Cheng turned to Tian Tian with gratitude, saying, "Thank you for saving my life." Leaning comfortably against Liu Cheng's shoulder, Tian Tian, eyes still closed, replied softly, "No need to thank me. The teacher instructed me to look after you." Suddenly, Liu Cheng thought of something. Disregarding his injuries and stood up abruptly, nearly causing Tian Tian to topple over. He limped over to Song Ziming, grinning sheepishly. "Captain Song, I have a question for you, da." Upon seeing Liu Cheng's demeanor, Song Ziming understood what was about to transpire. He pulled out a heart the size of a cow's stomach, wrapped in a plastic bag, and tossed it to Liu Cheng, saying, "You're not thinking of dissecting the armored rat bug's corpse, are you here? I brought you the most valuable part." Accepting the heart, Liu Cheng felt as though his own heart was bleeding, mourning internally for his star core fragments. Still, he forced a smile, saying, "Thank you, Captain Song. You re truly a good person. However, I think I want to become a scavenger in the future, so please don't be so kind next time." Song Ziming's lips twitched. He had encountered greedy individuals before, but never anyone as avaricious as Liu Cheng, who would rather forsake the reputable armed forces for the life of a scavenger. He kicked Liu Cheng playfully in the rear, retorting, "Am I helping you or making a mistake? There is still a stealth mantis corpse over there. Go dissect it yourself." With a wounded spirit, Liu Cheng hurried to the hollow created by Fu Yin, opening his portable computer and accessing the teaching network. He began to dissect the stealth mantis' body, feeling as if he were learning on the fly. The mantis' corpse was already in a state of disarray, with most of its valuable parts damaged. After extracting some internal organs, he finally discovered a star core fragment emitting a soft blue glow nestled within its chest that as expected. The star core fragments from level 2 alien creatures were indeed larger than those from level 1. Liu Cheng had suspected this when he dissected the level 2 steel spike wolf king, and now he found that the size of this star core fragment was roughly 3 times that of one from a level 1 steel spike wolf. Though the energy it contained, by Liu Cheng's rough estimation, was likely more than 20 times greater, approaching an exponential increase. Placing the star core fragment in his bag, Liu Cheng felt significantly uplifted. A quarter of an hour later, an X-2 class rapid transport ship descended nearby. After boarding, they swiftly headed towards the Qin-class warship stationed in the satellite orbit. Although this was not their first time aboard the Qin-class strategic cruiser, it was their inaugural entry into the vessel's interior. Liu Cheng, Fu Yin, and the others appeared somewhat exhilarated. Even Tian Tian tugged at Liu Cheng's clothing, closely following him. After enduring so many days of combat, Liu Cheng had grown accustomed to her vigilant companionship. Moreover, they resembled farmers entering a city for the first time, their eyes darting around, oblivious to the crew members of the Qin-class warship observing them with amused expressions. Outside the ship's hangar, a group of personnel responsible for this trial awaited their arrival. As Song Ziming and the others approached, one military-clad staff member stepped forward and saluted, stating, "Sergeant Song Ziming, the higher-ups have received reports of the 2013 and 2027 teams being attacked by 2 level 3 alien creatures and have approved their early withdrawal from the trial. All recruits participating in the trial are to submit their combat records for review by the assessment team." With that, 2 soldiers approached Fu Yin and the others, copying the combat data recorded in their equipment. Liu Cheng felt uneasy. If news of his ability to obtain star core fragments through dissection leaked out, it might invite trouble. Noticing Liu Cheng's hesitation, the staff member reassured him, "The chip records certain data during your battles and remains inactive at other times. You can rest assured about your privacy." Liu Cheng breathed a sigh of relief and cooperatively completed the transfer of his battle data. After the 2 staff members collected the information and returned to their group, the lead military staff member nodded, saying, "Thank you for your hard work. Next, other fleet personnel will escort you to your respective rest quarters. Additionally, facilities for dining, entertainment, communication, and trading will be made available to you. The trial is expected to conclude within 2 to 3 days, so you can take this time to rest." After this, he saluted again, and Song Ziming and Liu Cheng responded in kind as they exited the ship's hangar. A staff member, adorned in a short-skirted fleet uniform, with a voice and appearance as sweet as honey, extended her hand to guide Liu Cheng and the others, saying, "Dear new recruits, you have worked hard. Please follow me to the rest area." The group was filled with excitement, not solely due to the alluring figure of their guide, but also because of the refreshing sense of embarking on a new chapter of life after returning from the battlefield. Upon encountering such a stunning fleet staff member, Tian Tian tightened her grip on Liu Cheng's sleeve. However, Liu Cheng did not feel confident about confronting her, so he allowed her to pull him along in silence. As they arrived at the rest area, the corridor of the spaceship transitioned to a calming white hue. The corridor, 6 meters wide, could accommodate both fleet personnel and small cargo vehicles, every 10 meters along the walls. Doors to resting pods appeared, each adorned with a display screen indicating the room numbers. Some screens displayed the names of the occupants, while others indicated availability. The guide, with her melodic voice, addressed the group. You may choose any available room in Rest Area 97. Each room can accommodate up to 2 individuals, but if you prefer solitude, that is perfectly acceptable. The weary recruits, all in need of a hot shower after returning from the battlefield, were unanimous in their desire for privacy and opted for single occupancy. Just as Liu Cheng was about to enter a room, Tian tugged at the hem of his clothing from behind. Liu Cheng turned, puzzled, and asked, "What is it?" Tian whispered, "I want to share a room with you." "Excuse me?" Liu Cheng thought he had misheard and inquired again. "What did you just say?" Feeling a tad embarrassed, Tian bit her lip and repeated softly, "I want to share a room with you." Coincidentally, her second utterance coincided with the moment everyone else was preparing to enter their respective rooms, resulting in all ears catching her words. Though her voice was soft, it reverberated like thunder down the corridor of the 97th rest area. Everyone froze, mouths agape, staring at the pair. When did this happen, and why weren't we informed? And you two have already taken this step toward cohabitation. They were all fresh high school graduates, wondering why there was such a disparity between them and the duo. Ahem, you two. Keep it down tonight. We promise not to eavesdrop. Fu Yin, unaware of the interpersonal dynamics within Liu Cheng's class, assumed the two were a couple. After a mock cough, he tactfully retreated into the rest pod. The others followed suit, offering their blessings before hastily entering their rooms. That moment. Only Liu Cheng and Tian remained in the corridor, along with the alluring fleet staff member. The guide blushed slightly and said to Liu Cheng, "Well, you two should rest well, that I have other duties to attend to." With that, she hurriedly departed. Left in a state of confusion, Liu Cheng turned to Tian, unable to comprehend the commotion. "You really don't need to keep an eye on me. This isn't a battlefield, and there's no danger here." That he hesitated. "Actually, I have other matters I wish to discuss with you." Noticing Tian's hesitance, Liu Cheng assumed she wanted to talk about the star core fragments. Realizing that such a topic was inappropriate for public discussion, he nodded. "All right, let's share a room." Tian, blushing, followed Liu Cheng into the room. "By the way, Tian, do you know where I can purchase star core fragments?" Tian, sullen, replied faintly to Liu Cheng, "Don't ask me." Liu Cheng felt rebuffed and muttered, "If you don't want to say, then just don't be so fierce." The others, puzzled, turned to Fu Yin. Fu Yin quietly explained, "You don't understand, right? She must think Liu Cheng isn't gentle enough." Thus, he instructed, "In the future, you should first do this, then do that." While everyone ate breakfast, they listened intently. After finishing their meal, Liu Cheng approached the charming fleet officer from the previous day. Politely inquiring, "Miss, do you know where I might trade in items like alien biological organs?" The young lady, still unmarried, blushed upon recognizing Liu Cheng, who had shared a resting area with the female team member yesterday, and said, "If you wish to trade, you can go to the trading area on the battleship. There, you will find both military traders and interstellar merchants docked at the battleship. You can trade for weapons, equipment, or everyday goods." Liu Cheng expressed his gratitude. "Thank you, miss. You are truly beautiful, and I didn't expect you to be so kind. That you're welcome. Your girlfriend is also very pretty," she replied. Liu Cheng, puzzled, thought, "Where did I get a girlfriend?" Since yesterday, he felt like he often misunderstood what others were saying. However, the matter of making money was pressing, so he shrugged it off and hurried towards the trading area on the battleship. The resting area of the battleship featured wide corridors, while the trading area was a vast square. This square was located within the battleship, with 3 sides and the ceiling made of metallic walls. While one side was composed of transparent battleship glass, providing a direct view of the cosmic landscape outside. The trading area resembled a bustling marketplace Liu Cheng had visited with his family during his childhood. With each stall serving as a trading point, interstellar merchants had to pay a stall fee to the fleet group. The military's trading point occupied the best and largest central position. Tian had mentioned that the military required traders to register their information. Thus, Liu Cheng decided to sell all the alien biological organs he had collected from the alien battlefield, postponing the sale of star core fragments for a later transaction in the black market. As he gazed at the myriad of goods at the various trading points, Liu Cheng momentarily felt overwhelmed. Noticing him, a staff member from the fleet approached and asked, "Is this your first time trading in this area? Are you planning to sell or buy?" Liu Cheng nodded. Yes, it's my first time that I intend to sell some alien biological organs and then take a look around. The staff member smiled. In that case, I recommend you visit the military trading point. They offer special discounts to soldiers for both buying and selling. That's so. Thank you. After expressing his gratitude to the enthusiastic staff member, Liu Cheng made his way to the military trading point. Hello, I wish to sell these alien biological organs, he said, placing 3 large bags on the trading table. Previously, his kind classmates had helped him carry these bags on the battlefield. However, after absorbing many star core fragments, Liu Cheng's strength was now on par with his other ability-wielding classmates. Carrying them alone no longer felt burdensome. Behind the trading table at the military point stood a robust man with a goatee, clearly an experienced veteran. Upon seeing Liu Cheng, dressed in new recruit attire, present so many alien biological organs, he curiously asked, "Newbie, did you hunt all these alien creatures by yourself?" Liu Cheng replied, "They were hunted by both of our teams." "I thought so. Please wait a moment. I need to count these." The veteran began to extract the sealed containers of alien biological organs from the bags, scanning each one with a specialized device. The scanner displayed the names, qualities, and corresponding purchase prices of the organs, summing them all up. Soon, the veteran finished counting and said to Liu Cheng, "A total of 23,540. As a new recruit, you have a special discount of 2 points. The final purchase price is 24,011. Would you prefer cash or a bank transfer? Transfer. And please provide me with a transaction receipt." While the veteran processed the transaction, Liu Cheng glanced at the firearms displayed on the weapon shelf. That he had realized the importance of firepower during previous battles. Unfortunately, he lacked the formidable ability-based offensive capabilities of others. And the standard kinetic rifle issued to new recruits had limited power. Suddenly, a sniper rifle caught Liu Cheng's eye. The sniper was painted in an icy blue hue, measuring approximately 1.3 meters in length. Noticing Liu Cheng's fascination, the veteran said, "That pulse sniper rifle is called Deep Blue. It has a maximum pulse charge of 200% and can easily penetrate the armor of second-level alien creatures and some third-level ones. It is the latest model released by the RD department." Liu Cheng nodded and inquired, "How much does that rifle cost?" The veteran stroked his goatee and replied, "After discounts, it is 250,000. Of course, you can exchange it for merit points." Merit points? Yes, the military grants merit points based on the combat data you submit to acquire that rifle. You would need to eliminate 250 first-level alien creatures, or 2.5 second-level ones. "I see, but I currently don't have enough merit points." "Haha, that makes sense. You seem to be a new recruit participating in the training mission. Once you've spent some time in the unit, you'll accumulate enough." Back in the resting area, Liu Cheng gathered his friends, showing them the transaction receipt as proof of his integrity. After a discussion, they decided to transfer the money under the name of Class 27 from Tianjin City, requesting that their homeroom teacher distribute it to the families of the deceased. Although the amount was modest, it represented their heartfelt intentions. As for Fu Yin and the others, they remained unaware of this income. Despite suffering more casualties than Liu Cheng's group, the meager sum was insufficient to be divided among dozens of people. Upon learning the amount, Tian cast a sidelong glance at Liu Cheng, thinking him stingy. She was aware that he possessed many star core fragments. Liu Cheng, feeling guilty under Tian's gaze, avoided eye contact with her throughout the day. Chapter 13. How did I end up confessing? That evening, Fu Yin suggested to the group, "Since we've shared hardships as comrades, shall we go sing karaoke tonight to relax?" The others immediately agreed, but Liu Cheng declined, saying, "You all go ahead. I want to stay in my room and study online." Recently, Liu Cheng had been dedicating his time to learning about the anatomy of alien creatures. His ambition to become a scavenger was evident to everyone. Seeing Liu Cheng still focused on studying while others relaxed, Fu Yin thought to himself, "No wonder he can recognize creatures I don't even know." That he couldn't help but admire Liu Cheng's dedication. Unbeknownst to them, Liu Cheng only studied online when others were present. During his alone time, he absorbed energy from the star core fragments. After all, ability users had 2 paths to grow stronger. One was through combat to enhance their internal energy levels, and the other was by continuously absorbing items rich in energy, such as star cores or star core fragments. Tian understood Liu Cheng's mindset and had some matters she wished to discuss with him. Thus, she addressed the group, "I'm not going either. I'm a bit tired and want to rest early." The others exchanged knowing glances to Fu Yin, being the top student and class leader, skillfully remarked, "In that case, we won't disturb your rest. Everyone, let us head out." As he spoke, he kept signaling to the others. They understood the cue and quickly left for the entertainment area on the battleship. After Liu Cheng and Tian returned to their room, Liu Cheng entered the resting pod and sat cross-legged to absorb the energy from the star core fragments, seeing Liu Cheng ignore her. Tian asked, Liu Cheng, with so many star core fragments, why not sell a few and send the money to the families of our fallen classmates? Liu Cheng opened his eyes, a hint of confusion on his face, and replied, first, if I sell them now, it would expose my possession of star core fragments. This is my secret, and only you know it. I don't want anyone else to find out. Second, why should I do that? Am I that close to them? Tian was taken aback by his words, feeling a surge of anger that we've been classmates for 3 years. How can you say something like that? Classmates. Liu Cheng paused, absorbing energy, and looked at Tian, saying, Tian, I admit you've been nice to me, that's why I was willing to use star core fragments to heal you. But how did they treat me for 3 years in high school? Do you know how many disdainful looks I endured? How much bullying I faced? Of course, you wouldn't know that AS, the top student and class leader, Tian was well regarded, while Liu Cheng found himself at the bottom of the class. Labeled as a waste. Naturally, Tian was unaware of Liu Cheng's plight. Even when classmates bullied him, they would refrain from doing so in front of a diligent student like her. Thus, Tian, who had always been favored by those around her, remained oblivious to the darker side of her peers. She believed that every classmate was amiable and that no one would ever bully the weak. Unable to empathize with Liu Cheng's situation, she scoffed, saying, I think you only care about money. If I had known you were so greedy, I wouldn't have bothered to protect you. Coming from a privileged background, she harbored a disdain for those who prioritized wealth above all else. Liu Cheng chuckled coldly and replied, My little princess, my esteemed class leader. Although I am unaware of your family's business, I assume you are not lacking in financial resources. You probably visit Disneyland every semester and embark on interstellar travels each year. Am I wrong? That's not true. Tian's first instinct was to refute him. However, upon reflection, she realized he might have a point and asked, So what if I do? Of course, it makes no difference. You wealthy individuals always prioritize your own noble character as your foremost objective. You would never face starvation. But have you ever imagined how those of us from impoverished families live? My father was an employee at a mechanical repair shop, earning only 4,500 galactic coins a month, which our entire family relied on to survive. Last year, he fell ill with lung cancer due to harsh working conditions. Although cancer is treatable nowadays, the medical expenses are astronomical for families like ours. Unable to afford treatment, my father endures daily suffering in the hospital, receiving only palliative care. Initially, we managed with employee insurance, but once my father's company learned of his illness, they dismissed him the very next day under some pretext. Their large corporation employs a legion of lawyers for protection, while we, the impoverished, cannot even afford the most inept lawyer, leaving us with no means to seek justice. The do you think I, a so-called waste, would willingly risk my life by joining the military? Do you think I lack the dignity to remain in class and drag everyone down, thus refusing to transfer schools? Do you think I would hesitate to sell my star core fragments and donate more to the families of fallen classmates to elevate my own nobility? The truth is, those fragments are my father's lifeline. They represent our family's daily sustenance, that I have a talented younger sister who is about to enter high school, that if I do not save money for her tuition, will I just stand by and watch her be bullied and looked down upon like I have been? Faced with Liu Cheng's relentless questioning, Tian fell silent. That I'm sorry, Liu Cheng, I had no idea your family was in such distress. Why didn't you tell me sooner? I could have helped you. And how would you help? Do you intend to give me money? Liu Cheng's incredulity was palpable. Tian longed to say yes, but she understood that due to her shyness, their interactions had been minimal. Any normal person would not expect a classmate with whom they had a casual relationship to offer substantial financial assistance. Noticing her silence, Liu Cheng continued, Am I wrong? I could never deceive you, the only daughter of a wealthy family, with sweet words to gain your affection or wealth. Seeing Liu Cheng's angry expression, Tian realized her sincerity and good intentions might have trampled on another's pride. Feeling a pang of guilt, she eventually confessed, I speak very little in class and am not particularly warm toward others. Everyone assumes I am aloof and indifferent. Liu Cheng, perplexed, asked, Isn't that so? Tian continued. Actually, it isn't that my father has always been strict with my upbringing, forcing me to study and forbidding me from playing with other children. That as a result, I have very few friends. That why reticence stems from shyness. I struggled to communicate and express my thoughts. That it was only upon meeting you, realizing you two had no friends, that I felt we might be kindred spirits. That her words, Liu Cheng felt a flicker of surprise. He thought to himself, Thank you. Despite the ridicule he faced as a so-called waste, He knew that she quietly worked hard alone on the playground until dusk after school. "Did you watch me?" Liu Cheng asked, bewildered. Tun, embarrassed, replied, "I accidentally saw you through the window one day after school." Liu Cheng pondered. Indeed, the classroom's westernmost window offered a view of the playground's corner, but he nodded for her to continue. "Every time I saw your diligence, I felt an unsettling urge to support you and realized I too should strive to improve myself. Eventually, this feeling grew stronger, and I realized I had developed feelings for you." With that confession, Tian shyly lowered her head. "Wait, what?" Liu Cheng was taken aback. "Aren't you the one who stood on moral high ground to condemn me? Why the sudden confession?" Thus he asked, "So, you protected me not to fulfill the teacher's request. But because you like me?" Tian remained silent, her head nodding slightly as she dared not meet his gaze in that moment. Liu Cheng understood everything, and no wonder she insisted on sharing a resting room with him. No wonder he often felt lost during conversations with others. Suddenly, he felt a surge of warmth, realizing they were alone together. Chapter 14. Filling out applications. If one were to extract Liu Cheng's thoughts concerning romance, one would find them utterly devoid of such sentiments. Realizing her slip of the tongue, Tian's face flushed as red as a ripe fruit. She hastily declared, "I need to sleep," and scurried into the resting chamber, leaving Liu Cheng unable to focus on absorbing star core fragments for the rest of the night. The following day, with all scanners on the planet failing to detect any extraterrestrial life forms, the 13-day training mission for new recruits officially concluded that a total of 397 teams participated, with 395 returning, 2 teams completely annihilated. The survival rate among returning teams ranged from 48 to 4.in total. 13,027 new recruits perished, and 15 supervising soldiers lost their lives. Planet ST-1378 has been cleared, awaiting command from the brigade leader. After reporting the mission summary, officers in the command chamber, Li Ronghao and Zhao Gang, stood at the forefront. The communication devices transmitted the visuals to every resting chamber's holographic screen aboard the Qing-class warship. "Congratulations to all new recruits for successfully surviving this mission. Next, you will be ranked based on the points earned by your teams and individually, which will determine your allocation choices. Teams ranked in the top 100 will receive an additional 100 merit points per member as a reward, with an extra 100 points for every 10 ranks gained. The top 1,000 individuals can choose their allocation direction, with higher-ranked individuals having priority that if the quota is full, those ranked lower will be reassigned. Individuals ranked beyond 1,000 will have no choice and will be reassigned directly. Please submit your allocation forms by the end of today. Late submissions will not be accepted." After listening to the brigade leader's address, Liu Cheng searched for his and his teammates' information on the ranking list. To his surprise, his rank was over 900. While Team 2027 was ranked 97, he was taken aback and glanced at the points breakdown, realizing that the points they received were divided from the sacrifices of their fallen comrades. Clearly, their team's casualty rate had been relatively high during this mission. What surprised Liu Cheng even more was Fu Yan's rank. He was first on the personal leaderboard, a remarkable feat given the participation of over 20,000 recruits. However, it was understandable, as the third-level extraterrestrial creature they had slain, the stealth mantis, awarded them a whopping 100 points, equivalent to the points earned for killing 100 first-level extraterrestrial beings at 18 noon. The new recruits from Team 2027 and Team 2013 gathered in the dining area for a meal together. Having fought alongside each other against the stealth mantis and spent several days in close quarters, they had formed deep friendships. The Fu Yin curiously asked, "Were you all planning to allocate yourselves?" Li Kong chuckled self-deprecatingly. "I applied to join the fleet. I used to think I had some leadership skills, but after meeting you, I realized I'm far from it." "Oh, really? And what about the rest of you?" Fu Yin inquired around the table. Some mentioned they were opting for command systems, others for the fleet, with most choosing the latter. After all, compared to the command system, joining the fleet seemed less daunting. After asking a dozen people, he found that none chose to remain in combat units. This was understandable, as the training mission had made them acutely aware of the battlefield's brutal reality, while pay in combat units was significantly higher than in command systems and fleets. No one wished to gamble with their lives. However, it is certain that not everyone will have their wishes fulfilled, that a considerable number of individuals, due to their lower rankings, will be assigned to ground combat units. Liu Cheng, what about you? Liu Cheng, while chewing on beef jerky, responded, "I have chosen to remain in the combat unit. This decision is the result of a morning filled with contemplation that he believes that given his abilities, the most suitable profession for him is that of a scavenger, but that would be a choice for after his discharge. For now, to maximize his chances of encountering alien biological corpses, it is preferable to stay on the front lines." Only in this way can he dissect alien remains to obtain star core fragments, thereby continuing to grow stronger. Although there is a risk to life, after enduring 3 years as a waste energy user and a family unable to contribute financially, Liu Cheng understands that it is impossible to reap great rewards without taking some risks. After careful consideration, he believes it is wiser not to disclose the specifics of his abilities, as he foresees a 95% probability of losing his freedom should he reveal them, becoming a mere instrument for the ruthless dissection of star core fragments. Upon hearing that Liu Cheng had chosen to stay in the combat unit, everyone was taken aback. They compared their own choices, made out of fear of danger, to Liu Cheng's courage, which left each of them feeling somewhat ashamed. That Fu Yin couldn't help but ponder silently as he and Tian finished packing their bags and slipped on their shoes. The doorbell rang. Liu Cheng opened the door to find the formidable figure of Sergeant Song Ziming standing outside. The two immediately stood at attention and saluted. "Captain Song, what brings you here?" Liu Cheng inquired. Song Ziming replied, "You two need not report to the hangar. Just follow me. From today onward, you will be under my command." Liu Cheng was taken aback. While he could comprehend being assigned alongside Tian, after all, she had chosen to follow him wherever he went, he had expected to first report to the frontline units before being assigned to a smaller team. How had he ended up directly under Song Ziming? Perhaps Song Ziming had requested specific personnel from above. Liu Cheng felt this was highly plausible. As they trailed behind Song Ziming down the corridor, he raised his hand and said, "Wait, there's one more person." Liu Cheng then watched as Song Ziming pressed the doorbell to Fu Yan's room. Fu Yan, already packed, emerged and saluted Song Ziming before enthusiastically greeting Liu Cheng and Tian. Liu Cheng, Tian. What a coincidence. We've all been assigned to Captain Song's team. Curiosity piqued, Liu Cheng asked, "Fu Yan, weren't you ranked first in individual points? Why were you assigned to the combat unit?" "Oh, I volunteered to stay with Tian. Just as she filled out her application. So, I ended up in the combat unit as well." Liu Cheng grumbled, "What a coincidence indeed. This is clearly a result of some deliberate arrangement. By the way, do I owe you money? Are you following me now?" Chapter 16. Wolf Squad. The reason new recruits were first assembled at the Army Group before being assigned to various combat teams was due to the vastness of the defensive star regions. With each team stationed on different planets, it was impractical for the flying units to dispatch a transport ship for every 2 or 3 soldiers. Not to mention, the availability of ships and pilots was limited, and such inefficient resource allocation was ill-advised. Song Ziming was one of the most capable sergeants in Li Ronghao's Iron Blood Regiment and had amassed a degree of respect among the squad leaders. Coincidentally, during the fleet's journey to and from the target planet and the Army headquarters, they would pass near the planet where his squad was stationed. Thus, he had come to participate in this training mission aboard his small spacecraft. Liu Cheng and the others saved time by traveling directly to the squad station with Song Ziming. The advantages of a small spacecraft included its compact size, fuel efficiency, agility, and speed. However, it could only accommodate 2 passengers and could not perform spatial jumps. As the Qing-class warship emerged from the wormhole and approached the star region of Song Ziming's squad, he piloted his craft away from the hangar, carrying Liu Cheng and the others toward the planet where his squad was stationed. Inside the small spacecraft, Song Ziming activated the autopilot, propping his legs on the dashboard and reclining in his seat while puffing on a cigar. Adjusting the seat back for comfort, he found it unresponsive. Irritated, he nudged the seat back with his elbow and snapped at Liu Cheng and the others. "Could you lean back a bit?" The seat back 1T reclined, otherwise that all right, Liu Cheng replied, leaning back. Tian, who was seated across his lap, tightened her embrace around his neck. Fu Yin, standing against the wall and gripping the overhead luggage racks, felt his legs growing numb. He regretted his decision to remain in the combat unit instead of opting for a comfortable command position. "Get ready to land. Hold on tight," Song Ziming announced. 3 hours later, they finally arrived at the planet where Song Ziming's squad was stationed. The planet's surface was almost entirely covered in yellow sand, with visible sandstorms sweeping across it. Liu Cheng asked in confusion, "Why did our squad choose to station on such a planet? It doesn't seem very hospitable." Song Ziming explained, "This planet is codenamed ST44732, with over 90% of its surface being desert. Clear weather lasts less than a third of the year, and its size is 5 times that of Earth, housing 300,000 troops and 240,000 permanent residents. It is rich in minerals and energy resources, and most residents are family members of mining company employees. It holds significant strategic importance for the Galactic Human United Government. Over there is our base. Prepare to disembark." Song Ziming pointed toward a long, wall-like metal fortress amidst the desert. The spacecraft descended slowly in front of the fortress's entrance. Before stepping off, Song Ziming wrapped a thin scarf around his neck and remarked to Liu Cheng and the others, "You're in luck. There's no sandstorm today. Otherwise, you would have certainly been eating sand." Liu Cheng and the others found themselves speechless, thinking that he hadn't given them any prior warning about potential sandstorms. Perhaps hoping they would chow down on some sand. With their bags slung over their shoulders, Liu Cheng and Tian followed Song Ziming out of the small spacecraft to Fuyin, his legs still numb. Wobbled out last, as Song Ziming looked up at the fortress's surveillance camera. The red alert lights on the heavy metal door illuminated, and the thick protective door began to slide open slowly. Upon entering the fortress, they were greeted by a pungent mixture of gunpowder and oil. As the heavy metal door closed behind them, a towering, muscular man approached them. Liu Cheng had thought Song Ziming was imposing. But this man's physique truly redefined the concept of robust. With a broad, welcoming smile, the muscular man strode forward and enveloped Song Ziming in a bear hug. "Captain, you're finally back. While you were gone, no one wanted to arm wrestle with me. I was nearly bored to death. Hey, are these little ones your relatives? They don't seem to match your size." Once released from the embrace, Song Ziming brushed off his clothes in distaste and replied, "These are the new recruits personally assigned to our squad by the regiment commander that go fetch the others so we can introduce ourselves." "Sure thing, I'll call them," the muscular man declared, taking a deep breath before bellowing. "Wolf Squad, assemble." Liu Cheng and the others quickly covered their ears, yet they were still left with a ringing in their ears from the man's thunderous voice that in no time, 2 men and a woman emerged from the base. The woman had short hair and was dressed in a white lab coat over a black turtleneck sweater, her slender figure accentuated in all the right places, and she appeared to be in her 20s. With blood from an unknown species staining her hands. Among the 2 men, one sported a punk style with spiky hair, resembling a frizzy hedgehog, while the other wore tight, athletic gear and sported goggles on his forehead. Looking rather dazed and appearing to be the most normal of the bunch. Although they were soldiers under Song Ziming, they behaved quite casually in his presence. The goggle-wearing man plopped down on an ammunition crate and asked, "Captain, what is up? Let us wrap this up quickly, so I can return to my nap." Lighting another cigar, Song Ziming addressed them. "These are the new recruits assigned to our squad. Introduce yourselves." The punk-haired man scrutinized Liu Cheng and the others, asking, "Captain, did you offend the regiment commander again? How else would we end up with these 3 little ones?" Fuyin and Tian bristled at the punk's words, standing a bit taller with defiance. Liu Cheng, however, sensed something amiss in the punk's statement. What did he mean by offending the commander again? Was this a frequent occurrence? The woman in the lab coat interjected, "You have the audacity to mock others as little ones. Yet we all remember how you acted when you first joined our squad." The punk seemed to recall some painful memory, covering his face and pleading, "Dagger, my dear Dagger, I was wrong. Please let us not go there." The muscular man nearby let out a hearty laugh, clapping the goggle-wearing man on the back with such force that it nearly sent him tumbling off the ammunition crate. Taking a puff from his cigar, Song Ziming said, "All right, save the banner for later. Let us finish introductions quickly, so I can take the new recruits around the base. Fuyin, you go first with that." Fuyin stepped forward, standing at attention, a bit anxious as he stated, "I am Fuyin. My ability allows me to accumulate a large amount of energy within my body over time, though the specific conditions remain unknown. In high school, I served as the class monitor and ranked first in my grade for 3 consecutive years. In this training mission, I achieved first place in individual points, upon hearing the first recruit's impressive credentials." The others expressed mild surprise, though it was only a flicker. The muscular man remarked, "Ranking first in the training mission is commendable. However, you need to eat more meat. You must grow as strong as I am. Otherwise, when we reach the alien battlefields, you'll be torn to shreds by extraterrestrial creatures." Very well. Fuyin swallowed hard and quietly stepped back into the line. Next, Tian took a step forward and calmly introduced herself. "I am Tian. Possessing ice-type abilities. During high school, I served as the class president, and my personal score ranking for this trial mission is 301. Chapter 17. Special Forces and Ground Forces, another class president from high school." The crowd thought, it seems the captain has not offended the commander after all. Presumably, the third person will not be lacking either. The burly man nodded in satisfaction and remarked, "A ranking of over 300 in the trial mission is still commendable. However, you, being a girl, appear somewhat frail. It would be wise to consume more meat. Otherwise, on the alien battlefield, you might end up being torn apart by the extraterrestrial creatures." Tian frowned slightly and silently returned to the line. The last to introduce himself was Liu Cheng, who felt a bit nervous. However, reflecting on his 3 years of being at the bottom of his high school class, he realized he could not embarrass himself further and stepped forward confidently to say, "I am Liu Cheng, with a personal score ranking of 911. My ability is that of a nullifier. A nullifier." And he was at the bottom. Liu Cheng spoke with such calm confidence that it left a few veterans baffled. The burly man shook his head, saying, "You should eat more meat. Otherwise, when you reach the alien battlefield and are torn apart by extraterrestrial beings, there will be no opportunity left to eat." The one with the spiky head pointed at Liu Cheng and asked, "Captain, is this kid really not your relative who slipped in through the back door?" Song Zimming shot him a glare and replied, "What? Do you want to go to the sandy ground and catch the autumn wind?" "I was just joking, Captain. Don't take it seriously." The spiky-headed one quickly retracted his head and waved his hands, inwardly musing that Liu Cheng might very well be the captain's illegitimate child. However, if that's the case, the child must have grown up quite rapidly, suggesting the captain matured early. Seeing the spiky head's expression, Song Zimming realized he was not thinking positively and addressed the group. These 3 performed exceptionally in this trial mission and together defeated a level 3 hidden mantis. Do not bully the newcomers. After Liu Cheng and the others finished their introductions, the burly man was the first among the veterans to introduce himself. "I am Wang Zhuang, with abilities in the enhancement category. Codenamed Iron Wall. You can call me Big Zhuang." Codename? The 3 of Liu Cheng displayed puzzled expressions. Song Zimming explained, the types of abilities among ability users are too varied, so everyone adopts a codename related to their abilities. This way, they do not have to expose their real names and can establish a reputation within the community of ability users. Most importantly, it allows teammates in combat to quickly remember each other's abilities. "I see." The 3 of Liu Cheng exchanged glances, realizing they too should come up with code names for themselves. Tian Tiantian's code name was straightforward, given her clear abilities. However, Liu Cheng and Fu Yin faced a bit of a dilemma, as neither was quite sure of their specific capabilities. "I am Sonic, a name my father gave me based on an anime character. My ability belongs to the lightning category, codenamed Electric Mouse. You can call me Spiky Ball or Hedgehog. But do not call me Mouse." After the spiky-headed one finished, the man with glasses said, "I am Li Lei, with enhancement abilities codenamed Speedster. You can just call me Speedster." The trio of Liu Cheng nodded. The final introduction came from a girl in a lab coat and glasses. She pushed her glasses up with her middle finger and stated, "I am Han Mimi, with healing abilities, codenamed Scalpel. You may call me Doctor or Scalpel. But do not call me Knife." Liu Cheng and the others were puzzled as to why the spiky ball could call her that, but they still wisely nodded in agreement. "All right, you all should attend to your own matters. Liu Cheng, the 3 of you come with me. I will introduce you to the Wolf Battle Base. This is the dining area, this is the recreation room, and this is the resting area." Song Zimming led Liu Cheng and the others on a leisurely tour of the base while explaining. When they arrived at a lookout tower, Song Zimming pointed to a distant military camp that was several hundred times larger than theirs and said, "The ground combat forces are divided into 2 types. One is the special forces, primarily composed of us ability users, also known as ability squads. The other is the ground combat forces, like that military camp over there, primarily made up of ordinary people without abilities. The firepower of the ground combat forces relies mainly on mechanized technology, supplemented by some weaker ability users. In contrast, the combat power of the special forces is primarily based on abilities, with mechanical equipment as a supplement. Although our special forces and ground forces belong to the same military unit, generally, a ground combat regiment will be accompanied by 1 to several special squads. The 2 types of forces complement each other." After Song Zimming finished speaking, Tian raised her hand, recalling the first rule Song Zimming had established for them. Song Zimming replied, "You may ask questions." Tian inquired, "What is the reason for this configuration? Isn't there some conflict involved?" Song Zimming countered, "If our ability squad were to engage in a head-on battle with the ground combat regiment over there, which side do you think would emerge victorious? Surely the ground combat regiment would win, given that under the barrage of large-scale artillery, even a mid-level ability user would struggle to survive." Tian responded. Song Zimming nodded and continued, "Now, what if our ability squad dispersed to avoid direct confrontation and continuously ambush the ground combat regiment?" Tian pondered before answering, "I believe the ground combat regiment would still prevail. Although our dispersion would hinder their large-scale artillery from concentrating fire, they have the advantage in numbers and are on the defensive. After incurring some casualties, they should still be able to defeat us." Song Zimming was once again pleased with Tian's response and asked, "What if the opposing regiment faced not just our 10-man squad, but hundreds or even thousands of ability users?" Tian replied, "In that case, the opposing side would undoubtedly have no chance of winning. However, although the number of ability users is considerable, there are still more non-ability users. To make Captain Song's hypothesis valid, replacing ability users with extraterrestrial beings would be more plausible to this point. Tion, and the others immediately grasped the essence of Song Ziming's message. Indeed, in a direct confrontation, the large-scale mechanized ground combat forces hold a significant advantage. However, extraterrestrial beings not only outnumber them, but also include those with particularly troublesome abilities. The hidden mantis they encountered during their trial mission was one such example. If it were merely an invisibility ability, it could be countered with individual detection equipment. Yet if they faced extraterrestrial beings capable of launching electromagnetic pulses, teleporting, or exerting mind control over non-ability users, relying solely on overwhelming firepower would not suffice. At that moment, it would be the ability users of our special forces who would come into play. Tion, and Fuyin nodded, but Liu Cheng asked in confusion, what if we encounter extraterrestrial beings that even our special forces cannot defeat? Song Ziming took a deep breath from his cigar and extinguished the remaining end, tossing it onto the floor. Soon, a cleaning robot scurried over to collect the remnants. That he looked at Liu Cheng seriously and said, in such circumstances, our special forces must do everything in our power to withstand the attacks of these unique extraterrestrial beings until we can ensure the evacuation of the civilians and the ground forces. Only then can we leave. Until that time, even if we must perish, we will do so in front of them. Song Ziming's gaze was resolute, and his expression was quite intimidating to Fuyin, feeling somewhat uncomfortable. Attempted to ease the atmosphere by changing the subject. By the way, Captain, I remember you mentioned that a special squad consists of 10 members. Why is it that we only see for veterans? Including the 3 of us newcomers and you, there are only 8 people. Song Ziming replied nonchalantly, originally, the Wolf Squad had 10 members. Last month, during an assault by extraterrestrial beings, 5 veterans perished, aside from the 3 of you newcomers. 2 more should arrive in a few days. Fuyin exclaimed. What? Chapter 18. Honor the Beast Tide refers to a large-scale offensive attack launched by one or more types of extraterrestrial beings that gather in massive numbers to charge at humanity. Even for well-equipped army groups, a significant beast tide poses a considerable threat. Fuyin initially intended to lighten the mood, yet the atmosphere grew even more somber. Liu Cheng inquired, how often do these beast tides strike this planet? Time was his primary concern. That as long as there was time, he could dissect the extraterrestrial beings to extract core fragments and gradually grow stronger. That's quite uncertain. Sometimes it happens once a year, and other times once a month. Song Ziming continued. Although there is no regularity in the intervals, extraterrestrial beings are not simply born from rocks. They require time to reproduce. Last year, there was no beast tide. But in the past few months, there have been 3 consecutive assaults. It was during the 3rd beast tide that the ground forces were unable to respond promptly due to their rest period. Our Wolf Squad sacrificed 5 brothers in order to buy time for the ground forces deployment. Therefore, do not assume that there will not be a second wave of attacks from the extraterrestrial creatures just because the first assault has just occurred. Some of these alien beings possess intelligence surpassing that of humans, and they are quite tactical in their approach. Although Song Ziming spoke lightly of the matter, Liu Cheng and the others could discern the underlying difficulty and peril. With a mere 10 soldiers, they stood against a beast tide that would require a well-equipped ground force of 300,000 to withstand, ultimately leading to the sacrifice of 5. What kind of resolute and disciplined team must that be to achieve such a feat? Noticing the somber expressions on Liu Cheng and the others, Song Ziming reassured them. Rest assured. After 3 consecutive beast tide assaults, the surviving extraterrestrial creatures on this planet have suffered severe losses. At least for the next 6 months, they will not initiate another wave. The ground forces camp is situated 10 kilometers away from the Wolf Squad's fortress base. The location of the ground forces base is strategically positioned to defend the plains where the civilian cities are located. While the Wolf Squad's fortress is built in a small valley on the side of the civilian city to guard against attacks from the valley. After introducing the Wolf base, Song Ziming drove the hover vehicle towards the direction of the ground forces barracks, instructing Liu Cheng and the others. Once we arrive at the ground forces, someone will guide you into the city. You 3 can explore a bit and return before dark. As they traveled, Song Ziming reminded them, and then Fuyin asked in confusion, I still don't understand. While we were covering the evacuation of civilians, that was one thing, but why did we also have to cover the retreat of the ground soldiers? The hover vehicle sped across the endless yellow sand. All 4 of them wore headscarves, making it difficult for Song Ziming to smoke. He pondered for a moment before explaining. First and foremost, it is because our remuneration is significantly higher. Thus we are tasked with more responsibilities than they are. Liu Cheng and the others nodded in agreement, knowing that the Special Operations Team offered abilities users' salaries 5 to 10 times that of the ground soldiers. This was also why they could recruit such talented individuals. Furthermore, any spoils acquired during battle belonged entirely to the abilities users themselves. Otherwise, they could easily find high-paying jobs elsewhere. How could the Special Operations Team compete with those larger corporations? Secondly, it is likely due to a sense of honor. Sense of honor. Seeing that Liu Cheng and the others did not fully grasp the concept, Song Ziming added, "Once you arrive at the ground forces, you should gain some understanding that the barracks of the ground forces. The soldiers on duty saw a hover vehicle speeding towards them and immediately issued a warning to halt and verify their identities. However, as the hover vehicle approached, upon recognizing Song Ziming, the soldiers quickly rescinded the alarm. They ordered the gates of the barracks to be opened, allowing Song Ziming and his companions to enter without hindrance. It is known that driving freely within the barracks is prohibited. Only the commanding officer of this unit is permitted to do so without identity verification. Yet, Song Ziming and his companions enjoyed this privilege. As Song Ziming maneuvered the hover vehicle through the throngs of soldiers, rather than facing resentment from the ground troops, they stepped aside to create a path, willingly yielding to him. This preferential treatment left Liu Cheng and the others in awe. Upon reaching the command center at the heart of the barracks, they disembarked. The guarding soldiers did not inquire about Song Ziming's purpose, nor about Liu Cheng's identities. Instead, they saluted him. The once heavily guarded command center of the ground forces welcomed Liu Cheng and his friends directly inside. In the eyes of each soldier who greeted them, Liu Cheng could witness a glimmer of reverence, an authentic respect for true strength and noble character. He began to grasp the weight of the second reason Song Ziming had mentioned, the sense of honor. The respect and privileges afforded to them by the soldiers stemmed from the commendable actions of the veteran members of the Wolf Squad. Once inside the command room, General Hu Jun of the ground forces approached Song Ziming with warmth. Shaking his hand enthusiastically, "Old Song, welcome. I heard you participated in a training mission recently. When did you return?" Song Ziming replied, "I just got back today, and I brought along 3 new recruits from the training battlefield. They have recently joined our Wolf Squad. Please send someone to show them around the city and familiarize them with the environment." Anyone who joins your Wolf Squad must be exceptional among the new recruits. Leave these 3 to me. I guarantee they will be well taken care of, General Hu Jun said, turning to an officer beside him. "Wang Chong, if there is nothing urgent for your regiment today, take them around the city that I'll cover all their expenses." The officer named Wang Chong stood at attention and responded, "Yes, I will ensure the mission is completed." Wow, they've sent a regiment commander as our guide. Just how much respect does the Wolf Squad and Song Ziming command within this ground forces group? Liu Cheng mused. However, the fact that all expenses would be covered by the general was a blessing for him, as he was worried about not having enough merit points to upgrade his weaponry. Just as Liu Cheng and his companions were reveling in their good fortune, they caught a glimpse of Song Ziming casting them a frosty glare, as if warning them, "If you dare spend a single cent from the ground forces, you will see how I deal with you when we return." The once elated trio instantly drooped their heads, feeling defeated. "All right, I'll head back now. General Hu, you need to see me off? I appreciate your efforts, Commander Wang." After bidding farewell, Song Ziming drove the hover vehicle back to the Wolf Base. Chapter 19. A major client with Commander Wang Chong leading the way. Liu Cheng and his companions encountered no checks or hindrances. The guards allowed them passage into the only major city on planet ST44732. Although this planet is predominantly desert, it is home to a drought-resistant species of desert lizard. Grilled desert lizard is a local delicacy, tender and juicy, and quite delicious. You should give it a try. Wang Chong guided Liu Cheng and the others through the main city. He introduced various local specialties and culinary delights. Each of them savored grilled desert lizard skewers, their faces smeared with the savory sauce, thoroughly enjoying the experience. Once most of the introductions were complete, Wang Chong inquired, "Is there anywhere specific you wish to explore?" Liu Cheng asked, "Commander Wang, could you please tell me where the black market is located, as well as the military trading post?" "Oh, what do you need from the black market?" Liu Cheng responded, "I wish to sell some alien biological organs and also update my equipment at the military trading post." "I see. The black market is situated in the southeast corner of the main city. Just follow this road, and you will arrive at for upgrading your equipment. You can purchase weaponry at the trading post within our army's barracks." "Great, I will head to the black market first. Are you two going with Commander Wang, or do you have other plans?" Liu Cheng looked at Fu Yin and Tian Tian. Tian Tian replied, "I also wish to purchase some weaponry, so I will accompany you." Having experienced combat against extraterrestrial creatures during the training mission and witnessed Liu Cheng's marksmanship, she recognized the importance of suitable equipment for abilities users and desired to procure some for herself. "I will join you as well," Fu Yin said. Not wanting to feel left out while the two went to the black market, he decided to tag along. "Are you also looking to buy weaponry?" Liu Cheng asked, casting a wary glance at Fu Yin. Tian was not averse to accompanying Liu Cheng to the black market, knowing she could dissect the star core fragments. However, if Fu Yin were to join them, Liu Cheng felt somewhat reluctant. Noticing Liu Cheng's apprehensive gaze, Fu Yin assumed he did not want to be a third wheel and quickly shook his head. After some thought, "I believe I will wait at the ground forces barracks for you both." "You two go ahead." Liu Cheng relaxed and Fu Yin sighed in relief. "This black card has no limit. It can be used at the black market. Here, take it. All expenses will be covered by our ground forces." Wang Chong smiled, handing over a black card, but Liu Cheng pushed it back in refusal. "Thank you for your kindness, Commander Wang and General Hu. However, if I accept your money, I am certain our captain will have a reckoning with me upon returning to the Wolf Base." Wang Chong understood that Song Ziming had strict standards for the members of the Wolf Squad and did not press further, retracting the card that "I will have one of my subordinates leave a vehicle at the main city gate to wait for you. When you wish to return to the base, just look for him there." Following Wang Chong's directions, Liu Cheng and Tian arrived at the black market. The entrance was not particularly concealed, guarded by two burly men tattooed on their arms. Although the black market serves as an illicit realm for trading contraband and dubious goods, it plays a pivotal role during the epic of humanity's grand expansion across the galaxy that IT caters to a myriad of rigid demands, which is why the United Government tacitly permits its existence. "Hey, what brings you two here?" The two hefty guards stationed at the entrance of the black market mistook Liu Cheng and Tian for university students. As they were not clad in military uniforms typical of special forces, "that I wish to sell some items," Liu Cheng stated. The guards, without further inquiry, allowed them entry into the black market. This domain, inherently a gray area, did not warrant scrutiny from the guards as long as Liu Cheng and Tian were not there to cause trouble. Upon entering the bustling black market, Liu Cheng was dazzled by the plethora of merchandise on display. Various stalls showcased an array of prohibited weapons, while others displayed an assortment of banned drugs. Some even exhibited Edmund alloy cages containing extraterrestrial creatures. "Are they selling live alien beings?" Liu Cheng asked in confusion. Tian, clearly a seasoned visitor of the black market, appeared much more at ease and explained, "Some wealthy individuals enjoy keeping formidable alien creatures as pets to flaunt their status and power. The rarer and more powerful the creature, the higher the price. However, incidents of these creatures escaping and causing significant casualties, having acquired high-quality star core fragments by trading mid-grade star core fragments at a lucrative price. I consider this transaction a significant success." Just as the cat of fortune reveled in its solitary joy, Liu Cheng and Tian, having hastily departed from the black market, also beamed with radiant smiles. Originally priced at 100,000 per piece, they managed to secure a deal at 150,000 each. Tian, "Do you think I've really made a profit this time?" Liu Cheng asked with a cheerful grin. Tian shook her head. "To be honest, I'm not particularly knowledgeable about this. However, I believe that the thin uncle known as the Cat of Fortune won't suffer any losses. Regardless, it exceeded my expectations. Even if he profits, I have not incurred a loss. After all, obtaining star core fragments is not a daunting task for me." Tian nodded in agreement. Initially, when she developed feelings for Liu Cheng, she merely knew him as a low-level energy user, the underperformer of their class. Little did she anticipate that Liu Cheng possessed such extraordinary abilities, capable of extracting star core fragments from alien creatures. This meant that Liu Cheng, once deemed a low-level energy user, now held infinite potential for growth. Which girl wouldn't wish for the man she admires to be a formidable force? Chapter 21. I want to practice throwing knives, however. After Tian confessed her feelings to Liu Cheng, both felt too shy to continue discussing the matter, leading them to treat it as if it never occurred. Following that, their relationship grew significantly closer, evolving into a delicate dynamic. Nevertheless, Liu Cheng had yet to express his feelings to Tian, leaving their relationship undefined, with her feelings remaining unreciprocated. After all, Liu Cheng's mind was devoid of romantic thoughts. Upon exiting the city, a military vehicle awaited them outside, ready to transport them back to the Marine Corps base. Wang Chong, accompanied by Fu Yin, emerged from the lounge, once again assuming the role of their guide. Was the transaction at the black market successful? If not, I can send troops to intimidate them, he offered. Thank you, Commander Wang, but our transaction went quite smoothly. Liu Cheng replied that that's great to hear, Wang Chong said cheerfully, leading them to the military trading post, that he recalled that Liu Cheng had mentioned wanting to update their weaponry upon returning. Upon seeing Commander Wang escorting 3 individuals, the staff at the trading point immediately approached and saluted them. Wang Chong instructed, "These 3 are new members of the Wolf Squad. They wish to examine some weaponry. Please attend to them well, applying all discounts according to Colonel Hu's rank." Understood. Naturally, the discounts afforded to them at the Colonel's level surpassed those for Liu Cheng, allowing them to enjoy more favorable terms without costing the Marine Corps a single penny. Although Liu Cheng possessed a considerable sum of 6 million, he wouldn't frivolously squander his wealth. He graciously accepted the offer and inquired, "Thank you, Commander Wang. May I ask what percentage the Colonel's discount entails?" The discount for new recruits is 2%. For each subsequent rank, the discount increases by another 2%. Colonel Hu, being a commanding officer, holds a rank 7 levels above yours. Thus you will enjoy a 16% discount, Wang Chong explained. Liu Cheng inhaled deeply. While 16% may not seem substantial if all transactions were conducted under the Colonel's name, the cumulative savings could amount to astronomical figures. Most officers, however, were conscientious about this matter and typically refrained from abusing their power for personal gain. To Fu Yin, "Don't you need to purchase some quality gear for self-defense? Your abilities are one-time use," Liu Cheng curiously asked, noticing Fu Yin merely perusing the various weapons. "Not necessary. The energy I've accumulated can be released not only as a key wave, but can also be used to enhance my close combat capabilities, allowing me to conserve energy." Fu Yin replied, "That I see. That is quite convenient." No wonder Fu Yin had maintained his position at the top of their grade for 3 years. It turned out his internal energy could be utilized in such a manner. Under the enthusiastic guidance of the staff, Liu Cheng eventually selected the deep blue pole sniper rifle he had previously admired on the Qing-class battleship, along with several higher-quality cutting daggers and a laser blade alloy katana designed for close-quarters combat with energy users. After all, dissecting alien creatures was a recurring task for him, and he would inevitably need to gather trash in the future. His previous laser-cutting dagger had worn down significantly during training, so it was prudent to prepare additional tools for his endeavors. The total came to 500,000, and after applying the discount, he owed 420,000. Liu Cheng, undeterred by financial constraints, proceeded with a direct scan payment. Tian opted for 2 rapid-fire electric pulse handguns. Medium-sized yet powerful. For someone with her impressive energy talent, it was an ideal supplementary weapon. She too made a direct scan payment, prompting Liu Cheng to feel a tinge of envy that he mused to himself. How wonderful it must be to have a wealthy family, allowing one to purchase desired items without the need for hard-earned money. Observing Liu Cheng acquire numerous distinct cutting daggers, Fu Yin, intrigued, inquired, "Liu Cheng, why are you buying so many daggers?" "I want to practice throwing knives. Is that not permissible?" Liu Cheng replied. "Goodness, who practices throwing knives with laser-cutting daggers? That is quite extravagant. Wouldn't it be better to use your abilities in combat?" Fu Yin questioned, perplexed. Liu Cheng looked at Fu Yin as though he were daft, responding, "As a low-level energy user, how can I not prepare additional weapons and equipment?" "Oh right, I had almost forgotten." The significance of Liu Cheng's role in combat was so paramount that Fu Yin had momentarily overlooked Liu Cheng's status as a low-level energy user. This was understandable, as Liu Cheng's physical capabilities, after absorbing the energy from star core fragments, had far surpassed those of an ordinary level 1 energy user. Liu Cheng secured the over-a-meter-long deep blue rifle on his back, slung the laser blade katana at his waist, and sheathed the remaining daggers in a belt around his body, presenting himself as a mercenary fully equipped for battle. However, while others were armed with exoskeletons and firearms, Liu Cheng was most heavily equipped with various blades that I want to see you off. The brothers of the Wolf Squad are always welcome to visit our Marine Corps. Commander Wang bid farewell with a salute as he escorted Liu Cheng and his companions to the base entrance. The 3, seated in the hover transport back to the Wolf Squad's base, returned the salute. "Thank you, Commander Wang and Colonel Hu, for your hospitality, though we look forward to learning from your brother unit in the future." Upon returning to the Wolf Squad base, they coincidentally arrived just in time for the meal. Upon seeing Liu Cheng laden with weapons, Song Ziming and the others immediately expressed their displeasure. "Did you ignore my warning? Who allowed you to take items from the Marine Corps?" "Hey, these are all purchased with my own money. Captain Song, don't wrongfully accuse me." Liu Cheng quickly clarified as Song Ziming rolled up his sleeves, ready to confront him. Song Ziming glanced at Tian and Fu Yin, both of whom nodded in affirmation, causing him to ponder. "All this gear must have cost a fortune. Where did you get the money?" Having reviewed Liu Cheng's background, Song Ziming recalled that Liu Cheng came from a modest family and wondered how he could afford such an array of equipment, realizing he might avoid an unwarranted beating. Liu Cheng straightened his posture and replied, "Of course, I earned this money collecting trash on the training battlefield." "Are you kidding? Are level 1 alien creatures worth that much? I've seen how many you've dissected," Song Ziming retorted. "Is it impossible for me to be lucky and have good fortune?" Liu Cheng countered. After contemplating, Song Ziming conceded that it was plausible that if Liu Cheng had harvested valuable organs from a level 3 hidden mantis alongside numerous level 1 creatures, he might indeed afford such equipment. Little did he know that Liu Cheng had no savings whatsoever and that all the earnings from dissecting level 1 alien creatures had been donated to the families of fallen classmates. Song Ziming softened his tone. "Even if you're telling the truth, it's time to eat. Clean up and let us head to the cafeteria." Chapter 22. Harvesting the autumn wind. The base was lavishly spacious compared to the 10-member wolf squad, as each member enjoyed a personal, spacious lounge, along with additional rooms for communal use. After returning to his lounge and setting down his newly acquired gear, Liu Cheng joined Tian and the others for a meal in the cafeteria. The cafeteria prepared 10 dishes and a soup for each meal, as making too few would leave them wanting. As the three began to eat, their initially low expectations for the cafeteria food were swiftly shattered by the delightful flavors that reached their palates. "How does it taste?" Wang Zhuang asked, noticing the astonished expressions on their faces. Liu Cheng and the others nodded vigorously, with Liu Cheng exclaiming, "This is delicious. Who made it?" "Hee, it was our Captain Song," came the reply. "Captain Song?" they exclaimed in unison. "What a surprise!" Liu Cheng admitted, astonished to discover that the usually stoic Song had such culinary skills. As the three finished their meals, Jisoo turned to everyone and asked, "By the way, who among us will take the newcomers to harvest the autumn wind tomorrow?" "Harvest the autumn wind?" Liu Cheng and the others queried, puzzled. The doctor elucidated, "We shall venture into the surrounding areas to seek and hunt extraterrestrial creatures. Our special forces refer to this as autumn wind. This has become a cherished tradition of our wolf squad. Each time new recruits arrive, seasoned veterans escort them on an autumn wind hunt that IT serves as an opportunity for the newcomers to hone their skills and assess their capabilities. Tomorrow, I have no prior engagements, so I shall lead them." Wang Zhuang remarked. "Oh, it seems you have taken quite a liking to these new recruits," Electric Mouse teased, with the doctor nodding in agreement. Wang Zhuang showed no restraint, playfully patting Liu Cheng on the back and laughing heartily. "Indeed, these new recruits are quite to my taste, especially this young nullifier." "Nullifier is just nullifier. Must you add young?" Liu Cheng protested, but was nearly choked by Wang Zhuang's hearty slap. He nodded vigorously, "Since that's the case, then let Zhuang lead tomorrow, taking the three newcomers on the autumn wind hunt." Meeting adjourned, sated and refreshed, the group exited the dining hall, each returning to their quarters to rest. After reporting the news in the communications room, Song Ziming finally arrived at the dining hall, ready to eat. Upon entering, he noticed 7 unwashed bowls on the table and, with a cigar in his mouth, sighed in exasperation. Honestly, can't they tidy up after their meal? They've even led the newcomers astray. The next morning, after breakfast, Liu Cheng and the others waited at the base's entrance for departure. All three donned uniforms emblazoned with the wolf squad emblem, their necks and heads wrapped in scarves. Tian sported 2 electromagnetic pulse pistols at her waist, the snug fit of the Special Forces uniform accentuating her alluring figure. After waiting for about 10 minutes, Wang Zhuang finally arrived, yawning and appearing late. Upon seeing Liu Cheng, who was burdened with a deep blue sniper rifle and adorned with an array of blades, Wang Zhuang burst into laughter. "Liu Cheng, your eclectic attire looks reminiscent of those troublesome scavengers. It's utterly hilarious." Liu Cheng awkwardly smiled and inquired, "Zhuang, do you not like scavengers?" "Not just dislike. Those scavengers are utterly detestable. They sit by and watch during battles with extraterrestrial creatures, refusing to lend a hand. Once the fighting is over, they even attempt to claim the corpses of the extraterrestrial beings you've fought hard to slay. How could anyone not find them irritating?" Liu Cheng, somewhat resigned, agreed. Indeed, quite bothersome. Seeing that the 4 were prepared, Song Ziming cautioned them before departure. "Zhuang, the newcomers lack experience, so please be mindful of their safety. Also, do not destroy the corpses of the extraterrestrial beings." Liu Cheng needs to practice dissection. "Practice dissection?" Zhuang queried, glancing at Liu Cheng. Liu Cheng sheepishly explained, "Well, after I retire, I wish to become a scavenger, so I want to practice dissecting extraterrestrial bodies while I can." "Ah, I see. So, that is why you brought all those blades. You intend to become a scavenger. Wang Zhuang teased, of all the professions, why choose to be a scavenger? Liu Cheng, unable to reveal that he could extract star core fragments, weakly replied, my family is poor. I need to earn more to support them. But rest assured, Zhuang, Wang Zhuang finished speaking and immediately rose from his seat, positioning himself at the front of the vehicle. With a sudden burst of energy, he shot forward like a cannonball towards the 6 blade claw dragons. Liu Cheng and Fu Yin had yet to react when Tian agilely leapt forward, taking the driver's seat to stabilize the hovering vehicle. Exchanging a glance with each other, Liu Cheng and Fu Yin could see a hint of helplessness in each other's eyes. That it was no wonder Wang Zhuang referred to them as fools. Had it not been for Tian, by the time they reacted, the hovering vehicle might have already flipped. Simultaneously, the 6 blade claw dragons swung their razor-like tails towards Wang Zhuang. Before Liu Cheng and the others could exclaim, Wang Zhuang's already formidable physique expanded even further, his once smooth and fair skin transforming into a shimmering metallic silver. A resounding thud echoed as he collided with 5 of the blade claw dragons, sending them flying. In stark contrast, Wang Zhuang had now become a figure of solid silver metal, clutching one of the blade claw dragons by its tail, resembling a statue forged from steel. The dragon he had seized should have been thrown aside. Yet Wang Zhuang held fast. Not only did it suffer pain, but the base of its tail was also torn, blood spilling forth under the relentless winds. And oh wonder, Zhuang's codename is Bronze Wall Iron Shield. It turns out his enhancement ability transforms him into an Iron Man, Fu Yin mused. But isn't the enhancement ability supposed to augment only part of the body? Why can Zhuang enhance his entire form? Liu Cheng questioned, perplexed. Upon hearing this, Fu Yin and Tian stared at Liu Cheng as if he were a fool. Fu Yin exclaimed, are you serious? What were you even listening to in high school? I'm an abilities nullifier, so I only took the basic courses in the abilities class. Liu Cheng replied sheepishly. Fu Yin slapped his forehead. You forgot about being an abilities nullifier again. Each time an ability user levels up, they undergo a transformation to gain more powerful capabilities. A level 1 enhancement user can only enhance part of their body, but a level 2 enhancement user may awaken the potential for full body enhancement. Tian explained. Now it makes sense. If I continuously absorb star core fragments to upgrade to a level 2 ability user, perhaps I too could possess combat abilities, Liu Cheng thought. The 5 blade claw dragons, shaking off their dizziness, rose from the sand to see their companion being toyed with by the fully metallic human, and they charged at Wang Zhuang with furious roars. Wang Zhuang chuckled, come on. Let's see whose tail is tougher, yours or my biceps. Chapter 24. Initial display of prowess. The 5 enraged blade claw dragons charged at Wang Zhuang. He kicked the one he had previously caught by the tail, sending it flying into the sand, colliding with one of the approaching dragons. The remaining 4 dragons, having dodged, flanked Wang Zhuang from both sides. Their razor-sharp tails lashed out at him, but Wang Zhuang raised his arms to defend. Sparks flew as the tails clashed against his robust metallic arms, leaving 4 white marks on his skin. Wang Zhuang attempted to grasp the tails of the dragons, but their speed was astonishingly quick. The tails flicked back and forth with the agility of an eel in water. Despite his own swiftness, after repeated misses, he began to feel frustrated, cursing the loose sand that impeded his footing. Wang Zhuang lamented, damn this sand. I can't even stand steadily. It's seriously hampering my speed. His already massive frame felt even heavier, approaching a ton as he transformed into a metallic Iron Man. Running on the sand was a challenge, and the naturally agile blade claw dragons, with their broad hind legs, were unaffected by the terrain. Consequently, the once advantageous Wang Zhuang now found himself merely defending against the relentless assaults of the 4 dragons. Suddenly, an electromagnetic pulse surged through the sandstorm, heading straight for Wang Zhuang. The pulse grazed his right cheek and struck one of the running blade claw dragons on the inside of its right leg. The force shattered the dragon's femur, causing it to scream and collapse in the sand, struggling to rise. Seizing the moment, Wang Zhuang leapt and brought his foot down hard on the fallen dragon's head. Crack! The sound of shattering bone echoed from his iron-like foot. The blade claw dragon he stomped upon lay motionless, its legs and tail splayed behind it. Well done. Who did that? Wang Zhuang called out to the 3 figures in the hovering vehicle, spotting Liu Cheng aiming the deep blue sniper rifle, its barrel still glowing with the residual blue light of the fired pulse. That he had always found Liu Cheng's personality appealing, but witnessing such remarkable marksmanship only heightened his admiration. In the midst of a sandstorm, where visibility was severely limited and compounded by the vehicle's vibrations, wind speed affecting trajectory, and the unpredictable movements of both himself and the blade-claw dragons, hitting the critical point of the dragon's anatomy was akin to threading a needle through a malignant cell without disturbing the surrounding healthy cells. Meanwhile, Liu Cheng was equally astonished, not by his ability to hit the mark, but by the power of the deep blue weapon, which had pierced through the skin and bone of a level 2 alien creature in a single shot. Previously, when facing the level 2 alien Steel Spike Wolf King, their team had to concentrate their fire for an extended period to breach its hide. He had been concerned that the deep blue's power might not be sufficient, charging the electromagnetic pulse to its maximum of 200% before pulling the trigger. Had he known the weapon's potency, he would have provided support the moment Wang Zhuang was surrounded by the blade claw dragons. Feeling a swell of pride, Liu Cheng thought to himself that his decision to invest heavily in new equipment was undoubtedly justified. The two blade claw dragons that had been thrown and collided with their companions now began to rise. Realizing the threat posed by Liu Cheng's gunfire, they quickly raced towards the hovering vehicle. The dragons moved swiftly, and Liu Cheng fired at the two pursuing dragons repeatedly. However, the uncharged pulse projectiles lacked sufficient power. While they left gashes on the dragon's skin, they failed to fell them. Observing the situation, Wang Zhuang shouted to Liu Cheng, "The dragon's weak points are at the base of their tails and the inside of their thighs. Find a way to bring them down." Nodding in understanding, Liu Cheng prepared the deep blue pulse sniper rifle for charging, watching as the power levels increased steadily to 200%, but he simply needed to wait for an opportunity when a dragon exposed its tail base or inner thigh. "This one dude, I can't confront two dragons head dash on .do either of you have a plan?" Liu Cheng inquired. Hearing this, Tian gripped the steering wheel with one hand while raising the other high above Liu Cheng and Fu Yin in the back seat. A crystalline structure infused with icy energy emanated from her palm, transforming the gritty sandstorm into pebbles of ice. Under the force of the storm's winds, a deluge of hail descended upon the two pursuing blade claw dragons. Nearly blinding them, as the ice crystals fell into the sand, the area behind the hovering vehicle transformed into a smooth expanse of ice. The two rushing dragons collided, tumbling over each other, exposing their vulnerable underbellies to Liu Cheng. Seizing the opportunity, Liu Cheng unleashed two charged pulse projectiles while the dragons were still down. .1 pulse penetrated the base of a dragon's tail, while the other shattered the leg bone of another. Seeing that Liu Cheng and the others were no longer in danger, Wang Zhuang resolved to conclude his own battle. He swiftly approached the corpse of the blade claw dragon whose skull he had crushed earlier. Grasping the tip of its tail with one hand, he swiftly struck downwards with the other, severing the tail cleanly. Since moving in the sand was impractical, he decided to extend the range of his attacks. Wang Zhuang wielded the severed tail like a whip, engaging in a fierce duel with the remaining three blade claw dragons. Though the dragons possessed tough skin, they were still vulnerable to the razor-sharp strikes of their own tails. Furthermore, with his enhanced abilities, Wang Zhuang was not only impervious to damage, but also exhibited tremendous explosive strength. His swift and powerful attacks soon overwhelmed the three dragons. One by one, the last blade claw dragon succumbed. Collapsing into the bloodied sand, the whirlwind on planet ST-44732 gradually subsided, and the sandstorm began to calm. Tian maneuvered the hovering vehicle beside Wang Zhuang, glancing at the somewhat battered corpses of the blade claw dragons. He addressed Fu Yin with exasperation. "What were you doing not helping earlier?" Chapter 25. "Did I just fill up instantly?" Fu Yin stammered, "That I haven't built up my energy properly." Liu Cheng and the others were at a loss for words. Wasn't he supposed to be the top of the grade? Wasn't he supposed to have the highest personal score in the training battlefield? So, if he hadn't accumulated energy properly, he couldn't do anything at all. Fu Yin felt somewhat embarrassed and helpless. His energy accumulated gradually over time. Though the pace varied, it consistently increased. However, several days had passed since his return from the training battlefield, and not only had his energy not nearly reached its limit, but it hadn't increased even a little, that he couldn't even enhance a small area the size of a fingertip, which puzzled him. After explaining his situation to Liu Cheng and the others, Wang Zhuang reassured him. "Since that's the case, there's nothing we can do. When you encounter alien creatures next time, you don't have to engage. Just prioritize your own safety." Fu Yin nodded. Wang Zhuang gathered all the fragments of the 6 clawed dragons and asked Liu Cheng, "So, kid, can we still dissect the organs after the bodies have been so damaged?" Liu Cheng shook his head. "I don't know, but we have to give it a try," seeing that Wang Zhuang had no intention of leaving and was eager to observe. Liu Cheng took out a cutting dagger and began the dissection according to the tutorial video he had watched online. His knowledge was still limited, and for some alien creatures, he only knew their names and characteristics. Dissection required specialized instructional guidance. Following the steps in the video, Liu Cheng skillfully peeled away the layers of the clawed dragon's flesh, impressing Wang Zhuang and the others that as he approached the internal organs of the clawed dragon. Liu Cheng suddenly felt a strong premonition that he was about to uncover a fragment of a star core, but he wasn't sure where this feeling came from. But he sensed it deeply. Gently pressing his finger against the flesh of the clawed dragon, he discovered something hard beneath the meat. Casting a glance at Wang Zhuang and Fu Yin, who were still watching, he refrained from directly cutting into the meat. Instead, he used the dagger to slice off the hard object along with a small surrounding piece of flesh, placing it aside as casually as possible. 10 minutes later, Liu Cheng had successfully dissected all the valuable organs from the 6 clawed dragon carcasses, packed them into a container, and handed it to Wang Zhuang, saying, "Brother Zhuang, I've practiced enough on the alien creatures' bodies. You can have all these organs that in the meantime, he had found an opportunity to extract the hard objects from the meat, confirming they were indeed fragments of the star core, which he discreetly pocketed. Ha! Liu Cheng, the more I see you, the more I like you from now on in the Wolf Warrior's base. I'll look out for you." Wang Zhuang said cheerfully without being polite, but he then tossed the bag containing the alien biological organs to Fu Yin, saying, "Since you want to be fighting, just help your brother Zhuang carry these. Don't lose them." Fu Yin was speechless, thinking to himself, "I'm clearly the strongest one here. How did I end up as a mere errand boy?" With time still on their side and the sandstorm having ceased, Wang Zhuang suggested they stroll around a bit longer before returning to the base. Seeing that Liu Cheng and the others showed no objections, he activated the equipment on the hover vehicle to check their current location. After running chaotically during the sandstorm while chasing the clawed dragons, Wang Zhuang was uncertain where they had ended up. We're nearly 50 kilometers away from the clearing zone. Let us explore the vicinity. We won't go deeper. As Fu Yin prepared to board the vehicle, he suddenly found himself sinking into the sand below. Whoa! Wang Zhuang exclaimed in shock, rushing to where Fu Yin had disappeared and began digging. Liu Cheng and Tian quickly joined in to help. Once they cleared the sand, a hole as wide as a basin appeared before them. Wang Zhuang shouted into the hole, "Fu Yin, Fu Yin." Fu Yan's voice came from within, "I'm underground. I'm fine. Damn it, who asked you? Is my bag of alien organs okay? But the bag is a bit squished, but it should still be sellable." Wang Zhuang replied irritably. "Then hurry up and climb out." Fu Yin retorted helplessly, "I can't. The hole is too deep, and I haven't accumulated enough energy to climb up." Wang Zhuang and the others were speechless. Who said that only the abilities of energy-depleted individuals were useless? Everyone step aside, Wang Zhuang warned, positioning himself at the edge of the hole, and directly utilized his enhanced transformation ability, with a rumble. The massive weight of the transformed Wang Zhuang collapsed the large hole, sending him tumbling down. Fortunately, Fu Yin reacted quickly and dodged. Otherwise, even if he hadn't been killed, he would have been crushed by Wang Zhuang. Now the hole was large enough for a bed, and Liu Cheng and Tian jumped down as well. The bottom of the hole was not pitch black. Faint glows flickered within. Liu Cheng looked towards the light and was astonished to find countless tunnels intertwining below. How can there be so many tunnels? What is this place? Liu Cheng questioned in confusion. Upon entering the hole, Wang Zhuang also observed the tunnels and remarked, "This hole seems suspicious. It resembles a nest of some alien creature." A nest? The three of them were taken aback, and Fu Yin murmured, "There can't be any dangerous alien creatures, right?" "Oh no," Liu Cheng and Tian attempted to cover Fu Yan's mouth just as he was about to speak. They were too late. "What are you doing?" Wang Zhuang asked, puzzled at Liu Cheng and Tian's actions. Liu Cheng explained, "Brother Zhuang, you don't know. Fu Yan's mouth has a tendency to let things slip. So we can't let him talk." Fu Yin retorted angrily, "I don't." Before he could finish, a cacophony of eerie cries echoed from the depths of the tunnel. Cluck, cluck, cluck. The countless alien creature sounds from the tunnel sent shivers down Liu Cheng and the other spines. At that moment, Fu Yin, who had previously had no energy accumulated, suddenly felt his energy completely restored. Wang Zhuang frowned and said to the others, "This situation is beyond our capability to handle. Let us get out of the hole first." The others nodded, and as Wang Zhuang reached to pull Fu Yin up, he found Fu Yin had leapt over 10 meters, springing out of the hole effortlessly. Wang Zhuang, exasperated, followed suit, grumbling, "Fu Yin, what the heck are you doing? Are you playing games with me?" Fu Yin shook his head, explaining, I don't know why, but just a moment ago, my energy suddenly filled up. Chapter 26. The demolition team, what? You're full? Wang Zhuangzhuang slapped Fu Yin on the back of the head. Grumbling, just a minute ago, you said you were empty, and now you're full. Are you messing with me? Are you even a man? Can't you last longer? Damn it. What does that have to do with being a man? Push me, and I'll show you how quickly I can empty myself. Fu Yan's head buzzed from the slap, but he dared not voice his true feelings, only replying plaintively, Brother Zhuang, I can control whether I'm empty or full. But I can't control when I'm suddenly full. Slap. Another hit to Fu Yan's head left him feeling dizzy. What was that for? He asked in confusion. Wang Zhuangzhuang, hands in pockets, replied, You just annoy me. Fu Yan felt even more wronged. Despite the complaints, if Fu Yan hadn't fallen into the sand pit and been unable to climb out, they wouldn't have discovered the alien creature nest. Wang Zhuangzhuang entered the coordinates of the hole into the computer and told Liu Cheng and the others. With such a large alien creature nest only 50 kilometers from the clearing zone, ignoring it would surely lead to disaster. However, this is beyond our capabilities. Let us return to the base and discuss it with the captain. The three nodded, recognizing the urgency of addressing the alien creature nest issue, and lost interest in further exploration. They boarded the hover vehicle with Wang Zhuangzhuang and returned to the base. Upon arrival, the team members, noticing Wang Zhuangzhuang and the others had returned early, curiously asked, Hey, back so soon? Are you rushing back for lunch? Wang Zhuangzhuang raised a large beer mug, took a sip, placed the empty cup on the table, and wiped his mouth, saying, We discovered a large alien creature nest less than 50 kilometers from the clearing zone. The situation is unknown. Where's the captain? I need to inform him. The doctor replied, The captain is in the meeting room. Let us all head there. With that, the 7 members of the Wolf Warriors team set aside their tasks and walked together to the conference room. They quickly organized the details of Wang Zhuangzhuang's encounter and recorded everything into the computer. Surrounding the holographic projection table, the team reviewed the footage captured by Liu Cheng and the others' equipment in the cave. The entrance to the alien creature nest discovered by Brother Zhuang and the others is in Area 483. However, satellite imagery shows that the ground beneath areas 478, 457, 492, and 467 is also riddled with nest tunnels. Does this imply that the territory of the alien creature's nest has already reached the northeastern periphery of the clearance zone? The doctor exclaimed in astonishment. Jisoo nodded rapidly and turned to Song Ziming. Contemplating while puffing on a cigar, Song Ziming inquired, Jisoo, what is the estimated number of alien creatures within the nest? Jisoo replied, The precise figure cannot be determined. Our satellites can only detect up to 100 meters underground. The satellite imagery does not reveal the deepest part of the alien nest, that I suspect its depth may extend to 200 to 300 meters underground. In other words, the number of alien creatures is certainly in the thousands. Song Ziming calculated strategically. That seems likely. Should we notify the adjacent Marine Corps? Jisoo asked. Song Ziming nodded, his fingers moving across the holographic projection on the table. Jisoo, shortly you will inform the Marine Corps about the situation of the alien nest and request that they deploy a force of 50,000 troops to assist us on the surface. Stationed here, here, and here, the underground situation remains unknown and is too perilous. Doctor, you will remain on the surface to act alongside the Marines. Jisoo, you too, your abilities cannot be fully utilized in the tunnels. The doctor and Jisoo acknowledged their orders. Yes, they affirmed. Song Ziming continued, the remaining personnel will be led by me into the depths. Da Zhuang will clear the path ahead, and I will provide support from behind. The 3 new recruits, given your lack of combat experience, will stay behind me, while Electric Mouse will cover the rear. Our mission is to penetrate the alien nest and reach the central position at the very bottom, where we will plant a large bomb before returning to the surface. Inform the Marines to prepare a bomb with significant power. I do not wish to descend again after failing to collapse the alien nest in one go. Has everyone memorized their tasks? In unison, they replied, yes. All right, we will gather at the northeastern border of the clearance zone at 7 o'clock tomorrow morning. Meeting adjourned. As soon as Song Ziming finished speaking, a gust of wind swept through, and Jisoo vanished before their eyes. Liu Cheng mused that Jisoo's ability, like his codename, was indeed speed enhancement. The following morning, the 7 members of the Wolf Squad donned their weapons and equipment before driving 3 hovercraft to the assembly point. They arrived just as dawn was breaking, yet the 50,000 Marine soldiers had already formed ranks at the gathering site. The lined-up soldiers and their armored vehicles stood in formation like a row of cacti in the desert. Liu Cheng glanced at the time displayed on his arm's computer screen. It was merely 6:30 that this indicated that the Marine Corps had arrived at least an hour ahead of the scheduled assembly time. The Wolf Squad approached the front of the Marine formation, where Liu Cheng spotted Commander Wang, who had guided them during their previous operation, also present for this mission, the forefront of the formation. The commander of the Marine Corps rode in a battle vehicle and approached the Wolf Squad, saluting Song Ziming. I am the commander of the Marine Corps responsible for the Volunteer Special Operations Team. My surname is Liu, and I am the commander of the 73 RD Division. Commander Liu, it is a pleasure to meet you. I am Song Ziming, the captain of the Wolf Squad. I hope the large weapon we requested is ready. Commander Liu gestured for everyone to follow him to the back of an ammunition transport vehicle, where 3 bomb-sized devices were revealed. This is the Type 1473 mini hydrogen bomb, Commander Liu explained. Its casing is crafted from Aidman alloy, ensuring safety and stability during transport. It can withstand typical alien attacks and features a timed detonation mechanism. The explosion radius is 20 kilometers, with a short half-life, meaning the radiation impact on the land will not exceed a year. 1 bomb is expected to suffice to destroy the alien nest, but we have prepared 3 just to be safe. Song Ziming nodded in satisfaction. Since everyone has arrived early, let us advance the mission timeline by half an hour. Prepare to depart. Understood, Commander Liu replied, promptly ordering the Marine Corps to mobilize. Song Ziming also issued orders to his Wolf Squad members. Mission codename, Demolition Squad. Commence, Chapter 27. Into the abyss, the 50,000 Marines advanced in a grand procession. Even Liu Cheng, who had grown up in a slum, along with Tian and Fu Yin, who came from relatively better backgrounds, felt a profound sense of solemnity and ferocity. Half an hour later, the divided Marine forces reached their designated defensive positions and completed their deployment. Their task was to eradicate all alien creatures emerging from the underground nest, leaving not a single one to escape. Liu Cheng and his companions discovered that the entrance to the nest was located at its northernmost edge, which was not ideal for their descent. Consequently, the Marine Corps utilized underground detection instruments to locate a relatively weak spot in the tunnel ceiling at the center of the nest, employing excavation equipment to create an opening in the sandy ground. After preparing for their descent, Song Ziming addressed the Doctor and Electric Mouse. Doctor, you will remain by Commander Liu's side to ensure his safety. Jisoo, utilize your speed advantage to provide support between the 3 deployment locations, in case any troublesome alien creatures appear. Understood. Rest assured, Captain, there are no alien creatures on this planet that can outpace me. The Doctor and Electric Mouse nodded in agreement. Let us remain vigilant. Caution is never unwarranted. 4 soldiers from the Marine Corps collaborated to unload a Type 1473 mini hydrogen bomb from the transport vehicle. Dezhuang gestured to Fu Yin, indicating he should take the bomb. Reluctantly, Fu Yin accepted the mini hydrogen bomb, cradling it in his arms. That he had no choice. His failure to contribute the previous day had displeased Dezhuang, who now regarded him as merely a pack mule. Commander Liu approached with a soldier, bringing a portable signal enhancement positioning device to Song Ziming. This device will ensure you can accurately determine your direction while navigating the underground tunnels. Captain Song, please exercise caution down there. This portable component, only half the size of a hand, could be installed on the soldier's combat armor to provide individual functionality. Soldiers could select the components they wish to carry based on their needs, making it highly convenient. Song Ziming passed the device to Liu Cheng and said to Commander Liu, "Thank you for your kindness, Commander Liu. The alien creatures that escape to the surface will be entrusted to your Marine Corps." Commander Liu saluted that we will ensure the mission is accomplished. Song Ziming returned the salute and turned to his 5 Wolf Squad members. Into the abyss, let us proceed. Without hesitation, Dezhuang was the first to leap into the hole. Seconds later, when no sounds of battle or unusual occurrences emerged from the depths, Song Ziming nodded to Liu Cheng and followed suit. Liu Cheng and Tian quickly followed behind. Although Fu Yin had ample energy stored within him, he needed to carry the mini hydrogen bomb, making movement less convenient. That he signaled to Electric Mouse, and they both jumped into the hole in succession. Upon landing, they discovered the underground tunnel was a labyrinthine network, mirroring the disorientation they experienced during their previous exploration. Song Ziming asked Liu Cheng, "Which way should we go?" Liu Cheng glanced at the location data on his computer and pointed towards several tunnels to their left. "To reach the central area of the nest, we should head in that direction, but I'm uncertain which tunnel leads to the very bottom." There was little choice but to take a chance on each tunnel one by one. Song Ziming nodded, instructing, "Everyone, focus your attention that if we encounter any alien creatures, eliminate them immediately and strive to keep the noise to a minimum so the entire nest does not become aware of our presence. That would complicate our mission. Dezhuang, lead the way." Understood, Dezhuang affirmed, activating his powers to transform his body into a steel-like state, advancing ahead to scout for danger. The 5 members of the wolf squad followed closely behind, making every effort to remain silent. The eerie sounds of alien creatures reverberated through the underground tunnels, some resonating ominously within the hollow space. The alien beings crawled through the tunnels, occasionally passing by the vicinity of Liu Cheng and his companions. Each time this occurred, the perceptive Song Ziming would raise his hand to signal the group to halt. They could even feel the vibrations in the tunnel walls as the alien creatures traversed above them. Once the soil on the tunnel ceiling ceased to fall and Song Ziming confirmed that the alien creatures had moved further away, he lowered his hand, signaling for everyone to proceed. Near the upper sections of the tunnel, alien activity was less frequent, allowing the stealthy wolf squad to quickly navigate through 2 segments of the tunnels. However, as they descended further, encounters with alien creatures became more frequent, slowing their pace and often requiring them to pause and wait for the aliens to pass through the adjacent tunnels. The tunnel's shape was peculiar. At times, they would be moving left, yet the tunnel would unexpectedly veer to the right. Some tunnels, despite descending, lead individuals to an area even closer to the surface than where they initially entered. Thus, their descent is significantly slower than their forward movement. Liu Cheng glanced at the location information displayed on his arm's computer screen and directed the group. Suddenly, Wang Zhuang, who was leading, halted, after observing for a moment without any further action. He retreated to inform Song Ziming, "Captain, there are 4 alien creatures at the exit, showing no signs of leaving anytime soon." Song Ziming turned back and pointed to Liu Cheng and Tian, saying, "You 2 follow me. Each of us will take one." Liu Cheng and Tian nodded, stealthily following Wang Zhuang and Song Ziming to the tunnel's exit. The 4 of them peered outside, assessing the situation. Approximately 10 meters from the entrance, they spotted 4 rat-like alien creatures clustered together, seemingly engaged in some activity. These creatures were the size of cows, with forelimbs resembling the claws of a mantis shrimp, and their teeth and eyes bore a striking resemblance to those of sharks. In a hushed tone, Song Ziming remarked, "These are level 1 alien creatures known as soil gopher rats. They excel in burrowing, but are not particularly strong in combat. However, be cautious of their teeth. Their head and eyes are their weak points that we must avoid making excessive noise." The others nodded, and Tian began to gather ice crystals in her palm. Meanwhile, Liu Cheng drew the laser blade alloy katana he had purchased earlier. Chapter 28. Something is amiss. As the 4 awaited the right moment. When the soil gopher rats turned their backs to them, they sprang into action almost simultaneously, charging at the creatures. Wang Zhuang, positioned at the front, was quick to unleash his strength, but in an instant, Song Ziming surged past him without even using his abilities, landing a punch squarely on one of the soil gopher rat's faces, creating a gaping wound. Wang Zhuang followed closely, leaping into the air, his robust steel arms raised high, and with a powerful blow, he smashed the head of another soil gopher rat to bits. Liu Cheng, momentarily stunned by Song Ziming's prowess, gripped the katana's hilt with his right hand while pushing the blade forward with his left, plunging it deep into the creature's forehead. Tian similarly transformed ice into a weapon. A sharp ice spike materialized in her palm. She raised her hand and hurled it, piercing the head of the soil gopher rat she targeted with the icy projectile. Such abilities are indeed convenient. Liu Cheng mused, standing still and dispatching alien creatures without needing to rush forward like himself. The 4 efficiently eliminated the soil gopher rats, and Liu Cheng, impressed by Tian's powers, hurried to the bodies of the slain creatures. He retrieved a cutting dagger, meticulously dissecting the flesh while searching for fragments of star cores. Wang Zhuang, witnessing this, scoffed, "At a time like this, you're still preoccupied with these alien creatures' organs. They're all level 1. Worth very little." Liu Cheng remained focused on his task, replying, "Oh, I'm just searching for parts with medicinal value, that I won't delay anyone." In truth, he was reluctant to part with the star core fragments. Hearing this, Wang Zhuang ceased his objections, as he had little interest in dissecting alien remains or discerning which organs had medicinal properties. Liu Cheng worked swiftly, and by the time Fu Yin and the electric rat emerged from the tunnel, he had already collected 4 star core fragments. As the quantity of collected star cores increased, his intuition about their locations within the alien bodies sharpened. After concealing the 4 soil gopher rat corpses, the wolf battle squad continued their infiltration. They had descended approximately 100 meters below the surface, barely halfway through their anticipated journey. Along the way, they encountered several confrontations that required direct engagement. fortunately facing only a limited number of soil gopher rats that did not create a significant noise to attract other alien creatures. After each battle, Liu Cheng seized the opportunity to dissect the bodies for star core fragments, discreetly moving the remains in the process. Although Song Ziming disapproved of Liu Cheng's avaricious behavior, he refrained from issuing a prohibition. However, Liu Cheng still collected some alien organs, placing them in jars for later use. After all, he couldn't dissect for so long and remain empty-handed. That would surely raise suspicions. Wang Zhuangzhuang glanced at Liu Cheng's nearly empty backpack and then at the partially dissected soil gopher rat bodies, deeming it a waste. What a pity. These could have been sold for money. For him, Liu Cheng's dissections were merely practice for scavenging. The money from selling the organs was akin to the funds in his own wallet. As they ventured deeper into the underground lair, the tunnel structure grew increasingly intricate. Observing the numerous tunnel exits before them, Song Ziming inquired, "Which way?" Liu Cheng, now more familiar with the layout and tunnel selection, scrutinized the information on his computer and confidently replied, "The third tunnel on the right." Song Ziming nodded and led the wolf battle squad into the tunnel, with Wang Zhuangzhuang forging ahead and Song Ziming positioned in front of Liu Cheng. As they reached the middle of the tunnel, Song Ziming suddenly swung a punch toward Liu Cheng. The fist narrowly missed Liu Cheng's cheek, and turning around, he saw a metallic spider-like alien creature firmly gripped by Song Ziming. Liu Cheng felt a jolt of surprise, noticing the same astonishment reflected on Tian Tiantian's face. Neither had detected the creature's presence. With a swift motion, Song Ziming crushed the metallic spider, blue blood oozing from his fingers like squeezed orange juice. This is a metallic jumping spider, a level 1 alien creature. Its combat ability is nearly non-existent, but its venom is lethal, so be careful not to get bitten, he cautioned the others, who nodded in acknowledgement. After the recent encounter, they became increasingly vigilant about their surroundings. As they proceeded, they consistently encountered more metallic jumping spiders in the other tunnels, their numbers accumulating. After a couple of encounters, even Song Ziming sensed something amiss and signaled for everyone to halt. "De Zhuang, how many metallic jumping spiders have we encountered so far?" De Zhuang scratched at the white mark left by a spider bite on his iron skin, shaking his head. "Captain, you're putting me on the spot. I can't keep track of those, but I'd wager it's no fewer than 30. Indeed, it seems that this alien creature's lair is rather suspicious," Song Ziming remarked. Liu Cheng and Tian Tiantian exchanged puzzled glances and asked, "Captain, is there something unusual about encountering metallic jumping spiders?" Song Ziming explained, "Typically, encountering metallic jumping spiders in underground caves in the desert is not alarming. But do you recall the alien creature we faced upon entry?" Liu Cheng answered, "It was the soil gopher rat." "Exactly. Initially, I presumed this was a lair for soil gopher rats, with a few metallic jumping spiders mixed in. However, the sheer number of metallic jumping spiders we've encountered raises concerns." Seeing that Liu Cheng and the others did not fully comprehend, the electric rat at the back clarified, "While alien creatures may unite to attack humans, one species will never allow another to freely enter its lair. It is akin to allowing your neighbor to enter your home while your family is asleep." Suddenly, Liu Cheng and the others grasped the situation, while Wang Zhuangzhuang appeared displeased. "Stinky rat. Who are you calling the neighbor?" Chapter 29. Preparation for bloodshed. Cough. "It's just a metaphor," the electric rat replied helplessly. "A metaphor. Why not refer to them as the neighbor Liu or neighbor Fu instead of neighbor Wang?" Hearing this, Liu Cheng and Fu Yin shot exasperated glances at Wang Zhuangzhuang, unwilling to engage with someone whose thoughts were solely muscle. Tian Tiantian added, "If this is neither the soil gopher rat's lair nor that of the metallic jumping spiders, then what is it?" Regardless of the answer, the presence of two different alien species within the same lair felt highly suspicious. Shaking his head, Song Ziming admitted uncertainty, advising De Zhuang, "Move a bit further ahead. Liu Cheng, you and the others stick close to me. Exercise caution when engaging alien creatures unless absolutely necessary." "Understood," the group replied, continuing their careful infiltration. A few individuals safely traversed several segments of the underground tunnel. They entered the next curved passage, only to collide face-to-face with a mouse, standing upright on its hind legs, about the height of a person, at the corner of the tunnel. The mouse sported a large, sagging pouch that hung down to its feet, with elongated forearms cradling its belly as it waddled along, unlike the typical gait of a gopher. Liu Cheng recognized this peculiar extraterrestrial creature as the evolved form of the primary alien species, the gopher, known as the secondary fart mouse. The fart mouse's pouch was filled with toxic, flammable gas and, when confronted with an enemy attack, it would choose to release gas to incapacitate its foes or retreat while hindering their pursuit. In the face of imminent death, it would detonate the gas within its pouch, resulting in a violent explosion. Both Wang Zhuang and the mouse stood momentarily stunned after their collision, but as the mouse regained its composure and prepared to cry out, it was met with a powerful punch from Wang Zhuang that struck its belly to no. Liu Cheng hastily warned, but it was too late. Wang Zhuang's fist penetrated the fart mouse's abdomen, his arm sinking deep into its belly. Realizing the gravity of the situation, he quickly withdrew his arm and stepped back. Boom! An explosive wave of flames surged through the tunnel, causing the walls to collapse in segments from the center outward. Wang Zhuang grasped Liu Cheng and Tianxin tightly, while Song Ziming seized the small hydrogen bomb in Fu Yan's arms and the electric mouse, propelling them out of the billowing smoke of the explosion. The raucous noise of the blast drew the attention of other extraterrestrial beings, with one issuing a warning that prompted another to alert its kin. Soon, the air was filled with the cacophony of alien cries. As the underground lair erupted into chaos, the group landed upon the walls of the lower tunnel, gazing at the tide of alien creatures surging toward them. Liu Cheng and the others wore grave expressions. Song Ziming, remaining calm, recognized the futility of further concealment and nodded to the electric mouse, addressing Liu Cheng, Tianxin, and himself. Hold on tight. If you fall, we may not be able to rescue you before the aliens devour you. Before the trio could comprehend his meaning, they noticed the electric mouse's fingertips glowing with a flickering blue arc of high-voltage electricity. This arc shot downward, instantly piercing the tunnel wall beneath them. Boom! The tunnel collapsed, and they plunged swiftly downward. The robust Wang Zhuang and Song Ziming held on to Liu Cheng and Tianxin, landing steadily on the crumbling wall below. As extraterrestrial creatures continued to pour forth. Each time they landed on the tunnel wall, the electric mouse unleashed another high-voltage arc, causing further destruction. Thus, the four continuously shattered the tunnel, descending further and leaving their pursuers behind. Although the aliens could leap between the walls of the cave, they could not match the speed of Song Ziming and his companions that in mere minutes. They had descended several hundred meters. Liu Cheng checked the information on his arm's computer and urgently informed the group. We are approaching the bottom of the lair. The center point is 1,000 meters ahead of our current position. Song Ziming glanced at the dense swarm of alien creatures pursuing them overhead and solemnly declared, Wolf Squad, prepare for a bloodbath. Boom! Wang Zhuang and Song Ziming landed heavily at the lair's base, leaving deep impressions in the rocky ground. As they beheld the countless alien creatures rushing toward them, the 6 members of the Wolf Squad formed a defensive line, with Song Ziming and Wang Zhuang on the flanks, while Liu Cheng, Tianxin, and the electric mouse stood behind them. Fu Yan, clutching the small hydrogen bomb, positioned himself in the center, ready to transport it to the designated location. Countless gophers and metallic jumping spiders cascaded down from the walls above, charging toward the group, including nearly 100 secondary fart mice. Strangely, among these 3 species, other extraterrestrial beings could occasionally be spotted. Indeed, something was amiss. Song Ziming thought to himself, but the swarm of gophers and spiders was already upon them. Attack! Wang Zhuang bellowed, charging into the mass of alien creatures with his towering, steel-like frame, engaging them in fierce combat. His thick arms swung relentlessly, shattering the spines and rib cages of several gophers with each blow that a single stomp could reduce dozens of metallic jumping spiders to a pulp. Song Ziming, facing the overwhelming tide of aliens, ceased holding back. He removed his upper gear, stowing it in his pack. His skin visibly sprouted blue-gray fur, his body rapidly expanding until he transformed into a blue-gray werewolf, slightly smaller than his steel form. What the? Fu Yan exclaimed in astonishment, while Liu Cheng and Tianxin stared in disbelief. Witnessing Song Ziming fully unleash his power for the first time, the werewolf, Song Ziming bared his fearsome fangs. Emitting a low growl, his arms revealed sharp claws, swiftly slashing at the oncoming alien horde. Each swipe tore apart swathes of alien flesh, sending their blood and dismembered body parts flying in all directions around him and Wang Zhuang. Liu Cheng and 40 meters, 30 meters. Fu Yan gritted his teeth and persevered, managing to deliver the small hydrogen bomb to its designated location just before his internal energy was entirely depleted. Without a moment to spare, he set the detonation timer to 20 minutes and swiftly turned to run back to his companions. Although his energy reserves were dwindling, the absence of the several hundred kilograms of the small hydrogen bomb reduced his energy expenditure significantly. With the desperate efforts of Song Ziming and the others, he finally returned to the center of their formation just as his energy was fully consumed. Fu Yin bent over, gasping for breath, and weakly uttered, I can't go on. I knew you wouldn't last. Wang Zhuang teased. Well done, Electric Mouse encouraged, patting Fu Yin on the back. Task accomplished, the werewolf Song Ziming bellowed. Liu Cheng, carry Fu Yin. The werewolf team. Retreat to the surface. At this point, Song Ziming and Wang Zhuang no longer needed to provide cover, and the werewolf team began to climb, leaping upward along the protruding walls of the underground lair. Liu Cheng wrapped one arm around Fu Yan's waist while grasping his shoulder with the other, lifting him as he leaped upward. After absorbing numerous star core fragments, Liu Cheng's physical condition had significantly improved, allowing him to ascend at a pace no slower than the others. This made Fu Yan question whether Liu Cheng was indeed a waste energy user. However, ascending proved more challenging than descending. While they had utilized their descent to evade the alien creatures chasing them, they now faced the brunt of the attacks from the alien beings above. Fortunately, the ledges of the lair could not accommodate too many alien creatures at once. Otherwise, the nearly exhausted 6 members of the werewolf team would have found themselves in dire straits. Only a few of the burrowing mice and metallic jumping spiders could advance at a time. Easily dealt with by Wang Zhuang's powerful strikes, as the situation unfolded, the farting mice perched on the surrounding cliffs began to turn, compressing their gas sacs to unleash toxic flames towards the werewolf team. Wang Zhuang's ironclad physique was resilient against the toxic fumes, but the flames still singed his metallic skin, causing considerable pain. Song Ziming reverted from his werewolf form back to his original self, and, along with the others, retrieved gas mask modules from their packs. Liu Cheng's deep blue sniper rifle was not infinite in its energy reserves, after eliminating over a dozen farting mice in quick succession. His last energy magazine was depleted. He slung the deep blue rifle over his back, cradled Fu Yin with one arm, and wielded his laser blade sword in the other. Suddenly, Fu Yin's expression shifted as he felt a significant portion of the energy he had just expended returning to him. Stepping away from Liu Cheng's hold, Fu Yin said, "Thank you for taking care of me. I seem to be able to fight again." Liu Cheng's lips twitched, internally lamenting the nature of Fu Yan's extraordinary abilities. How was it that all the energy users around him were increasingly monstrous, with 2 capable of tearing apart secondary alien beings, along with the rare attribute users Electric Mouse and Tian? It was almost understandable, but then there was Fu Yin, who seemed to possess an infinite energy regeneration ability. Liu Cheng nodded, saying, "All right, I won't worry about you anymore." Chapter 31. Exiting the cave, Song Ziming and the others found Liu Cheng's decision to set Fu Yin down and act independently somewhat peculiar. However, understanding Fu Yan's unique powers, which even he could not fully comprehend, they pressed on with their battle without further concern. They had descended nearly 500 meters, and after 2 minutes of climbing, they had ascended halfway. With 8 minutes remaining until the scheduled detonation, they felt confident they could exit the lair before the small hydrogen bomb exploded. Suddenly, Song Ziming's nose twitched as his heightened werewolf senses detected an anomaly nearby. He immediately shouted to Liu Cheng, "Get down." Although Liu Cheng did not understand the reason for the command, he trusted his captain's instincts and swiftly dove to the side. Swish! A sharp wound appeared on Liu Cheng's back, and warm, crimson blood gushed from the injury. The sight left everyone in shock. Tian, although anxious, was unaware of what had transpired. Song Ziming, reacting instantly, removed his gas mask and transformed into a werewolf, lunging toward the spot where Liu Cheng had been. Swish! Song Ziming's sharp claws slashed through the air, leaving trails of alien blood in their wake. Suddenly, a mouse-like alien creature with metallic claws materialized, collapsing with a thud as it fell into the depths of the lair. It was a level 3 alien creature, the burrowing mouse, capable of invisibility and possessing combat power equivalent to a level 2 alien being. Despite its burrowing nature, it was not of the same species as the ordinary burrowing mice. How had it come to be here? Electric Mouse recognized the creature, exclaiming in confusion, "A third type of alien creature has appeared. This lair is indeed suspicious." Song Ziming pondered this development and asked Liu Cheng, "How is your injury? Can you still move?" Wounded, Liu Cheng discreetly consumed a few healing star core fragments, gritting his teeth as he replied, "I'm fine. No need to worry." Song Ziming nodded, signaling the group to continue their ascent. True to their caution, the werewolf team encountered several more ambushes from the burrowing mice as they climbed. However, thanks to their preparedness, they successfully evaded the ambushes and retaliated against the hidden mice without sustaining further injuries. As they ascended to a depth of 200 meters from the surface, The lair transformed into a maze of intersecting tunnels. The six did not concern themselves with which tunnel led where. They entered any passage that allowed upward movement without hesitation. After a fierce battle, Liu Cheng dispatched the last pursuing burrowing mouse with a decisive strike. Electric Mouse pointed toward the tunnel behind them, unleashing a high-voltage arc that collapsed the passage, sealing off their pursuers. With the only tunnel leading to them blocked, the alien creatures would have to either find another way around or excavate a new tunnel through the collapsed ground, a task not easily accomplished in a short time. With 5 minutes remaining and less than 50 meters to the surface, we can make it, Song Zimming assured the group, prompting a collective sigh of relief. After battling alien creatures for half a day since their descent, they had slain over 1,000 of them, and even Song Zimming and Wang Zhuang were nearing exhaustion. Just as they began to relax, a shadow suddenly darted from a nearby tunnel. The shadow moved with astonishing speed. So much so that even the perceptive Song Zimming failed to notice it immediately. The shadow lunged toward Wang Zhuang from behind, prompting Song Zimming to shout, "De Zhuang, watch out." Wang Zhuang had no time to evade and hastily reinforced his back with his ability, transforming it into steel. Swoosh! The shadow extended a sharp tail, piercing Wang Zhuang's neck. Wang Zhuang cried out in pain. The others gasped in disbelief. Wang Zhuang was known for his ability to compete with level 3 alien beings in terms of physical strength. Yet he had been so easily pierced that in that moment, they finally glimpsed the shadow's form. A small, devil ray-like alien creature no larger than 2 palms, its pectoral fins replaced with 8 long claws. A ring of terrifying fangs around its abdomen, and a sharp spike at the end of its tail. After piercing Wang Zhuang's neck, the alien swiftly withdrew and raced toward the tunnel leading to the surface. "Don't let it escape," Song Zimming commanded. Tian drew her 2 handguns and, along with Electric Mouse, began firing at the rapidly retreating creature. Bang, bang, bang. A flurry of rapid shots rang out, yet they failed to hit the shadow at all. Watching the alien vanish into the depths of the tunnel left the group astonished. With such terrifying speed and offensive capability, it was unlikely even Song Zimming could match it. Could it be a level 4 alien being? The thought weighed heavily on Song Zimming's heart. "What now, Captain?" "We let it get away," Electric Mouse said, "but we can only hope the forces on the surface manage to eliminate that alien," Song Zimming replied. Shaking his head as an unsettling premonition gnawed at him, he wished fervently that the others would not encounter this alien creature. Turning to Wang Zhuang, he asked, "De Zhuang, are you all right?" Wang Zhuang transformed back to his human form, blood staining his hand as he gripped the wound on his neck. He cursed, "Damn, that scared the life out of me. Luckily, that alien just wanted to run and didn't try to kill me. I thought I was a goner." "Glad to hear you're okay. Let's hurry and get out of this underground lair," Song Zimming urged. The group nodded in agreement and continued their ascent through the tunnels. 2 minutes later, they emerged from beneath the sand, back on the surface. The Marine unit, having received their location signal in advance, swiftly picked them up in hovercrafts and sped away from the explosion zone. A minute and a half later, boom, boom, boom. The ground trembled beneath their feet as the sand within the explosion radius surged like boiling water, churning violently. Immediately, the sandy ground caved in, and in the next instant, explosive energy propelled a massive surge of sand and stones into the sky, obscuring the heavens with yellow dust over a vast area of dozens of kilometers. It seemed that the mission had been successfully accomplished. Wang Zhuang's words brought a collective sigh of relief from everyone. Upon returning to the Marine combat unit's position and reuniting with the doctor and Jissid, Song Zimming inquired, "Did any of you see an 8-legged extraterrestrial creature resembling a manta ray emerge from the ground?" Chapter 32. 2 Full-Scale Wars. Jissid was taken aback and asked, "An 8-legged manta ray? Captain, what kind of extraterrestrial being is that?" Realizing that Jissid had not witnessed it, Song Zimming turned to the doctor and Commander Liu, who both shook their heads. "Should I send someone to search the surrounding area?" Commander Liu suggested. "No need." Song Zimming replied, "That I have a feeling that it is not a bad thing that you did not encounter that extraterrestrial creature. The mission is complete. Let's return and submit our report." Commander Liu continued, "Captain Song, please send us a copy of the situation in the underground lair, as we also need to report this mission to our superiors." Song Zimming nodded, leading the Wolf squad of 8 back to the Wolf base after bidding farewell to the Marine unit. After a busy morning, the excessive use of their abilities left everyone exhausted. Upon returning to the base, they first went to the dining hall for lunch, and out of respect for Song Zimming, they left no remnants of the meal he had prepared. After finishing the cooking, Song Zimming could only have canned food for lunch. After the meal, Song Ziming convened everyone in the conference room. He first consolidated the intelligence into a report and sent it to the company headquarters for upload. Then he projected holograms of the 8-legged extraterrestrial creature and the anomalies within the underground lair onto the conference table. There are 3 points that warrant our attention regarding this mission. First, within the past 6 months, extraterrestrial beings have launched 3 large-scale attacks on Mineral City. Not only did our Wolf Squad and the Marine units suffer heavy casualties, but several populations of extraterrestrial species on this planet also suffered significant losses. Logically, they should have avoided the cleanup zone for their proliferation. However, the location of the lair we discovered is less than 50 kilometers from the cleanup zone, which poses a considerable risk for these extraterrestrial species. Second, upon entering the lair, we encountered at least 5 different extraterrestrial beings. The first-level gopher mouse, the first-level metal-jumping spider, the second-level farting mouse, the third-level hidden claw mouse, and an unknown 8-legged extraterrestrial creature. While it is understandable that the farting mouse, an evolved form of the gopher mouse, cohabited the same lair, the metal-jumping spider and the hidden claw mouse are entirely different species. The coexistence of 3 distinct extraterrestrial species within one lair is perplexing. Finally, we encountered that 8-legged extraterrestrial being as we exited the underground lair. Not only was its attack power formidable, capable of piercing through the neck of a heavily enhanced individual with a single strike, but its speed was also comparable to ushered, who was operating at full capacity. That I suspect that this extraterrestrial being is at least of level 4 or higher. Upon hearing Song Ziming's assessment, everyone was taken aback. Ushered, having not witnessed the creature's speed, expressed doubt. "Captain, could you be mistaken? Although we are near the front lines, this is still a rear planet in the battle zone. How could a creature of level 4 or higher attack our planet? If that were the case, Mineral City would have fallen long at that moment." Wang Zhuang, with a bandage around his neck, interjected, "Ushered, you have no idea of the terror that creature embodies. That it pierced through my neck. Even with my abilities fully activated, if it had intended to kill me, I would have met my end in that hole. That I still shudder at the thought." Ushered, perplexed, asked, "So terrifying? Is that true?" "Well, these are just my speculations. Upon our return, I submitted a report and a request for support to the company headquarters. That I believe we will receive a response soon." Just as Song Ziming finished speaking, the communication channel pinged with a notification. He opened the email with a smile, saying, "Speak of the devil. Let's see what our superiors have to say." After reading a few lines, Song Ziming's expression grew solemn. Ushered inquired, "Captain, what did the superiors reply?" Song Ziming relayed the contents of the email. "The regiment has reviewed our report and informed us that other station units on different planets have also encountered multiple extraterrestrial species cohabiting within the same lair. The Galactic Human Coalition has initiated an investigation into this anomaly. However, other units have yet to encounter any enemies resembling that 8-legged extraterrestrial creature. They even compared it to the entire database of extraterrestrial species within the Galactic Human Coalition and found no records of such a being. Damn it. Why are we the ones facing all this misfortune?" Wang Zhuang retorted. Dian Shu asked, "Captain, how did the superiors respond to our request for support?" Song Ziming shook his head. The higher-up said that extraterrestrial beings have recently intensified their invasion of the galaxy, leading to elevated conflict levels in several star domains. Even the Empire appears to have been attacked by these extraterrestrial beings. The front lines are tight, and until we can provide evidence of level 4 or higher extraterrestrial beings on ST-44732, the units will not dispatch support. However, they have expedited the delivery of the remaining 2 new recruits, who are expected to arrive tomorrow. Wang Zhuang fumed. What are the commanders thinking? If we could capture proof of a level 4 extraterrestrial being, we wouldn't need any support. Dian Shu consoled him. It's not entirely their fault. The front lines are pressing, and they need to focus on defense. But I never expected extraterrestrial beings to attack the Empire. What do they intend to do? Are they planning to wage an all-out war against the galaxy again? In the history of humanity's colonial expansion across the galaxy, there have been 2 full-scale wars with extraterrestrial beings. The first occurred in the early days of human colonization, when humanity first encountered extraterrestrial life. Although the scale of that war was relatively small compared to the present, it is recorded as the first full-scale war. The second war took place during the mid-colonization period, when the dual rise of technology and superhumans inflated humanity's ambition, leading to a blind confidence in conquering the cosmos. Humans began to actively attack planets occupied by extraterrestrial beings to seize resources. This provocation undoubtedly captured the attention of other extraterrestrial species in the universe, resulting in hundreds of extraterrestrial races joining the fray for resources in the galaxy. One by one, the star domains occupied by humanity fell. Eventually, under the mediation of the high-level extraterrestrial race, the undying gods, the conflict level between the extraterrestrial beings and humanity decreased. This war is recorded by humanity as the Second Full-Scale War. These historical facts were learned by Liu Cheng and the others through their studies online at school. Chapter 33. Song Ziming's background. However, the Second Full-Scale War did not bring solely negative consequences for humanity. Firstly, humanity came into contact with the high-level extraterrestrial race, the undying gods, one of the few extraterrestrial beings that advocated for peaceful diplomacy and held significant influence within the universe. Secondly, humanity became acutely aware of its own insignificance. During the mid-colonization period, humanity's inflated confidence led them to regard other extraterrestrial beings as nothing more than intellectually inferior insects, while also indulging in internal conflicts. The coalition government and the empire were in prolonged warfare, and interstellar pirates ran rampant, causing the inhabitants of colonized planets to live in abject poverty. The Second Full-Scale War directly prompted the empire to proactively sign a ceasefire agreement with the coalition government. Both sides allocated sufficient forces to defend the outer star domains, which not only curtailed the rampant interstellar piracy, but also compelled the government to pay adequate attention to the living standards of the people on the colonized planets. However, the empire was a highly centralized Leviathan-style state, while the coalition government was a parliamentary regime composed of hundreds of star domain nations. The two sides have always harbored hostility toward one another, making effective cooperation challenging. After the meeting concluded, everyone dispersed to attend to their own matters. Only Liu Cheng remained seated on the sofa, lost in thought about the battle within the underground lair, silent and contemplative. Although the task of destroying the lair was a collective effort of Liu Cheng and the other five, only 3 individuals played a crucial role. Dezhuang and Captain Song withstood the pressures from both flanks of the squad, while Dian Shu's electric arcs eliminated the majority of the remaining enemies. The number of extraterrestrial beings Liu Cheng and Tian managed to dispatch paled in comparison to the 3. Even the strongest single-target attacker among them, Fu Yin, found himself powerless against the numerous extraterrestrial beings, relegated to merely transporting small hydrogen bombs. It could be said that the Wolf Squad was currently upheld entirely by the 5 seasoned veterans. If Liu Cheng and the others did not grow quickly, they would be ill-equipped to face the next wave of extraterrestrial assaults. With this thought in mind, Liu Cheng let out a sigh. Noticing Liu Cheng's gloomy demeanor, Song Ziming curiously asked, "Liu Cheng, what are you sighing about?" "Oh, my apologies, Captain. I didn't realize you were still here. I was contemplating how all 3 of us new recruits are first-level superhumans, and our power pales in comparison to yours. Uncertain of how to combat extraterrestrial beings like you." Liu Cheng was surprised to find that Song Ziming, beyond his greed, possessed a commendable ambition. That he chuckled and remarked, "Superpowers are akin to muscles. They strengthen with experience and repeated use. It took the electric mouse a year to ascend from level 1 to level 2, while Speedster required 2.5 years. There's no point in rushing." "Indeed," Liu Cheng replied, self-deprecatingly, "if it takes them so long, I, a powerless one, have even less to worry about." His abilities bore no relation to combat, and he realized that his greatest reliance for enhancing strength lay in the daily absorption of star core fragments. Upon hearing this, Song Ziming assumed Liu Cheng was merely expressing despondency and inquired, "Do you know why I mentioned your name aboard the transport ship before our journey to the training battlefield?" Liu Cheng recognized he was referring to the earlier occasion and responded, "Was it because of my shooting scores? That was secondary." Song Ziming shook his head. "The primary reason was that you were the first powerless individual I knew who persevered to join the combat unit without transferring to a non-combat school." Liu Cheng was taken aback, not understanding why his status as a powerless individual would attract Song Ziming's attention. Noticing Liu Cheng's confusion, Song Ziming elaborated, "I hail from a military family. Both my grandfather and father embody the essence of soldiers and patriots. Yet, they too were powerless. Thus, they greatly admired the formidable superhumans in special operations. After my brother and I were born, our powers were detected, and my grandfather and father were elated, nurturing high hopes for our potential to join the special forces. However, fate seemed to play tricks on them. My brother, upon entering middle school, displayed no superhuman abilities and was classified as powerless. That my own power allowed me to communicate with canines and heighten my senses. Yet it did not pertain to combat. Witnessing the disappointment on my grandfather and father's faces, my brother felt disheartened. Secretly, he enlisted in the Marine Corps, hoping to achieve something on the front lines that would bring joy to my grandfather and father. Liu Cheng nodded, understanding the urge to prove oneself. After all, he too had endured 3 years as the underperformer in a class of powerless individuals, knowing all too well the sting of being looked down upon. And then, as if recalling a painful memory, Song Ziming sighed, continuing, 2 years later, while I was in high school, I received a call at school from home, bearing the devastating news of my brother's death. In that moment, it felt as if a thunderbolt had struck me. My brother and I shared a close bond, and he had always looked after me. Thus, I abandoned my plans to transfer to a non-combat school and chose to graduate and join the Special Forces instead. That decision led to a fierce argument with my father and grandfather. I remember the harsh words exchanged that I blamed my grandfather, declaring that if it weren't for them, my brother would not have died. And I would never forgive them. Those were words spoken in anger that my true motivation for joining the Special Forces was to fulfill my brother's unachieved aspirations that I end my 2nd year of service. My father made the only phone call I received from him in all those years to inform me of my grandfather's passing. I regretted never having the chance to say goodbye, nor even to apologize, but regret bore no fruit. I could only grit my teeth and persist in fulfilling my brother's legacy, hoping to bring solace to the spirits of my grandfather and brother. You know well that surviving in the Special Forces without potent abilities is a daunting task. Therefore, like you, I chose to utilize every available resource to arm myself, that I honed my powers relentlessly, surviving time and again through my keen senses and ability to communicate with canines. Perhaps I was fortunate, as I had not been assigned overly perilous missions. 10 years later, I broke through to become a level 2 superhuman and finally awakened the ability to transform into a werewolf. As for what transpired thereafter, you have likely heard from Dazhuang and the others that my experience, discipline, and exceptional combat prowess made me one of the top soldiers in the entire Special Forces regiment. Liu Cheng nodded, having indeed heard of Song Ziming's achievements after his rise to fame, but was astonished by the hardships he endured prior, that I had previously considered that, since I could achieve a second awakening and become a formidable superhuman. If my brother, as a powerless individual, had not died and had persisted until his second awakening, could he not have fulfilled our father's and grandfather's hopes? Initially, I thought this hypothesis would remain unproven until I encountered you. Chapter 34. New recruits. Liu Cheng inquired, so, Captain, do you intend to help me grow to validate your hypothesis? Song Ziming smiled. Precisely. You and my brother share the same condition. Both of you are powerless. Yet, your innate talent is remarkable, that I have witnessed your exceptional shooting skills and acute battlefield judgment during our training, which are on par with my own. Furthermore, like my former self, you adeptly utilize weaponry to enhance your capabilities and adapt remarkably to the battlefield. This advantage sets you apart from those who rely solely on their superpowers and are unskilled in weaponry. With your outstanding talent coupled with my 10 years of battlefield survival experience before awakening my werewolf transformation, I am confident in my ability to cultivate you into an exceptional superhuman warrior. What do you say? Would you like to give it a try? Faced with Song Ziming's proposition, Liu Cheng found the allure irresistible and excitedly nodded. Yes, I am eager to try. Haha, excellent. Song Ziming laughed heartily, extending his right hand to your transformation into an outstanding superhuman. Filled with determination, Liu Cheng extended his right hand and fist bumped with Song Ziming, proclaiming, to prove that the powerless can ascend. They sealed their agreement, with Song Ziming brimming with confidence in Liu Cheng's potential. He had observed Liu Cheng's physical capabilities improving at an astonishing rate, rivaling even those who trained their powers daily. Meanwhile, Liu Cheng's confidence stemmed from his abilities. Even as a powerless individual, he believed that through relentless hunting of extraterrestrial beings and the absorption of star core fragments, he would eventually awaken new powers that as long as he did not give up. Even if his new abilities fell short, he could undergo a third, fourth awakening until he finally achieved combat capability. Both Liu Cheng and Song Ziming resolved long-held concerns within their hearts. Liu Cheng returned to his quarters to rest and regain his energy, while Song Ziming lay on his bed, exhilarated, taking quite a while to calm down into sleep. The following morning, a Qin-class warship emerged from a wormhole, approaching the star system where the Wolf Squad was stationed. Dozens of X-2 rapid troop transport ships departed from the Qin-class warship, one of which was heading towards planet ST-44732. The engines of the transport ship stirred the ground's yellow sand as it roared to a halt. Upon receiving the communication signal, Song Ziming was already waiting at the base's entrance. Two new recruits emerged from the cabin, their bags slung over their shoulders. Upon seeing the squad leader welcoming them at the entrance, they braved the swirling sand and stood at attention, saluting, reporting, squad leader. New recruit Fei Niao, new recruit Huiyin. Here to report. Song Ziming nodded. I am the captain of the Wolf Squad stationed at the ST-44732 Special Forces. You can call me Captain Song, it's quite windy outside. Let us talk inside. Yes, sir, they replied in unison. While Song Ziming was accustomed to the sandstorm due to his veil, the two new recruits suffered greatly. They had not wanted to come to such a desolate planet. And upon stepping off the transport ship, they found themselves gagging on sand. Eager to enter the base, Song Ziming turned and smiled slightly. He reflected that he always welcomed newcomers in this manner. It not only instilled a sense of humility, but also allowed them to appreciate the harshness of the environment, reminding them to wear scars when venturing outside. Fortunately for Liu Cheng and his companions, they arrived on one of the few sunny days of the year on planet ST-44732 that once inside the Wolf base. The two new recruits surveyed the interior. Point one was a tall, fair-skinned young woman, unmistakably a pampered young lady from a well-off family. The other was a short, round young man with chubby cheeks, not conventionally attractive. They walked with their heads held high, exuding a similar pride, and moved closely together, appearing as if they had known each other for a long time. Song Ziming led them to the lounge, where Liu Cheng and the others had been waiting. These two are the new recruits joining our Wolf Squad. Let us introduce ourselves, starting with you two. That the new recruits were as nervous as Liu Cheng and his companions had been upon arrival. The chubby boy stepped forward to introduce himself. I am Fei Niao, a flying-type superhuman. My individual ranking on the training battlefield is 2,772. I was the reconnaissance class representative in the senior class 38 at Jingzhou First Combat High School. Jingzhou is on the same planet as Liu Cheng St on Men City, meaning that the chubby boy was part of the same batch of new recruits participating in the training battlefield. However, Liu Cheng and his three companions had been directly assigned to Song Ziming by the Iron Blood Corps commander, Li Ronghao. Fania and his companion first reported to the army group, arriving a few days later than Liu Cheng and his team. Fania is clearly a code name for the chubby one, not his real name. Some superhumans prefer to use nicknames instead of their actual names to safeguard their family's privacy. Liu Cheng and the others were unaware of this when they introduced themselves, dutifully stating their names. The seasoned soldiers, including Wang Zhuang, merely mentioned their names in passing. This indicates that the chubby one possessed a greater awareness than Liu Cheng and his companions. Wang Zhuang, unable to tolerate the pretentiousness of the newcomers, interjected, a personal score ranking of 2,772 is indeed rather low. Moreover, your physique is quite rotund. Perhaps you should be called Ostrich instead of Fania. The chubby one, taken aback by the mockery, was about to confront Wang Zhuang, but swallowed his words upon seeing the latter's muscular build. Observing the chubby one's indignation, Wang Zhuang feigned a fierce glare and warned, "Oh, still defiant. What is your name? I'll ask you again. What is it?" Terrified, the chubby one stammered, I'm Ostrich. Satisfied, Wang Zhuang nodded approvingly. Now that's more like it. Meanwhile, a girl with an air of superiority stepped forward, puffing out her chest and declaring, I am Fire, an elemental superhuman with fire abilities. That I'm the class leader of Class 38 at the First Combat High School in Jingzhou, consistently ranking in the top 10. With a personal score ranking of 343. With her chin raised high, she seemed to flaunt her achievements, smugly thinking, 2,772 isn't impressive. 343 is certainly better. A bunch of seasoned veterans picking on the newcomers. The members of the Werewolf team exchanged puzzled glances at her boastful demeanor. The girl, mistakenly believing her accomplishments had awed them, smiled and added, I know I'm attractive, come from a good family, and perform well academically. You might feel inferior. But now that we are all part of the same team, I'll look after you out. This girl is even more pretentious than that chubby one. The seasoned soldiers felt their goodwill evaporate, comparing her arrogance unfavorably to Wang Zhuang. Wang Zhuang, unperturbed, introduced himself. I'm Da Zhuang, a superhuman with enhancement abilities, codename Iron Wall. I am also a 2-star superhuman, ranking second in our team. He then pointed towards Fu Yin and Tian, saying, by the way, these two are also newcomers. This one is Raven, the class leader of Class 33 at the Second Combat High School in Tianjin, consistently ranking first overall, with a personal score ranking of 1. Hearing himself called Raven, Fu Yin retorted, Da Zhuang, you're the one who's Raven. Wang Zhuang shot back, dare you deny it? Fu Yin hesitated, realizing he couldn't refute it. After all, during his training mission, His team had nearly been wiped out by two third-tier alien creatures, and he had unwittingly disturbed their nest. That it appears Liu Cheng and the others were right. He indeed had a knack for getting into trouble with his words. Upon learning that the newcomer with the codename Raven had the highest personal score ranking, the chubby one was astonished. Meanwhile, Fire's eyes lit up in recognition, exclaiming, "Fu Yin, is that you?" Surprised by her familiarity, the Warwolf team looked on in intrigue. "You know me?" Fu Yin asked out of course. "You're the son of the mayor of Tianjin, the top student at Tianjin Second High School. Who wouldn't he know you? I was right behind you in a pink welcoming outfit when you visited our school." Fu Yin scratched his head, feeling embarrassed that I was so focused on the competition that I didn't remember you. "That is all right," Fire said, extending her hand with a charming smile. "Now that we're on the same team, let us support each other." Fu Yin awkwardly shook her delicate hand, smiling shyly, looking forward to it. The rest of the Warwolf team exchanged glances, bemused by the sudden shift in Fire's demeanor from proud to coy. Both Fu Yin and Liu Cheng were quite attractive, with Fu Yin excelling in every aspect. His height over 6 feet and being the mayor's son made him a paragon of affluence, much admired by girls. Liu Cheng, though handsome and tall, came from a less privileged background, and in the rapidly expanding population of the human colony in the galaxy, looks alone no longer captivated women. That it was true what they say. Being good-looking doesn't pay the bills. After shaking hands with Fu Yin, Fire turned to Tian, who ranked 301 in personal scores. With an ethereal presence and appearance that rivaled her own, Fire instinctively straightened her posture. Noticing Fire's scrutiny, Tian stood tall and introduced herself. Codename: Ice Crystal, Ice Elemental Superhuman, personal score ranking 301, graduated from Class 27 at Tianjin Second Combat High School, where I served as class leader. Just to mention, I've never fallen out of the top 9 in my grade. The seasoned soldiers couldn't help but marvel at the rivalry brewing between the two girls. Fire, though displeased, maintained a smile. "Ice Crystal, your codename is lovely, but my fire abilities seem to counter yours." Calling her sister implied that she was older, and suggesting her abilities were superior was a subtle jab. Normally stoic, Tian smiled sweetly. "You might not have heard the saying ice and fire cannot coexist. Ice comes before fire. Fire cannot surpass ice. You will always be behind me." The atmosphere thickened with tension that went unnoticed by the two main culprits, Liu Cheng and Fu Yin. Liu Cheng, having only heard of Fu Yin's academic prowess, was oblivious to his connection to the mayor. "Fu Yin, your father is the mayor of Tianjin. Why didn't you mention it?" Fu Yin replied nonchalantly, "You never asked." Liu Cheng was left speechless, realizing the truth of the matter. "All right, Liu Cheng, your turn to introduce yourself," urged Song Ziming, eager to move on. Fire and Tian paused their rivalry, now lacking the confidence they had upon arrival. Faced with 5 seasoned soldiers and 2 outstanding newcomers, they no longer held any ground for pride. Liu Cheng introduced himself simply. "You can call me Butcher. I look forward to working with you." Chapter 36. I have high hopes. The lounge fell silent for a full 10 seconds. Afterward, confusion spread among the group. Is the introduction over? The newcomers were baffled as to why the one called Butcher hadn't even mentioned his abilities. Wang Zhuang, recalling Liu Cheng's scavenging days, remarked with interest, "Butcher suits you well. When did you adopt that codename?" "Oh, during my visit to the mining city's black market," Liu Cheng replied. Wang Zhuang nodded. "It seems the traders there often share codenames. That boss must have taken a liking to you. Did you end up being the black market's fool?" Realizing the implication, Liu Cheng began to ponder. When he last returned from trading with Tian, he found it peculiar that the star core fragments, valued at 100,000 each, were being sold for 150,000. He had thought he was making a profit. What? Was I the fool all along? He secretly resolved to inquire with the fortune cat next time he visited the black market. "Haha, hearing you say that, it seems I indeed lost out." Wang Zhuang dismissed it lightly, offering reassurance. "No worries. Every newcomer has to pay their dues. A few hundred or thousand is nothing but a few hundred or thousand. I very well might have lost hundreds of thousands." Once everyone had made their introductions, Song Ziming extinguished the cigar he had nearly finished and addressed the group. "Now that the introductions are complete, let us all return to our respective tasks. Liu Cheng, please take these 2 to the base and the mineral market." "Understood." Liu Cheng accepted the order and led Hui Yin and Fei Niao out of the lounge. After Song Ziming departed, Wang Zhuang remarked to the others, "Did you notice? The captain seems to want to nurture Liu Cheng." Electric Mouse nodded. "It's apparent to anyone with eyes. Isn't it?" Wang Zhuang turned to Tian and Fu Yin. "Did you both notice?" Tian and Fu Yin shot him a glare. Of course we're not blind, Wang Zhuang questioned. Then why aren't you two jealous of him? You both came in together as newcomers. Tian smiled slightly. I've always had faith in Liu Cheng. The others discerned a hint of intrigue in Tian's tone, and the doctor inquired with a smile, oh, what kind of faith? Tian blushed slightly, shyly replying, stop it. Why do you ask if you already know? Ha! We want tea pry. The group laughed, and Wang Zhuang then turned to Fu Yin, Crow's mouth. Why aren't you jealous of Liu Cheng as well? Fu Yin, unfazed by the moniker, replied, I too have high hopes for Liu Cheng. What? At his words, Wang Zhuang, Electric Mouse, and Jisoo all took a step back, distancing themselves from Fu Yin. Fu Yin, puzzled. Why are you all backing away? Wang Zhuang exclaimed in horror. We're not in a pretty boys, Fu Yin. Liu Cheng first introduced the two newcomers to the Warwolf base, then drove the hovercar to the adjacent Marine Corps camp. Just as Liu Cheng and the others had experienced upon their arrival, Hui Yin and Fei Niao went through similar introductions en route. Liu Cheng explained the distinctions between the Special Forces and the Marine Corps, and the two listened attentively. They thought to themselves, since this fellow named Butcher knows so much that they don't, he must possess an impressive background and formidable abilities. Their respect for Liu Cheng grew increasingly profound. Upon entering the command center of the Marine Corps, Liu Cheng once again met with Colonel Hu Jun. His rank was too low to be as casual as Song Ziming was in front of Hu Jun, so he stood at attention and saluted. Colonel Hu, these two are our newly recruited members from the Warwolf team. I brought them here to familiarize themselves with the Marine Corps and the mineral market. Typically, it was Song Ziming who led new recruits, so Hu Jun was pleasantly surprised to see the young man from before. He smiled and said, Ah, it's you, young brother. Last time, I didn't get a chance to ask your name. Liu Cheng replied with a smile. No need for formalities. You may call me Butcher. Colonel Hu Jun patted Liu Cheng on the shoulder. Great name. Our Marine Corps will rely on the support of your Warwolf team, and you, young Butcher, a lot in the future. Liu Cheng saluted. Whenever you require assistance, Colonel Hu, our Warwolf team is ready to serve. Hu Jun nodded in satisfaction. Since you're heading to the mineral market, I'll have team leader Wang accompany you. With a senior military officer joining them, Liu Cheng and his companions would have an easier time at the mineral market, and he expressed his gratitude. I truly appreciate it, Colonel Hu. Well, I have some matters to discuss with team leader Wang. You three wait outside for a moment. Very well. Liu Cheng nodded, and, along with Hui Yin and Fei Niao, stepped out of the command room. Wang Chong and the others were puzzled. Colonel, why are you being so courteous to a new recruit from the Warwolf team? They could understand Hu Jun being polite to Song Ziming, but they were baffled by his courtesy towards Liu Cheng. Hu Jun chuckled. You're misunderstanding. Song Ziming is one of the finest soldiers in the Iron Blood Regiment. If not for the necessity of sufficient strength for promotion in Special Forces, he might have already attained the rank of team leader. His insight and experience are exceptionally astute. Having Butcher lead the newcomers here is clearly a sign of his intent to nurture him. What does this imply? Wang Chong and the others pondered before responding. It means Song Ziming thinks highly of Butcher. Hu Jun nodded. Yes, it's not just about potential in a few years. After Song Ziming's promotion, he might even appoint Butcher as the team leader of the Warwolf team. Thus, establishing a good rapport in advance is essential. Hu Jun, as a high-ranking officer, had a keen eye for talent, and he promptly enlightened Wang Chong and the others. Therefore, for this escort mission, team leader Wang, you must be especially diligent. Wang Chong stood at attention and pledged, I guarantee the mission will be accomplished. Wang Chong exited the command room and went outside to find Liu Cheng and the others. They all boarded several military vehicles to head for the mineral market. Liu Cheng couldn't shake the feeling that this time the convoy accompanying them was significantly larger than before, and team leader Wang was even more cordial than last time. Perhaps he was overthinking it. Upon arriving at the mineral market, Wang Chong accompanied Liu Cheng and the others on a thorough tour, and Hui Yin and Fei Niao gained a general understanding of the conditions on planet ST-44732. Liu Cheng informed Hui Yin and Fei Niao, I need to make a trip to the black market. You two should return to the Marine Corps camp with team leader Wang. Hui Yin and Fei Niao had heard much about the black market but had never visited, so they were eager to accompany him. Liu Cheng pondered for a moment, considering the inconvenience, and declined. I'm going to conduct a transaction. I don't have time to take you along. Perhaps next time. Chapter 37. Grasping the situation when Liu Cheng stated this. Team leader Wang wisely suggested, then I will take them back first. I'll leave a vehicle behind for you, and the driver will wait for you outside the main gate of the mineral market. With that, he turned and left, and Hui Yin and Fei Niao had no choice but to follow. Liu Cheng arrived at the entrance of the black market, greeted the two guards, and was allowed entry as he stated he was there for a transaction. Navigating through the bustling crowd of the black market, past the butcher shop of exotic creatures, Liu Cheng arrived at the same store he had traded at previously. Upon seeing Liu Cheng, the fortune cat beamed and welcomed him inside. Even finding an excuse to dismiss other customers who were inquiring about prices. Butcher, back again to sell star core fragments? Liu Cheng nodded. The fortune cat's smile widened, eagerly stating, "Quickly, let me verify the goods first." As the fortune cat reached out to take the bag from Liu Cheng, he raised his hand to stop her. The fortune cat looked puzzled, and Liu Cheng smiled. "Not so fast, fortune cat. I'd like to ask why the price I'm selling my star core fragments for is significantly higher than others. What's the catch?" Hearing this, the fortune cat scoffed internally, thinking, "Why would I ever divulge that?" But outwardly she replied, "Butcher, what are you saying? I always offer higher prices for star core fragments than others. There is no catch at all." Liu Cheng smirked. He wasn't foolish, even without understanding the details. He had grasped from Wang Zhuang's hints that he had undoubtedly been played. He slung the backpack over his shoulder and walked towards the exit while saying, "Since the fortune cat is unwilling to share, I want to press her. I'll try other shops instead, that I'm sure I can sell a star core fragment for 16,000, but he didn't genuinely intend to go to other shops." For Liu Cheng, obtaining star core fragments was relatively easy, and whether he sold them for 15 or 16,000 didn't make much difference. What mattered was understanding why he could sell his star core fragments for such prices. As expected, the fortune cat, seeing Liu Cheng about to leave, grew anxious. She knew he was trying to leverage her, but she had no choice but to concede. "Wait a moment, Butcher." Upon hearing the fortune cat call him back, Liu Cheng knew he had the upper hand, but he wiped the smug smile from his face and turned to ask nonchalantly, "Oh, is there something else, fortune cat?" The fortune cat grinned, though reluctantly. She weighed the pros and cons in her mind, and said helplessly, "If I tell you, young butcher, would you still be willing to continue trading in my shop?" Liu Cheng remained noncommittal. "That depends on the fortune cat's sincerity." Sigh. The fortune cat sighed and explained, "The reason your star core fragments fetch a higher price is that their quality is superior." Superior quality? Liu Cheng was puzzled, clearly not grasping the meaning of superior quality. The fortune cat elaborated. Star core fragments, like gemstones, have varying qualities, generally categorized from low to high as inferior, medium, and superior. The star core fragments in general transactions are typically of inferior quality. Based on the size of the star core fragments you possess, the acquisition price hovers around 100,000. Liu Cheng nodded, confirming this aligned with the price that Tian had informed him of. The fortune cat continued, stating that the energy and impurity content in better quality medium star core fragments surpass those in inferior ones. Consequently, their acquisition price is slightly higher, approximately 150,000. The finest high-quality star core fragments exhibit superior energy and impurity content compared to medium ones, with acquisition prices generally around 200,000, but the fortune cat considered whether to divulge only part of this knowledge to Liu Cheng. But Liu Cheng indicated that the continuation of their transaction would depend on his sincerity. After a moment of contemplation, the fortune cat decided to share everything with Liu Cheng upon hearing this. Liu Cheng took a deep breath. Remarkably, a single star core fragment could yield him an additional 5,000. It seemed that De Zhuang was indeed correct. His previous visit had made him a fool. Liu Cheng pressed further, asking if the differences in energy and impurity content among various qualities of star core fragments would affect their efficacy. "Certainly," replied the fortune cat. "Firstly, some individuals purchase star core fragments specifically for their energy. For fragments of equal size, those of higher quality contain more energy. Similarly, for fragments of the same quality, larger sizes also yield more energy. Furthermore, the butcher boss should be aware that some individuals acquire star core fragments not for direct use, but for absorption." "Correct?" Liu Cheng nodded, acknowledging that he was one such individual. The fortune cat elaborated. "This makes it clear that star core fragments cannot be absorbed without limit. That one absorbs more star core fragments. The impurities from the extraterrestrial beings within them will also accumulate. When a person absorbs more impurities than they can endure, they will begin to exhibit symptoms of alien beast transformation." Liu Cheng had learned about alien beast transformation online, which referred to humans losing their rationality and becoming akin to extraterrestrial species, usually as a result of capture and forced transformation by alien beings, or exposure to significant amounts of alien radiation. He had not anticipated that excessive absorption of star core fragments could also lead to such transformation. Considering that he absorbed at least one star core fragment daily, he felt a twinge of fear. Thus, the higher the quality of the star core fragments, the greater the quantity a human can absorb. This explains their elevated prices. Liu Cheng sighed with relief, since he only absorbed high-quality star core fragments. He could indeed absorb a significantly larger number than others. I have another question. Liu Cheng inquired. I have heard that if a person absorbs a complete star core instead of individual fragments, they might even awaken new abilities. I asked that true. The fortune cat chuckled ruefully, shaking his head. Butcher boss, you truly jest that a single high-quality star core fragment costs over 200,000. How much would a complete star core cost? Even my curiosity, doesn't he afford me the means to verify that? Liu Cheng pondered this as well. With Liu Cheng seemingly out of questions, the fortune cat asked, So, Butcher boss, I have shown you my utmost sincerity. Shall we proceed with our transaction? Liu Cheng responded, Indeed, the fortune cat exhibits great sincerity. Henceforth, I shall sell my star core fragments exclusively through your shop. However, we must renegotiate the acquisition price. It cannot remain at 150,000 per fragment. Upon hearing this, the fortune cat's expression darkened, and he asked, How much does the butcher boss wish to receive? Liu Cheng raised 2 fingers and stated, This amount. Chapter 38. Call me daddy. Seeing Liu Cheng extend 2 fingers, the fortune cat nearly erupted with indignation, exclaiming, 200,000? I have shared everything you wish to know, and you ask me to pay 200,000. You offer me no concession whatsoever. Wait a moment. Liu Cheng interjected, raising his hand in explanation. While your standard acquisition price for high-quality star core fragments is 200,000, you must earn a profit upon reselling them, at least a few thousand. Right. The fortune cat huffed. That's all hard-earned money. It's what we deserve in this line of work. I never claimed otherwise. Fortune cat, you perceive the price of 200,000 for my star core fragments as unprofitable. In reality, it is due to your limited volume of transactions and fixed costs, correct? The fortune cat huffed, blowing air through his nostrils, non-committal. Liu Cheng continued, but think about it. If you transacted over 100 star core fragments each month, without increasing your fixed costs, wouldn't your profits multiply? Perhaps you'd even recover your reasonable acquisition price and make a substantial gain. The fortune cat appeared contemplative before responding. What you say sounds appealing. However, aside from large scrap teams, who can consistently provide over 100 star core fragments monthly? If you truly can, not only would I pay 200,000, but I'd even call you daddy. Liu Cheng paused, not intending to take advantage of the fortune cat. With a resigned smile, he emptied his backpack, spilling 100 star core fragments onto the table. The fortune cat's expression froze, and he turned to Liu Cheng, genuinely exclaiming, Butcher daddy. He was truly moved, feeling that after decades of life, he had finally found a long-lost benefactor. Liu Cheng quickly waved his hands in refusal, saying, No, I do not wish for my son to be a middle-aged balding man. Unfazed, the fortune cat amended, Very well, I shall call you Butcher Grandpa from now on. Wait. You're cursing my son, and now you're cursing my grandson. Is that it? Ahem, you should just call me Butcher Boss. I prefer that title. All right, Butcher Boss. May I check the quality of these star core fragments? Liu Cheng nodded. The fortune cat promptly donned optical equipment and began meticulously examining each star core fragment as if they were beautiful, unclad women. Liu Cheng felt confident in the quality of these star core fragments, as they had all been meticulously extracted from the corpses of extraterrestrial beings during his last venture into the underground lair. Although he had kept the larger ones for his own use, the remaining 100 fragments were still of superior quality compared to those he had obtained from the alien battlefield. The fortune cat was so engrossed in his examination that he forgot to pour Liu Cheng a drink. Once he finished inspecting all the star core fragments, his face was alight with joy. All is well. Butcher Boss, let us finalize the deal at 200,000. However, as soon as he spoke, the fortune cat's expression darkened, and he awkwardly added, Butcher Boss, would it be acceptable for me to initially acquire only a portion of the star core fragments? Liu Cheng was taken aback, asking, Why? The fortune cat rose to pour Liu Cheng a glass of the previous yellow juice adorned with eyeballs, presenting it with respect while rubbing his hands together. The acquisition price for 1 star core fragment is 200,000. For 100, that amounts to 20 million. That I can only muster 6 million from my account, and with high-interest loans, I could manage another 6 million. Therefore, I can only afford to pay you for 60 star core fragments. Recalling that his previous transaction had also totaled 6 million, Liu Cheng understood why the fortune cat had only offered him 150,000 previously. It was due to insufficient funds that he took a sip of the juice and replied nonchalantly, No problem, you can take these for now. Once you sell them and recoup your funds, you can settle the rest with me. The fortune cat hesitated, suspecting that the butcher was testing him. After some contemplation, he asked, Butcher Boss, Doesn't this seem inappropriate? What's inappropriate about it? The more you sell, the easier it will be for me to transact with you next time. Right? By the way, the outstanding amount should be calculated at high interest rates that I trust you can distinguish between the major and minor players in this scenario. Fortune Cat. Liu Cheng's tone was casual, yet the last remark served as a subtle reminder not to let greed lead him to default on his payment, thereby jeopardizing future collaboration. The Fortune Cat nodded, smiling. Of course, Butcher Boss. Your trust in me is the key to profit that I wouldn't be foolish enough to risk 40 high-quality star core fragments for a small sum. Although he said this, the value of 40 high-quality star core fragments was indeed significant, that if word of this reached the outside world, half the black market might plot his demise in retaliation. Satisfied, Liu Cheng set down his glass, stating, "The account remains the same as last time, that if there is nothing else, I shall take my leave to let us exchange contact information." The Fortune Cat activated the communication function on his ARM computer, adding Liu Cheng to his contact list, and enthusiastically saw him off. Before departing, Liu Cheng reminded him, "By the way, Fortune Cat, please keep my sale of star core fragments in your shop confidential." The Fortune Cat assured him, "You can simply call me Fortune Cat from now on, Butcher Boss. Rest assured, I won't disrupt the rules of the black market, nor do I wish for anyone to compete with me for such a valuable client." With this assurance, Liu Cheng felt at ease. However, he ultimately resolved to exert more pressure on the Fortune Cat once he was capable. After all, should this information inadvertently leak, the risks he would face would undoubtedly surpass those of the other party. Upon exiting the shop, Liu Cheng donned a headscarf to obscure his face and discreetly maneuvered through the crowd, leaving the black market behind. Mere moments after departing, his ARM computer pinged with a notification of a transfer to his personal account. Upon inspection, he discovered a deposit of 12 million, bringing his balance to 17,500,000. It seemed that this Fortune Cat was quite adept, promptly transferring not only the payment from the sale of the star core fragments, but also an additional 6 million from high-interest loans. Nevertheless, this did not alter Liu Cheng's determination to further scrutinize him in the future. The relationship between the Fortune Cat and himself was strictly one of mutual benefit. Glancing at the substantial balance, Liu Cheng recalled that he had yet to send medical expenses to his parents since his last visit to the Mineral City. Thus, he searched the computer map for a larger bank, the Cosmic Credit Bank, ST44732 branch in the Mineral City, that he had no choice. The amount he intended to transfer was too considerable, and he feared that a smaller bank would be incapable of handling it. Chapter 39. Cosmic Credit Bank. The Cosmic Credit Bank stands as one of the largest private banks within the galaxy. The decision to establish a branch on ST44732, a planet with a mere 2 million permanent residents, was predicated on the presence of affluent individuals residing there, rich in mineral and energy resources. ST44732 holds strategic significance for the United Government of Humanity in the galaxy. Entrepreneurs willing to engage in business on the frontline planets would not overlook the opportunities here. Consequently, aside from over 1 million employees and their families affiliated with the United Government's Mineral and Energy Extraction Bureau, there are also over 1 million individuals operating private small-scale mines and those reliant on the transportation of minerals and energy. The United Government and the Empire, in their efforts to bolster production capacity against extraterrestrial threats, had long lifted the prohibition on privately operating mines on frontline planets, provided one could transport and sell the resources extracted from these planets back to the rear territories. The United Government and the Empire would even offer tax reductions. This tax incentive is referred to as the Human Contribution Tax Benefit. Since its enactment, the policy has expanded to encompass over 100 types of benefits, the most notable being tax exemptions for the sale of extraterrestrial biological organs by scavengers. The Cosmic Credit Bank's branch in the Mineral City is centrally located, flanked by several other prominent banks along one side of the street, directly across from the municipal building. Upon disembarking, Liu Cheng gazed at the grandiose architecture of the banks and couldn't help but reflect that, were it not for the need to maintain some decorum for the mayor of the Mineral City, the edifices of these banks would undoubtedly overshadow the municipal building. After all, the financial resources and influence of the galaxy's top banks are not to be underestimated. To avoid drawing attention during his visit to the black market, Liu Cheng had refrained from wearing his military uniform. Moreover, since his recent sale of star core fragments had left him with substantial funds, he had yet to procure any new clothing for himself, still clad in the tattered attire from his school days. Thus, when he arrived at the bank's entrance, he was promptly intercepted by the bank's security personnel. These guards are typically low-paid mercenaries tasked with maintaining order at the bank's entrance in the event of an actual robbery attempt by interstellar pirates. However, ordinary mercenaries would be woefully inadequate. The intervention of military special forces or the bank's private superhuman units would be necessary. Consequently, the overall competence and demeanor of these security personnel are often lacking. Noticing Liu Cheng's student-like, impoverished appearance, and despite his face being mostly concealed, one could easily discern his youth, prompting a security officer to inquire. "Kid, what are you here for?" Liu Cheng, puzzled, retorted, "What do you mean? Am I here to eat? I'm clearly here to conduct business." The security officer chuckled and waved him off, stating, "Run along, kid. This is the Cosmic Credit Bank's branch. We only handle transactions exceeding 10,000 credits. For regular transactions, you should visit one of those smaller banks that I asked that a slight against me." Liu Cheng bristled, ready to retort, when a voice from behind interrupted. "Why don't you go play elsewhere if you're broke? Don't obstruct my withdrawal." Turning to face the source, Liu Cheng observed a corpulent man, draped in an exotic animal skin coat, sporting black sunglasses and a slicked-back hairstyle. Oozing confidence as he sauntered past, one arm wrapped around a beautiful woman. His fingers were adorned with numerous rings made of precious metals, and the two long-haired beauties beside him were equally striking, clad in revealing outfits, swaying enticingly as they walked. Liu Cheng had no interest in engaging with such individuals, so he stepped aside, allowing the trio to pass. However, his courteous gesture was misinterpreted as a sign of submission. As they walked by, the corpulent man remarked to the women, "You can tell he's just a broke student, that if you ever marry, make sure it's not to someone like him." The two women, giggling and brushing against the man, cooed, "Oh, come on, fatty, if anyone marries, it'll all be you." "Not a chance. I'm already married," he replied brazenly. Unfazed by the revelation, the women continued, "But you promised to buy me the latest handbag." All right. Fatty will withdraw some money and then get it for you." Liu Cheng felt a wave of nausea wash over him at the sight of the trio, internally cursing his misfortune. Please come in. The security personnel at the entrance beamed as they gestured for the trio to enter the bank. Having previously blocked Liu Cheng, the same security officer finally turned back to him, stating, "You see, our bank caters exclusively to wealthy and refined clients. You, on the other hand, should seek out one of the smaller banks for your transactions, as the fees here may be beyond your means." The officer's intention was ostensibly kind, warning Liu Cheng about the exorbitant fees. "Really? That rotund man is considered refined? Then I must be the most notable person in the galaxy," Liu Cheng countered. "Tell me, which of your eyes determined that I am without funds?" The security officer paused, taking a moment to scrutinize Liu Cheng, confusion evident on his face, as if to say, "Which of my eyes can see that you have money?" In an instant, a glimmer of steel flashed. Before the security personnel could react, Liu Cheng had produced a laser-cutting dagger, pressing it against the officer's neck. Realizing the gravity of the situation, the other security officers hastily reached for their sidearms. "Let me clarify," Liu Cheng declared. "This is a state-of-the-art laser-cutting dagger, valued at 50,000 credits. Do you still believe I lack the means to enter your bank?" The officer, paralyzed with fear under the dagger's threat, stammered, "Yes, sir. You possess the funds and the right to conduct business at our bank." With that, Liu Cheng sheathed the dagger, and the security personnel collectively exhaled in relief, aware that based solely on Liu Cheng's swift actions, they were no match for him. Liu Cheng paused at the entrance, turning to face the security personnel once more. They stood ready for any further confrontation, their voices trembling as they inquired, "Do you need anything else? You seem to have forgotten something." Liu Cheng replied, "Da-da." The officers blinked in unison, quickly realizing their oversight, and they bowed deeply, smiling, "Esteemed client, please do come in." Satisfied, Liu Cheng nodded and stepped into the bank. Chapter 40. Platinum Membership if given the choice. Liu Cheng would rather avoid unnecessary disputes with the security personnel. His decision to forego military attire was intended to maintain a low profile. Any display of bravado might attract unwanted attention from passers-by in the black market, heightening the risk of exposure regarding his transaction of star core fragments. Upon entering the bank, Liu Cheng could distinctly perceive an elevation in the quality of the reception staff within the lobby. A young lady in a professional uniform approached him with a warm smile, bowing slightly as she inquired, "Good day, sir. How may I assist you today?" As she bowed, Liu Cheng caught a whiff of the refreshing fragrance of her shampoo. "I wish to conduct a transfer," he responded. "Certainly, sir. Would you like to make a large transfer or a regular transfer?" Unfamiliar with the terminology, Liu Cheng asked, "What constitutes a large transfer, and what qualifies as a regular transfer?" The young lady, maintaining her smile, patiently explained, "Sir, a transfer amounting to over 1 million credits is classified as large, while amounts ranging from 10,000 to 1 million are deemed regular. Which type would you like to process?" Her explanation was far more polished than that of the security personnel at the entrance, not only answering Liu Cheng's question, but also providing clarity regarding the minimum transfer requirements. Both instances indicate that the minimum requirement for business transactions is 10,000 yuan. In one case, a security guard bluntly inquired if you had the requisite amount, while the staff member, with a warm smile, tactfully informed you that even if you did not possess 10,000 yuan, there would be no cause for irritation, and neither party would feel uncomfortable. Ditto, I see that I wish to conduct a large transfer, Liu Cheng expressed. The staff member nodded with a smile and quickly checked the computer screen. Addressing Liu Cheng, currently, there are few customers in the service area, and the VIP counter has available seats. Please follow me, sir. With that, the staff member gracefully gestured for Liu Cheng to take a seat on a plush leather sofa at the VIP counter. As Liu Cheng settled in, he noticed a familiar figure seated nearby. The portly man he had encountered at the entrance, surrounded by two elegantly dressed women. That moment, the man was engaged in a withdrawal transaction. While the two ladies leaned playfully against the armrests of the sofa, the man turned his head and recognized Liu Cheng. They exchanged surprised glances. Hey there, young fellow. How did a student like you gain access here? Is it because you fancy these two ladies? The man chuckled that on a good day, I might let you have one, but I'm feeling a bit weary from work lately, so these two are keeping me company today. The man was clearly enjoying teasing Liu Cheng, while the two ladies playfully punched him on the chest, pouting, You're awful. If you give me away to someone else, I won't pay you any attention. The man, clearly amused, playfully patted the ladies, exclaiming, Haha. Don't worry, I won't share you today. I intend to enjoy your company. The bank clerks at the VIP counter, overhearing the banter, felt a measure of embarrassment. One of them quickly adjusted her flushed cheeks and turned to Liu Cheng. Sir, may I assist you with your transaction? Liu Cheng, uninterested in the man's antics, replied, Oh, I wish to conduct a large transfer. Certainly, sir, please look this way. The clerk pointed to the camera, which scanned Liu Cheng's face and iris, retrieving his account information. After reviewing the initial details, the clerk said, I'm afraid, sir, that your account is classified as a standard account and cannot process transactions at the VIP counter. You must upgrade to a gold account first. Upon hearing this, the man burst into laughter, while the two ladies covered their mouths, stifling giggles. The man boisterously inquired, How much are you trying to transfer? Do you need your big brother's assistance? Liu Cheng, casting a sidelong glance at the man, was disinclined to engage him further and asked with a slight frown, What must I do to upgrade to a gold account? The clerk explained, You simply need to meet a minimum balance in your account. I'm not certain if you currently have sufficient funds. Liu Cheng had opened several bank accounts prior to graduation, including personal and civic accounts, one of which was with the Cosmic Credit Bank, that he had intended to use these accounts as a precaution once he ascended to the alien battlefield, though he had yet to deposit any funds. However, after completing 2 transactions with the Fortune Cat, he found his account now contained over 10 million yuan. That I have some funds in my account. Could you check if it suffices? He requested. The clerk nodded. Certainly, let me check for you. Meanwhile, the man had just withdrawn 100,000 yuan, clutching the stack of cash without any intention of leaving, instead observing Liu Cheng's transaction with keen interest. Seeing Liu Cheng persist in asking the clerk to verify his account's balance, he remarked, All right, I won't tease you any longer. Since I've amused you for a while, I'll assist you with the transfer. Consider the transaction fees on me. The man's intentions were not entirely malicious, and Liu Cheng contemplated seeking his help to transfer funds home if he could not complete his transaction today. The clerk delved into the details of Liu Cheng's account, noting his age, 18, and reflecting on how youthful and handsome he appeared. The clerk mused that although he was somewhat financially challenged, he could be a fine partner if he were a few years older. Turning her attention to the funds section, she was taken aback. Is there a system error? Why are there so many zeros? The clerk blinked rapidly, retracing her steps to the decimal point that as she counted. Units, tens, hundreds, thousands, 10,000, 100,000, million, 10 million. She realized she must have miscounted, prompting her to verify again. Oh, she exclaimed, confirming Liu Cheng's bank account balance exceeded 10 million, that the portly man and the two ladies exchanged puzzled glances, and Liu Cheng inquired, What is the matter? Is there an issue with my bank account? Realizing her slip, the clerk quickly composed herself, bowing slightly, and apologized, I'm sorry, sir. I didn't mean to startle you. There are no issues with your account that I can upgrade you directly to a platinum account. Would you like to proceed with the upgrade? Chapter 41. Please withdraw 500,000 from me. What? A platinum member? The man was stunned, realizing that he, a mere gold member, had just joked around with a wealthy young man. He felt like a comedic figure in retrospect, embarrassment washing over him. Liu Cheng, however, remained unfazed, nodding yes, please proceed with the upgrade. The clerk promptly submitted a series of system requests. Liu Cheng's qualifications and transaction history were perfectly normal, and the system swiftly approved the upgrade to a platinum account. Sir, your platinum account has been successfully established. You now have access to over 100 new privileges, which you can view in your personal computer system. Do you wish to continue with the transfer? If so, how much would you like to transfer? Liu Cheng accessed the interface on his ARM's computer, selecting his mother's account as the recipient. Yes, I need to transfer 500,000. Please. This amount was the result of careful consideration. His family owed over 1 million in hospital fees. Although he could transfer a larger sum, he felt it would be prudent to explain the source of the funds to his mother. Transferring 500,000 would suffice for at least a month of treatment, and he could subsequently transfer the remainder in installments. After completing the transaction, the clerk confirmed, you have transferred 500,000 yuan successfully. Is there anything else you wish to handle today? Thank you. But that will be all. Very well, sir, then I will arrange for the lobby manager to present you with a gift for being upgraded to a platinum client. Please wait a moment. After speaking, the clerk signaled to the lobby manager to retrieve a gift for the newly minted platinum customer. The manager approached, pushing a small cart laden with a pot of coffee, a platter of roasted desert lizard skewers, and several small plates of desserts, all set beside Liu Cheng's sofa. Good day, sir. I'm here to present your gift for achieving platinum status. Feel free to enjoy while you wait. Do you have any preferences for your gift? Liu Cheng was astonished. Do banks really offer food? He inquired, what kinds of gifts do you have? We have high-end apparel in collaboration with cosmic fashion brands, designer watches equipped with cosmic navigation systems, and weaponry crafted from pure precious metals. Indeed, these were the luxuries favored by the affluent, indicating the bank's clear target demographic. Liu Cheng asked, are there any knives among the weapons? Preferably sharp and durable ones. The manager, recognizing the young platinum client's affinity for weaponry, nodded, we do have a samurai sword made from adamant alloy that IT was personally designed by a fashion brand designer. Liu Cheng nodded in approval. Yes, I would like that. Adamant metal would undoubtedly prove reliable for dissecting alien creatures. Please hold on. I'll retrieve it right away. As the manager departed, Liu Cheng poured himself a cup of coffee and began to enjoy the roasted lizard skewers. The two elegantly dressed ladies, initially surprised by Liu Cheng's acquisition of a platinum account, were further astonished when they witnessed him transferring 500,000 yuan. Their jaws dropped in disbelief as they glanced at the stack of 100,000 yuan the portly man held. Feeling a sense of disillusionment, two enchanting ladies clad in chic short dresses gracefully rose and perched themselves on either armrest of Liu Cheng's sofa. Their smooth, delicate thighs brushed against Liu Cheng's arm intentionally. Frowning in displeasure, Liu Cheng remarked, what are you two doing? With playful smiles, the ladies responded, oh, little brother, don't you have an inkling of what your sisters desire? Nearby, a portly man, feeling humiliated that the two women he had finally managed to woo were now so close to Liu Cheng, snapped angrily, you two shameless creatures. What are you doing over there? Get back here. Casting a disdainful glance at the furious man and the stack of cash he held, the ladies retorted, you fat fool. Do you really think those measly bills could entice us? Just look at your repulsive body. The man, infuriated and unable to articulate his anger, clenched his teeth and barked at the attendant at his VIP counter. What's 50,000? Bring me another 50. The attendant, sensing the tension, promptly complied and placed another 50,000 on the counter. Unfazed, the two ladies continued to mock him. Teach, you think you're wealthy with your golden account? This little brother here holds a platinum account. And look at him, so tender and refined. How could you possibly compare? With that, they playfully caressed Liu Cheng's chest. Little brother, my skills are top-notch. Would you like to try them tonight? Liu Cheng, feeling disgusted, brushed off his clothing and replied, not interested, to go back to where you came from. Taken aback by his rejection, the ladies exchanged bewildered glances before saying, little brother, no, handsome, don't say that. We can be very gentle. Their exaggerated tones made Liu Cheng feel nauseous. He found himself wishing that all women in the galaxy were as taciturn as Tian, glancing at the enraged man, who resembled a balloon about to burst. He thought, actors are heartless, and courtesans are ungrateful. How true that saying is. Shouting, he commanded, leave. If you don't, I'll call security. Liu Cheng's desire for discretion did not equate to a lack of temper. When he was enraged, his expression was truly intimidating. The two ladies, frightened by his outburst, quickly rose and returned to the side of the portly man, pouting as they said, oh, dear brother, it was our fault. Please don't be angry with us. Yes, dear brother, I knew you were the best to us. they added, trying to appease him. The man was fuming, both at the women's fickleness and at his own embarrassment over spending money on them. While he pondered his next move, Liu Cheng, waiting for the lobby manager to bring his gift, instructed the attendant at the VIP counter, please withdraw 50,000 cash for me as well. Seeing the attendant place the cash on the counter, the portly man felt a surge of indignation. What do you mean by this? With a slight smile, Liu Cheng ignored him and continued enjoying his desert lizard skewers. The two ladies, noticing Liu Cheng's withdrawal, assumed he had changed his mind and wanted to invite them over again. They approached him, saying, "Little brother, you really know how to tease your sisters that if you had been straightforward earlier, we wouldn't be upset." After finishing his skewers and wiping his mouth with a napkin, Liu Cheng looked at the ladies with feigned confusion. "Who said I was buying you bags?" The ladies, taken aback, asked. "You withdrew 50,000 and it wasn't tea for us? Was it for clothes instead?" Liu Cheng replied incredulously, "Am I not allowed to withdraw money just to display it?" Stunned, the ladies exclaimed, "What? We've never heard of someone withdrawing money just to show it off." Growing impatient, they shouted, "Do you think we are prostitutes?" Liu Cheng retorted, "I isn't that what you are, flattering men for money. How is that different from a courtesan? At least courtesans have set prices. You don't even have that." Fuming, the ladies were at a loss for words, raising their bags as if to strike Liu Cheng that he challenged them. "Go ahead, try it. I'll have security throw you out." Hesitating, they ultimately lowered their bags and, with a huff, returned to the portly man, acknowledging their defeat. The man, initially angered by Liu Cheng, began to applaud upon realizing Liu Cheng was putting the ladies in their place. "Well done, little brother. Your display of money was splendid. For such women, spending is not worth it. I'll just withdraw my 50,000 to show off too." "Ha ha." The ladies, realizing they had been bested again, turned to the portly man, attempting to charm him once more. "Dear brother, we were just joking with that young man. How could we possibly like anyone besides you?" The man, now emboldened, shouted, "Leave. You two are more shameless than anything. Get as far away from me as possible." His voice boomed, drawing the attention of everyone in the bank. The security personnel approached, puzzled by the sudden change in the man's demeanor. "Sir, how may we assist you?" Pointing at the ladies, he exclaimed, "I was conducting my business peacefully, and these two harlots have been harassing me. What kind of management is this?" The security staff exchanged glances, realizing the irony of the situation. "Apologies, sir, we'll escort them out immediately." Turning to the ladies, they asked, "Will you leave on your own, or shall we remove you?" With gritted teeth, the ladies finally stomped out of the bank, their dignity in tatters. Liu Cheng, savoring another desert lizard skewer, mused about the day's events that he had once again saved a youth from the clutches of desire. Yet he pondered, and the portly man succumbed to his own lust, just as the ladies had succumbed to their greed. As Liu Cheng contemplated, the portly man leaned closer, grinning, "Thank you, little brother, for standing up for me. Otherwise, I would have been utterly humiliated before those two." Liu Cheng replied nonchalantly, "It was nothing. Weren't you planning to transfer money to me earlier? Consider this a return favor." "Absolutely. You're a true friend, and I underestimated you." The man gave Liu Cheng a thumbs up and pointed to the skewers. "How about letting me have one of those?" Liu Cheng gestured for him to help himself, since they were complimentary. The man happily took a skewer and began to enjoy it alongside Liu Cheng. By the time the lobby manager brought Liu Cheng's platinum account gift, both of them were covered in sauce. Liu Cheng wiped the barbecue sauce from the corners of his mouth and his fingers, took the Edmund alloy katana, and rose to his feet, saying, "The desert lizard skewers are quite delightful. If there is nothing else, I shall take my leave." The desert lizard skewers are a specialty of Mineral City, and even a single skewer sold at the barbecue shops is not inexpensive. However, on both occasions that he visited Mineral City, it was Commander Wang who treated him, so Liu Cheng had not spent a penny. The manager of the lobby, seeing Liu Cheng and the portly man had consumed so many skewers, wore a polite smile and bowed, saying, "Sir, please take care, and we look forward to your next visit. I've had my fill as well. I shall take my leave," the portly man said, wiping the sauce from his hands and hastily following Liu Cheng. "Sir, please take care, and we welcome you back next time." Just as Liu Cheng stepped out of the bank, he noticed the portly man chasing after him. Upon reaching Liu Cheng, he introduced himself, "Young brother. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Fat Hu.My friends affectionately call me Fat Brother. May I ask how you prefer to be addressed?" Chapter 43. Fat Hu. Upon being approached for conversation by the portly man, Liu Cheng felt a sense of caution arise within him. After all, he had just showcased his wealth in front of this individual. Liu Cheng replied, "You may call me the butcher." The portly man, Appearing quite familiar, took no offense at Liu Cheng's aloofness and continued with enthusiasm. Butcher, don't be afraid. Fat brother harbors no ill intentions. You helped me earlier. I think you're a decent person and would like to invite you to a meal. Liu Cheng hesitated, uncertain of the portly man's identity and whether to decline the invitation. Noticing Liu Cheng's uncertainty, the portly man added, Rest assured, Butcher, I run an interstellar transportation business, that I have my own fleet, and am somewhat well known in Mineral City. A few inquiries will yield my reputation. Moreover, you just spoiled my good mood. It'd only fair you accompany me for a meal as compensation. The portly man's flattery and coaxing suggested he feared Liu Cheng might refuse him. Liu Cheng inwardly scoffed, thinking, Is that what you call a good mood? Nothing could be more vulgar. However, upon learning that the portly man was in the interstellar transport business, he recalled that the express delivery services did not cover the frontline star domains. If he needed to send something home, perhaps the portly man would be of service. Liu Cheng nodded, saying, Very well, that I happen to have no plans for lunch, so I will accompany you. However, I am unfamiliar with Mineral City, so I will need you to choose the venue. With the Birds and Flames under Commander Wang's supervision, letting them entertain themselves at the Marine Corps for a while was no issue. The portly man, seeing Liu Cheng's agreement, beamed and said, Butcher, rest assured, when dining with Fat Brother, you will not need to spend a penny. I guarantee you will be well taken care of. The portly man waved down a floating taxi, instructing the driver to the Grand Mining Hotel. The Grand Mining Hotel was not far from the Universal Credit Bank. Upon reaching the intersection, they turned a corner. After disembarking, Liu Cheng found it absurd that they needed to take a taxi for such a short distance. After receiving payment, the driver nodded cheerfully at the portly man, pleased to have encountered such easy earnings for the first time in his life. The portly man's intentions were straightforward. He not only wished to treat Liu Cheng well, but also to display his financial prowess. Saying, Butcher, you must not be a local of Mineral City. Liu Cheng nodded, replying, I just arrived in Mineral City recently. The portly man did not inquire further about Liu Cheng's purpose for visiting, but instead began to introduce the Grand Mining Hotel. It is the only large entertainment venue in Mineral City. Originally, this desolate place only attracted mine owners and those of us in the transportation business. Once we all had money, we sought to indulge ourselves. For who would not grow weary of mining in such a barren land? Thus, several mine owners pooled their resources to establish the Grand Mining Hotel. It offers dining, bathing, KTV, sports facilities, and arcade games that in short. It has every form of leisure and entertainment one could imagine. As he spoke, the portly man winked at Liu Cheng, hinting at some special services available, asking if he was interested in trying them. Liu Cheng had no interest in the portly man's peculiar preferences. His primary aim in dining with the portly man was to learn more about their interstellar transportation business. So he stated, Let us stick to the meal. I have matters to attend to this afternoon. That's fine. Just so happens Fat Brother has something to do this afternoon as well. Let us focus solely on the meal today. In truth, the portly man had no plans, but he said this to cater to Liu Cheng's preferences. Liu Cheng was well aware of this, especially since the portly man had previously mentioned wanting to enjoy some time with those two lovely ladies in matching dresses. The hotel's decor was quite extravagant. The portly man requested a private room from the waiter and then inquired if Liu Cheng had any dietary restrictions. Liu Cheng thought for a moment and casually replied, I have no restrictions, except that I don't enjoy spicy food. The waiter, the portly man declared, Bring me everything on the menu except for the spicy dishes. Very well. Please wait a moment. The waiter, accustomed to seeing patrons like the portly man who splurged without restraint, quickly adjusted and complied. The Grand Mining Hotel was known for its swift service. Within 5 minutes, the table in the portly man's private room was overflowing with dishes. The waiter then pressed a button, causing a wall to slowly descend, connecting this room with the adjacent one. The waiter moved the table from the neighboring room over, finally accommodating all the dishes the portly man had ordered. The portly man, grinning, asked, Butcher, do you drink? Liu Cheng shook his head. The portly man poured himself a glass of liquor, then filled a glass with juice for Liu Cheng, cheerfully saying, Not drinking is good for your health. Butcher, you strike me as an educated person. You should stick to juice. As they began their meal, after several rounds of drinks and dishes, the portly man began to boast to Liu Cheng, Butcher, don't mind my braggadocio. But while I may be gluttonous and fond of wealth and women, I am unwaveringly loyal to my brothers. Anyone who calls me Fat Brother can count on me. Brother, I see you're a good person. From now on, you can call me Fat Brother. Liu Cheng nodded, finding the portly man's words quite sincere. After all, everyone has their merits. Moreover, the portly man had shown him great hospitality, and while he had been bragging about himself, he had not once tried to promote his transportation business, clearly focusing on building a friendship with Liu Cheng. Liu Cheng smiled and replied, "Well, since Fat Brother has said so, it would be remiss of me not to acknowledge this kindness." Upon hearing this, the portly man joyfully put an arm around Liu Cheng's shoulder, exclaiming, "Good, from now on, we're brothers. I toast to you." Liu Cheng clinked his juice glass with the portly man's, who then downed his drink in one go. Liu Cheng curiously asked, "Fat Brother, how do you charge for interstellar transportation?" The portly man, upon hearing this, looked at Liu Cheng and said, "Butcher, do you have something to transport? Where is it going? I can help you with it." Liu Cheng replied, "I do have something I wish to send, but the destination is in the Centaurus constellation's third star domain, which is quite far. I understand that I will need to cover the costs." The portly man patted his chest, proclaiming, "As brothers, how can I let you pay? This one is on Fat Brother. However, the Centaurus constellation's third star domain is indeed a bit far. Next time, I might have to charge you. Not just far." If the portly man were to make the trip solely for Liu Cheng, the fuel costs alone could exceed tens of thousands. Nevertheless, Liu Cheng felt compelled to acknowledge the portly man as kindness. Saying, "Then thank you, Fat Brother, I would like to send this to as he spoke, Liu Cheng pulled out 5-star core fragments from his backpack. Upon seeing what Liu Cheng held, the portly man's demeanor shifted. His surprise evident that a star core fragment. Chapter 44. Buying life is that a star core fragment. Fat, who exclaimed in astonishment that it wasn't that he had never seen valuable items before. His fleet often transported goods far more valuable than star core fragments. Star cores and their fragments could only be obtained by hunting high-level alien creatures, making their rarity far greater than their market price suggested. The fact that Liu Cheng had produced 5-star core fragments at once indicated that this newcomer, the Butcher, had financial backing beyond what was visible. Liu Cheng nodded, affirming, "Indeed, 5-star core fragments. While they are not cheap, I'd rather not trouble you with the fuel costs, so I'll pay you instead." The portly man thumped his chest, exclaiming, "Butcher, don't mention it. I've said I won't charge you for this shipment. I mean it. Next time you need something, we can discuss costs then." His insistence was not mere bravado. He genuinely wished to befriend Liu Cheng and leave a good impression. Observing that the portly man did not inquire about the purpose of transporting the star core fragments, Liu Cheng questioned, "Fat Brother, aren't you curious why I want to send these star core fragments?" The portly man replied, "If you're willing to share, I'd love to hear it, but if it's not convenient to disclose. I want pride that I trust that you, as a brother, wouldn't do anything to harm me." The portly man's confidence stemmed from his extensive social interactions. He could discern that Liu Cheng was not of ill intent. Otherwise, he would not have approached him to initiate a friendship. "Very well. I appreciate your assistance this time. Fat Brother, that in the future, I shall undoubtedly inform you of the detailed circumstances." Liu Cheng also readily agreed. 5 fragments of star cores are not insignificant for an ordinary person. He wished to test the reliability of the plump fellow. After all, if he were to seek someone for the transportation of more star core fragments in the future, he would not dare to entrust such a task to someone of questionable character. He provided the address to the plump man's sister's school, with the recipient being her homeroom teacher, clearly indicating that the teacher should assist in forwarding the package to his sister. Liu Cheng did not wish to cause any trouble for his family before validating the plump man's character. If the plump man proved trustworthy, he would subsequently send more star core fragments to assist his sister in enhancing her abilities. That as time was of the essence. Liu Cheng bid farewell to the plump man, saying, "Brother P, I have some matters to attend to and can no longer accompany you today." The plump man nodded, his thoughts already elsewhere. He replied, "Rest assured, young brother Butcher, I will have your items sent out tomorrow. Today, I wish to indulge in a relaxing bath." Liu Cheng mused that the plump man was likely referring to a more extravagant bath. After leaving the mining city, Liu Cheng returned to the Marine Corps in a military vehicle. Along the way, he suddenly recalled that he had visited the mining city twice, dining 4 times in total. 2 meals were courtesy of Commander Wang. One was hosted by the bank, and the last was a treat from the plump man he had just met. Could it be that he had awakened some extraordinary ability to dine for free in the mining city? Of course, such thoughts were merely a jest to himself. Upon his return, Wang Chang approached with Fania and Huiyin. The pair had grown weary of their time in the Marine Corps, yet Liu Cheng retained an air of mystery for them. They were unaware of his background and did not dare to voice their complaints. Wang Chang jested, "It seems you had quite a significant transaction in the black market this time, Butcher." Liu Cheng, feeling a bit embarrassed, replied, "I encountered some issues in the mining city, which took up Commander Wang's time. By the way, I need to purchase some equipment. I wonder if it would be convenient for you, Commander Wang." Liu Cheng hoped Wang Chang would accompany him, allowing him to enjoy the preferential treatment extended by Commander Hu. Wang Chong, having discerned the underlying message in Liu Cheng's words, chuckled. Young brother butcher, you need not worry. Accompanying you is an order from the superiors. Rest assured, all your purchases will still be calculated at the preferential rates provided by Commander Hu. With Wang Chong's assurance, Liu Cheng felt at ease, as he had awaited this very confirmation. The initially bored Fania and Huiyin, upon hearing that they could purchase weapons and equipment at Commander Hu's discounted rates, grew curious and decided to accompany Liu Cheng. However, upon arriving at the trading post, they were swiftly dissuaded by the exorbitant prices. While both came from affluent backgrounds, they had not brought much money with them to the military. The weapons and equipment they desired were beyond their means, and what they could afford held little appeal for two individuals with special abilities. Thus, they waited off to the side, watching Liu Cheng select and purchase his gear alone. Previously, during the dissection of alien creatures, two daggers had suffered considerable wear. Consequently, Liu Cheng purchased two higher-quality daggers for 80,000 galactic coins. Additionally, he had depleted all his deep blue pulse ammunition in the last mission. So he bought a larger quantity of pulse energy clips this time, costing him 120,000 galactic coins. Finally, he selected around 10 individual combat component modules. After his experience with the enhanced signal positioning module, Liu Cheng realized the significance of auxiliary equipment, spending 300,000 galactic coins in total. His expenditure on ammunition and equipment amounted to 500,000 galactic coins, all thanks to Commander Hu's preferential treatment. Liu Cheng couldn't help but reflect on how he could not sell the dissected organs of alien creatures for such a sum, were it not for his ability to extract star core fragments. He might have perished during missions due to a lack of formidable equipment. One could say he was, in essence, spending money to buy his life. That it seemed imperative to expedite his plans to enhance his ability levels and awaken his combat potential. Fania and Huiyin, upon witnessing Liu Cheng's wealth, elevated his status in their eyes to that of a wealthy heir, comparable to Fu Yin. The three of them drove a hovercar away from the Marine Corps. On their way back, Huiyin playfully nudged Fania with her foot, signaling her. Fania, resigned, turned to Liu Cheng and respectfully inquired, Brother Butcher, may I ask what your ability is? Liu Cheng, without overthinking, candidly replied, my ability? I am an energy nullifier. Fania and Huiyin were momentarily taken aback. Then Fania asked, Brother Butcher, does your family possess considerable wealth? Is your social standing quite high? Liu Cheng, puzzled, responded, not at all. Why do you ask? Fania explained, if your family isn't wealthy and your status isn't high, how could you afford to purchase so much weaponry at once? So that was their concern. Liu Cheng believed they would eventually discover the truth and saw no need for concealment, that he openly clarified. Oh, I am an energy nullifier, hence the need to acquire a substantial amount of weaponry to enhance my combat capabilities. As for the fund for these purchases, I earn them by dissecting alien corpses and scavenging. Scavenging? Yes. Once I retire, I aspire to become a scavenger. Thus, after completing missions, I often scavenge and dissect alien corpses for practice. Fania and Huiyin exchanged glances, each detecting a hint of incredulity in the other's eyes. A mere energy nullifier aspiring to be a scavenger. Their status seemed worlds apart. How foolish they had been to regard him as a high-status figure akin to Fu Yin, showing him respect throughout. Feeling a swell of irritation, Huiyin, in a fit of temper, propped her boots against the back of Liu Cheng's seat and huffed, I'm hungry. Let us head back to the base and hurry it up. Liu Cheng was left perplexed. What had changed so suddenly with the two? Before long, Liu Cheng and his companions returned to the Wolf Warriors base before nightfall. Song Ziming noticed Liu Cheng's return laden with various equipment, his brow twitching in response. Dinner is ready. Hurry up and wash your hands. His skepticism regarding Liu Cheng's financial sources had been piqued, yet after confirming with Commander Hu that Liu Cheng had indeed purchased the equipment with his own funds, he refrained from further inquiry. However, Wang Zhuang, upon seeing Liu Cheng's new gear, felt a pang of envy and asked, Butcher, have you secretly kept some of the alien organs for sale? I trusted you. Liu Cheng quickly retorted, Zhuang, speak properly and don't get physical. I gave you all the organs I harvested from the alien creatures, which you inspected yourself. Indeed, Wang Zhuang had checked, and that was precisely why he found it strange. Where could Liu Cheng have acquired such wealth? He wanted in on Liu Cheng's secret. Thus, he quietly inquired of Song Ziming, Captain, don't you find it odd? Where did Liu Cheng get all this money? Song Ziming slightly turned his head, replying quietly, I verified with Commander Hu this afternoon. Liu Cheng visited the black market during both of his trips to the mining city. The first time, Tian accompanied him, while Fu Yin was denied the opportunity to join. The second time, he went alone, and even Fania and Huiyin were turned away. Wang Zhuang's eyes flickered as he said, "Are you suggesting that Liu Cheng engaged in some dubious dealings at the black market? Should I confront him about it?" Song Ziming contemplated briefly, deciding that this matter did not pose an immediate concern for their team, that he advised Wang Zhuang. "Not for now. Everyone has their secrets, for the time being. Only you and I are aware of this, that do not probe Tian or Liu Cheng for information, that I will inquire when the time is right." Wang Zhuang stood at attention, replying, "Understood." This was the quality he possessed, joking aside. He never crossed boundaries. Liu Cheng set down his equipment and exited his room, just in time to encounter Fania and Huiyin, who had just changed clothes. Liu Cheng greeted them with a smile. "Let us hurry. Captain Song's cooking is superb, and if we delay, the food will be gone." With that, Liu Cheng excitedly jogged toward the dining hall. Observing this, Fania and Huiyin exchanged looks, both perceiving a sense of disdain. Huiyin scoffed. "Humph, he clearly has never tasted good food. That country bumpkin thinks the cafeteria food is great." Indeed, a mere energy nullifier aspiring to be a scavenger was not on their level. The plump-faced Fania chimed in quietly, acknowledging that while the desert lizard skewers from the mining city were quite tasty, no matter how good they were, they could not compare to the delicacies they had grown up with. Thus, they continued their leisurely pace. Upon their arrival at the cafeteria, the scene before Fania and Huiyin was nothing short of astonishing. For seasoned soldiers and the three newcomers, including Liu Cheng, were voraciously devouring the meals on the tables, exhibiting no semblance of restraint or courtesy towards one another. Within mere minutes of the meal's commencement, the originally lavish spread of 10 dishes and a soup had dwindled to merely 4 dishes and half a soup. One might easily assume that the Wolf Squad was engaged in a grand eating contest. Fania and Huiyin exchanged incredulous glances. While it was somewhat understandable for the 4 veterans to behave in such a manner, they found it disheartening that Liu Cheng, a supposed waste absorber, was equally undignified. What bewildered them further was the coarse demeanor of Fu Yin, the son of the mayor of Jinmen City, who typically maintained an air of aloofness. It was utterly lacking in elegance. Huiyin scoffed. From the moment she was assigned to this desolate ST-44732 planet, she had been reluctant. She had vowed to uphold her refined upbringing and gracious image, determined not to be tainted by the rudeness of those around her. Fania and Huiyin stood in stunned silence. Captain Song Ziming entered after finishing his cigar, noticing the two lingering at the entrance. He inquired, "Aren't you too hungry?" "I'm not hungry. I refuse to dine with uncultured individuals," Huiyin retorted. The others, including Wang Zhuang, paid no mind to Huiyin's critique, and instead, Wang Zhuang swatted away a chicken drumstick that Fu Yin had just picked up. Grumbling, "I had my eye on that drumstick 5 minutes ago. Don't you dare snatch it from me." Typically, Wang Zhuang would intimidate others, but during mealtime, Fu Yin showed no fear of provoking him to secure an extra bite. He shot back, "Nonsense. Why don't you admit you were eyeing it even before it was a chicken?" With neither party willing to relinquish their grip on the drumstick, Wang Zhuang narrowed his eyes and threatened, "Are you asking for a beating? Do you want my iron fist to reward you with a headache?" Fu Yin, undeterred, retorted, "Oh, threatening me? Do you dare to have my energy essence shot right at your face?" Huiyin gasped, covering her mouth in astonishment. What fierce words! The two, undaunted, inadvertently snapped the drumstick in half, that as Fu Yin stared at the chicken bone in his hand, speechless, Wang Zhuang slurped up the remaining meat in one go. "Captain Song has arrived. Hurry and eat," someone called out. Instantly, the 7 who had been bickering turned their attention to teamwork, determined to clear the table before Song Ziming could join them. Observing their fervent consumption, Fania couldn't help but salivate, for he had always been a glutton, as evidenced by his pudgy physique. Unable to resist any longer, he betrayed Huiyin and took a seat at the table. Joining the others in their feast, initially hesitant upon tasting the first bite, his eyes widened in shock. "What on earth is this?" He mumbled through mouthfuls that he felt that the seemingly simple fare at the Wolf Squad cafeteria surpassed the culinary creations of all the chefs on his home planet. Nay, it was superior to all the dishes crafted throughout the entire Centaurus star region. Fania abandoned any pretense of aristocratic decorum, mimicking the others as they devoured their meals with relentless fervor. Though he lacked the veteran's expertise in snatching food, he nonetheless cleaned the plate with his bun, soaking up every last drop of soup as if it had been washed by a robotic dishwasher. Huiyin initially felt a pang of anger at Faniao's betrayal of her principles, but as she observed him devouring his food like a famished beggar, her curiosity grew. Could it truly be that delicious? As half of the meal disappeared, her resolve began to waver. "Should I give it a try? No, I must uphold my principles as a cultured lady. However, as 1/3 of the food remained, her principles crumbled completely. Well, I'll just taste it to prove my point that they are uncouth. Before she knew it, her feet had already moved faster than her thoughts. Chapter 46. Communication upon witnessing Hui Yin sitting beside him. Fei Yao hesitated for a moment before offering her the half-bun he had dipped in soup. Hui Yin looked at him in surprise. You want me to eat this? Seeing her disdain. The chubby Fei Yao retorted, I fought with myself for ages to offer you this half-bun. You should feel honored. I wouldn't give it to anyone else. Hui Yin fell silent. Yet, glancing at the meager remnants on the table, she felt it would be unbecoming to compete with the veterans for the little food left. Thus, she accepted the half-bun graciously. As she took a bite, the flavors of the bun and soup burst forth like fireworks in her mouth. It was neither the briny flavor of seafood nor the richness of a sauce, but rather the simplest of ingredients and seasonings brought to life through humble cooking, revealing their most primal and pure essence. Hui Yin struggled to recall the last time she had tasted such unadulterated flavors. Perhaps it was as far back as her infancy. When she finally regained her senses, she realized she had unknowingly consumed the entire half-bun. She then glanced at Fei Yao, who had just snatched another half-bun. Sensing her predatory gaze, he shivered, spinning to face her. What do you want with a mischievous smile? Hui Yin inquired. Fei Yao, do you think I treat you well? Fei Yao nodded, but then noticed her gaze fixated on the bun in his hand, and immediately shook his head frantically. 10 minutes later, the members of the wolf squad had cleared the battlefield, leaving behind nothing but empty plates. Fei Yao, akin to a girl who had just been wronged, buried his head on the table and sobbed. I offered you half a bun, and you still snatched it away. Hui Yin, you are heartless. Hui Yin, reclining with her legs crossed and picking her teeth with a toothpick, consoled him. All right, I only took 3 of your buns. Stop crying. I will take responsibility. Wang Zhuangzhuang patted his round belly and announced. I'm full. I'm off to rest. Hold on. Song Ziming called out to Wang Zhuangzhuang, exasperated. You 4 veterans usually leave the dishes after meals, and now you're corrupting the newcomers. Take the dishes away. Wang Zhuangzhuang questioned. Captain, is that really necessary? Don't we have cleaning robots at the base? Song Ziming snorted. Who told you to be so lazy when it comes to meals? There is no sense of discipline here. How can we fight alien life forms? All right, we'll take care of it, several veterans replied resignedly. Song Ziming's demands were indeed quite strict, a reflection of his leadership style and the traditions of the Wolf Squad. Shortly after Liu Cheng returned to his quarters, he received a communication request. Opening the communication interface, he was taken aback to see that the caller was his mother. He had wondered why she had remained so composed. It had been a while since he sent her the money, and she hadn't inquired about it. Unbeknownst to him, upon receiving the 50,000 transfer, his mother had become quite anxious. However, her communication device had been out of service, preventing her from contacting him. Consequently, she had personally gone to the bank to withdraw some cash to settle the communication fees. When Liu Cheng accepted the call, his mother immediately asked, Son, I saw you transferred 50,000 this afternoon. You didn't do anything illegal, did you? Liu Cheng chuckled, relieved he hadn't sent a few million. Otherwise, his mother might have suspected he was betraying the country. That don't worry, Mom. The pay for special forces is significantly higher than other units. That's all military funds. His mother grew more anxious. You better not be lying to me. I asked Anne Wong next door, and her son in the Marine Corps only earns 10,000 a month. Even if your special forces earn 10 times that, it's still only 100,000. Where did you get 50,000 from? It seemed his mother was more discerning than he had anticipated. Liu Cheng quickly reassured her. That's just part of the salary, that I recently completed a major mission and performed well, so I received a 40,000 bonus, which I sent to you. His mother remained skeptical. You expect me to believe that? Bonuses don't get issued that quickly. Be honest, where did this money really come from? Seeing that his mother was not easily fooled, Liu Cheng feigned innocence as expected of you. Mom, you saw right through me. The truth is, the bonus hasn't been issued yet, but I needed to pay for Dad's hospital bills, so I borrowed a few $100,000 from Captain Song. I'll repay him once the bonus comes in. Seeing her son finally speak the truth, Liu Cheng's mother felt a weight lift off her heart. She said, Captain Song is truly a remarkable person. You must remember to follow his commands diligently and repay him as soon as your salary and bonuses are distributed. After all, it is rare to encounter a good superior these days. Liu Cheng nodded and replied, Rest assured, Mom. Captain Song values me highly. His mother chuckled and remarked, So proud. I won't keep you any longer. The communication fees for Xingyu are exorbitant. All right, Mom, see you. Liu Cheng had not finished his farewell when his mother abruptly ended the call. Liu Cheng felt speechless. thinking to himself that he must become immensely powerful and earn a great deal of money, so his mother wouldn't have to hang up the call hastily to save on communication costs. The next morning, Song Ziming summoned all the new recruits of the Wolf Brigade, personally leading them to gather resources. Originally, Wang Zhuang, who had led the previous mission, was not supposed to join. However, upon learning that Liu Cheng would participate, he became reluctant to miss out on the opportunity to collect the organs of the alien creatures and insisted on accompanying them. Thus, the team for the resource-gathering mission comprised Wang Zhuang, Jisuo, Dianshuo, Liu Cheng, Fu Yin, Tian, Fania, and Huoyin, while Song Ziming and the doctor stayed at the Wolf Brigade base to oversee operations. Noticing the veteran soldiers, who were all secondary-level ability users, donned with numerous weapons and equipment. Fu Yin and Tian also wore full sets of combat gear, complete with handguns. Fania and Huoyin felt puzzled and approached Dianshua to inquire. Dianshua, may I ask you something? I can understand Liu Cheng, a seemingly useless ability user, being fully equipped, but why are you veterans also wearing combat gear and carrying weapons? Dianshua, having witnessed Liu Cheng's physical prowess, thought that if they regarded him merely as a useless ability user, they were gravely mistaken. He responded with a smile. This is a tradition of our Wolf Brigade to be precise. It is Captain Song's training philosophy. Captain Song firmly believes that the finest special operations soldiers should not only possess formidable abilities, but should also adeptly combine those abilities with advanced weaponry, allowing them to adapt to battlefield conditions and survive. Chapter 47. Unknown Creatures. Huoyin, unconvinced, retorted, I believe this philosophy applies only to low-level ability users. High-level ability users possess combat capabilities that can rival those of a Qing-class warship. One cannot simply equip themselves with a warship. Dianshua shook his head. I cannot say for certain, as the number of high-level ability users is exceedingly rare compared to the overall population of ability users. I believe Captain Song's philosophy is primarily aimed at low-level ability users. The weather remained unfavorable, with over 80% of the surface of planet ST-44732 engulfed in sandstorms. Wang Zhuang and the other 8 donned their headscarves and drove 3 hover vehicles towards the designated clearing area. Inside the Wolf Brigade base, Song Ziming, with a cigar in his mouth, was inspecting various rooms. Upon reaching the conference room, he noticed the doctor intently watching satellite footage at the holographic projection table and asked, Doctor, you seem quite serious. What are you working on? The doctor replied, Captain, you asked us to keep an eye on that 8-legged unknown extraterrestrial creature, didn't you? During my free time, I investigated the satellite footage from that day. And you won't believe what I discovered. Intrigued by the doctor's mysterious tone, Song Ziming inquired, Oh, what did you find? The doctor adjusted the holographic projection to a bird's-eye view, pointing at the image as he spoke. The location of the alien creature's nest we discovered is in the northeast of the clearing area, while the ground forces are deployed southwest, directly east, and directly north of your entry point. After marking these locations on the holographic map, the doctor also integrated the escape route of the 8-legged unknown extraterrestrial creature. This creature escaped through another entrance before you arrived, and once it emerged, it did not hesitate or take a detour, heading straight for the only gap in the ground forces defenses in the northeast direction. Notably, during its escape, Jisuo was patrolling between the north and east ground forces, and it seemed to know precisely when Jisuo would pass by. Upon reaching Jisuo's patrol area, it concealed itself beneath the sand. Once Jisuo had moved on, it continued its escape. The sandstorm subsequently obscured its route, rendering it impossible to discern its direction of flight. Song Ziming's expression grew grave as he remarked, Do you suspect this extraterrestrial creature possesses precognitive abilities? The doctor shook his head. I cannot ascertain whether it has precognitive abilities. I only know that this creature was undoubtedly aware of all our ground deployments in advance. After all, my primary profession is that of a doctor, not a researcher specializing in abilities. However, if the creature possesses precognitive abilities, it should also foresee that you would be going to clear the underground nest. Thus, I believe this hypothesis is unlikely. Finding the doctor's analysis compelling, Song Ziming said, Please send me the marked map and routes. I need to report this to the higher-ups. Truly, we are encountering all sorts of bizarre occurrences. Just a few months ago, we faced 3 waves of alien beasts, and now we've discovered extraterrestrial creatures that even the United Government does not recognize. I fear that something catastrophic is bound to occur on this forsaken planet. Upon hearing Song Ziming's grievances about the unusual circumstances surrounding the extraterrestrial creatures, the doctor asked, Captain, do you think these recent events are connected to the intensified alien assaults on the galaxy? Song Zimming lit another cigar and shook his head. I cannot say for sure. However, we must remain vigilant with anything related to extraterrestrial beings. Wang Zhuang and his fellows lack sufficient caution. You will need to keep a close eye on them. Doctor. The doctor nodded earnestly, assuring, rest assured, Captain, I will do my utmost to fulfill my responsibilities. After 3 days of fleeing, the 8-legged unknown extraterrestrial creature that had injured Wang Zhuang had reached the opposite side of planet ST-44732. Relative to the mineral city, IT arrived at the foot of a rocky mountain, scanned the surroundings, and upon seeing no one, tapped its tail gently against the mountain wall twice. With a rumble, a cascade of sand and stones fell, revealing a crack at the point of impact. 2 crab-like extraterrestrial creatures, each wielding massive rock-like claws, slowly moved aside, revealing a deep cave behind them. The 8-legged creature entered the cave, and the 2 crab-like extraterrestrial beings gradually closed in, merging their rocky claws with the mountain wall, effectively sealing the entrance. The cave descended into the depths of the earth, its bottomless nature compounded by increasingly complex tunnel structures, with countless extraterrestrial creatures dwelling within. Had Song Zimming and his team been present, they would undoubtedly be astonished, for the array of extraterrestrial species within this cavern encompassed nearly every type that had ever been encountered on planet ST-44732. The 8-legged extraterrestrial creature traversed the path unhindered and, after approximately half an hour, finally arrived at the heart of the cave, a circular nest. The walls of the nest were lined with the corpses of various extraterrestrial species. A closer inspection revealed several human corpses clad in marine uniforms and wolf brigade gear. The 8-legged creature first climbed onto the back of one of the human corpses wearing a marine uniform and proceeded to deeply stab its sharp tail into the neck of the corpse. The tail extended along the spinal cord, almost fully embedding itself within the body. Suddenly, the corpse clad in the wolf brigade uniform opened its eyes and knelt in the center of the nest. Uttering, "My lord, the ambush nest has been discovered by humans and has been cleared." From the shadows at the far end of the nest, a figure adorned in wolf brigade attire approached. An 8-legged extraterrestrial creature was also attached to the back of his head. And he slowly spoke, "I warned you that constructing a nest near human settlements was a flawed plan. You have not been discovered by them, have you?" The Marine replied, "I injured a special forces soldier while escaping and extracted his memories. After which I successfully fled without encountering any further obstacles." Before he could finish, the Wolf Brigade member seized his throat and shouted angrily, "Fool! How many times must I remind you? Until we evolve into our ultimate forms, we cannot leave any witnesses, whether human or other extraterrestrial beings." Chapter 48. Brainworms forgive me, my lord. The Marine's face, already pallid, turned even more as he struggled to breathe, his eyes nearly popping out of their sockets. The Wolf Brigade member released his grip on the Marine's throat and surveyed the various extraterrestrial corpses surrounding the nest. Then he addressed the fallen Marine's body, saying, "Once, our Brainworm clan was also a dominant force in the universe. The Undying God clan, trembling in fear of our existence, has allied with several other superior races to launch an assault on our kin, intent on obliterating us. Ultimately, our former king sacrificed his stellar core energy, transporting us, the younglings, to the farthest corners of the universe. Some of our brethren, still unhatched, were devoured by the local beasts, while others, through negligence, fell prey to the powerful native races, leaving only a scant few to survive. Thus, the hope of our race's revival rested upon us, the cautious survivors. Yet you tell me that after being discovered by humans, instead of eliminating them, you had the audacity to return here, the corpse of a Marine soldier, controlled by an 8-legged alien creature, knelt and bowed its head towards the fallen members of the Wolf Squadron, exclaiming, 'My king, it is all my fault. I will head to the human stronghold and slay them all.'" "Enough," the Wolf Squadron member interrupted. "First, let us consider whether we possess the adequate forces to annihilate the humans on this planet. Even if you succeed, it would undoubtedly attract the attention of the entire human race, increasing the risk of revealing our Brainworm clan's continued existence." The Marine soldier bowed his head in apology, acknowledging, "It was my oversight that I never anticipated that humans would deploy forces comparable to third-tier beings on such a desolate planet. My meticulously planned 3 beast waves were all thwarted." The Marine soldier continued, "According to the memories extracted from the human soldiers' brains, this planet serves as a significant energy resource for them. However, we were somewhat unfortunate to encounter several exceptionally powerful human psychics stationed here." A soldier from the Wolf Squadron nodded, saying, "There is a saying among humans, a blessing in disguise. I believe it holds truth that it is precisely because we did not fully conquer this planet that we allowed the controlled alien forces to retrieve the corpses of the humans. Initially, I underestimated the value of the human corpses, considering them to be of little worth, merely sustenance to replenish our strength after the beast waves. However, I was astonished to find that the stellar core energy within them was remarkably compatible with that of our brainworms. Merely absorbing the energy of 5 psychics elevated us to the 4th tier. It seems we must reconsider our strategy for the revival of our brainworm clan. The Marine soldier cautiously inquired. My king, do you mean to conquer the entire galaxy first? The Wolf Squadron member shook his head, replying, not so fast. From the memories extracted, I learned that there exist formidable forces among the human race. We shall remain hidden for now and seek out our remaining brethren. Once we have strengthened ourselves, we can command a multitude of alien races to advance upon the galaxy. When the time comes, we will transform this lowly race into our sustenance, and thus, our revenge against the undying God Clan and other self-important superior races will commence. Until then, our operations on this planet will proceed as planned. In the meantime, find an opportunity to ascertain the abilities of the newly arrived human psychics. Yes, the Marine soldier replied, bowing before returning to his position against the nest wall. The brainworm, attached to the back of the corpse's brain, retracted its tail and slinked away from the nest. After Liu Cheng and his companions drove their hover vehicle out of the clearing zone, they searched for traces of alien creatures amidst the sandstorm. Perhaps luck was not on their side today, as they wandered for 3 hours outside the clearing zone, encountering nothing but sand. Wang Zhuang, initially seeking profit, grew impatient when no patrols of alien creatures appeared after such a lengthy period. He turned to Fu Yin, sitting in the back of the vehicle, exclaiming, "Hey, Crow's Mouth, think of something." Fu Yin, exasperated, retorted, "What can I do? Just because I say we might encounter a horde of aliens doesn't mean one will actually appear." No sooner had Fu Yin spoken than Jiju, with keen eyes, pointed ahead, exclaiming, "Look, there's something over there." Everyone followed Jiju's gaze, and as the hover vehicle approached, a mass of dark shapes gradually emerged from the storm. Wang Zhuang erupted in laughter. "Haha, Fu Yin, your mouth is truly enchanted. You're always spot on. Remember to help me repay the favor." Fu Yin remained speechless, contemplating whether to test his luck with the lottery. The dark shapes, having detected Liu Cheng and his companions' approach, swiftly altered their course, charging towards the Wolf Squadron. It's the Claw Dragons, at least 20 or 30 of them, that seems their previous scouts never returned. And they've sent more to hunt us down, Wang Zhuang observed with a grin, envisioning a profitable outing. However, he had learned from past encounters that the swift and agile Claw Dragons were formidable foes. And the desert terrain was not conducive to his heavy physique. Thus, he addressed Liu Cheng and the others. "This time, I'll leave it to you newcomers to hone your skills. The 3 of U.S. veterans will watch from the sidelines. Rest assured, if things get dire, we'll lend a hand." Fire and Fian exchanged alarmed glances. They could indeed handle second-tier alien creatures, but facing a horde of 20 or 30 Claw Dragons was a daunting task for the 5 first-tier novices. Before they could voice their concerns, Liu Cheng and his companions had already leaped onto Wang Zhuang's hover vehicle, exchanging places with Da Zhuang. Tian took the wheel, steering towards the Claw Dragons while simultaneously conjuring ice crystals with one hand. Sharp ice spikes materialized in the air, launching towards the swarm of Claw Dragons. Fu Yin, reinforcing his limbs with energy, braced himself at the front of the hover vehicle that he struck out with his fists, sending the Claw Dragons crashing away, his enhanced strength rivaling that of the transformed Wang Zhuang. Chapter 49. Testing. Seated in the back of the hover vehicle, Liu Cheng raised his deep blue pulse sniper rifle. After replenishing ample ammunition, he need not fret over energy consumption, as the sniper rifle rapidly charged to 200%. With a series of rapid-fire bursts, he unleashed a volley of pulse projectiles, all striking precisely at the thigh bones of the Claw Dragons. The few that had pursued from behind immediately lost their balance and collapsed. Liu Cheng followed up with another shot, the 200% charged pulse projectile piercing the base of a Claw Dragon's tail. Several Claw Dragons writhed in agony on the sand before closing their eyes in defeat. The hover vehicle maneuvered through the throng, leaving the enraged Claw Dragons to pivot and roar at Liu Cheng and his companions. Witnessing Liu Cheng's trio swiftly dispatch 4 or 5 Claw Dragons in a single encounter, Fire and Fian were left agape. Could this be the prowess of the first-ranked individual in the training task and the 301st? But wasn't the butcher merely a waste of a psychic, adept only at dissecting corpses? Why was he so formidable? Had his claims of wanting to be a scavenger all been mere deception? As Fire and Fian stared, wide-eyed and speechless, Wang Zhuangzhuang teased, "Those three are newcomers just like you too. Shouldn't you show off your own strengths as well?" Upon hearing they were to face such a multitude of claw dragons, the chubby Fian was rendered speechless with fear. Fire, however, bit her lip in determination. Having come from a relatively privileged background, she was unwilling to be outdone by Liu Cheng and the ice crystals. She summoned her psychic energy to its peak, directing both palms at the claw dragons. Waves of scorching red flames erupted from her hands, engulfing the approaching dozen claw dragons in a sea of fire. Indeed, the flames unleashed by Fire, fueled by her full psychic energy, were extraordinarily intense, causing the metallic skin of the claw dragons to redden under the heat. Yet this did not slow the speed of the blade claw dragons by even a fraction. One after another, they emerged from the flames. How could this be? The flames, realizing that her most potent attack had proved ineffective, could not help but mutter in frustration. She questioned herself in her heart, wondering if her fire-based abilities were truly inferior to the ice-based powers of Ice Crystal. That in truth, the reason Tion's Ice Spear attack was effective against the Blade Claw dragons was not solely due to its freezing damage. Rather, it was primarily the penetrating damage sustained once the ice crystals formed into spears. Both high and low temperatures could be fatal to carbon-based life forms, yet for the majority of non-carbon-based extraterrestrial beings, the damage inflicted by either extreme was sometimes less substantial than a solid punch. Moreover, the flames lacked the comprehensive knowledge regarding extraterrestrial creatures that Liu Cheng possessed. Without the guidance of seasoned veterans, she remained oblivious to the weak points of the Blade Claw dragons, which lay in the inner thighs and the base of their tails. Thus, her indiscriminate fiery onslaught yielded minimal results. Fortunately, the driver of their hovering vehicle was Jess, who not only possessed extraordinary speed, but also had remarkably agile reflexes that he deftly maneuvered the steering wheel, weaving through the throng of Blade Claw dragons with a series of sharp turns, narrowly evading their attacks. Observing this, the onlookers, Electric Mouse and Wang Zhuangzhuang, formed a rough estimate of the new recruits' combat capabilities. Wang Zhuangzhuang remarked, "No wonder these newcomers were personally assigned to our wolf squad by Captain Li Ronghao. Their quality is simply astounding. Perhaps in 2 years they will advance to level 2 ability users, and their combat prowess may even surpass ours. It seems that Captain's favorite soldiers are indeed our Captain's song." Electric Mouse shook his head and replied, "I doubt it will take 2 years. It appears Captain Song has special plans for these 5 newcomers." However, the other 2 recruits seemed slightly less impressive compared to Liu Cheng and his companions. In reality, the power of Fire's fire-based abilities was not inferior to my electric abilities. It was indeed a matter of innate talent. Upon hearing Electric Mouse mention Captain Song's special plans for the newcomers, Wang Zhuangzhuang curiously inquired, "Oh, what plans does Captain Song have?" Electric Mouse responded, "Captain Song did not elaborate, but we will all find out soon enough, as our captain's character is such that he never waits until the next day to execute his plans." Wang Zhuangzhuang nodded in agreement and said, "I see no further need to test the newcomer's abilities. You and Jess should take action and swiftly conclude this battle." Electric Mouse chuckled and asked, "You want me to team up with Jis while you stand by and watch?" Wang Zhuangzhuang, feeling somewhat exasperated, raised his hands in resignation and replied, "If I could catch up, I would take them on myself." Electric Mouse smirked, calling out to Jis, who then clasped his hands together before slowly spreading them apart. Several arcs of dazzling blue electricity flickered and danced between his fingers. Suddenly, he thrust his hands forward, unleashing a massive arc of electricity composed of smaller arcs towards the Blade Claw dragons pursuing Liu Cheng and the others. With a crackling sound, a dozen Blade Claw dragons were instantly paralyzed on the sandy ground. Seeing this, Liu Cheng and his companions came to a halt, approaching the incapacitated dragons to deliver the finishing blows. As Jis observed Electric Mouse's decisive action, he understood that there was no need to prolong the engagement and promptly applied the brakes, bringing the hovering vehicle to a stop. The 2 passengers, Fei Niao and Fire, were startled by Jesus' sudden halt. As they witnessed the approaching Blade Claw dragons, they nearly closed their eyes in despair. Chapter 50. Acts of Kindness. Just as the Blade Claw dragons opened their gaping maws and charged towards Fei Niao and Fire, Jis swiftly demonstrated his abilities, producing a compact 20-centimeter metal sword hilt from his pocket. He pressed a button on the hilt, and with a whoosh, a glowing green laser blade shot forth. That was indeed a green laser sword. It was uncertain whether the sandstorm's winds or Jesus' speed was swifter, but in the next moment, he vanished from sight. That a series of sonic booms erupted, leaving the despairing Fei Niao and Fire oblivious to the unfolding events. They felt the winds intensifying around them, as if the sandstorm had grown fiercer. Yet Jesus' figure reappeared before their eyes, having sheathed the laser sword and returned the hilt to his pocket. As he turned, the others followed his gaze to see that the dozen blade-claw dragons remained unaware that they had been struck by the laser sword. They continued to charge forward for several paces before collapsing in two pieces on the sandy ground. Their bodies cleaved in half by the violent winds and their own momentum. Unlike the others who were astonished by Jesus' speed, Liu Cheng's first thought was, "What a sharp sword! If only I had such a weapon." Dissecting extraterrestrial creatures would surely be much more efficient. After a while, feeling reassured that they were no longer under threat, Fei Niao and Fire slowly opened their eyes. What just happened? Who did this? They asked in astonishment. Upon surveying their surroundings, they could only suspect Jess, and they queried, "Jess, did you do this all by yourself?" Jess laughed and nodded, responding, "Just a trivial matter, nothing to be concerned about." Fire, feeling a mix of emotions, found it complex. As a privileged young lady, she harbored her own sense of pride. Upon arriving at the desolate planet ST-44732, she had looked down upon not just the other recruits, but even the seasoned veterans. Yet, reality continually shattered that pride. So, where do you rank among the veterans? Fire asked with a serious expression. After a moment's thought, Jais replied, "Excluding the doctor, who is a healer and shouldn't be counted. Captain Song and De Zhuang are too resilient for me to contend with. As for Electric Mouse, I can't get close to him, but if I run, he won't be able to catch me. So, I suppose I would be tied for third with Electric Mouse. Goodness, there are only 4 of us, and you are tied for third with just one other." Fire thought in disbelief. She never imagined that in a specialized unit of 10, her own abilities would not only fail to place her among the top, but would keep her far from even the leading ranks. "Have I truly fallen so low?" she mused, shaking her head with a bitter smile. The veterans, observing Fire and Fei Niao's expressions, chose not to comment, recognizing that a little setback could serve as motivation for newcomers to advance. ASJS concluded the elimination of the remaining extraterrestrial creatures. Wang Zhuang instructed the newcomers, "Hurry up and clean the battlefield. Gather the corpses of these extraterrestrial beings." Liu Cheng and his companions understood Wang Zhuang's intent, but Fei Niao and Fire were puzzled by the order. "De Zhuang, what is the point of collecting these extraterrestrial corpses?" Fei Niao inquired. Wang Zhuang looked at the plump newcomer as if he were foolish and said, "What do you think?" "Of course, we collect them to dissect." "Do you think we'll put them on display?" he urged. "Move quickly, especially you, little plump one. Don't dawdle, that I'm watching you." Feeling intimidated by Wang Zhuang's imposing presence, Fei Niao hurriedly quickened his pace, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. Satisfied with the progress, Wang Zhuang nodded approvingly and cautioned, "Don't damage the corpses, and don't dissect them on your own. Leave that to Butcher." Fei Niao and Fire exchanged glances. Speechless, that IT seemed Butcher was serious about wanting to become a garbage collector after retiring. Fire asked, "De Zhuang, are we collecting these extraterrestrial corpses to help Butcher practice?" Initially motivated by profit, Wang Zhuang found a nobler justification for commanding the newcomers to work. With newfound conviction, he declared, "Indeed, everything we do is to fulfill Butcher's dream. Helping others has always been the proud tradition of our Wolf Squad." Electric Mouse and JS could only shake their heads. "If you're going to deceive the newcomers, at least spare us the deal. You think we don't know you. You wouldn't do this without a reward, would you?" 30 corpses of level 2 extraterrestrial creatures equated to 30 fragments of stellar cores. Liu Cheng rubbed his hands together, taking out his laser katana and an adamantium katana to begin the dissection. He was eager to test the sharpness of both blades. That IT must be said that there was merit in the expense. They indeed performed better than the cheaper laser-cutting daggers. Yet, it seemed that Jesus' laser sword appeared even more appealing. Eventually, he stowed away both katana, adhering to his frugal nature, as he had yet to adapt to a life of luxury. Initially, Fei Niao and Fire were indifferent to Liu Cheng's dissection of the extraterrestrial corpses. After all, for those of their affluent background, scavenging was considered a lowly endeavor. However, 5 minutes later, they found themselves captivated by Liu Cheng's adept dissection skills, unable to tear their gaze from the fluid motion of his blade. Thus, an unusual scene unfolded in the desert. 7 members of the Wolf Squad stood amidst the sprawling sands, their heads adorned with scarves. Undeterred by the fierce winds of the sandstorm, all stood gathered around a heap of alien carcasses, intently watching Liu Cheng meticulously dissect the bodies of the clawed dragons. Fortunately, Liu Cheng's dissection skills had become increasingly refined. bolstered by his daily absorption of stellar core fragments energy, rendering his enigmatic abilities more precise, that he could distinctly ascertain the locations of the stellar core fragments within the flesh. Thus, under the watchful eyes of the seven, he discreetly extracted the meat containing the fragments, seamlessly placing them into his backpack. When preparing to extract another alien organ, he quietly retrieved the stellar core fragment, concealing it deftly in his hand. Chapter 51. Pre-meal meeting. Despite Fei Niao and Hui Yan's unwavering attention during Liu Cheng's entire dissection process, their perceptions of scavenging and the scavenger's role remained unchanged, viewed as a lowly pursuit. This illustrates how deeply ingrained a notion can become once it takes root in one's mind. After Liu Cheng had thoroughly dissected all 30 clawed dragon bodies and loaded 3 large packages of alien organs, the 8 members of the Wolf Squad boarded 3 hover vehicles and returned to the Wolf Base. That I in the back seat of the hover vehicle driven by Wang Zhuang lay 3 bulging packages. He whistled and sang cheerfully, leading the squad ahead in high spirits. The chubby Fei Niao had been thoroughly impressed by the veteran's prowess, behaving obediently throughout the journey, responding to others without the arrogance he once exhibited. Hui Yan, on the other hand, remained silent, her head bowed. She was not feigning aloofness. Her self-esteem had genuinely taken a hit from the abilities displayed by Liu Cheng and the veterans that as they neared the base. Hui Yan suddenly glanced at her idol, Fu Yin, in another hover vehicle and curiously inquired, Fu Yin, given your exceptional achievements and your top ranking in personal points during the training mission, why did you choose to join the combat unit instead of the flight team or command system? Having endured Wang Zhuang's incessant singing, the others were eager for gossip. Even the drivers, Dian Shu and Ji Su, perked up their ears to listen. They had heard from Song Ziming about Liu Cheng and his companions' backgrounds, explained as assignments from their regiment leader, Li Ronghao. However, they were entirely unaware of the circumstances surrounding their voluntary choices post-training. Fu Yin, scratching his nose, responded, "It was a mere coincidence. When I filled out my volunteer assignment, I wrote, 'Wherever the butcher goes, I shall follow.' Thus, I was assigned to the combat unit." The group fell silent. "What kind of coincidence is this? You clearly followed Liu Cheng here," Hui Yin, intrigued by Fu Yan's response, then asked Fu Yin, "Did you have a close relationship with the butcher before?" She simply could not fathom why someone with Fu Yan's strength would choose to align with the seemingly useless butcher. Fu Yin replied candidly, "It wasn't like that I only met the butcher in the training grounds, that I just had a strong instinct that following him would be advantageous, so I chose to be assigned with him." Upon hearing this, not just the other members of the Wolf Squad, but even Liu Cheng, the subject of the discussion, was momentarily taken aback. "What? You recklessly decided your future based on an unreliable instinct?" After a moment's reflection, Liu Cheng mused that perhaps Fu Yan's instincts, given his eloquence, might not be entirely unfounded. However, the direction of that instinct might warrant reconsideration. Hui Yin, dissatisfied with Fu Yan's answer, turned her attention to the equally impressive Tian Tian. Although reluctant, she asked, "Ice Crystal, what prompted you to join the combat unit? Your personal points in the training task are not inferior to mine. Surely you had the right to choose." "My volunteer assignment was also wherever the butcher goes. I shall follow, because I have high hopes for him. By the way, that crow's mouth fellow must have copied my choice," Tian Tian replied with a tone of pride, as if declaring her claim over Liu Cheng to Hui Yin, despite not yet possessing it herself. The members of the Wolf Squad exchanged astonished glances. Goodness, why does it seem like the relationships among Liu Cheng and his companions are becoming rather convoluted? Ji Su remarked quietly. Dian Shu nodded in agreement. It does seem a bit tangled that it appears one woman likes a man, and another man also likes that same man. Thus this man, in a bid to compete for the affection of the woman, has accompanied the man to our unit. Ji Su retorted. Dian Shu, after hearing you, my head feels even more muddled. Meanwhile, Wang Zhuang, driving the hover vehicle at the front, sang merrily, completely oblivious to the discussions behind him. Fu Yin, exasperated, addressed Tian Tian. "Ice Crystal, it's one thing for Zhuang to call me Crow's Mouth, but could you refrain from doing so?" Tian Tian nodded. "All right, Crow's Mouth," upon their return to the Wolf Base. Wang Zhuang cheerfully took the 3 large packages of alien organs to the military exchange point in the ground combat unit to exchange them for money. The others retreated to their rooms for a brief rest before the eagerly anticipated mealtime in the cafeteria arrived. Liu Cheng and his companions hurried to the cafeteria, only to find that after preparing the meal, Song Ziming had not gone out for a cigar, but was instead sitting at the dining table, waiting for everyone. "Please take a seat, but do not begin eating until everyone is present," I have something to announce, he instructed. The group sat around the table, faced with a spread of delectable dishes. Unable to eat, each one swallowing hard. Unable to bear the hunger, some leaned down to inhale the aroma of the food, which left Song Zimming bemused, as if he were surrounded by barking dogs. After about 20 minutes of anticipation, they finally awaited the return of Wang Zhuang, who had gone to trade the alien organs. Upon his return and seeing everyone neatly seated, he was momentarily taken aback. Then he chuckled, "Oh, so you were all waiting for me to start the meal? Now you know who truly holds the most important position in our wolf squad." The doctor retorted, "Be quiet and sit down. The captain has something to say." Yes, yes. Wang Zhuang quickly complied, wary of provoking the women, especially those irked by hunger, and promptly took a humble seat in the corner. Once everyone was present, Song Zimming began. "First, let us welcome the 5 new members to the wolf squad with a round of applause." The 5 veterans applauded, though Wang Zhuang's clapping overshadowed the others. Song Zimming gestured for silence and continued. "As you all know, 2 months ago, the alien creatures unleashed 3 large-scale, beast-tied assaults on the clearance zone, resulting in significant losses for the wolf squad, although we have welcomed fresh blood. The new members possess only first-level abilities, and their growth will require time. The alien creatures will not wait for us to prepare, and our current strength is evidently insufficient to face the looming threats." Chapter 52, Group Assignment. Therefore, I believe it is necessary to implement measures to elevate the newcomers' abilities to the 2nd level within a year. Each veteran will mentor a rookie, guiding them to enhance their strength. Jisoo pondered, "Captain, while your idea is commendable, even if we veterans refrain from patrolling and do nothing else, it would still be quite challenging to elevate all the newcomers to the 2nd level within a year. Wouldn't it?" Song Zimming had anticipated such objections from the veterans. Taking a puff from his cigar, he replied slowly, "For anyone who can achieve this, I will personally prepare midnight snacks for a year." Upon hearing this, the previously hesitant members of the wolf squad transformed into eager wolves, their eyes glinting with newfound determination. Wang Zhuang was the first to volunteer. "Don't worry, Captain. I'll handle the butcher." Song Zimming shook his head. "The group assignments have already been made. The butcher is with me. And Zhuang, you will mentor Fu Yin." Dian Shu's eyes darted, contemplating. "Looks like Liu Cheng is the captain's illegitimate son, and it seemed the captain had matured rather early." Wang Zhuang protested, "Why, Captain? We want democracy." Song Zimming retorted, "Do you still want those midnight snacks?" Wang Zhuang promptly draped an arm around Fu Yin's shoulders, pulling him close, and nodded approvingly. "Actually, I think Fu Yin is pretty good." Fu Yin, struggling to breathe under Wang Zhuang's grip, gasped, while Song Zimming advised him, "Fu Yin, your specific abilities are still unclear. However, you should learn from Zhuang about using energy to enhance your physical combat." Fu Yin nodded vigorously, his face turning slightly blue. Song Zimming continued, "Fein Yao, you and Jisoo are both scouts in our squad. You two will pair up. Engage in rapid learning about combat techniques specific to investigative abilities." Fein promptly nodded in agreement at this point. Only Tian and Huiyin remained ungrouped. The two exchanged glances filled with subtle hostility before simultaneously turning their attention to the electric mouse, both unwilling to concede in the grouping. Overwhelmed by the pressure from the two, the electric mouse hurriedly turned its head away. Song Zimming declared, "Bingjing and Huiyin, both of you are attribute-based ability users, so you will join the electric mouse's group." Tian and Huiyin continued their silent standoff, while the electric mouse breathed a sigh of relief. The doctor inquired, "Captain, what about me?" Song Zimming replied, "Doctor, you will also be in the electric mouse's group, assisting in mentoring Bingjing and Huiyin." Upon hearing this, Tian and Huiyin exchanged surprised looks, prompting Song Zimming to elaborate. Although the doctor possesses healing abilities, her powers also exhibit a manifestation attribute. For instance, when Bingjing condenses ice attributes into icicles, it exemplifies this manifestation. Huiyin and Bingjing, ensure you seek the doctor's guidance diligently. Yes, Tian and Huiyin affirmed. Well, the groups are now formed that I hope everyone is fully committed, striving to ensure that within a year, all newcomers become reliable members of the Wolf Squad. The Wolf Squad is now dismissed for meals. 5 minutes later, having finished his meal, Song Zimming led Liu Cheng to his quarters. Liu Cheng surveyed the room, which was furnished with various fitness equipment, a single bed, some study and work documents, and a few articles of clothing and gear. With nothing else to be found, it seemed that Captain Song was indeed a workaholic. Although this was not the first time Song Zimming spoke with Liu Cheng, their previous encounters had mostly revolved around Song Zimming discussing his affairs. Thus, he asked Liu Cheng, "While it's true that you are regarded as a waste ability user, Your current physical prowess has significantly improved compared to when you first entered the training battlefield. Do you have any thoughts on the reasons for this transformation? Liu Cheng certainly could not disclose his ability to dissect star core fragments to Song Ziming. However, he understood that the more Song Ziming comprehended his ability, the more beneficial it would be for guiding him to enhance it. After some contemplation, he replied, I believe this is largely linked to my experience dissecting the corpses of extraterrestrial creatures. Initially, I did not possess a strong desire to become a scavenger. However, after the conclusion of the landing operation and my first dissection of the steel spike wolf's corpse, I developed a sense that dissecting alien beings could indeed strengthen me. So, you are suggesting that your desire to be a scavenger is merely a facade, and your true intention lies in the dissection of alien corpses? Song Ziming inquired. Liu Cheng nodded, responding, You could say that. Captain. You find the speculation peculiar? Song Ziming replied, Not at all. In fact, there have been previous conjectures that those labeled as waste ability users may not lack awakened abilities. Rather, the conditions and effects for their abilities to manifest are so unusual that the surrounding environment rarely provides opportunities for them to activate their powers. However, this speculation has never been validated. If what you say is true, and your abilities relate to dissecting corpses, then the moniker Butcher indeed suits you well. Furthermore, your ability to dissect alien corpses under the pretext of scavenging without revealing your true purpose indicates a meticulous nature. This alone surpasses the likes of De Zhuang and his peers. Liu Cheng smiled and replied, Thank you for the compliment. Captain, don't be too quick to rejoice. Even if your ability allows you to grow stronger simply by sleeping, you cannot escape the trials of physical hardship. Song Ziming interrupted, and Liu Cheng continued to listen attentively. The methods for ability users to enhance their powers involve not only the continuous use of their abilities and practice related to their activation conditions and effects, but also the rigorous honing of their physical bodies and mental fortitude. In the coming year, the intensity of the training regimen I have arranged for you may exceed the limits acceptable for a first-level ability user. You would do well to mentally prepare yourself for the reality of enduring extreme discomfort. Song Ziming advised. Liu Cheng nodded seriously, as rapidly ascending to second-level ability status and awakening combat abilities was precisely what he yearned for most. The following morning, just as dawn began to break, Song Ziming entered Liu Cheng's room and roused him from slumber. Here, Song Ziming handed Liu Cheng a 100-kilogram dumbbell plate. Liu Cheng questioned, What is this for? Song Ziming instructed, Attach it to yourself, then run along the perimeter of the clearing area, drawing a line in the sand. After completing each lap, add an additional 10 kilograms. You are not permitted to return for meals until you finish a lap. Liu Cheng, speechless, strapped the 2 dumbbell plates onto himself and prepared to don a headscarf. What are you doing? Song Ziming questioned. Liu Cheng replied, putting on a headscarf to no headscarves allowed. But there's a sandstorm outside. It's nearly impossible to breathe without one. Song Ziming countered, When you face alien creatures, do you think they will care whether you can breathe normally? Chapter 53. The spirit of competition. Liu Cheng fell silent, contemplating the truth in Song Ziming's words. During their previous outings, they had encountered sandstorm conditions. Given that extraterrestrial beings could adapt to combat in such environments, could he realistically expect to face every battle wearing a headscarf or a combat helmet? Resolutely, he discarded the headscarf and, with the 2 100-kilogram dumbbell plates strapped to him, trudged out of the base. Upon Liu Cheng's departure, Song Ziming, puffing on a cigar, grumbled, This kid didn't even bring a weapon. He really thinks he's on vacation. The fierce winds howled past Liu Cheng's ears, leaving his cheeks red and swollen from the sand. His nostrils were stuffed with sand numerous times, forcing him to dig them out with his fingers. Struggling to see through the storm, he estimated he had only traveled a few kilometers. Sighing to himself, It seems I want to even complete a lap today. I might as well forget about meals. Liu Cheng shook his head in resignation, just as he contemplated whether to slack off and take his time completing a lap. He suddenly spotted several alien creatures lurking in the storm's perimeter. Oh no! Noticing the creatures advancing towards him, Liu Cheng quickly reached behind him for his deep blue pulse sniper rifle, only to realize he was empty-handed. Oh no, I didn't bring anything. It dawned on Liu Cheng that he had left the base without a single weapon to lighten his load. Casting aside his embarrassment, he realized that preserving his life was the priority. He took off running, but with the 2 100-kilogram dumbbell plates strapped to him, he could hardly move swiftly. With a frantic pull on the metal chain securing the dumbbell plates, Liu Cheng found the chains unyielding, crafted from a remarkably tough material. And no matter how hard he exerted himself, there was no sign of them breaking. Moreover, before leaving, Song Ziming had secured several locks of the same material to prevent Liu Cheng from attempting to loosen them. At this moment, he couldn't even stop to unlock them as Liu Cheng sprinted through the storm, weighed down by the heavy dumbbells. He shouted back at the pursuing alien creatures, "You're still chasing me? Just wait. If I survive until tomorrow, you'll see what I can do to you." Meanwhile, the other new recruits of the Wolf Squad were undergoing their own grueling training under the guidance of veteran members. "Oh, you're done already. I haven't even exerted myself yet." Wang Zhuang, with his transformed steel body, loomed over the prostrate Fu Yin. Fu Yin, clutching his abdomen and retching, finally raised his hand in surrender, saying, "I can't take it anymore. If I endure another 2 punches, I'll be meeting my great-grandfather." Wang Zhuang retorted, "Stop with the defeatist talk that I felt the full force of your stored energy yesterday. That level of power should not be so weak if channeled to enhance your body. That IT simply indicates that you have yet to grasp the essence of body enhancement. Get up and let us go again." Fu Yin asked, "But to Zhuang, didn't Captain Song give us a year? Today is already the 2nd day. Do you think yesterday doesn't count? Besides, who do you think I am? Since you're in my group, you must be the first to advance to 2nd-level ability status. Delay your promotion, and you'll have to train with me for an additional year." Fu Yan's eyelids twitched, forcing himself to stand despite the pain. "All right, you win. Let us do this again." "Haha, now you're showing some spirit. Hey, can you tone down the hostility?" The electric mouse observed the tension between Tian and Huiyin and anxiously interjected. In response, Tian ceased her glare at Huiyin, shifted her stance to stand closer to the electric mouse, and asked, "Electric mouse, I see other groups engaging in physical training. Shouldn't we be doing the same?" The electric mouse replied, "There's no need. Our combat strength as a tribute-based ability, users does not stem from physical brawling, but rather from achieving long-range kills, with the key being the quality of the energy within our bodies." The flame drew closer to the electric mouse and inquired, "How can one enhance the quality of the internal supernatural energy?" The electric mouse, sensing a whiff of smoke, uneasily responded, "The quality of a supernatural being's energy comprises 2 aspects, the total amount of energy and the control over that energy. Having a large quantity without the ability to control it is akin to inheriting a fortune, yet only knowing how to purchase extravagant cars and watches. This would ultimately limit the enhancement of your quality of life. Conversely, possessing control over a scant amount of energy resembles a bankrupt billionaire, no different from a beggar on the street. Therefore, our first task is to increase the total amount of supernatural energy within each of you, followed by improving your control." With a slight smile, the electric mouse continued, "There are 2 methods to enhance the total amount. The first method is to absorb energy sources that share the same attribute as your supernatural power. Alternatively, if you possess sufficient wealth, acquiring enough star nuclei for absorption is also an option. Do you have any?" The flame shook her head in response. Tian immediately thought of the abundant star nucleus shards in Liu Cheng's possession, but also shook her head alongside the flame. Thus, only the second method remained. The electric mouse grinned mischievously and retrieved an A4 sheet of paper, securing it upright between the two. The Tian and the flame exchanged puzzled glances, asking, "What method is this?" The electric mouse replied, "It is to drain your own powers. Since Ice Crystal possesses Ice-type abilities and Flame wields Fire-type powers, which counteract each other, you shall both simultaneously exert your respective powers upon this A4 paper. If the paper ignites successfully, Flame wins. That if the paper remains intact after Flame exhausts her energy, then Tian wins. Now, begin." Tian and Flame shared a glance, and in the next moment, both unleashed their powers, fiercely contending against each other's influence on the paper. The electric mouse, observing the spectacle, reclined in a nearby lounge chair, amusedly indulging in a novel, thinking to himself, "Let them compete fiercely. They may continue their rivalry." As evening approached, both Tian and Flame were panting heavily, nearing their physical limits. One side of the A4 paper remained unscathed, while the other was charred black, with no clear victor. "Dinner time," announced Song Ziming, knocking on the door of their training room. The two immediately ceased their exertions and rushed towards the dining hall, eager to claim victory even in their haste. Chapter 54. Revenge is a dish best served cold. Considering the strenuous training that the new recruits had undergone, Song Ziming arranged a feast of 15 dishes and 2 soups instead of the usual 10 dishes and 1 soup. Yet, only 5 individuals occupied the dining hall. Among them, Song Ziming sat at the head, watching as Tian and Flame sat together. Whenever Tian picked a dish with her chopsticks, Flame mirrored her choice. For every bite Tian took, Flame consumed twice as much. Their meal resembled a competitive eating contest between two champions. The electric mouse and Speed dined leisurely, no longer needing to compete for food in the absence of their large companion. Song Zimming pointed at Tian and Flame, inquiring of the electric mouse. What is going on with them? The electric mouse glanced in their direction and replied while eating, "Oh, they are strengthening their bond. It's quite delightful." Song Zimming, speechless, turned to Speed and asked, "Why are you the only one from your group?" "Where is that fellow flying bird?" Speed answered. "He is hanging in the sky." Confused, Song Zimming questioned, "Hanging? Isn't there a sandstorm outside? Where did you hang him?" Speed clarified, "Hanging is a metaphor that I instructed him to maintain flight and not touch the ground until the weather balloon deflates. He is managing all his needs in the air." Both Song Zimming and the electric mouse were at a loss for words, thinking to themselves that it was a weather balloon, not a hot air balloon. They wondered if Speed intended for Flying Bird to remain airborne for a month, that you're not putting him in danger. "Are you?" Speed reassured them. "Don't worry. Nothing will happen. When I first awakened my powers, I trained in a similar manner, that my father took a boat to the middle of the ocean, tossed me overboard, and I had to run across the surface of the water to avoid drowning." "Thus, you eventually learned to swim?" the electric mouse asked. "Indeed," Speed confirmed. "By the way, Captain, I haven't seen Liu Cheng return for dinner." Song Zimming contemplated, estimating that Liu Cheng had completed half of his perimeter run, and replied, "I suspect Liu Cheng will not return for dinner today." Just as he finished speaking, Liu Cheng staggered into the dining hall, visibly fatigued. Upon spotting him, Tian quickly supported one of his arms, while Flame instinctively sprang up to assist with the other. Both Tian and Liu Cheng looked at Flame in surprise, who blushed, promptly resuming her meal. As Liu Cheng sat down, Song Zimming, puzzled, asked, "How did you return so soon? Were you slacking off?" Liu Cheng retorted, "Do you think I want to come back so quickly? Not long after leaving the base, I was chased by 5 knife-claw dragons, making a full circuit." The electric mouse, reflecting, remarked, "I believe I've heard this story. You learned to swim in the end, correct?" Song Zimming added, "Since you've completed your run today, remember to add 10 more kilograms tomorrow." Liu Cheng, exasperated, silently consumed his meal, glancing around at the ample food, that he then inquired, "Where is everyone else?" The electric mouse pointed upward. "One is up there with the weather balloon, and the others, I'm unsure." Speed interjected, "I heard that the crow's mouth was nearly beaten to death by the large fellow, and is currently being treated in the medical room." The following day, before dawn, Liu Cheng strapped on 210 kilograms of weights, donned all his available gear, and took his deep blue pulse sniper rifle as he stepped outside. "You 5 knife-claw dragons better show yourselves today. I'll make you regret it," Liu Cheng muttered as he jogged forward, exhibiting none of his previous lethargy, largely thanks to the star nucleus fragments he had absorbed overnight. Not long after, he began jogging near the perimeter. The 5 knife-claw dragons, perhaps having deemed Liu Cheng an easy target yesterday, appeared early to await him. Today, the ST-44732 planet was devoid of sandstorms, basking in clear skies, allowing Liu Cheng and the 5 knife-claw dragons to spot each other from a distance. The leader of the knife-claw dragons raised its head towards Liu Cheng, as if to challenge, "Come out of the cleaning zone if you dare." The intelligence of these alien creatures was not to be underestimated. They were aware that entering the human cleaning zone would trigger detection alarms and invite human forces to attack. Liu Cheng scoffed and approached the boundary of the cleaning zone, where the 5 knife-claw dragons eagerly prepared to charge. Upon reaching the boundary, they surged toward him. Liu Cheng aimed his deep blue pulse sniper rifle, firing 2 shots that felled 2 of the knife-claw dragons, while the remaining 3 fled in panic. Liu Cheng pursued them, but quickly found his efforts futile. Realizing he was burdened by the heavy gear, he clicked his tongue in disappointment. "What a blunder. I forgot that my equipment weighs dozens of kilograms. I thought I could catch up." Returning to the boundary of the cleaning zone, he continued to draw circles in the sand. Suddenly, he noticed that the 3 knife-claw dragons had returned, accompanied by over 20 of their companions. The trio pointed their metallic claws at Liu Cheng, angrily shouting to their allies, as if to say, "The human brat killed my brother. Let us take him down together." A chorus of roars erupted from the 20-plus knife-claw dragons as they charged toward Liu Cheng. "Oh no," Liu Cheng thought, abandoning his leisurely stroll and breaking into a run, that he transformed his pace from walking to a jog, then to a sprint, and finally into a full-blown dash, all the while hurling curses at them. "If you have the guts, kill me today. Otherwise, tomorrow, I'll make you pay." That evening, back at the Warwolf base, Song Zimming prepared 15 dishes and 2 soups, yet the same 5 individuals gathered for dinner as the previous day. The electric mouse asked, Jaspeed, is Flying Bird still up there? Jaspeed replied, rest assured, I'll deliver food to him after we finish eating. Captain, will Liu Cheng be back for dinner? The electric mouse inquired. Song Zimming calculated the weight of the gear Liu Cheng had taken with him that morning and concluded, I doubt he'll return today. Just as he spoke, Liu Cheng, visibly shaken, stumbled into the dining hall. Tian and Flame rushed to support him, that as he sat down, the electric mouse cast a puzzled glance at Song Zimming, who had predicted Liu Cheng's absence. Did you slack off today? Song Zimming asked. Liu Cheng shook his head and replied, no. Song Zimming asked, then why did you come back so early? Liu Cheng retorted with annoyance. Yesterday, 5 claw dragons were pursuing me. I managed to kill 2 today, but the other 3 fled and returned with over 20 more clawed dragons, chasing me relentlessly. Chapter 55, Dissection Experiment. Electric Mouse inquired. So, did you learn how to swim today? Liu Cheng, puzzled, asked, by the way, where is everyone else? Electric Mouse pointed to the sky and said, one is still hanging with a balloon. Speedy added, the crow's mouth was beaten half to death by Dazhuang today and is currently being treated in the infirmary. Song Zimming expressed his confusion. Isn't Dazhuang being a bit too harsh? Why has he beaten Fu Yin half to death for 2 consecutive days? Speedy shook his head and explained, Dazhuang didn't intend to be harsh. It's just that Fu Yin got overwhelmed and insisted on fighting back. So, Dazhuang had no choice but to beat him half to death for 2 days straight to conclude the training. Speechless, Song Zimming thought that Fu Yin was indeed a fierce person. Thus, the 5 new recruits of the Wolf Squad engaged in their special training day after day. Liu Cheng, meanwhile, continued his daily encounters with the Clawed Dragon group in the desert, where both parties exchanged their opinions and held amicable negotiations, ultimately reaching a constructive strategic partnership, which could be summarized as a mutual refusal to yield. Although Liu Cheng persisted in training and absorbing energy from star core fragments daily, his ability as an Esper had yet to surpass the 2nd level, and he had not yet decided on a new power. He shared his doubts with Song Zimming, who responded, merely enhancing your strength is insufficient. You also need to improve your application of your abilities. Reflect on how your powers operate when you dissect the corpses. With this question in mind, Liu Cheng returned to his room, that he lay on his bed, absorbing star core fragments while pondering how he managed to extract these fragments during the dissection of alien organisms. Currently, Liu Cheng was absorbing fragments taken from 2nd-level alien beings, compared to those produced by 1st-level alien organisms. These were significantly larger and contained a greater amount of energy. Previously, he could absorb a fragment from a 1st-level alien organism in 1 night. Despite his increased absorption speed, it now took him 2 to 3 days to fully absorb a fragment from a 2nd-level alien organism. This did not imply that the latter's energy was 2 to 3 times greater. Rather, it was due to the reduced impurities in the energy, resulting in a higher proportion of usable energy. Ding, ding, ding. The doorbell rang, and Liu Cheng glanced at the intercom, seeing that Tian was outside. So he pressed the button to open the door. Tian peeked in, and, seeing Liu Cheng lying on the bed, cheerfully asked, are you asleep? Or are you absorbing fragments? Liu Cheng replied, not sleeping, just absorbing fragments while contemplating some matters. That I asked, there's something you need? Tian bounced into the room, closed the door, and sat beside Liu Cheng on the bed. Can I come to find you if there's nothing going on? Training has been exhausting these past few days. I'm feeling a bit bored and wanted to chat with someone, so here I am to see if you were awake. By the way, what were you thinking about just now? Liu Cheng responded, oh, I was pondering that while I can extract star core fragments from alien organisms, I have yet to determine the specifics of my own abilities. Tian crossed her arms and pondered for a moment, realizing that this question was indeed quite challenging. She then inquired, have you ever dissected anything else? Liu Cheng, puzzled, tentatively asked, are you referring to human corpses? I haven't done that. Isn't killing illegal? Tian retorted, I meant plants. Plants are living beings too. You could try dissecting them. Liu Cheng's eyes brightened as he said, you're right. I can try dissecting plants. Let's go. Without hesitation, he took Tian's hand and dashed toward the kitchen. Although Tian's face flushed from being pulled along, she made no attempt to resist, despite her superior physical prowess. Once in the kitchen, Liu Cheng retrieved an apple from the freezer. That he adjusted himself to the state he usually adopted while dissecting alien organisms and carefully cut a piece from the apple with a fruit knife. Nothing unusual. Liu Cheng, noticing the lack of anything abnormal, commented. Tian suggested, why not try a different fruit? Liu Cheng nodded and fetched an orange from the freezer. Following the same procedure, he sliced the orange in half. But still, nothing out of the ordinary occurred. Liu Cheng sighed. How strange. Could it be that my abilities only work on animals? If that's the case, I'll really have to sneak into the morgue to check a corpse. Tian proposed. Let us try a larger fruit. Maybe it's a size issue, that if that doesn't work, I'll accompany you to the morgue tomorrow to steal a corpse. Liu Cheng nodded and retrieved a watermelon from the freezer. Skillfully slicing it into 12 pieces to their surprise, they discovered that the cut watermelon was seedless. Not a single seed, let alone a star core fragment, could be found. Liu Cheng helplessly took a bite of the freshly cut watermelon and exclaimed, "Wow, this is sweet." Tian, puzzled, wondered how sweet a piece of watermelon could be. She took a slice and bit into it, saying, "Not sweet at all. It has no flavor." "How could that be?" Liu Cheng questioned, offering her the piece he had bitten. Tian, undeterred by the shared bite, tasted it and exclaimed, "Wow, yours is indeed sweet. How is it that one watermelon yields such different flavors?" Liu Cheng shook his head, admitting he had no idea why. The two fell into deep thought, and then Tian seemed to have an epiphany. She grabbed a piece of the orange Liu Cheng had previously cut and took a bite, instantly contorting her expression. "Yikes, so sour." She stuck out her tongue and grabbed the other half of the orange. Very sweet, not sour at all." Liu Cheng, curious, tasted the piece of apple he had cut earlier. Indeed, the piece he had sliced was incredibly sweet, while the remaining large piece had lost its apple flavor. Could it be that my abilities allow me to separate the internal components of the dissection subjects? Liu Cheng pondered aloud. Tian shook her head and offered her hypothesis. "I think it's not so much about separation as it is about purification. After all, before meeting you, I had never heard of anyone extracting star core fragments from low-level alien organisms." Liu Cheng nodded, recalling that he had heard the same from Li Kong. So, what do you think is really going on? Tian continued her analysis. "I've heard that star core fragments are essentially the essence of energy within alien organisms. Therefore, the stronger and higher level the alien being, the more likely it is to have star cores. Following this logic, your ability to extract star core fragments from low-level beings, along with concentrating the distinct sweetness and sourness of fruits into their respective parts, suggests that your power resembles a purification technique." Chapter 56. Purification. Upon hearing Tian's explanation, Liu Cheng felt that his abilities indeed bore some resemblance to that concept that he asked, "But how can we verify this?" Tian replied, "That is simple. If your powers truly have a purification effect, then you should be able to purify substances within both biological and non-biological entities. That I think you're onto something. Let us give it a try," Liu Cheng said, contemplating what to use for the experiment. His gaze settled on the leftover food prepared by Song Ziming, that he pointed and asked, "How about this?" Tian agreed. "That is perfect. The food is already cooked. So it qualifies as a non-living entity, that if you can extract the flavor from the food while leaving the rest tasteless, then it's highly likely that your abilities are indeed about purification." Tian clarified that the flavor she referred to was not the inherent taste of the ingredients, but rather the flavor produced through Song Ziming's culinary skills. Liu Cheng took several plates of leftovers from the fridge and placed them on the table. He hesitated with the fruit knife, unsure where to begin. Finally, he set down the knife and decided to channel his Esper energy, gently stirring the contents of the plates with his chopsticks. Afterward, he picked up a bite of food and fed it to Tian, asking, "How is it?" At the moment the food touched her lips, Tian's pupils widened. Song Ziming's cooking was already delicious, but with Liu Cheng's ability extracting the essence of flavor, the dish was so exquisite that Tian found herself at a loss for words. Tian nodded furiously, signaling that Liu Cheng's dish was exceptionally delicious. Observing this, Liu Cheng hastily picked up another piece of leftover food from the same plate and placed it in his mouth. It tasted like chewing wax, utterly revolting. Spitting it out, he exclaimed, "What is this?" If he hadn't known beforehand that this was leftover food prepared by Song Ziming, he might have suspected he had ingested some extraterrestrial excrement. Later that evening, Song Ziming was conducting routine patrols at the War Wolf team's base when he noticed light emanating from the kitchen ahead. He sighed, muttering to himself, "Honestly, who has failed to follow the rules and left the kitchen light on?" He then recalled that he was the last one to leave the kitchen, scratching his head in confusion. "That shouldn't be. I distinctly remember turning off the light." As he approached the kitchen door, he fortuitously caught sight of Liu Cheng spitting food into the trash can, with Tian accompanying him. Annoyed, he inquired, "What are you two doing? Are you sneaking food?" Liu Cheng and Tian were startled by the sudden voice, and upon recognizing it was Song Ziming, Tian quickly replied, "No, we were actually..." Just as she was about to explain, Liu Cheng interrupted her with a gesture. Although he trusted Song Ziming, he was aware that his allegiance lay with the military and the nation. He could not guarantee that upon discovering his secret ability, Song Ziming wouldn't report it to superiors. Thus, he feigned a confession, stating, "Report, Captain, Tian and I were too hungry, so we came to the kitchen to look for some leftovers." Understanding Liu Cheng's intention to keep his secret safe, Tian felt a warmth in her heart, pleased that Liu Cheng did not guard against her. She also pretended to apologize, saying, "I'm sorry. Captain, we were wrong. We want to do it again." "Umph. You say next time." Song Zimming crossed his arms and snorted. "Do you two not know the rules of the War Wolf team? You are not allowed to sneak food outside of meal times." Liu Cheng and Tian stood at attention and replied in unison, "Report, Captain, we know." Knowing yet still committing the offense, Tian, "I'm punishing you with 2 days of no food." Tian responded promptly, "Yes, Captain." Then Song Zimming turned to Liu Cheng and said, "As for you, Liu Cheng, not only did you lead the way in sneaking food, but you also wasted the food I personally prepared by spitting it into the trash. You were punished with a week of no food." "What? Which of your eyes saw that I was the leader? It's obvious you were just holding a grudge against me for spitting your food in the trash." Liu Cheng lamented internally, yet still stood at attention and replied, "Yes, Captain. Now, go back to sleep." After dismissing Liu Cheng and Tian, Song Zimming glanced at the plates of food on the table, carelessly picked up a piece, and tasted it. His expression immediately soured. "What is this? It's so horrible." Song Zimming began to doubt his culinary skills, wondering how his cooking had turned into such unpalatable leftovers that I must discard these leftovers immediately. I can't afford to make too much food in the future. If De Zhuang and the others find out how terrible my leftovers taste, my reputation among them will plummet. Meanwhile, Liu Cheng and Tian hurriedly returned to their respective quarters. In the corridor, Liu Cheng expressed his guilt to Tian. "I'm really sorry. You helped me so much, and now you have to go 2 days without food just to keep my secret." Tian chuckled. "What's the big deal? For an ability user, going 2 days without food is manageable. But how will you handle a week without food?" Liu Cheng pondered for a moment, recalling that his relationship with the Claw Dragons was flourishing, and they nearly met for their daily sparring, that he replied, "I'll be fine. Worst case, I can eat roasted Claw Dragon meat for a week," although the Claw Dragons were mostly composed of metal elements. Some edible organs and fats were also present. Tian nodded in agreement, "That's true. Well, I'm off to rest. All right, good night." Liu Cheng waved, then returned to his own room. With his mind at ease, he felt the energy absorption from the star core fragments was significantly faster that night. As days turned into weeks, the special training for the new members of the War Wolf team continued. Xiao Peng, the little chubby boy, was observing the skies with a weather balloon, making the base appear as if 2 balloons were tethered above it. Tian and Hui Yin were constantly competing, while Fu Yin continued to receive medical attention. Liu Cheng, however, found himself in a relatively relaxed position. Although his daily load was still increasing, he could now complete a lap in less than half a day with the help of the Claw Dragons. His experiences battling them had been immensely beneficial. From initially being chased by the Claw Dragons to now pursuing them, the transformation was remarkable. Moreover, the Claw Dragons provided him with a steady supply of star core fragments. Although he hadn't accompanied De Zhuang and the others recently, he had unknowingly accumulated nearly 100 star core fragments. It seemed it was time to find a day to visit the Fortune Cat. He felt he owed him quite a bit of money. One evening, after the daily training, Liu Cheng unexpectedly received a communication. Few people had his number, aside from a handful of high school classmates. It was mostly family. Liu Cheng wondered, "I haven't sent money to Mom this month. Why is she calling me?" When he picked up the device, he realized it was his younger sister. He immediately guessed that the 5 star core fragments he had sent through Fat Tiger had arrived. Prompting him to answer the call done on the screen, a girl with delicate features appeared. She wore a light gray middle school uniform jacket paired with a dark plaid skirt. Her long, silky black hair was tied in a single ponytail, with one side cascading down her cheek to her chin, while the other side was adorned with 2 red hairpins. Though her appearance was slightly childish, it was evident that she would grow up to possess beauty rivaling Tian and Hui Yin. This girl was Liu Cheng's younger sister, Liu Qingqing. While Liu Cheng suspected the reason for her cross-stellar communication, he feigned ignorance and smiled. "Oh, isn't this Qingqing? What made you think of calling your brother? Do you miss me?" Seeing her brother after a long time brought Liu Qingqing immense joy, and she gently asked, "Brother, long time no see, did I sit tough on the front lines?" Liu Cheng reassured her. "Don't worry. The planet I'm stationed on is behind the front lines, just near the front line star area, that I'm doing well." Upon hearing that her brother was not on the front lines, Liu Qingqing visibly relaxed and said, "By the way, I wanted to ask you something. Did you send something to our school?" Today, the homeroom teacher handed me a package with a strange Cinder-esque name, Butcher. I checked the address, and it was sent from the Frontline Star area, addressed to me, so I thought I'd ask you. Liu Cheng suddenly remembered that his family was unaware of his code name. Finding it amusing that he teased Liu Cheng, so you called me across the stars just for a package from an unknown sender. Do you know how expensive communication fees are? Dad still owes the hospital over $1 million for your mother as hospitalization. Liu Cheng was unfazed by Liu Cheng's attempt to scare her, responding, "Stop trying to fool me, brother. Mama said that since you joined the military, your salary is quite high. You transferred $50,000 to her bank account just last month." Liu Cheng was taken aback. "Mom told you about the money I sent her. That is unusual. She is not one to gossip." Liu Cheng sighed. "It's her vanity. Not just me. Even Aunt Wang and Aunt Li next door know how well you're doing in the military." Liu Cheng was speechless. Liu Cheng continued, "And what do you mean, calling just for an unknown package? Do you know what's inside it?" Liu Cheng asked, "Is it 5-star core fragments?" Liu Cheng replied, "You wouldn't guess, but I'll tell you. It's 5-star cores." "Huh. Brother, how did you know? Quickly tell me, was the package sent by you?" Liu Cheng smiled and nodded. "Yes, it was me." Upon Liu Cheng's admission, instead of rejoicing, Liu Cheng began to scold him. "Brother, I'm still in middle school, and my powers have only recently awakened. I don't need the star core fragments yet. One is fine, but why did you buy 5? Just sell them for money. Dada's hospital bill hasn't been settled yet. We need to prioritize his treatment." Hearing his younger sister's maturity at such a young age made Liu Cheng feel a pang of heartache. He comforted her. Cheng, I need to tell you something, but you must promise me that no one else can know." Liu Cheng observed her brother Liu Cheng's serious expression and realized he was not jesting. She nodded earnestly and promised, "I guarantee I won't tell Mom and Dad. Please go ahead and share." Liu Cheng, familiar with his sister's character, found her assurance quite reliable that he replied, "Actually, I have a way to obtain star core fragments at the front lines. Those few fragments were merely a test to gauge the reliability of those assisting with transport, that in the future, I will continue to send more fragments your way, so rest assured that AS for Dad's medical expenses. You need not worry. You know that star core fragments are quite valuable. Your brother is currently well off that I only transferred a portion of the money to Mom last time to avoid alarming her." Liu Cheng was astonished to learn that her brother, once a low achiever and a waste of potential in high school, had become so capable in the military that he could procure star core fragments. Her mouth fell open in surprise, nearly wide enough to fit a duck egg. "That's so. The 500,000 you sent Mom last time was also earned from selling star core fragments?" Liu Cheng nodded. Overjoyed, Liu Cheng, being a girl who cherished beauty yet understood her family's financial struggles, had refrained from purchasing new clothes for the past 2 years. The last new outfit she had was a dress her brother bought her 3 years ago during his summer job, which had long become unwearable. While her classmates flaunted their stylish attire, she remained steadfast in her school uniform. Now, the thought of finally being able to afford new clothes made her smile radiate with youthful exuberance. Seeing his usually sensible sister display such a joyous and innocent smile, Liu Cheng felt a surge of happiness. "Oh, silly girl, you look delightful. Just wait. I will transfer 20,000 yuan to you shortly. But you mustn't squander it. And above all, avoid early romances, focus on your studies, and strive to get into a good high school to become an exceptional ability wielder that don't end up like me. A waste of potential who is looked down upon." Irritated by her brother's incessant lecturing, Liu Cheng retorted, "I know, brother. I am first in my class. Besides, what's wrong with being like you?" Liu Cheng scoffed. "All you do is giggle. Enough of this. I need to absorb star core fragments for my training, that I'll transfer the 20,000 pocket money to you now, and just send me an emoji once you receive it." "Thank you, brother. Love you the most." Liu Cheng joyfully flattered her elder brother. After ending the interstellar communication, Liu Cheng accessed the banking system and transferred 20,000 yuan to his sister. After some contemplation, he decided to add another 10,000, considering how much she had endured over the years by being so understanding. Chapter 58. The Observer. It must be said that after upgrading to a platinum account, the increased permissions for banking transactions were indeed convenient. Now, transferring money to family did not require a trip to the bank. It could be accomplished on his ARM computer. 2 months passed unnoticed amidst the rigorous training. The specialized training outcomes of the 5 new recruits in the Wolf Squad could be described as moderately successful. At least, they were mostly able to complete their training tasks on time and return for dinner. The 9 members of the Wolf Squad gathered around the dining table, eagerly devouring their evening meal, while Fei Niao still hovered in the air, though the weather balloon beside him had been replaced. Suddenly, Wang Zhuang's expression turned peculiar, and he spat out the stir-fried green peppers and meat he had just swallowed onto the table. Tui, Tui, what are you doing, de Zhuang? That's disgusting, the doctor exclaimed. Wang Zhuang, feeling wronged, replied, I think I just bit into ginger. The electric mouse interjected, de Zhuang, you're just talking nonsense. What ginger could possibly be in stir-fried green peppers and meat? Bewildered, Wang Zhuang responded, I don't know what I just ate. But it tasted strange, like chewing wax, totally flavorless. The electric mouse, not believing Wang Zhuang's claims, took a chopstick full of the dish himself. The next moment, his expression also contorted. Tui, this is truly awful. Captain, has your cooking deteriorated? Song Ziming glared at the electric mouse, but said nothing. The electric mouse quickly fell silent. Wang Zhuang scratched his head, perplexed. This is strange. It's the third time this month this has happened. I distinctly remember this dish having flavor earlier. Song Ziming glanced over at Liu Cheng and Tian, who were stifling laughter. He had witnessed Liu Cheng sneak a serving of the dish into Tian's bowl just moments ago. Right before the food lost all its taste, that it was becoming increasingly evident to Song Ziming that Liu Cheng had been utilizing his abilities to meddle with the food, which explained the previous instances of flavorlessness. It appeared Liu Cheng had gained some control over his abilities, but was reluctant to disclose this to others. Song Ziming, with a knowing smirk, thought to himself that since Liu Cheng chose not to reveal his methods, he would not expose him either, that he adhered to a principle. As long as it didn't involve fundamental issues, he would turn a blind eye. Song Ziming raised his chopsticks and pointed at the plate of stir-fried green peppers, saying, Liu Cheng, you finished that entire dish. We mustn't waste food. Liu Cheng, bewildered, protested, Why must I eat it? Song Ziming, with an expression that implied he already knew the answer, replied, Do you really want me to explain why? No need. I'll eat it. Liu Cheng realized that Song Ziming had deduced his involvement. Grateful that Song Ziming did not press further about his methods, he resignedly scooped the tasteless food into his bowl, shedding tears as he swallowed it all. Once everyone finished eating, Liu Cheng quickly packed leftovers for Feng Yao, ready to leave. Song Ziming called out to everyone, announcing, The brigade commander sent me a message today. Well, it was a mass message. The observer will be visiting the brigade commander soon. Anyone needing the observer's assistance can head to the brigade headquarters, but spots are limited. The observer? The new recruits were all puzzled. The electric mouse explained to Liu Cheng and the others. The observer is a code name for an ability wielder, that he possesses the ability to discern the essence of things, thus assisting those who are unsure about their abilities to identify their specific powers. He's quite a notable figure. Years ago, before the observer gained fame, our brigade commander saved his life, forging a close relationship between them. Liu Cheng and the others nodded, understanding now. Song Ziming added, I plan to take Liu Cheng and Fu Yin to the brigade headquarters. De Zhuang, you will accompany us, while the rest will remain at the base to defend against alien creatures. Wang Zhuang queried, Captain, can your little rickety ship accommodate 4 people? Song Ziming, not wishing to engage in that discussion, shifted the topic. The observer is somewhat of a celebrity among ability wielders. Being able to have him assess one's abilities is a privilege not easily afforded, even for those wealthy enough. Moreover, given the brigade commander Li Ronghao's regard, this is a free opportunity to gain insight. That it was evident how coveted these limited spots were. After informing them of the arrangements, Song Ziming promptly instructed Wang Zhuang and the others to pack their belongings and join him on the ship. Although Liu Cheng intended to conceal his abilities, he could not outright decline Song Ziming's invitation. So he followed the others to prepare and board the ship, deciding to take it step by step. Once all 4 were aboard, Song Ziming activated the small spacecraft's engine. The vessel ascended at a 45-degree angle towards the sky. Originally designed for 2, the small spacecraft was nearly filled by the 2 large men. Song Ziming at the helm and Wang Zhuang beside him, leaving Liu Cheng and Fu Yin with no choice but to lie atop the cargo. Fortunately, Song Ziming was eager to seize the opportunity, and the small spacecraft flew swiftly, quickly exiting their star region. Chapter 59. Arrival at the brigade headquarters. Liu Cheng gazed at the unfamiliar planets outside the small spacecraft's cabin, realizing that in the universe, there was no distinction of direction, that he activated the newly added cosmic coordinate feature on his ARM computer. Why are we flying towards the frontline battlefield star region? Liu Cheng inquired. Song Ziming, puffing on a cigar that filled the cockpit with smoke, explained, the more perilous the battlefield, the greater the troop deployment. Although the ST-44732 planet is teeming with alien creatures, most are only 1st or 2nd level. Moreover, since it's located behind the front line, only our squad is stationed here. In contrast, the frontline planets have several squad deployments. Some units are even completely stationed on a single planet. Our regiment headquarters, along with the Qing-class fleet that was responsible for transportation during your training missions, is stationed in this frontline star domain. Fu Yin nodded and remarked, "Doesn't that mean the frontline troops can reach the headquarters in significantly less time than we can, if there are limited slots available? Wouldn't it be quite unfair for those of us stationed on planets farther from the headquarters?" Upon hearing this, Liu Cheng felt a sense of relief. He would rather not have the opportunity to have his abilities examined by the observers. Song Ziming replied, "There is no absolute fairness. A lottery cannot decide such matters, can it? Besides, with your luck, we would probably be the last ones to draw a winning ticket." Fu Yin fell silent, feeling somewhat dejected. Wang Zhuangzhuang grumbled, "After 3 beast tides in 2 months, the frontline troops can't claim their risks are greater than ours, can they? It's simply unfair." Beep, beep, beep. The alert from the small spacecraft roused Song Ziming and the others from their slumber. Song Ziming disabled the autopilot and addressed Liu Cheng, who had just opened his drowsy eyes. "We've arrived at the headquarters. Everyone wake up." Rubbing his eyes while leaning against the luggage rack, Liu Cheng gazed out of the cockpit. Outside, 3 enormous planets loomed, with the smallest being at least 3 times the size of their station planet, ST-44732. Each planet's surface exhibited visible circular depressions, likely caused by the main cannons of the Qing-class strategic cruisers. In the central region of the 3 planets, a small fleet of cosmic strategic cruisers hovered in space. Liu Cheng focused on the main battleship at the heart of the fleet, which was indeed the Qing-class ship he had encountered during his training missions. Although Qing-class strategic cruisers appeared quite similar, Song Ziming had mentioned that the ship at the headquarters was the one they had boarded during their training. "Please identify your vessel," a voice from the public communications channel inquired from the fleet's personnel. Song Ziming pressed a button to transmit his ship's electronic information and replied through the public channel, "I am Sergeant Song Ziming of the Wolf Squad, requesting permission to land at the headquarters." The response came promptly, "Your identity has been verified, Sergeant. Your landing request has been approved. Please proceed to docking Bay 372. Understood." Song Ziming acknowledged before manually steering the small spacecraft to dock at the Qing-class battleships, docking Bay 372. Upon entering the bay, they noticed a number of non-military vessels parked inside, indicating that many had arrived hastily in their private ships. That it seems quite a few have already reached the headquarters ahead of us. I wonder if there are still slots available for the observers' assistance. "Everyone, let's disembark quickly," Song Ziming urged. Liu Cheng hoped that the slots for seeking help from the observers had already been filled. However, noticing Fu Yan's excitement, he sensed that Fu Yan was quite eager to discover his own abilities. After disembarking, Song Ziming and Wang Zhuangzhuang led the way, guiding Liu Cheng and Fu Yan forward. Along the way, Liu Cheng encountered numerous new faces. Some were team leaders in the Special Operations Forces, while others held the rank of squad leaders. Liu Cheng and Fu Yan diligently noted down the appearances of those ranked sergeant and above, thinking it might be useful in the future. Noticing Liu Cheng and Fu Yan's keen observation, Wang Zhuangzhuang remarked, "Memorizing their faces is pointless. If we encounter a serious beast tide one day, they might be dead. You both know how quickly ranks can change in our line of work." Upon hearing this, the officers passing by cast disapproving glances at Wang Zhuangzhuang. The notion of rapid promotion implied that if a squad leader were to perish, the squad's former squad member would immediately ascend to the rank of squad leader. Liu Cheng and Fu Yan exchanged silent glances, discreetly erasing the faces they had just memorized from their minds. Wang Zhuangzhuang, noticing their sudden change in demeanor, gave them a thumbs up. "Now that's realistic. You've finally learned a bit of my wisdom that I in the front." Song Ziming interjected, "All right, Zhuang, stop teaching them useless knowledge that we are almost at the headquarters command center." "Everyone, maintain your seriousness." Wang Zhuangzhuang retorted, "Captain, how can that be deemed useless? Climbing the ranks, achieving wealth, and marrying a beautiful heiress. This is the guiding principle my father taught me to reach the pinnacle of life." Song Ziming shot back, "So your father chose to pursue that line of work?" Wang Zhuangzhuang fell silent, immediately ceasing his chatter. Liu Cheng and Fu Yan exchanged curious glances, both wondering what kind of work Wang Zhuangzhuang's father was involved in. Upon reaching the command center's entrance, Song Ziming straightened his uniform and pressed the door access button. A guard emerged to usher the 4 inside. As they entered the command hall, they were met with a bustling crowd, almost entirely composed of soldiers from other planet special operations forces. Prompting them to frown, Song Ziming inquired of the guard, "What is the situation here? Why is everyone in line?" The guard did not answer directly but said, "Captain Song, please wait here for a moment. You'll find out shortly." Song Ziming nodded, recognizing that the regiment commander, Li Ronghao, must have given the guard specific instructions. Chapter 60. The provocative sergeant while Liu Cheng and the others awaited, a robust man wearing a green military cap approached them, followed by several special operations soldiers. Song Ziming noticed him from a distance but chose to ignore him, clearly unwilling to engage. Oh, isn't this little Song? You can't even greet me now that you've become a sergeant? Have you forgotten your old squad leader? The man, though not particularly tall, had a strong build, with thick arm hair visible on his forearms, but he wore a uniform similar to Song Ziming's, sharing the same rank of sergeant. Behind him were 7 or 8 individuals, 5 of whom appeared to be new recruits from Liu Cheng's cohort. Only then did Song Ziming turn to face him, forcing a smile as he replied. Ah, it's Sergeant Chong Yue.My apologies, I didn't see you earlier. Liu Cheng and Fu Yin exchanged curious glances, sensing the tension in Chong Yu's tone. Fu Yin nudged Wang Zhuang with his elbow and whispered, Zhuang, who is this guy? Why is he speaking to Captain Song with such arrogance, even though they both hold the same rank? Wang Zhuang leaned closer, lowering his voice. This guy's name is Chong Yu. He relies on his brother, who is a battalion commander in our special operations forces, to act high and mighty. That he enjoys forming cliques and is quite petty when our captain was under him. Their relationship was already strained. After our captain was promoted to sergeant, Chong Yu has held a grudge against him. You two should avoid him whenever possible. Liu Cheng and Fu Yin nodded in understanding. Liu Cheng thought to himself that given Captain Song's upright character, conflicts with someone like Chong Yu were inevitable. Although Song Ziming wished to avoid engaging with Chong Yu, it was apparent that Chong Yu had no intention of letting him off the hook. With a forced smile, Chong Yu taunted, So you need the observer's assistance to investigate your abilities while stationed on a godforsaken planet. You should just head back and not waste the precious slots the regiment commander has arranged for everyone. Bringing along these 2 useless recruits is a waste. Song Ziming could tolerate Chong Yu's mockery, but Wang Zhuang could not hold back his temper. With a directness that matched his nature, he retorted, Is it not a waste for you? With your total of 10 personnel, 5 of them are new recruits. I can imagine the rest couldn't stand you and were either reassigned or left voluntarily. Chong Yu sized up Wang Zhuang, noting his nearly 2-meter height and arms as thick as his thighs. Realizing a confrontation would not end well, he responded with a disingenuous smile. Oh, I see. You're just an ordinary soldier. Song Ziming, your troops are truly loyal to you. Did I assume your squad hasn't had a single new recruit this year? Oh, I forgot. Your wolf squad suffered significant casualties during the beast tide last month, losing nearly half your members. To be stationed on a planet devoid of even a level 4 alien creature and still suffer such losses. What else can you be but worthless? It's laughable. Upon hearing Chong Yu's derisive remarks about the fallen comrades of the wolf squad, Liu Cheng and Fu Yin clenched their fists in anger, while Wang Zhuang gritted his teeth, seething, Say that again if you dare. Wang Zhuang's booming voice silenced the discussions in the command hall, drawing the attention of all the officers and soldiers present. Chong Yu, confident due to his brother's status, responded without fear of escalation. I'll say it again, so listen closely. Everyone in the wolf squad is worthless. You guard a planet without even a level 4 alien creature, yet lose half your members in one go. What else could you possibly be? Do you truly believe that you deserve the privilege of enlisting the help of the seer? Such delusions. Granting you that privilege would be a sheer waste. Wang Zhuang seethed, grasping Chong Yu by the collar. You speak nonsense. Are you aware of the dire situation our squad faces with the beast tides? 3 waves of beasts in just 2 months. Before Wang Zhuang could finish, Song Ziming placed a firm hand on his chest, exerting a hidden force that pushed Wang Zhuang back several steps, compelling him to release his grip on Chong Yu's collar. Enough, Zhuang. Stand down. Song Ziming commanded sharply, casting a glance at Wang Zhuang to signal him to observe their surroundings. Confused, Wang Zhuang noticed the intensity of their quarrel had drawn the attention of everyone in the hall. Under such scrutiny, it was indeed inappropriate for one soldier to physically confront another on a broader scale. This could violate military regulations and lead to disciplinary action. Wang Zhuang was relieved that Song Ziming had intervened in time. However, he still felt aggrieved and whispered to Song Ziming, Captain, how can you tolerate that scoundrel Chong's disrespect towards our fallen brothers? Seeing that his objective had been achieved, Chong Yu smugly retreated with his subordinates. No longer wishing to squander time with Song Ziming and his crew. Once Chong Yu was out of earshot, Song Ziming quietly remarked to Wang Zhuang, Clearly, they came prepared, although we do not yet know Chong Yu's ultimate intentions. It is evident that he aims to provoke us. If you were to lay a hand on him now, it would play directly into his hands. Upon hearing this, Liu Cheng nodded in agreement. Recognizing the wisdom in Song Ziming's words that I in such moments, maintaining composure was paramount to avoid falling into their adversary's trap. Understood, Wang Zhuang replied, crossing his arms in frustration. Song Ziming reassured him, rest assured, those who dare to insult my brother, regardless of their background, be it a division commander or otherwise, shall not escape my wrath. Such a declaration resonated powerfully with Liu Cheng and the others. Wang Zhuang, filled with curiosity, asked, Captain, do you already have a plan? If we are to retaliate against that old rascal Chong, do not forget to include me. Liu Cheng added, count me in. Fu Yin chimed in, I want to join as well. Song Ziming nodded appreciatively. Indeed, you will all have your share when the time comes. That as they plotted, the guard, noting that the time was near, hurried into the inner office of the division commander. It seems he is reporting to the commander. He will likely emerge soon. Song Ziming informed Liu Cheng and the others that as anticipated. Shortly after the guard entered, Division Commander Li Ronghao stepped out accompanied by two others, sharing laughter as they made their way to the prominent seats at the front of the command center. Li Ronghao took the center seat, flanked by the other two. Li Ronghao, with his flat head and small eyes, stood about 1.70 meters tall. Despite his stature, none dared underestimate his prowess as the division commander. Liu Cheng and Fu Yin recognized Li Ronghao immediately from the holographic projections displayed during their training tasks. However, they were unaware of the identities of the two individuals accompanying him. Wang Zhuang pointed to the trio above and introduced them to Liu Cheng and Fu Yin. The one in the middle is our division commander. Li Ronghao, do not let his small eyes fool you. In a fight, 100 of our captain combined would likely not stand a chance against him. Liu Cheng and Fu Yin nodded silently, acknowledging that a single individual capable of overpowering 100 Song Zimings was indeed formidable. Wang Zhuang continued, pointing to the man on the left. The one sitting to the right of the commander is Zhao Gang, the fleet commander of this Qing-class strategic cruiser fleet, but he has a close relationship with the division commander. They have been partners since their early days in service, having fought side by side for decades. The individual on the left, dressed in merchant attire with long black hair and a beard, I do not recognize that he must be the seer. Seated at the front, Li Ronghao and the seer exchanged cheerful banter. Reminiscing about the past, seer, it has been 4 or 5 years since we last met, hasn't it? Just look at you, adorned in luxurious silks, with even the guild's emblem intricately stitched in gold thread. When I saved you, you were just an ordinary employee at the merchant guild, and now you have risen to the level of a guild president. The seer, in the presence of his savior, dismissed the flattery with a wave, chuckling, you flatter me, Brother L. My title as guild president is merely honorary. I mostly run errands and assist in assessing abilities, just a way to earn my keep. Yet, you have become increasingly impressive over the years. When you saved me, you were merely a special operations company commander, and now you are a division commander. Li Ronghao humbly replied, not at all. Our division's newcomers are quite lacking. We still require your assistance, dear seer. Though he spoke modestly, pride welled within him as he surveyed the hall filled with soldiers and officers. The command center was now bustling with new recruits from the Iron Blood division. With only a few seasoned soldiers and officers present, the seasoned veterans had already mastered their abilities and developed mature systems of power, thus having no need to consult the seer for assessments. Seeing that the new recruits requiring assessment had gathered, Li Ronghao summoned a speaker robot to his side and addressed the assembly. I trust you have all guessed the identity of the individual beside me. Indeed, he is the renowned seer, able to assist others in assessing their abilities. The hall fell silent as everyone listened attentively to Division Commander Li Ronghao, demonstrating exceptional discipline, but he continued. However, assisting others in assessing their abilities is an incredibly taxing endeavor for the seer, and his time is limited as he must soon return to the Merchant Guild. Therefore, the number of appointments available for assessing the new recruits is limited that I have instructed my officers to tally the number of individuals present. And the available slots match precisely half of the number of new recruits here today that I have decided that the distribution of these slots will occur through a combat competition. You will form teams by squad, competing in pairs for a series of battles. The victorious squad will gain the opportunity for the seer to assess their abilities. You have 5 minutes to organize yourselves. After that, any squad that fails to form a team will be randomly assigned for competition. The timer starts now. As Li Ronghao issued his command, the atmosphere in the command center surged with excitement as recruits began seeking out seemingly weaker squads to team up with, amidst the crowd. A squad leader approached another squad leader, saying, Leader Li, shall we form a team? However, the squad leader namely scrutinized the newcomers and retorted, No way. Your squad looks too strong. I wouldn't want to team up with you. Another squad leader, recognizing the weakness of a different group, eagerly approached and exclaimed, "Old Li, our squads are evenly matched. Let's team up." Leader Li assessed the other squad and nodded. "All right, old Liu, let us partner up. Win or lose, it's fair." Others who had pursued Leader Li and Leader Liu for team formation saw the two squads join forces and lamented their missed opportunity. They quickly turned their attention elsewhere, hastily seeking weaker squads to form alliances. Indeed, Li Ronghao's strategy of limited-time self-organization was quite cunning. Weaker squads were often invited by stronger ones, and they had no choice but to decline. Yet weaker squads could not afford to wait indefinitely. If the 5-minute deadline passed without forming a team, they risked being randomly assigned to a strong squad. Thus, each squad quickly locked in alliances with those of similar strength, the remaining stronger squads. Now devoid of weaker partners, found themselves relegated to the role of the weaker team. Hastily aligning with squads of comparable strength, A.S. Li Ronghao resumed his seat at the front. The seer turned to him and remarked, "Brother Li, the effort expended in helping others assess their abilities is not as taxing as you might think. There is no need for your men to engage in any competition for slots. I could assess them all without difficulty." Before the seer could finish his statement, Li Ronghao turned to him with a smile, patting his hand and insisting, "No, dear seer, you will be exhausted." At this, the seer suddenly realized the truth of the matter. Li Ronghao's concern did not stem from fatigue, but rather appeared to be a pretext to motivate his soldiers to engage in combat trials. The observer, perceptive as ever, wisely refrained from pressing further. Nodding with a smile, "Brother Li, your words have indeed made me feel somewhat weary. Perhaps the affairs of the trading company have been overwhelming, leaving me a bit unrefreshed." The staff members behind the fleet group exchanged glances. Bemused by the audacity of both men, realizing why the observer and the commander shared such a close bond, Zhao Gang, the fleet commander, had surmised Li Ronghao's intentions the moment he spoke, yet he chose to remain taciturn. After all, they had been collaborating as partners for decades. Despite their differing methodologies and philosophies, they did not dismiss each other's decisions. The elegance of the refined is matched by the steadfastness of the resolute. It was precisely Li Ronghao's unwavering leadership style that forged the valiant and iron-willed Iron Blood Regiment that I in the command center below. Song Ziming led the Wolf Warriors team, while Chang Yu commanded the Black Bear team, both of whom declined challenges from other teams. Instead, they merely exchanged glances through the throng. Wang Zhuang scoffed, addressing Song Ziming. "I wonder why that Chang fellow has suddenly taken to mocking us. Perhaps he learned through his brother the captain that the commander intends to hold a trial for slots and seeks to provoke us into challenging his team. He surely didn't bring so many newcomers merely for the observer's assessment of their capabilities. He must have brought them along to ensure his victory. Captain, shall we accept the challenge?" Wang Zhuang inquired. Song Ziming did not respond directly, choosing instead to look at Liu Cheng and Fu Yin, asking, "The Black Bear team must have come well prepared. Are you two willing to accept the challenge?" Fu Yin nodded, declaring, "Captain, I have no objections." Liu Cheng added, "Although I did not know the predecessors of the Wolf Warriors, I can discern their worthiness through the respect shown by the soldiers of the Marine Corps. For the sake of those predecessors, I am willing to engage." "Excellent." Song Ziming affirmed their courage, yet added, "However, now is not the time for confrontation, that if we challenge them now, even if we triumph over Chang Yu's team, they will suffer no losses. Let us bide our time until Chang Yu can no longer restrain himself. That will be our moment to turn the tables." Wang Zhuang, sensing Song Ziming's strategic mindset, chuckled, "My brain may not work as well as yours, Captain, but I shall heed your command." Liu Cheng and Fu Yin nodded in agreement, awaiting Song Ziming's plan to unfold. That as 4 minutes of free team formation elapsed, Chang Yu and his crew noted the lack of movement from Song Ziming's side. That a soldier following Chang inquired, "Captain Chang, did you not assert that Song Ziming's team would surely seek us out for a trial? With just a minute left before the free team formation ends, should we not look for another team?" The soldier, feeling anxious as time dwindled, knew that while they had prepared thoroughly, their strength was not guaranteed to be the best among the assembled classes. The strongest classes often went unchosen, and should the final assignments be random, the Black Bear team's chances would significantly diminish. Chang Yu gritted his teeth, wanting to wait for Song Ziming's team to initiate the challenge. He understood that they were not the easiest target to provoke. However, his nature was meticulous, and he had long disapproved of Song Ziming, when Song Ziming served as an ordinary soldier under Chang Yu. They often clashed. Song Ziming abhorred Chang Yu's cliquishness and fear of confrontation, while Chang Yu detested Song Ziming's insufferable demeanor. Later, when Song Ziming was promoted to a level 2 Esper by Commander Li Ronghao, Chang Yu felt a pang of jealousy, believing himself superior. Thus, he sought to exploit this opportunity to embarrass Song Ziming publicly, to strip away the veneer of his supposed righteousness. Yet, despite meticulous planning and instigating words, Song Ziming's team did not take the bait. Frustrated, Chang Yu decided to challenge them openly in front of the entire regiment, scoffing, "Let us see if you, Song Ziming, will cower like a turtle. We are coming over." With a dismissive snort, Chang Yu gestured to his soldiers and strode over to Song Ziming and his companions. Upon seeing this, Liu Cheng recognized the moment had arrived. The four straightened up, preparing for the encounter. Song Ziming, feigning innocence, asked, "Captain Chang, what brings you back to us?" Chang Yu smirked, raising his voice for all to hear. "Song Ziming, I have heard that half of your wolf warriors perished months ago. I admire your team's valor. Thus, I have come to invite you to a trial." His loud proclamation captured the attention of those around them, including the teams that had already formed. The atmosphere shifted as eyes turned toward the wolf warriors and black bear teams. Suddenly, Liu Cheng erupted in laughter. Chang Yu, puzzled, asked, "What is so amusing, you brat?" Feigning composure, Liu Cheng replied, "Nothing, just find your team's name rather amusing." Chang Yu, bemused, queried, "What is wrong with the name Black Bear Team?" Liu Cheng retorted, "To put it bluntly, Black Bear Team sounds like the Cowardly Bear Team." Laughter erupted in the command room as everyone heard Liu Cheng's remark. The term bear refers to a carnivorous animal often colloquially termed a coward in local lore, implying that the Black Bear Team was comprised of timid individuals. Even Commander Li Ronghao chuckled at Liu Cheng's comment, turning to Zhao Gang. "This new recruit from Song Ziming's team possesses a certain wit. Yet, I cannot shake the feeling that he seems familiar." Zhao Gang, ever perceptive, reminded, "Old Li, do you not recall? This is the same lad you praised after the last trial mission when reviewing volunteer assignments. And the other newcomer, I believe, is named Fu Yin. He was the top scorer from the last mission and was assigned to Song Ziming's team." Zhao Gang's keen observations complimented Li Ronghao's character. Upon being reminded, Li Ronghao slapped his thigh. "Ah, I remember now. He was the only recruit who expressed a desire to join the ground forces, along with two others who followed him. What was his name again?" Standing behind Li Ronghao, Captain Chang and his comrades wasted no time. Upon hearing Li Ronghao's inquiry, they swiftly searched the system for Liu Cheng's name. Captain Chang stepped forward, reporting, "Commander, this new recruit is named Liu Cheng." Li Ronghao clapped his hands, exclaiming, "Yes, Liu Cheng. And there was another named something like Tian Tian. I wonder if he has settled any debts with those two." Meanwhile, the observer, intrigued by Li Ronghao and Zhao Gang's conversation about Liu Cheng and the other recruits, glanced toward the Wolf Warriors team. Captain Chang, brother to Chang Yu, realized that his sibling had attracted the attention of the commander and fleet leader. Not wanting the situation to escalate, he quickly reminded Li Ronghao, "Commander, the 5-minute limit for free team formation has expired. Should I intervene to stop those two teams?" Li Ronghao cast a sidelong glance at Captain Chang, his tone icy. "If I recall correctly, the captain of the Black Bear Team is your younger brother. Is he not?" Captain Chang felt a chill run down his spine as Li Ronghao's words pierced through his intentions. He immediately bowed. "Indeed, that is my unaccomplished brother. I apologize for causing you trouble." "Commander." Li Ronghao nodded slightly, choosing not to continue reproaching Captain Chang, instead countering, "Captain, do take another look at the clock. Has the time for free team formation elapsed?" Captain Chang glanced at the clock again and replied, "Commander, I miscalculated. The 5-minute limit has not yet expired." Li Ronghao smiled and patted Captain Chang's shoulder, commending, "That is more like it. I am the commander. If I haven't declared the time is up, then it cannot possibly be." "Lao Zhao, do you agree?" Zhao Gang had long since grown accustomed to Li Ronghao's foul temper and, with little patience, replied, Yes, you're always right." The onlooker nearby wore an expression of sheer delight. "What an interesting twist," he thought to himself. "How intriguing. I shall have to try this with my subordinates at the Business Association upon my return." I in the command hall below the headquarters. Many classes that had already completed their team formations glanced at the clock. Everyone realized that the 5-minute period for free team formations had long since elapsed. However, when they looked up at the commanding officer, Li Ronghao, seated prominently, they noticed he had yet to speak. Thus, none of the soldiers dared to remind him of the time, knowing that the Warwolf team and the Black Bear team were of no concern to them. For them, the more ruckus, the better. Ideally, the Black Bear team and the Warwolf team would confront each other in front of the commanding officer. On another front, Chang Yu learned that Song Ziming's new recruit dared to refer to his class as the Bear Team, inciting laughter among all the soldiers that it was infuriating. Chang Yu's expression darkened as he threatened. "You little brat, who do you call the bear team? If you have the guts, say it again." Liu Cheng, witnessing the outburst, quickly hid behind Song Ziming, challenging him to confront him in front of the commanding officer. Hey, you asked me, so I answered. And who are you to demand I repeat myself? Humph, as if you would dare. Chang Yu snorted in disdain, ready to continue his confrontation with Song Ziming when he heard the new recruit behind Song Ziming boldly declare. "Humph, the bear team. You little rascal, dare to insult me again? Just wait until I teach you a lesson." Chang Yu, now furious, raised his hand to strike Liu Cheng, but was restrained by his subordinates. Confused, he turned and asked, "Why are you holding me back?" The soldiers of the Black Bear team, equally helpless, exchanged glances with Chang Yu and quietly urged him, "Captain Chang, the commanding officer, is watching from above." Looking up, Chang Yu saw Li Ronghao observing him with an amused smile, that he then noticed that not only Li Ronghao was watching. Even the fleet commander Zhao Gang, the onlooker, the company commander behind the commanding officer, and his own brother Chang Xiu were all glaring at him. Realizing he was on the verge of violating military protocol, Chang Yu quickly lowered his hand, muttering, "Humph, as a soldier, I won't stoop to your level." Rookie, once assured that the other party wouldn't dare act against him in front of the commanding officer, Liu Cheng stepped out from behind Song Ziming, mockingly saying, "You asked me to repeat myself. And now you want to blame me? Fu Yin, what do you think of this person?" Fu Yin, Song Ziming, and Wang Zhuangzhuang rolled their eyes in disbelief. The surrounding crowd internally scoffed. "You don't feel guilty? If you had any guts, you wouldn't have hidden behind Song Ziming when Chang Yu was about to hit you." Chapter 64. The spaceship bet, feigning ignorance of Liu Cheng's comments. Chang Yu turned to Song Ziming and asked, "Since our comrades are watching, why not be straightforward and give us a clear answer? Will your Warwolf team accept the challenge?" Chang Yu smirked internally, believing his provocation had worked perfectly. If Song Ziming accepted, he would fall into his trap that if he declined, he would be branded a coward in front of the entire regiment, never able to hold his head high in Chang Yu's presence again. Instead of responding directly, Song Ziming retorted, "Captain Chang, among the teams present, there are at least dozens that wish to challenge the Warwolf team. To decide, based solely on your word to team up with your bear team." "Oh, excuse me, the Black Bear team is rather hasty, wouldn't you agree?" Chang Yu's eyes widened in anger at being called the bear team, yet he managed to suppress his fury and asked, "What? Are you implying that you're afraid?" "Not at all." Song Ziming waved his hand dismissively, adding, "What I mean is if the match is merely for a single spot, it might be a bit dull for everyone. Why not add some stakes to make it more interesting? I presume you also arrived aboard your spaceship, as did I. How about we wager our respective ships?" Upon hearing this, Chang Yu hesitated that he had seen Song Ziming's ship. It was a very ordinary, second-hand model that was half civilian and half combat. In contrast, his own vessel was the latest XS-13 model, a small fast attack ship, worth 10 times more. The crowd, unaware of the vast difference in their ship's values, assumed Chang Yu was hesitating out of fear, and they began to murmur in disappointment. The roles of the offended and the offender had now completely reversed. One of Chang Yu's men nudged him and whispered, "Captain, we should take this bet on the spaceship. We prepared ahead of time. While they only have 2 new recruits, they likely don't even understand their abilities. We cannot lose." Taking his subordinate's words to heart, Chang Yu felt it made sense. He had come prepared for the contest, and he had no reason to fear a team with only 2 inexperienced recruits. With a decisive clap, he declared, "Fine, we shall wager. However, merely verbal stakes seem childish. Let us involve the commanding officer as a witness and formalize our military agreement, shall we?" Song Ziming was waiting for this invitation and nodded, saying, "All right, let us approach the commanding officer together." At the front, Li Ronghao noticed Song Ziming and Chang Yu walking toward him. Puzzled by their intentions, that he gestured to the company commander behind him. "Go see what those 2 are up to. Have they agreed to the team challenge or not?" "Yes, sir." The company commander, Chang Xiu, jogged forward, but he shot a glance at Song Ziming before turning to his brother Chang Yu. "Warning, this is headquarters, Chang Yu. The commanding officer is watching you, so don't pull any tricks." Chang Yu explained to his brother their intention to approach the commanding officer to formalize the wager. Chang Xiu nodded and quietly advised, "Understood. That I'll report to the commanding officer right away. And if you're going after Song Ziming, don't take it lightly. This contest is a must-win." Chang Yu replied softly, "Don't worry. Since you've informed me of the rules in advance, there's no way I could lose." Although the brothers spoke in hushed tones, Song Ziming, with his werewolf-enhanced senses, overheard everything clearly. That he maintained his calm demeanor, remaining silent. The company commander hurriedly returned to the commanding officer, relaying Song Ziming's and Chang Yu's request. Li Ronghao perked up at the news, intrigued. Very well. Let us proceed with their request and add the military wager to their contest. Yes, sir. The company commander nodded and began making arrangements as instructed. Li Ronghao stood up and addressed the audience through the intercom. The 5-minute period for free team formations has concluded that I will now announce the rules for the competition. The crowd fell silent. It had been more than 10 minutes, far exceeding the original 5-minute time frame. Had the rules been followed, several strong teams would have entered the random selection for the competition. However, with Li Ronghao's delay, those competent teams realized the disadvantages of a random draw, prompting them to form pairs based on their own strengths. Consequently, no class entered the random selection, resulting in a lack of spontaneity. Nevertheless, as the commanding officer, Li Ronghao commanded respect, and no one dared to challenge his authority. That Li Ronghao outlined the competition rules. The paired teams will compete in an odd number of one-on-one matches based on the number of eligible participants. Only recruits within their first year of service may participate, but the order of battle can be arranged freely according to each team's situation. Each match will consist of at least 3 rounds. If a class has fewer than 3 members, the respective team leaders must personally participate to fill the ranks. The competition will take place in the circular area of the hall, and firearms are prohibited. Exiting the designated area, losing consciousness, or voluntarily surrendering will all be considered a loss. The best medical team is on standby outside. As long as one does not suffer immediate death, they can be revived by our medical team's expertise. So participants need not hold back. Once Li Ronghao concluded his announcement, the military officers in the hall quickly organized the venue. They cleared a circular area of several hundred square meters in the center of the command hall. Due to the late registration of Song Ziming and Chang Yu's teams, their matches were scheduled for the last few slots. Wang Zhuangzhuang remarked to Song Ziming, "No wonder that old Chang Yu brought so many new recruits. He must have known the competition rules in advance." Song Ziming remained non-committal and inquired of Liu Cheng and Fu Yin, "So, do you have confidence in securing victory?" Fu Yin, brimming with determination, replied, "Rest assured. Captain, I have endured over 2 months of relentless training under De Zhuang. If I cannot triumph over someone of my own rank, how could I possibly falter against a fellow level 1 ability user?" Liu Cheng, however, did not share Fu Yan's unwavering confidence. While he had grasped the general effects and activation conditions of his abilities, he lacked practical experience in their application during combat. Nevertheless, he was not inclined to concede defeat easily. Having absorbed the energy from numerous star core fragments, his strength had reached the mid-level of a level 1 ability user, and his physical condition remained sound. Liu Cheng stated earnestly, "I will do my utmost." Captain. In response, Song Ziming nodded, clearly pleased with Liu Cheng's answer, that he believed that possessing an unwavering resolve to engage in battle was of greater significance than merely having a guarantee of victory. A crowd had gathered around the arena, observing the skirmishes of the preceding groups. Typically, the first matches were contested by the less experienced newcomers, resulting in performances that failed to impress. As the competition progressed, the intensity and excitement of the battles escalated. Whenever a newcomer showcased remarkable skills, Li Ronghao, seated prominently, would nod in approval. He would point out promising participants to the officers behind him, saying, "This newcomer has shown great potential. Make a note of them for focused training. This one's abilities are particularly practical. Also note them as a key talent. As for this one, their performance was utterly lackluster. Score them a mere 60 and ensure they receive proper coaching upon return." The officers diligently recorded Li Ronghao's evaluations while analyzing the newcomers' performance data on their computers. This competition served a dual purpose: to encourage his soldiers to strive for excellence and to identify any potential talents among the new recruits. Soon, it was time for Song Ziming and his team to step into the arena. The intensity of the battles had reached a considerable level, with both sides fielding their strongest newcomers in one match. A speed-type ability user battled against a fire-type ability user. The former employed evasive maneuvers while the latter resorted to launching fireballs to prevent close engagement. Both competitors maintained a high level of energy expenditure. But after 5 minutes, the speed-type user's energy was depleted first. Their evasiveness faltered, leading to a collision with a fireball. Boom! The fireball erupted, sending the speed-type user flying out of the arena, their skin charred and an arm severed. The officiating officer declared the red team wins. "Medical team, please enter." Following the announcement, a team of medical personnel rushed in, swiftly attended to the charred speed-type user, and transported him to the infirmary. Liu Cheng observed the scene with a mix of sympathy and concern, murmuring, "That looked excruciating." I wonder if they'll be able to reattach that arm. Fu Yin, exuding an air of experience, reassured him, don't worry. When I faced a Zhuang, it was far worse. One doctor managed to bring me back to health. The medical team here is just as skilled. That fellow will be up and about in no time. Liu Cheng marveled at the capabilities of healing-type ability users while feeling a twinge of empathy for Fu Yan's past experiences. His gaze toward Fu Yin turned quizzical. Noticing this, Fu Yin retorted, what are you looking at me for? I've faced a Zhuang before. Nearby, Zhuang teased, right? You took 10 punches and managed to return one. Fu Yin, feeling a bit embarrassed, countered to Zhuang, just confirm whether I fought you or not. Zhuang ceased his jesting, chuckling. Hearing the referee announce their turn, Song Ziming instructed the two, it's our time now. To Fu Yin. You're up first. Give it your all and aim for a strong start. Zhuang chimed in, you got this. If you're lacking motivation, just remember the daily beatdowns from me over these past 2 months. Upon hearing Zhuang's words, Fu Yin seemed to recall something. He clasped one shoulder with his hand and swung his other arm in a circle, declaring, rest assured, I will ensure my opponent bleeds. Liu Cheng, slightly bewildered, remarked, wait, do you have a misunderstanding about what a strong start means? He turned to Zhuang and asked, is Fu Yin going to be all right? Zhuang merely chuckled without answering. However, Song Ziming comforted Liu Cheng, saying, don't worry. I've observed Fu Yan's training with the Zhuang, and I have no doubt he can win the first match to AT this moment. Fu Yin was already warming up outside the arena. Eager to compete, the officiating officer announced, the next match will commence between the Wolf Squad and the Bear Squad. Let the first combatants enter the arena. The audience erupted in laughter due to the officer's slip of the tongue. Chang Yu, feeling frustrated, admonished the newcomer he had sent out, fight well. You are the strongest combatant in our squad, but if you lose, you'll face my wrath. The newcomer, brimming with confidence, replied, don't worry, Captain. I ranked in the top 20 for personal points during our last training mission. And there are few stronger than me among the newcomers. Chang Yu nodded in satisfaction. Go forth, and make sure to hit hard. Let Song Ziming's lackeys see some blood. By this point, most squads had completed their matches. Yet many chose to stay and watch, intrigued by the betting odds on the Wolf Squad versus the Bear Squad. They held little expectation for the match's excitement, and their lack of faith did not reflect the perspective of Li Ronghao and his companions, who were well aware of Fu Yan's prowess as the top scorer from the last training mission. After reviewing the participants' profiles, Li Ronghao remarked to Zhao Gang, interesting. Last time he ranked first, and now he faces someone ranked 20th. What are your thoughts? Zhao Gang shook his head, replying, it's hard to say. In terms of combat power, Fu Yin has the upper hand. However, his abilities are rather singular and one-time use, which could hinder him in a one-on-one battle. Li Ronghao nodded in agreement, acknowledging Zhao Gang's assessment. Let us see how well Song Ziming has trained his soldiers. As they conversed, a first lieutenant behind Li Ronghao, Chang Xiu, was taken aback. The newcomer representing Song Ziming's squad was indeed the top scorer from the last training mission. Chang Xiu inwardly chastised his brother for being careless. Chang Yu is such a fool. He doesn't even know how to employ a strategy like Tianji's horse racing. I specifically told him not to be complacent and to send out someone strong. This was a direct collision with Song Ziming's team. As the match commenced, the two competitors from the Wolf Squad and the Bear Squad entered the arena. The Bear Squad fielded a slender young man, approximately 1.75 meters tall, slightly shorter than Fu Yin, and he sported a very short buzz cut and possessed a healthy bronze complexion. Both contestants exuded confidence, refraining from immediate aggression. The bronze-skinned young man pointed to himself with his thumb. Introducing, my codename is Copper Man, what is yours? Upon hearing the inquiry about his codename, Fu Yin, loosening his shoulders, curtly replied, why does it matter what my codename is if you want to fight? Just fight. No need for unnecessary chatter. Copper Man, taken aback by Fu Yan's arrogance, scoffed and readied himself for battle. But Chang Yu quickly called out to him, just as the match was about to begin. Chang Yu received a message from his brother, Chang Xiu. Upon reading the message, Chang Yu's expression shifted in shock to Fu Yin, top scorer from the last training mission, specific abilities unknown, but he can unleash all accumulated energy in a single strike. His weakness is that this ability can only be used once in a short time. Notably, he has previously used this ability to eliminate a level 3 extraterrestrial creature, the Hidden Mantis. Realizing his oversight, Chang Yu understood the formidable nature of Fu Yan's abilities that he glanced at his brother Chang Xiu, who subtly nodded. Wiping the cold sweat from his brow, Chang Yu hastily called to Copper Man, who, confused but aware that communication was limited during a match, subtly inquired, Captain, what is it? Chang Yu quickly relayed Fu Yan's capabilities to Copperman. Upon hearing this, Copperman felt a sense of trepidation. If not for Chang Yu's timely warning regarding his opponent's abilities, he would have relied on his usual tactics without hesitation. Certainly, one must first absorb a blow from the opponent to strike at their confidence. Strongware remarked, the adversary's weakness lies in their ability, which is a one-time use. Utilize your speed advantage to swiftly defeat them. The Copperman nodded, resolved to end the confrontation quickly, before Fu Yan could launch an attack. The Copperman unleashed his unique ability and charged towards Fu Yan. His entire body transformed into a gleaming brass-like metal, with only a small portion of his back remaining uncovered. Furthermore, his explosive power and speed were remarkable. As he advanced, he navigated an S-shaped path to evade Fu Yan's potentially devastating energy release ability. Outside the arena, Liu Cheng felt a pang of anxiety, while Wang Zhuangzhuang and Song Ziming appeared relaxed. Wang Zhuangzhuang commented on the opponent. Indeed, true to his name, the Copperman's ability is a metal enhancement type that he hasn't even advanced to a level 2 ability user, yet his copper enhancement nearly envelopes his entire body. As the first rookie sent in a battle, his talent is commendable. With such explosive power and speed, he is a promising melee contender. As he spoke, Wang Zhuangzhuang shook his head in resignation, lamenting for the newcomer named Copperman. What a pity he has to face Fu Yan, whom I personally trained. Otherwise, he would have had a fair chance against others. Hearing Wang Zhuangzhuang assert that Fu Yan's opponent had no chance of victory, Liu Cheng grew curious about the results of Fu Yan's specialized training. Fixating on the battle in the arena, in a mere 2 seconds, the distance of nearly 100 meters was closed to less than 10. The Copperman continued to accelerate, closing in within 5 meters of Fu Yan. Suddenly, he exerted force with his left foot, darting to Fu Yan's right side and entering a mere 2 meters from him. This distance was sufficient to pose a threat, yet Fu Yan remained unmoved. The Copperman then pushed off with his right foot, instantly flashing to Fu Yan's left side, now within half a meter. In that moment, triumph surged within the Copperman in such close quarters. He had yet to encounter any rookie of the same ability level capable of withstanding his assault. He planted his feet, his metal form surging with power, and swung a punch aimed at Fu Yan's cheek. With just one strike, I can send the top scorer of this trial sprawling. He envisioned his victory. However, as he launched his punch towards Fu Yan's face, he was startled to find his opponent's gaze fixed squarely upon him. Panic surged within the Copperman as countless thoughts raced through his mind. How is this possible? How can his eyes keep up with my speed? If he has seen through my attack, why does he not evade? No, he must not be able to evade. Surely, I will win. But why does he not appear the least bit anxious? Something is amiss. In an instant, the Copperman's punch sped forth. Yet Fu Yan's icy stare remained fixed on his fist, as though the Copperman posed no threat whatsoever. This struck the Copperman as bizarre. Forget it, I'll just go for it. With that final thought, the Copperman's fist surged towards Fu Yan the next moment. Fu Yan moved that he clenched his right fist, raised his arm, and struck fiercely at the Copperman's cheek. The speed of Fu Yan was such that, in comparison, the Copperman seemed to be standing still. This made Fu Yan disdainful of targeting the Copperman's unprotected weaknesses, with a resounding thud. The sound of metal colliding echoed through the arena. The Copperman was sent flying by Fu Yan's punch, skidding over 100 meters along the metallic deck of the Qingjing-class warship before coming to a halt. He lay motionless. A deep indent of a fist marred his metallic-enhanced face. The referee approached, calling out to the Copperman, but received no response. Gradually, his ability began to fade, and his brass-like skin reverted to a warm, coppery flesh. The deep imprint of a fist remained, and his cheekbone appeared shattered. The referee declared, the contestant from the red team has lost consciousness. The first match is won by the blue team. The Wolf Squad, upon hearing the referee announce the outcome, the onlookers from the Iron Blood League were taken aback by the dramatic result, swiftly concluding the contest. Many expressed their disbelief, with some pondering how Fu Yan managed to win. That metal-enhanced kid seemed formidable, yet he couldn't withstand a single bellow Liu Cheng. Is he capable? Fu Yan also cast a glance at Song Ziming. Neither had witnessed the results of Liu Cheng's specialized training. Leaving them uncertain about his current prowess, Song Ziming shook his head and remarked, although Liu Cheng cannot wield firearms, he possesses 2 commendable katana. Yet his opponent appears to be armed with blades as well. Perhaps Liu Cheng will not gain much of an advantage as for the outcome. To be honest, I am equally in the dark. Wang Zhuangzhuang, upon hearing this, wore an expression of shock. Captain, are you not concerned that we may lose the match and your spaceship will end up in the hands of that fellow named Chang? Song Ziming replied, "The competition rules stipulate that each team must engage in at least 3 matches, and we only have Liu Cheng and Fu Yin as our new recruits, should Liu Cheng falter. I am still here. The reason I have Liu Cheng participate is due to my recent suspicion that he may have begun to grasp the specifics of his unique abilities. However, I am not entirely certain and intend to observe him during this opportunity." Wang Zhuang, upon hearing this, felt relieved, dismissing any concerns about Song Ziming losing to Changyu. Fu Yin, however, expressed his confusion. "Captain Song, if you suspect Liu Cheng has made progress in understanding his abilities, why not simply ask him directly?" Song Ziming explained, "If Liu Cheng wishes to share, he will do so willingly. Should I press him for answers, it might lead him to feel alienated and mistrusted. Hence, this is what I have long wished to convey to you. Learn to trust your teammates and companions." Fu Yin nodded, committing Song Ziming's counsel to memory, silently repeating to himself, "Learn to trust your teammates, trust your companions." Chapter 68. Liu Cheng versus Venomous Fong. As the match commenced, similar to the previous bout, Chang Yu's brother, Chang Xiao, utilized his authority as a company commander to access Liu Cheng's information in the computer system and relate it to Chang Yu. After reviewing the message, Chang Yu chuckled and addressed the combatant Venomous Fong. "Rest assured, this lad is a nullifier. His expertise lies in marksmanship. Make sure to thoroughly trample him." Although Venomous Fong's personal score in the training mission did not surpass that of the Copper Man, he remained confident in his abilities, believing himself no weaker than Copper Man initially. He aimed to prove his strength through victory in this contest, but upon learning that the Wolf Squadron had dispatched a nullifier as their combatant, he scoffed, "Humph, daring to underestimate me. I shall ensure you are bedridden for a fortnight." With the competition rules prohibiting the use of firearms, Liu Cheng entrusted his deep blue sniper rifle to Fu Yin before entering the arena. Wielding a laser blade and 2 Edmund alloy katanas, concealed within his arms and boots were several cutting daggers he typically carried. These weapons had been acquired at great expense, and Liu Cheng had initially felt confident in their quality. However, upon observing his opponent armed with 2 short blades, a sense of caution washed over him. His adversary was undoubtedly a skilled swordsman. Though Liu Cheng was accustomed to handling blades, it was primarily during dissections. He could not afford to be careless in this battle. Reminding himself to remain vigilant, Liu Cheng drew his laser blade katana, his hands firmly gripping the hilt, as the referee announced the commencement of the match. Both Liu Cheng and Venomous Fong surged forward almost simultaneously. Venomous Fong unsheathed 2 crescent-shaped short blades from his waist, their tips curving upward, forming a semicircular hook. They both reached the center of the arena at the same time. Liu Cheng swung down with his katana, while Venomous Fong parried with the back of his left blade, quickly ensnaring Liu Cheng's weapon in a flash. Venomous Fong's right blade aimed at Liu Cheng, who hastily deflected the strike. Seizing the opportunity, Liu Cheng leaped back twice, narrowly escaping a blow aimed at his neck. However, the tip of Venomous Fong's hooked blade grazed Liu Cheng's left arm, leaving a shallow wound in that initial clash. Liu Cheng had sustained a minor injury. Meanwhile, his opponent, blades in hand, regarded Liu Cheng with a mocking demeanor, appearing utterly unfazed. The members of the Iron Blood group spectating began to speculate. The speed and strength of both combatants seemed comparable. Yet the newcomer from the Black Bear Squadron exhibits a more refined swordsmanship. Conversely, the newcomer from the Wolf Squadron displays only rudimentary skills with the blade. It is evident he is not a dedicated swordsman. I believe the Black Bear Squadron will emerge victorious. Others present, feeling a sense of disdain towards the factionalism exhibited by Chang Yu, lamented, "I think your analysis is correct, but I wonder why neither fighter seems to be employing their unique abilities." Another retorted, "Let us observe further. Perhaps they have already utilized their powers without our noticing." After their initial confrontation, Liu Cheng recognized that he might not match his opponent's prowess. Nevertheless, he was unwilling to concede defeat easily. He steadied his resolve and prepared to continue the fight. Yet, as he regained his footing, a sudden, excruciating pain surged through his left arm, as if it had become unresponsive. Glancing at the slender wound on his arm, he noticed the blood oozing forth was an ominous dark brown hue. Swiftly realizing that his opponent's blade was poisoned, he stared at Venomous Fong in astonishment. Venomous Fong, aware that Liu Cheng had come to this realization, casually remarked, "I forgot to mention, my codename as an ability user is Venomous Fong. The name should hint at my proficiency with poison. By the way, what is your codename?" Surely the Wolf Squadron does not have a habit of neglecting to announce their codenames. Liu Cheng chose to ignore Venomous Fong. Feeling his left arm gradually losing sensation, that he understood that prolonging this battle against a foe wielding poison would only exacerbate his disadvantage, that he needed to resolve this quickly. Delaying further would leave him without any chance of victory. Ignoring the agony in his left arm, Liu Cheng gripped his weapon with his right hand and charged once more at Venomous Fong. Anticipating Liu Cheng's advance, Venomous Fong remained calm, holding his two short blades with the tips facing forward as he approached Liu Cheng to end his sprint. Liu Cheng swung his right arm, suddenly pivoting the blade so that the previously inward-facing edge was now directed outward. Utilizing the momentum gained from his run, he struck upward from the lower right towards Venomous Fong. Venomous Fong smirked slightly, recognizing Liu Cheng's single-handed grip lacked the strength of a two-handed hold. Compounded by the fact that Liu Cheng employed only the most basic slashing techniques of combat, Venomous Fong found no challenge in countering, feeling no threat whatsoever. Lowering his body, Venomous Fong effortlessly blocked Liu Cheng's strike with his left blade. In the instant he snagged Liu Cheng's laser blade katana, Venomous Fong's right blade swung low towards Liu Cheng's lower body. Although Liu Cheng dodged instinctively, Venomous Fong's poison blade required only a superficial wound to incapacitate him. A shallow cut on his calf was all that was needed. Sensing his success, Venomous Fong smiled smugly, refraining from pursuing further. He relished torturing his prey, whether human or alien. Liu Cheng retreated quickly, creating distance between himself and Venomous Fong. He glanced at his left leg to find a wound oozing dark blood on his calf. The pain in his calf and left arm was gradually subsiding, replaced by a chilling numbness. Observing his weapon, he noted that the blade of his $200,000 laser blade katana bore two small nicks, remnants of his exchanges with Venomous Fong. In contrast, Venomous Fong's blades showed no signs of wear. Damn it, what kind of weapon does he wield? That it surpasses my $200,000 laser blade katana in sharpness and durability. As Venomous Fong perceived Liu Cheng's growing despair, he charged toward him with a swift motion. Liu Cheng drew two cutting daggers from his military boots and hurled them at Venomous Fong just as he neared. Venomous Fong dodged to the side, but the close proximity allowed both daggers to graze his cheek. Drawing blood, Chapter 69. The first application of unique abilities in battle, the cutting daggers Liu Cheng had purchased were not inexpensive. When he dissected alien creatures, these daggers easily penetrated their metallic exteriors. Attesting to their sharpness, the two daggers left crimson marks across Venomous Fong's face, momentarily halting his advance. Seizing the opportunity, Liu Cheng retreated sideways, increasing the distance between them that he was hindered by the poisoning in his left arm and leg, making movement cumbersome that a direct confrontation would undoubtedly lead to severe repercussions from his opponent. Wiping the blood from his face, Venomous Fong licked the crimson liquid from his fingers, a sinister smile creeping across his face as he hissed. "Very well, you dare to wound me. I had intended to play with you a bit longer, but now I shall ensure your demise is excruciating." Suddenly, Venomous Fong raised his hand, pointing in Liu Cheng's direction. Initially perplexed by the lack of an incoming weapon or ability attack, Liu Cheng soon discerned something amiss. He felt the numbness in his left arm and calf rapidly dissipating. A piercing pain surged through both areas. Liu Cheng gritted his teeth, enduring the excruciating pain, and marveled inwardly. This poison within me is not merely a simple chemical toxin. It appears to be transformed by the opponent's extraordinary abilities. Observing the agony etched on Liu Cheng's face, the poisoned Fong began to feel an indescribable joy. Since childhood, each time he had tormented a small rabbit or a hamster to death with his powers, he had felt an overwhelming thrill. "Rest assured, I won't let you die too quickly," he taunted. "That would be far too dull." Liu Cheng was taken aback by these words that he realized that poison Fong could indeed kill him outright. He simply wished to prolong his suffering before his demise. What should he do? Should he surrender? A struggle ensued within him as he recognized that yielding might offer a slim chance of survival. If he were to fall victim to poison Fong's poison, no matter how skilled the medical team at headquarters might be, they could not revive a dead man. Yet deep within, he was reluctant to capitulate without exhausting all his strength. Clenching his teeth, his mind raced as he considered every possible strategy. His ability was purification. He wondered whether it could extract the toxins from his own body. Regardless, he decided to take a chance. Better to try than to resign himself to fate. To others, it seemed that Liu Cheng was merely overwhelmed by pain as he slowly pressed his right hand against the wound on his left arm. In reality, he had discreetly activated his ability with his right hand. After 2 months of experimentation, he no longer needed to simulate the sensation of dissecting alien corpses to proficiently wield his purification power. That a faint hissing sound emerged from his wound. Observant individuals, particularly those with enhanced abilities, would notice that the black blood from Liu Cheng's left arm was miraculously flowing backward. Soon, the reverse flow ceased, and a droplet of black liquid adhered to his palm, restoring the wound on his left arm to its original crimson hue. Hope surged within him. Liu Cheng felt a rush of excitement, feigning calm as he discreetly flicked the droplet of black liquid onto the ground beside him. He again pretended to be in pain, covering the wound on his left calf with his right hand. Though subtle, his actions did not go unnoticed. The droplet on the deck caught the attention of several onlookers. Admiral Zhao Gang, Commander Li Ronghao, and the perceptive Song Ziming all sensed the significance of that droplet. Song Ziming reassured Wang Zhuzhuang and Fu Yin, "You need not worry too much about Liu Cheng. He has at least gained the upper hand in this contest." Wang Zhuzhuang and Fu Yin exchanged puzzled glances, inquiring about the reason behind Song Ziming's confidence, that he simply smiled, choosing not to disclose his thoughts. Meanwhile, Commander Li Ronghao remarked to Zhao Gang, "Old Zhao, this newcomer in Song Ziming's team is quite intriguing." Zhao Gang nodded, asking, "Old Li, does the dossier still label this kid as a waste ability user?" After contemplating, Li Ronghao decided that since this soldier was under his command and he recognized the potential within him, he should be supported. Let him continue as he is. Perhaps he will surprise us. Behind them, Captain Chang Qiu and a host of other officers were left bewildered, unable to grasp the exchange between the admiral and the commander. As Liu Cheng extracted the toxins from his calf wound, he continued to feign agony, biding his time for Poison Fong to take the bait. Growing weary of the drawn-out torment without a surrender, Poison Fong resolved to unleash more of his venom. He lunged at Liu Cheng, weapons drawn once again. Now was the moment. Seizing the opportunity presented by Poison Fong's charge, Liu Cheng swiftly hurled 2 cutting daggers from his sleeves, having already been struck once. Poison Fong was wary. He was acutely aware of Liu Cheng's potential to conceal more weapons, that he evaded the daggers with ease, deflecting them with a resounding clash. That very instant, Liu Cheng sprang forward, seizing the hilt of his laser katana and launching an assault on Poison Fong. How can he move so swiftly despite being poisoned? Poison Fong thought. Momentarily stunned, he quickly raised his blades to parry Liu Cheng's strike. Although he managed to block with both weapons, his position was precarious, and Liu Cheng's readiness lent tremendous force to his attack. In a single clash, Liu Cheng's katana sent Poison Fong's dual blades flying. Now's my chance, Liu Cheng thought, preparing to strike. The onlookers, including Wang Zhuzhuang, erupted in cheers at Liu Cheng's sudden counterattack. Not intending to grant Poison Fong any reprieve, Liu Cheng reversed the momentum of his attack, aiming once more at his adversary. Just as it seemed Liu Cheng, once on the defensive, would secure victory, the sound of blades clashing rang out again. In shock, Liu Cheng beheld the 2 poison daggers he had previously disarmed now back in Poison Fong's grasp. With a swift maneuver, Poison Fong blocked Liu Cheng's lethal strike, using one blade to ensnare the katana's edge while the other circled downwards, slicing into Liu Cheng's right wrist. Liu Cheng retreated, clutching his wrist as he extracted the toxins from his blood. Analyzing Poison Fong's recent actions, it seems your true ability extends beyond merely applying poison. It is those twin blades that embody your powers. That explains why my katana cannot match their sharpness and resilience. You conceal your ability to materialize weapons to mislead your foes into underestimating your true threat, Liu Cheng surmised. Realizing that Liu Cheng had discerned the nature of his powers, Poison Fong ceased to feign ignorance. He cast his blades skyward, and they vanished before reappearing in his hands. You are correct, he admitted with a smile. My ability allows me to manifest these twin poison blades, their sharpness directly correlating with the strength of my powers. But now that you've uncovered my secret, what do you think will happen? You are already afflicted by my poison in 3 places. Do you really believe I will grant you the opportunity to counter my abilities? As he spoke, Poison Fong directed his palm towards Liu Cheng, mimicking a grasping motion, intent on converting Liu Cheng's toxins into an immediate lethal effect. If you refuse to surrender, then accept your fate. Yet, in the next moment, Liu Cheng stood unharmed, devoid of any signs of pain. Poison Fong furrowed his brow, attempting his powers once more, but Liu Cheng remained unscathed, remembering Liu Cheng's earlier burst of speed. Poison Fong gasped. Impossible. How can my poison have no effect on you? Liu Cheng, of course, would not disclose his ability to extract toxins from his bloodstream. However, he found himself at an impasse. Poison Fong's dual blades, manifestations of his abilities, surpassed his own in both sharpness and combat skill. Without a decisive technique, he knew he would ultimately lose. His own blade could not penetrate Poison Fong's defenses, and continuing this way left him with no chance of victory. Suddenly, an idea struck him that if purification can be applied to external objects, could it not also extract the most resilient materials from my own blade? He pondered. Without hesitation, he resolved to test this theory. Holding his katana at his chest, blade pointed forward, he adopted a thrusting stance. With a powerful thrust, Liu Cheng propelled himself forward like a cannonball, charging at Poison Fong. Unfazed, Poison Fong prepared to counter, confident in his superior combat skills. Just as Liu Cheng closed the distance, he unleashed 2 cutting daggers from his sleeves once more. Seizing the moment, he transitioned from thrusting to a sweeping motion with his katana. Poison Fong sneered. Thinking, a mere diversion, a tactic for the weak. He stood firm, his blades at the ready, effortlessly deflecting the incoming daggers. Immediately, he wielded his knife with his right hand to parry the blade that Liu Cheng swung at him. While his left hand held a short dagger poised to stab at Liu Cheng's chest, the moment they were about to clash, Liu Cheng silently thought. Now is the time, purify. He focused his extraordinary ability onto the blade. A technique he had yet to apply to a weapon, leaving him uncertain about the outcome, that he was gambling, wagering that after using his ability, he would either breach the defense of the dagger transformed by the venomous tooth ability or suffer a devastating blow himself. In the next instant, the blade of Liu Cheng's laser sword began to dissipate, most of it turning into metallic dust that vanished into the air. Only a slender metallic thread, roughly the thickness of silk, remained at the edge of the blade. As this fine line collided with the short dagger, it sliced through with the ease of a wire cutting through tofu, cleaving the dagger in 2. Venomous Tooth, caught off guard, watched as Liu Cheng's fine-line blade bypassed his defenses and descended toward his collarbone. With a swift motion, Liu Cheng's fine-line blade carved a long gash from Venomous Tooth's collarbone to his chest. Though the wound was narrow, it was profoundly deep, severing a row of ribs and internal organs. Blood gushed forth from Venomous Tooth's chest, and before he could comprehend how he had been struck, he collapsed onto the deck of the warship, unconscious from the internal damage. Liu Cheng turned to Venomous Tooth, lying in a pool of blood, and said, "Weren't you curious about my codename? My codename is Butcher." At the same time, the fine-line blade in Liu Cheng's hand, due to its delicate nature, could no longer maintain its structure after bringing down Venomous Tooth, shattering into several pieces and falling onto the deck, leaving only a mundane handle clutched in Liu Cheng's grasp. The officiating officer approached to examine Venomous Tooth's injuries. Noticing the severity of the wound, he realized that time was of the essence for treatment and promptly declared, in the second match, Team Wolf against Team Black Bear. The blue team, Team Wolf, emerges victorious. Medical team, move swiftly. The spectators were taken aback by the unexpected outcome of this second match. That moment, Chang Yu was dumbfounded. His immediate thought was not about how to retaliate against Song Ziming, but rather about his brand-new XS-13 fast attack vessel losing to Song Ziming, causing him great distress. Above, the commanding officers Li Ronghao and Zhao Gang looked at Liu Cheng, the energy user, with a sense of intrigue. They asked for Song Ziming. He had never anticipated that Liu Cheng could win. When Wang Zhuang excitedly lifted him high into the air, Song Ziming, both delighted and exasperated, remarked, "Well, it seems I won't have to step in after all. Zhuang, please put me down. This might lead others to misinterpret our relationship." Chapter 71. The Yin-Yang Crow Liu Cheng exited the competition arena and returned to join Song Ziming and the others. Wang Zhuang gave him a thumbs up, exclaiming, "You did well. I'll get you an extra chicken leg when we get back." Noticing that Fu Yin and the others did not inquire about his extraordinary ability or express curiosity about how he had detoxified and transformed the weapon, Liu Cheng felt a twinge of confusion. However, this was also advantageous for him, as he could continue to keep the secret of his ability to extract star core fragments from alien organisms. Unbeknownst to him, Song Ziming had already instructed Fu Yin to learn to trust his teammates. As long as it did not affect the greater mission, they would not pry into each other's secrets. Liu Cheng had also contemplated whether to reveal his extraordinary ability. That he and Tian had discussed this matter and unanimously agreed that should Liu Cheng disclose his powers, the serious cultivation he would receive from the United Human Government could easily turn into a lifetime of imprisonment, extracting star cores for influential figures. Thus, Liu Cheng believed that his decision to keep his abilities hidden was wise. Until he possessed overwhelming strength to protect himself, he must absolutely not expose his extraordinary abilities. This was not mere paranoia, but a reasonable conclusion drawn from the inherent greed of humanity. Subsequently, several more class matches took place, with the intensity of the final bouts surpassing all preceding contests. The onlooking veterans expressed their astonishment. These new recruits from the various classes are extraordinarily strong. Indeed, judging purely by their abilities, they hardly appear to be newcomers, surpassing many seasoned veterans. Fortunately, their combat experience reveals some shortcomings. Otherwise, I would be left feeling utterly ashamed. Liu Cheng and his companions watched the final matches of the new recruits. Liu Cheng noted that several individuals exhibited physical prowess that eclipsed even the enhanced Fu Yin, causing him to reflect on his own inadequacies. Although he consumed star core fragments daily, there remained a significant gap in physical capability compared to the most exceptional recruits of his cohort. Furthermore, aside from his commendable marksmanship, his martial arts and other skills required enhancement. There was still much to learn. The result of applying his extraordinary ability to the laser blade was not what he had hoped for. He had anticipated enhancing the blade's effectiveness, yet it had merely purified it, leaving behind a singular edge. Nonetheless, Liu Cheng did not feel disheartened. The more areas in need of improvement, the greater the potential for growth. Even though his extraordinary ability did not yield the desired effect, he had gleaned insights into a new direction for his ability's advancement post-level up, transforming purification into enhancement that as long as he could fortify the blade without it disintegrating as it had this time. The development of his new ability would be deemed a success. Liu Cheng held a certain level of optimistic confidence regarding this new direction. If successful, the enhancements would extend beyond mere blades to firearms, mechs, and perhaps even warships. Later, as the final group of new recruits finished their matches, the slots for observing the specific extraordinary abilities were fully allocated. Battalion Commander Chang Xiu felt a sting of embarrassment due to his brother's defeat. He had not only informed Chang Yu of the competition slots in advance, but had also divulged the extraordinary abilities of the Team Wolf participants during the matches. The outcome was not only a loss for Chang Yu, but had also displeased the regiment commander Li Ronghao. This Chang Yu, I must deal with him properly later. Chang Xiu harbored grievances against Chang Yu, feeling that his brother had become increasingly burdensome. Frowning, he reported to regiment commander Li Ronghao. A total of 246 classes participated, of which 123 classes, totaling 371 new recruits, qualified for the ability exploration slots. For Li Ronghao, as long as you can fend off alien creatures on the battlefield, he could tolerate other minor antics. Thus, he paid no heed to Chang Xiu's complaints and smiled at the observer. Brother observer, I have over 300 new recruits under my command who need your assistance in exploring their specific abilities. I truly appreciate your help. The observer smiled in return. Not a bother at all. It's my pleasure to assist Brother Li. However, despite his words, every time the observer helped someone explore their extraordinary abilities, he charged at least 500,000 galactic coins that he was only willing to assist due to his gratitude towards Li Ronghao, who had once saved his life. Li Ronghao announced through the loudspeaker, classes that receive slots. Please line up in order of competition. For those without slots, squad leaders should promptly return to their respective stations and prepare for defense. This was a clear dismissal, though those without slots felt disgruntled. The regiment commander had spoken. The squad leaders of those classes shook their heads in resignation, leading their soldiers away from the Qing-class warship. Approximately 2 hours later, it was finally Fu Yin and Liu Cheng's turn. Since the observer's exploration abilities had few limitations, Song Ziming and Wang Zhuangzhuang also entered the chamber with them. For the two of them, understanding Fu Yan's and Liu Cheng's capabilities would facilitate their special training. Inside the chamber, the lights were off. Enveloped in darkness in the center of the room, a crystal ball the size of a volleyball emitted a faint glow. The observer addressed Song Ziming and the others who had entered the chamber. This crystal ball embodies my abilities. If you wish to explore extraordinary powers, simply place your hands on it. Who shall go first? Liu Cheng gestured to Fu Yin with his chin, indicating that Fu Yin should proceed, that he wanted to observe the situation first to devise a strategy. Fu Yin replied, Then I shall go first. With that, he approached and seated himself opposite the observer at the table, gently placing his hand on the crystal ball. The observer encircled the crystal ball with his hands. Channeling his ability, Fu Yin felt a current surging within the crystal ball, sending tingling sensations through his palm. Shortly thereafter, a black liquid began to swirl within the previously transparent crystal ball, and moments later, an image materialized. In the image, a withered tree branch bore a crow, its feathers entirely black. The crow perched on the branch, surveying its surroundings, occasionally flapping its wings, yet remaining grounded. What was even more astonishing was that despite the image being merely a projection, every time the crow flapped its wings, Song Ziming and the others could distinctly hear the cawing echoing in their minds. Chapter 72. New Year's Special 2023. As the new year approached, the Wolf Squad's base was devoid of the customary festive banners, lacking any semblance of celebratory spirit. The reason? A peculiar flu had swept across the ST44732 planet. Liu Cheng lay in bed, with the temperature reading on his arm-mounted device, showing a fever of 39.6 degrees Celsius. He retrieved a nucleic acid test strip, and upon inspecting it, let out a curse. Damn it, 2 lines. Looks like I've caught it too. Hearing Liu Cheng's resigned sigh, Fu Yin joined in, saying, let me test too. I want to see if I'm positive. Fu Yin had been pushing himself hard in training lately and was eager for a reason to take a break. However, all the members of the Wolf Squad had already contracted the new virus. He was the only one showing no symptoms. Wang Zhuangzhuang even teased him, suggesting that the virus only infected humans and not crows. The doctor informed Fu Yin that it was possible he might be an asymptomatic carrier, which sparked a glimmer of hope for a holiday. That don't waste that test strip just yet. Check your temperature first to see if you have a fever. Liu Cheng advised. Fu Yin nodded confidently and went in search of a thermometer. Unlike Liu Cheng, Fu Yin did not rely heavily on equipment and lacked a personal module with health monitoring capabilities. Just then, Hu Yin and Tian approached, and upon hearing Fu Yin was going to check his temperature, Hu Yin smiled and said, let me help you with that. With that, Hu Yin placed his finger on the thermometer's end. Quietly using his powers, your temperature is 250 degrees. You're quite the hotshot. Fu Yin rolled his eyes. Do you think I'm an idiot? That is clearly the heat from your finger. Tian snatched the thermometer from Fu Yin, declaring, Hu Yin's measurements are inaccurate. Let me check for you. She placed her finger on the thermometer's end and quietly used her powers too. Your temperature is actually minus 251 degrees. After saying this, she flaunted a look towards Hu Yin, as if to assert her powers were superior. Hu Yin, unwilling to concede, insisted on measuring Fu Yin's temperature once more. Fu Yin quickly shielded the thermometer. Stop fooling around. I had to borrow this from the doctor. If you break it, I'll be the one in trouble. At that moment, the doctor walked in and asked, which of you is feeling unwell? Liu Cheng quietly raised his hand, his throat too hoarse to speak. The doctor nodded. Rather than attributing misfortune to the crow, it is more accurate to say that they merely serve as harbingers of impending calamities. Compared to the comet, they resemble messengers of fate. The yin-yang crow differs from ordinary crows in its eyes, which take the form of yin-yang fish. These eyes not only have the ability to seek out and identify ill fortune, but can equally discern good fortune. Liu Cheng and his companions nodded in understanding. It became clear that misfortune was not brought about by Fu Yin himself, but rather his ability allowed him to detect the approach of misfortune in advance. Fu Yin pondered this notion and realized, as the seer had indicated, that he often encountered danger or misfortune shortly after his energy had fully accumulated. Fu Yin inquired, but why do I feel as though my ability only affects bad luck? When good fortune arrives, there doesn't seem to be any change in my internal energy. The seer chuckled and explained, your ability is quite rare, that if I hadn't encountered someone with an identical ability many years ago, I would struggle to provide you with a clear explanation. Firstly, whenever misfortune occurs, your internal energy rapidly increases. Moreover, the more critical the situation, the faster your energy accumulates. Correct? Fu Yin confirmed, that is indeed the case. The seer nodded, correlating this with the abilities of the individual he had previously encountered who possessed the yin-yang crow's powers. Exactly. This is your ability's response to misfortune. You can transform misfortune into energy for combat, thereby turning peril into safety. As for good fortune, you must first understand a fundamental principle that if we liken misfortune and good fortune to numbers, 0 represents balance, while misfortune corresponds to negative numbers. Thus, your ability, in its quest to maintain the balance of fate, provides you with energy as a positive compensation. Good fortune, represented by positive numbers, is something your ability can merely seek out and identify, which already tips the scales of your fate in a favorable direction. Consequently, your ability will not provide any energy feedback as negative compensation to maintain the balance of fate. The group seemed to grasp the concept, yet some confusion lingered. Wang Zhuangzhuang interjected, Master Seer, it seems that the crow only possesses the ability to detect misfortune. We have never seen it identify good luck. This was a question Fu Yin himself wished to pose. The seer stroked his beard and replied, the reason fate is termed fate is that it is elusive and intangible, yet undeniably real. When misfortune strikes, its effects are evident, thus easily noticeable. However, the results of good fortune can sometimes be recognized, while at other times, they merely negate potential disasters. For instance, when you enter the battlefield, you might have faced death in that conflict. Yet, driven by your abilities, you might choose a decision that leads to good fortune, allowing you to survive. In such cases, you wouldn't perceive it as good luck. Instead, you'd feel you narrowly escaped death, attributing your survival to your own efforts, considering it a matter of course. Song Zimming and the others silently nodded in agreement. Indeed, if the scenarios unfolded as the seer described, none of them would attribute their survival to good fortune, but Fu Yin felt elated, realizing that the powers of the Yin Yang Crow could indeed aid him in transforming calamities into fortuitous outcomes. Was his ability truly so formidable? He couldn't help but ask, Master Seer, what became of the individual with the Yin Yang Crow's ability that you encountered? Has he become exceptionally powerful, a formidable figure in the galaxy? Seeing the eager anticipation on Fu Yan's face, the seer awkwardly replied, Ahem. While that person shared your talent, he was excessively proud and ultimately met his demise. That's so? I thought this ability could avert disaster. How did he perish? Fu Yan asked incredulously, feeling it imperative to clarify. The seer sighed, saying, This relates to another characteristic of the Yin Yang Crow. He gestured towards the tree in the crystal ball where the Yin Yang Crow perched. Notice how the crow occasionally flaps its wings, yet never takes flight. Do you know why this is? Song Zimming and the others shook their heads in confusion, having noted this detail, but attributing it to the nature of the crystal ball's display. The seer explained, The Yin Yang Crow does not refrain from flying due to an inability to do so, but rather because it has chosen to roost upon this tree. This tree represents its fate tree. Fate tree? What is that? The group queried, having never encountered this term before. The seer, having encountered the Yin Yang Crow's abilities only twice in his years, patiently elucidated, the fate tree is a term I arrived at after discussions with the previous individual possessing the Yin Yang Crow's powers. It signifies that in the pursuit of good fortune, the Yin Yang Crow will encounter a person of significant influence over its destiny. The possessor of the Yin Yang Crow's ability will subconsciously favor this individual, believing that following them is a wise choice, even if they cannot articulate why. Initially, when I and the previous wielder of the Yin Yang Crow's powers researched this ability, we merely speculated about the concept of the fate tree without confirmation. It wasn't until the individual became overly ambitious and betrayed their fate tree companion that their life spiraled into chaos, leading to their demise, that I became convinced of this concept. Having said that, the seer pointed to the branch and addressed Fu Yin. Observe, your Yin Yang Crow has settled upon a tree, indicating that you have found the individual who represents your fate tree. Do you have any recollection of someone you hold in high regard? Upon hearing this, Fu Yin, Wang Zhuang, and Song Zimming all turned to look at Liu Cheng, their expressions peculiar. Liu Cheng was taken aback, thinking, is it possible that this fate tree refers to me? He quickly considered that it was quite likely. Although his initial strength was lacking and his talent was not particularly high, he believed that if he continued to grow stronger by extracting star core fragments, he would eventually become a formidable figure. The seer followed their gaze, intrigued as he noticed they were looking at a new recruit. Could it be that your comrade is your fate tree? Song Zimming nodded affirmatively. It's quite possible that Fu Yin has always expressed his admiration for Liu Cheng, yet he cannot articulate why. Wang Zhuang added, This makes sense that I previously thought the crow, or rather, this fellow, had romantic feelings for Liu Cheng, which made me hesitant to shower at the same time as him. What? Fu Yin was speechless, so that was why they had been casting him odd looks. They thought he had feelings for Liu Cheng. He felt compelled to clarify, I must emphasize that I am already engaged. Liu Cheng felt envious, realizing that Fu Yin, indeed a high achiever, was already betrothed, while he had only recently graduated high school. Wang Zhuang patted Fu Yan's back, exclaiming, Well done, my friend. When did this happen? We were completely unaware. Fu Yin, nearly coughing up blood from being patted, replied, It was a childhood betrothal. Whether she agrees is still uncertain. After explaining Fu Yan's abilities, the seer added a final note. By the way, while the Yin Yang Crow's powers are formidable, one must never betray the individual representing their fate tree. Otherwise, you may follow in the footsteps of the previous wielder of the Yin Yang Crow's abilities. Fu Yin confidently assured, Rest assured, Master Seer, my bond with Liu Cheng is unbreakable. This statement was indeed true. Upon first meeting Liu Cheng on the battlefield, Fu Yin sensed something extraordinary about him. Their camaraderie within the Wolf Warriors team had only strengthened since. Now, who was the next individual in need of their abilities explored? Please come forward. The seer beckoned to Liu Cheng. Feeling apprehensive, Liu Cheng was reluctant to reveal his abilities. As he walked forward, he contemplated a strategy that it was certainly unfeasible to pretend not to place his hand on the crystal ball. Such a small act would undoubtedly escape Captain Song's keen observation, not to mention the seer's scrutiny, that he wondered what would happen if he applied his purification abilities to the crystal ball. Would it break? Setting aside his worries, Even if he did break the crystal ball, it was an extension of the seer's abilities, so he would not be liable for damages. With this thought in mind, Liu Cheng placed his hand on the crystal ball. Compared to the curious Fu Yin and Wang Zhuang, Song Ziming scrutinized the changes within the crystal ball with great attention, that he had already confirmed that Liu Cheng could utilize his powers normally. But he remained unclear about the specifics of Liu Cheng's abilities. The seer encircled the crystal ball with his hands, channeling his own energy into it. Liu Cheng sensed a slight electric shock emanating from the crystal ball and promptly activated his purifying ability in secret. A wave of anxiety washed over him as he pondered the effectiveness of his response. Observers beheld the translucent crystal, within which red and black liquids churned, ultimately coalescing into a grotesque eye. Pulsating with a crimson glow, Song Ziming, puzzled, inquired, "Master Observer, what ability is this?" The observer, momentarily taken aback by the sight of the reddish-brown orb, quickly chuckled awkwardly. "Ah, this is my unique ability. The Eye of Insight that it appears this young brother is an energy nullifier. Although he possesses the potential for extraordinary abilities, he has yet to awaken any." Relief washed over Liu Cheng as he realized he had successfully refined the observer's energy, thus narrowly escaping peril. Wang Zhuang and Fu Yin exchanged knowing glances, coming to a shared understanding. However, Song Ziming's expression grew more somber as he mused. It is unequivocally true that Liu Cheng possesses latent abilities. He must have employed some clever tactics that to evade detection from the Eye of Insight signifies that his powers are indeed formidable. A smile crept onto Song Ziming's lips. The more impressive Liu Cheng proved to be, the more it validated the efforts of his elder brother, filling his heart with joy. Wang Zhuang gently patted Liu Cheng on the shoulder, offering words of comfort. "Do not fret. Though you may be an energy nullifier, your physical prowess is on par with that of an empowered individual. Besides, your marksmanship is exceptional that if need be, I can help you gather funds for a more affordable Gundam mech, enabling you to contend with extraterrestrial beings." Fu Yin felt a pang of inequality, pondering why Wang Zhuang was so gentle with Liu Cheng while being more forceful with him. Liu Cheng's heart warmed at the mention of the Gundam mech, a sophisticated combat robot powered by stellar core energy, embodying humanity's most advanced technology. Even the most economical Gundam mech was valued in the tens of millions. Wang Zhuang was not one to speak insincerely. His intention to assist in acquiring a Gundam mech was genuine. Alas, Liu Cheng could not disclose that he might possess even greater wealth, so he expressed gratitude. "Thank you, Brother Zhuang. You are truly kind." Wang Zhuang regarded Liu Cheng as if he were his own brother, replying, "What is there to thank? We are all comrades of the Wolf Squad. Expressing gratitude feels somewhat distant." Chapter 75. Secret Mission. After Liu Cheng and Fu Yin underwent the observer's examination of their unique abilities, they exited the chamber. Song Ziming instructed, "Wait for me at Hangar 372. I must report to the commander." With the headquarters present, it felt inappropriate not to greet the commander. Wang Zhuang nodded and led Liu Cheng and Fu Yin to Hangar 372. Upon reaching the entrance of the headquarters command office, Song Ziming straightened his uniform and pressed the button on the door. The guard opened the door and, upon recognizing the sergeant, welcomed him inside. Upon entering, Song Ziming stood at attention, saluted with precision, and proclaimed, "Reporting in, Sergeant Song Ziming of the Wolf Squad." Li Ronghao, seated at the desk, was reviewing newly entered information regarding the abilities of recruits examined by the observer. Upon hearing Song Ziming's arrival, he beamed. "Ah, little Song, you're here. Come, sit beside me." Despite being in his 30s, Song Ziming was still affectionately called Little Song by the 50-year-old Li Ronghao. "Yes," he replied, lowering his salute and following the commander to a chair beside him. Li Ronghao remarked, "The 5 new recruits assigned to your unit were personally selected by me. Are you satisfied with them?" Song Ziming, who held significant importance in the eyes of Commander Li Ronghao, answered candidly, "I am quite pleased, especially with Liu Cheng, Tian, and Fu Yin. Fu Yin possesses excellent talent and formidable abilities. Tian not only has commendable powers, but also excels in employing strategy in battle. He is someone who knows how to think during combat." Although Liu Cheng's direct combat skills may not match Fu Yin and Tian, his indomitable spirit and resilience in the face of adversity are qualities I greatly admire. Li Ronghao chuckled. "I recall Liu Cheng. Your admiration for him likely stems from his resemblance to your younger self, does it not?" Feeling slightly embarrassed, Song Ziming nodded. "Indeed, it seems nothing escapes your notice." Commander Li Ronghao waved his hand dismissively, indicating that it was of no concern. "That do not worry. I will not diminish your value or Liu Cheng's because of this. That in fact, I noticed Liu Cheng precisely because he reminds me of you in your youth. Both of you possess an inexplicable stubbornness, refusing to yield even in the face of weakness. Such resilience is highly valued among the soldiers of our Iron Blood Corps. Song Ziming replied with a smile. You flatter me, Commander. The other two newcomers, Fei Niao and Huiyan, though their abilities are commendable, exhibit a somewhat pampered demeanor that I do not understand why you assigned these two to the Wolf Squad. Li Ronghao sighed, explaining, the first reason is that both hail from noble families in the Star Realms. Their enlistment is merely to embellish their resumes. Their families have pressured the military not to assign them to frontline positions. The term Star Realm nobility refers to a feudal system that has persisted since ancient human history. As humanity expanded its territorial reach across the galaxy, neither centralized empires nor parliamentary governments could effectively control all factions within their dominions. Consequently, in regions where governmental authority was weaker, noble systems resurfaced. Such nobles wield privileges akin to governmental authority, with larger factions controlling multiple planets, often surpassing the strength of smaller member states. Song Ziming reflected. So, they are indeed offspring of Star Realm aristocrats. That explains their somewhat arrogant demeanor, that Li Ronghao continued. The second reason is that, for reasons unknown, extraterrestrial species have recently intensified their infiltration of the galaxy. Many areas are facing a shortage of military personnel. Experts predict that these alien species may be scheming to instigate a third full-scale war, following the cessation of the Second War by the Undying God Clan. Thus, the joint government has been conducting large-scale recruitment across the galaxy for the past 2 years. Although your Wolf Squad suffered significant losses during the last Beast Tide, I cannot assign all the finest recruits to you. I hope you can understand. Song Ziming nodded, assuring, rest assured, Commander. The Wolf Squad will steadfastly uphold its duties and not hinder the Iron Blood Corps. However, Commander, have we received any feedback regarding the 8-legged extraterrestrial creature we reported? Upon hearing this, Li Ronghao's expression turned serious. Discussing this matter raises my suspicions. After I reported it to headquarters, their response was rather ambiguous. Finding it peculiar, I personally visited the Army headquarters to inquire with the division commander. Can you guess what he said? Song Ziming, intrigued, asked, what did the division commander say? Leaning closer, Li Ronghao spoke in a hushed tone. This is something you must keep to yourself. Do not disclose it to anyone else. Song Ziming nodded, and Li Ronghao continued in a low voice. The division commander discreetly informed me that this matter has garnered the attention of higher authorities. Someone has issued orders forbidding our Iron Blood Corps from continuing the investigation. They claim that the satellite images you provided are unclear, suggesting that your Wolf Squad may have misinterpreted them during your encounter in the underground lair. Song Ziming shook his head, resolutely stating, that is impossible, that we had a brief confrontation with the 8-legged extraterrestrial, and one of our team members sustained injuries. While one person might make an error, how could 6 individuals all be mistaken? Lower your voice. Li Ronghao glanced around to ensure that the guards were oblivious to their conversation before continuing. That is why I find this situation troubling. How could a planet inhabited by only 3 or 4-level extraterrestrial beings host an unidentified creature that has caught the attention of the joint government's upper echelons? The military command has instructed me not to squander resources pursuing an investigation without concrete evidence proving that it poses a threat. However, they did not prohibit your Wolf Squad from continuing your inquiry. Song Ziming inquired, so, Commander, what do you mean? In a hushed tone, Li Ronghao issued a command. I want your Wolf Squad to search for traces of that 8-legged, unidentified extraterrestrial on planet ST-44732, provided you have the resources. At the very least, you must present concrete evidence of a threat level that exceeds standard defense parameters. Song Ziming nodded, vowing quietly, the Wolf Squad will heed your command and ensure the mission is accomplished. Chapter 76. Interstellar pirates Liu Cheng and his companions have been waiting in the hangar for half an hour. Wang Zhuang, growing impatient, remarked, I wonder what the captain and the regiment commander are discussing. They haven't returned yet. Liu Cheng reassured him, let us wait a little longer. Perhaps they are dealing with something significant that if summoned by their conversation. Song Ziming approached them moments later. Captain, why are you taking so long to greet the regiment commander? Wang Zhuang inquired. Instead of answering, Song Ziming tossed the spaceship keys to Wang Zhuang, who caught them with both hands, puzzled. Captain, what is this for? Song Ziming replied, you and Fu Yin will take my spaceship back. Liu Cheng and I will pilot another one. It suddenly dawned on Wang Zhuang that Song Ziming had won a new model spaceship from his bet with Chang Yui. In a way, I want to drive the better ship, he protested. Song Ziming retorted, do you even want to eat when you get back? At this, Wang Zhuangzhuang draped an arm around Fu Yan's shoulders and headed towards Song Ziming's second-hand small spaceship, saying, "Let us go. We'll take the captain's old ship back, and I'll show you my driving skills." Liu Cheng couldn't help but reflect on the wisdom of the saying that to win a man's heart, one must first win his stomach. It was indeed accurate. Liu Cheng followed Song Ziming to another hangar, where they found the XS-13 rapid attack ship that Chang Yu had lost to Song Ziming. This ship was approximately 1.5 times the length of Song Ziming's old vessel and featured 4 symmetrical X-shaped power attack wings, unlike the usual 2 found on most small ships. Its outer armor was coated in a pristine white protective layer, giving the entire ship a sleek and high-tech appearance. Upon boarding the ship, Liu Cheng noticed that the cockpit spatial environment was considerably superior to that of the vessel they had come in. Song Ziming explained this XS-13 rapid attack ship is among the latest models of small spacecraft. It operates on 3 power modes: conventional fuel, nuclear energy, and star core energy. This hole here is where the star core is stored. Liu Cheng expressed his astonishment. If we opt for star core energy, won't the expenses for powering the ship be exorbitant? Song Ziming nodded, indeed. However, superior energy sources equate to enhanced propulsion, indicating that this ship possesses a high performance ceiling. He continued, detailing the controls. Here is the control panel, displaying the ship's status data, and this is the weapon system. Liu Cheng absorbed every explanation with a serious intent to master the skills. All right, give driving a try. Song Ziming instructed after finishing the overview of me. Liu Cheng pointed to himself, bewildered. Song Ziming affirmed, "Of course. Did you think I explained all this just for you to have a vague memory? I intend for you to learn how to pilot. This ship will be yours." Surprised by the offer of the ship won in the bet, Liu Cheng realized that Song Ziming still piloted an old second-hand vessel himself. "Captain, this is too generous. It is far too valuable. Besides, why not just give me that old ship instead?" Song Ziming looked at Liu Cheng and said, "I trust you don't aspire to remain an ordinary soldier for life. Do you?" "Of course not. I've promised the captain that I have ambitions," Liu Cheng replied. "Then it's settled that a good horse deserves a good saddle. Since you're destined to upgrade your gear, why not start with a better ship now?" Understanding Song Ziming's goodwill, Liu Cheng accepted the offer and attempted to start the ship. As it lifted slowly from the hangar deck, it wobbled precariously, knocking over various supplies and tools, eliciting complaints from the crew. "Ignore their grumbling. Focus on piloting," Song Ziming reassured. Liu Cheng nodded and concentrated on the controls. Although he had taken a spaceship simulation course at school, the practical experience proved to be challenging. The ship wobbled as it exited the hangar door, narrowly avoiding a collision. Had it struck, both Liu Cheng and Song Ziming would have faced an incident report aboard the battleship. Fortunately, as time passed, Liu Cheng's piloting skills improved, and the ship began to accelerate, quickly catching up with Wang Zhuangzhuang and Fu Yan. From his position in Song Ziming's ship, Wang Zhuangzhuang glanced at the XS-13 rapid attack ship zooming past and grumbled to Fu Yan, "Oof, that ship's performance surpasses this one. I'm so envious." Fu Yan suggested, "Why don't you buy one for yourself?" Wang Zhuangzhuang grumbled, "Do you think everyone has as much money as you? That ship is incredibly expensive." Fu Yan nodded silently, contemplating whether to take the family spaceship out for a spin on his next visit home. Although the XS-13 rapid attack ship had space jump capabilities to conserve energy and accommodate Wang Zhuangzhuang and Fu Yan, who lacked such functionality, Liu Cheng and Song Ziming opted for continuous flight. They had taken 2 days to reach their destination, but under Wang Zhuangzhuang's determined driving, they returned to the star region of planet ST-44732 in less than a day and a half. This underscored Wang Zhuangzhuang's impressive piloting skills, rivaling those of Song Ziming. Shortly after their 2 ships entered the station star region, a message alert came through the military communications channel. Song Ziming opened the channel, revealing a holographic projection of a liaison officer from the regiment. "Sergeant Song from the Wolf Squadron, what instructions does the regiment have?" the officer inquired. "Hello, Sergeant Song. According to the latest military intelligence, a civilian medium-sized commercial transport ship has been attacked by a group of interstellar pirates. Before losing contact, they sent out a distress signal." The officer continued, "The regiment has information indicating that your Wolf Squadron is closest to the incident location, that I will send you the coordinates of the ship's last known position." Song Ziming nodded. "The Wolf Squadron acknowledges. We will proceed to assist immediately." Chapter 77. 4-2 The regiment's liaison officer transmitted the coordinates of the incident location to the Wolf Squadron. This position was considerably distant from all colonial planets in the star region, making it an ideal ambush spot away from military patrols that, if not for Song Ziming and his crew fortuitously passing near the coordinates, they might not have arrived before the pirates completed their robbery. The 4 members of the Wolf Squadron swiftly piloted their 2 ships toward the ensign site that as they approached the designated coordinates. The long-range radar confirmed the presence of a medium-sized commercial transport vessel surrounded by several smaller ships that I'll take over the piloting from here. You observe, Song Ziming instructed Liu Cheng, who wisely relinquished the pilot seat in exchange for Song Ziming's expertise. Operating a ship in flight differed greatly from engaging in combat, which required exceptional skill and extensive experience. Thanks to the advanced radar of the XS-13 rapid attack ship, Song Ziming and his crew spotted the pirates before they were noticed. However, as the 2 ships drew near, the pirates became aware of their approach. The pirate leader, overseeing a faction of his crew, had already secured control of the commercial transport ship and was currently apprehending civilians and disarming the crew. Suddenly, the pirate leader received a report from his subordinate over the comms. "Boss, we've detected 2 small ships approaching us quickly. Should we retreat?" The pirate leader gestured for his men to continue disarming the crew while he paused to inquire. "Are the incoming ships military models?" The subordinate replied via the comms. "It doesn't appear so. One is an old half-civilian, half-combat ship, while the other is a superior XS-13 rapid attack ship." "Boss, could they be bounty hunters?" Bounty hunters were independent individuals seeking rewards for various tasks, unaligned with any official organization. The pirate leader pondered before responding. "Who cares? If they're not military personnel, they pose no threat that we outnumber them. If they dare approach, we'll destroy them all." "Yes, boss." With that, the pirates who had not boarded the transport ship piloted their smaller vessels towards Song Ziming and his crew. The pirates had a total of 7 ships, with 2 docked on the surface of the commercial transport vessel, while the other 5 were similar in model to Song Ziming's older craft. However, all these spacecraft have undergone modifications, equipped with numerous weapons and small cannons, enhancing their combat capabilities. Liu Cheng felt a sense of unease as he noticed that the number of the pirate ships exceeded their own. Song Ziming communicated through the channel to Wang Zhuang, "Big Zhuang. 5 pirate ships are heading our way. You take care of one, and I'll handle the other 4. Wang Zhuang retorted, irritated. "Why should you handle 4? Do you look down on me?" Unhappy with Song Ziming's combat arrangement, Wang Zhuang suddenly accelerated, charging towards the interstellar pirates. Observing this, Song Ziming also propelled his ship forward at full speed, quickly leaving Wang Zhuang and Fu Yan behind. Wang Zhuang awkwardly explained to Fu Yan, "It's not that I'm unwilling. The ship the captain is piloting is far superior to ours." Fu Yan nodded, thinking to himself that next time, he must bring out his family's spacecraft on the pirate side. They were surprised to see that the 2 incoming ships did not choose to engage together. Instead, one ship advanced while the other lagged behind. The pirates scoffed, "Ha! 5 against 1. What does it matter if your ship is better?" They rallied, "Brothers, let's destroy that ship." In a straight line, the 5 modified pirate vessels charged towards Song Ziming's ship. As they entered firing range, the 5 pirate ships unleashed their cannons almost simultaneously. Liu Cheng was terrified by the concentrated firepower. Yet Song Ziming, seated at the helm, skillfully maneuvered the ship, twisting and turning to evade their attacks, swiftly weaving into the formation of the 5 pirate ships. With the distance closed, the pirates lost their advantage in firepower. It must be said that the performance of the XS-13 rapid attack ship was indeed formidable. Song Ziming clung tightly to the tail of one of the pirate ships, rendering the pirates unable to shake him off or fire freely. The pirates were compelled to alter their combat strategy. Except for the ship being pursued by Song Ziming, the other 4 pirate vessels increased their distance and concentrated their fire on Song Ziming's ship. Quickly, Song Ziming ascended to avoid the barrage, but the coordinated attack from the 4 pirate ships not only failed to destroy his vessel, but inadvertently struck one of their own, which erupted in flames from the rear as the energy system malfunctioned. In the next moment, that ship exploded into a cloud of debris in space. Seizing the opportunity, Song Ziming circled around to the rear of the remaining 4 pirate ships and latched onto another pirate vessel. Seated in the co-pilot seat, Liu Cheng yearned to praise Song Ziming's exceptional flying skills. However, the rapid maneuvers of the ship left him feeling dizzy, forcing him to suppress the urge to vomit. Noticing Liu Cheng's discomfort, Song Ziming remarked lightly, "It's always like this the first time. You'll get used to it." Liu Cheng nodded slightly, not daring to speak. The pirates in the cockpit of the 4 ships, realizing they had lost one vessel, grew anxious. Lacking professional military training, their composure was inferior to Liu Cheng and the others. They queried their captain over the comms. "Boss, we've lost one ship, and they're keeping tight on our formation. What should we do?" Hearing this, the pirate captain aboard the commercial transport ship snapped, "Fools! Can't you scatter and engage separately?" They only have 2 ships. You have 4. You can win even without forming up. The pirates considered this and acknowledged the logic, for against 2 should not lead to defeat. Thus, 2 ships veered towards Wang Zhuang, while the other 2 remained to battle Song Ziming. Chapter 78. Mutual Threat, seeing the pirates split their forces. Song Ziming chuckled at Liu Cheng. You see, this is the result of their lack of combat training. They can't even discern which side has the greater strength, leaving only 2 ships to deal with us. With the superior performance of the XS-13 rapid attack ship and Song Ziming's adept combat skills, he no longer needed to hide behind the enemy's ships. Instead, he directly engaged one of the pirate vessels. The 4 attack wings unleashed a barrage, showcasing the XS-13's firepower advantage immediately. The pirate ship being pursued could neither evade Song Ziming's relentless chase nor escape the formidable firepower from behind. In a moment of vulnerability, its fuel tanks and right engine were struck, leading to the ship being torn apart by the concentrated fire of the XS-13 to the other pirate ship. Witnessing this, disregarded the captain's orders and fled into the empty expanse of space. Should we pursue? Liu Cheng inquired. Song Ziming shook his head. No, it's more crucial to rescue the crew captured by the pirates. Let's assist Wang Zhuang with the other 2 ships first. With that, Song Ziming turned the ship towards the direction where Wang Zhuang was engaged in battle. At that moment, Wang Zhuang was piloting Song Ziming's old second-hand ship, evading the fire from the 2 modified pirate vessels that they relentlessly fired upon him. Wang Zhuang dodged while occasionally returning fire. He explained to Fu Yin in the passenger seat, "This isn't due to my poor piloting skills. It's just that the captain's ship is too shabby to handle 2 opponents," gripping the seat back tightly. Fu Yin felt his heart racing and urged, "You don't need to explain. Just focus on fighting." It was genuinely frightening that in a life-or-death battle against extraterrestrial beings, one could rely on their abilities to fight back. But in a spacecraft against other ships in the vastness of space, whether one would be hit was entirely out of their control. Their lives hung solely on Wang Zhuang's capabilities. Wang Zhuang furrowed his brow. Putting all his effort into piloting the ship amidst the confrontation with the 2 pirate vessels, that he understood that even a moment's negligence could lead to their demise in the void of space. As the 2 pirate ships aggressively pursued Wang Zhuang, Song Ziming's XS-13 rapid attack ship arrived from the side, launching an immediate attack on one of the pirate vessels. The concentrated fire from the 4 attack wings obliterated that pirate ship. The other pirate vessel, caught between Song Ziming and Wang Zhuang's assault, lasted less than half a minute before being struck by several rounds, disintegrating into floating debris in space. Wang Zhuang complained to Song Ziming, "Captain, this ship is truly a piece of junk. Can't we get a better one?" Song Ziming replied over the comms, "Sure, next time you can challenge Shan Yu to a bet and see what new ship he has acquired." Wang Zhuang fell silent, piloting the ship with Song Ziming towards the commercial transport vessel being held hostage by the pirates. Although he was not intimidated by Chan Yu, the thought of approaching someone of higher rank to gamble felt like a daunting prospect. On board the commercial ship, the pirate captain, seething with anger after receiving the news of his ship's destruction, finally tore off the communicator and hurled it to the ground. He stomped on the device in fury. He cursed, "Useless. They are truly a bunch of worthless fools." The other pirate subordinates aboard the commercial transport, however, did not exhibit the same level of panic as those who had fled. After all, those who accompanied the captain for the heist were core members of the pirate crew, significantly more capable than average pirates. After a moment of contemplation, the pirate captain instructed a few trusted subordinates, "Gather all the hostages in the ship's command room. Quickly." The subordinates complied, using weapons to threaten the crew and passengers, soon herding everyone into the command room. The pirate captain activated the communicator of the commercial transport ship and addressed Song Ziming and Wang Zhuang over the public channel. "You 2 ships. Listen carefully. Whether you are military personnel or bounty hunters, immediately distance yourselves from this transport ship. Otherwise, I will execute a hostage." He continued, "From this moment on, for every minute you remain, I will kill 1 hostage." "The timer starts now." Liu Cheng and Fu Yin felt a surge of anxiety. Liu Cheng asked, "Captain, what should we do?" "If we leave, the pirates will begin executing hostages," Song Ziming replied. Song Ziming let out a cold snort. Instead of retreating in his spacecraft, he accelerated towards the commercial transport ship. The pirate captain in the command room was perplexed by this move and angrily declared over the public communication channel, "If you come any closer, I will start executing hostages." Ignoring the pirate's threat, Song Ziming pressed the missile button on the XS-13 small attack ship. 2 small missiles were launched towards the medium-sized pirate ship attached to the surface of the commercial transport vessel, striking it with precision. Enraged, the pirate captain pointed at a female passenger and ordered his men, "And if you dare to attack my ship, kill that woman to show them." Song Ziming quickly opened the public communication channel and addressed the pirates on board. "The reason you want us to retreat is so you can rob us and escape unscathed, right? Now that your ship has been destroyed by me, do you truly believe you can evade military pursuit aboard this medium-sized commercial transport vessel? If you kill a hostage now, the nature of your crime changes entirely. Without the threat of hostages, the military will undoubtedly destroy your ship as soon as they catch up with you. Surely you do not wish to sever your own escape route." The pirate captain scoffed on the public channel. "We're all going to die anyway, that I might as well take a shipload of people with me." Song Ziming replied calmly, "Who says we are all doomed? Is there not a path laid out before you? How can you say there is a way out when you've destroyed the ship meant for our retreat?" The pirate captain retorted disdainfully. Song Ziming replied, "But we still have our 2 ships, do we not? Allow our ships to dock with the commercial transport vessel without harming the hostages, and let us have a fair showdown. If you win, you can kill us and take our ships to escape. That if we win, we will capture you and successfully rescue the hostages. How does that sound?" Silence fell upon the public communication channel as the pirate captain contemplated the feasibility of the proposal. Noticing the hesitation, Song Ziming mocked, "We have only 2 small ships. You are not afraid of facing a few people, are you?" The pirate captain glanced at his trusted subordinates, who urged him, "Boss, let us do as they say. Including you, we have 4 psychics and a dozen armed brothers. Their 2 small ships can only carry 4 people at most. We have nothing to fear." Despite being outlaws, they engaged in robbery. For what purpose? To live well. Of course, that if there was an option to survive, they would not resort to the most extreme measures. The pirate captain nodded in agreement and responded over the public channel, "Fine, we will proceed as you suggested. However, your ships can only dock at the rear of the vessel, not near the command room." Though he consented to Song Ziming's proposal, he added this condition to prevent any unforeseen circumstances where the hostages could be whisked away. Song Ziming replied, "Very well, but I hope you do not go back on your word. If, after our ships dock with the commercial transport vessel, you harm any hostages, we will immediately depart and destroy both your ship and the one with the hostages. If you cannot guarantee the safety of the hostages, then our rescue mission is rendered meaningless." This ultimatum was a psychological gambit by Song Ziming, wagering that the pirates would not dare to endanger the hostages. The pirate captain nodded in agreement, thinking that since the other side's goal was to rescue the hostages rather than protect their possessions, negotiating would be easier, as long as he held the hostages. Whether they were interstellar bounty hunters or military personnel, they would have to adhere to the rules of negotiation. Song Ziming and Wang Zhuanzhuang piloted their 2 ships closer to the commercial transport vessel without encountering resistance from the pirates on board. Clearly, the pirates had accepted their terms. The 2 ships docked at the rear of the commercial transport vessel, and Liu Cheng and the others cut a passage for Wang Zhuanzhuang to enter the transport ship. Wang Zhuanzhuang climbed through the passageway into the interior corridor of the transport vessel. Song Ziming transmitted the registration information and schematics of the commercial transport ship received from the command liaison officer to Liu Cheng's device, assigning him the task of planning the route. Liu Cheng stated, "From our current position, there are 4 routes to the command room. Each route passes through the cargo hold, crew rest area, dining and entertainment area, and the power room." Song Ziming nodded and assigned tasks to the 3 of them. With 4 routes leading to the command room, it means the pirates also have 4 routes to seize our ships. We will split into 4 groups. While heading to the command room to rescue the hostages, we will also scout for any remaining personnel hiding on the ship. The cargo hold has ample space for combat. Wang Zhuanzhuang, you will take that route. Understood, Wang Zhuanzhuang replied, noting his route. Song Ziming instructed Liu Cheng and Fu Yin, "The power room must not be damaged. I will take that route myself. The crew rest area and dining and entertainment area will be your responsibility." Liu Cheng and Fu Yin, "Everyone, stay safe. That if you encounter the pirates, even if you cannot overpower them, try to delay them. That do not let them steal our ship. Begin the operation." With that, the 4 of them immediately advanced along their assigned routes toward the command room. Inside the command room of the commercial transport vessel, the pirate captain watched through surveillance screens as he saw Song Ziming and his team donned in military combat uniforms, splitting up as they approached. One of his subordinates asked, "Boss, what should we do?" So what if they are military personnel? There are only 4 of them. Surely they cannot all be psychics." The pirate captain scoffed, "That we have for psychics here. Swordsman, Iron Fist, and Flying Claw, the 3 of you come with me. Each of us will take one of them. The rest will remain in the command room to monitor the hostages. That if those hostages dare to make any sudden moves, shoot them on the spot. With 4 psychics dispatched, the remaining force to guard the hostages was significantly weakened. Thus, the pirate captain ordered the rest to remain in the command room. For Song Zimming, their division into 4 routes was to prevent the pirates from escaping with the ship. For the pirates, it was equally necessary to guard against the possibility of Song Zimming's team rescuing the hostages. Hence, they made the same choice to split into 4 groups. The pirate captain signaled to his 3 trusted subordinates, and they advanced to meet Liu Cheng and the others. Understood. The dozen armed pirates nodded in agreement, causing the hostages in the command room to scream in terror. Silence. One of the pirates, wielding a kinetic pistol, kicked at a woman who had screamed, causing the hostages to huddle together in fear, afraid to make any more noise. Among the hostages, a plump man not wearing a crew uniform, upon seeing the psychics leave, discreetly observed the positions of the armed pirates around him. If Liu Cheng were present, he would surely recognize this man as Fat Tiger, the owner of the transport team whom he had met in the Mineral City, who had helped him deliver 5 star core fragments to his sister. Beside Fat Tiger, a crew member gently nudged him with his arm. Noticing that the surrounding pirates were unaware of their interaction, the crew member discreetly retrieved 2 pulse pistols, which bore a strong scent. He quietly handed 1 pistol to Fat Tiger and exchanged a knowing glance with him. Fat Tiger, somewhat disdainful, concealed the pistol under his clothing and subtly shook his head, indicating for the crew member to wait for the right moment. The crew member, upon seeing this, returned the other pistol to his waistband. As Wang Zhuang advanced through the cargo hold. The space was generally unobstructed, save for the cargo that slightly obscured his view. He believed it unlikely that any passengers remained hidden on the ship and called out casually, "Is anyone here? I'm from the military, here to rescue you, not a pirate. If anyone is here, come out quickly." After receiving no response, he self-deprecatingly remarked, "Even if someone hasn't been captured by pirates, who would hide in a cargo hold? Am I overthinking this?" Just as he finished speaking, he heard a rustling sound emanating from a nearby wooden crate storing goods. Rustle, rustle, rustle. What could that be? Wang Zhuang wondered, cautiously approaching the source of the sound. Although he was a large man, he had always been sensitive to eerie tales and was quite fearful of the unknown. Upon reaching the crate, he swallowed hard and mentally prepared himself. After gathering his courage, he suddenly lifted the lid of the crate. To his astonishment, he found a dozen pairs of innocent, bright eyes gazing back at him from within the crate filled with dried straw. Wang Zhuang was taken aback. He had not anticipated that the cargo hold contained a dozen or so children. The children, both boys and girls, appeared to range in age from about 5 to 10 years. Without Wang Zhuang even uttering a word, the children, upon seeing his imposing figure, erupted into screams, "A bad man! We're going to be eaten!" Wang Zhuang was instantly struck with a sense of helplessness in the face of the children's panic. The eldest among them spoke up, "Stop screaming. Bad people don't eat children." However, another child interjected, "But I heard the captain say that interstellar pirates have come aboard. He looks so fierce. He must be a pirate." The older child reassured the younger ones, "He is not a pirate. He just said he is from the military and is wearing a uniform." Once the older children finished explaining, the younger ones finally quieted down. Wang Zhuang wiped the sweat from his brow and asked, "How did you all end up here? Where are your parents?" Upon hearing his inquiry, the children, who had been warned beforehand, immediately became wary. The older children fell silent, while a few younger ones protested, "Our parents are not illegal citizens. We didn't come here by smuggling." Wang Zhuang thought to himself, well, that was quite a revealing response that he had just asked one question, and they had all confessed. He was at a loss for words. Illegal citizens refer to those who lack the status of United Government citizens. Some reside on remote planets, while others are private slaves of interstellar aristocrats. In any case, illegal citizens do not enjoy the rights that United Government citizens possess. Many of these individuals live under poor conditions that improve their living situations. Some choose to smuggle themselves or their families into the United Government or the Interstellar Empire. Clearly, these children had been smuggled in by their parents. Seeing that the younger children had spoken out, the older ones quickly hushed them. "Shh, be quiet. If the military finds out we are smuggled, they will capture us all." With no other choice, Wang Zhuang addressed the children. "Let us put the smuggling discussion aside for now. Right now, there are many interstellar pirates robbing this ship. For your safety, follow me." The older children hesitated for a moment. But when they noticed the fearful expressions on the younger ones' faces at the mention of interstellar pirates, they steeled themselves and agreed. "All right, we'll follow you." Wang Zhuang carefully lifted the children out of the cargo hold one by one and pointed to the oldest child among them, instructing, "Hold hands and stick close behind me. You look the oldest, so you can be their big brother and keep an eye on them to ensure they don't get separated. The eldest child nodded earnestly and organized the younger ones to hold hands, paying special attention to them. Suddenly, footsteps filled with laughter echoed from the direction of the cargo hold entrance. Wang Zhuang glanced over and saw a burly bald man approaching. The man's head was round and shiny, and he was bare-chested, his body a mass of hard muscles that he was slightly shorter than Wang Zhuang, about the same height as Song Ziming. Noting the man's unfriendly demeanor, Wang Zhuang warned the children. "That's likely an interstellar pirate. You all hide behind the cargo." "Yes." The leading boy nodded vigorously, quickly gathering the others to hide behind a cargo box in the corner. The bald man smirked, saying, well, I didn't expect to find so many little ones hiding here, that if I bring them back as hostages, the boss will surely be pleased. Wang Zhuang snorted defiantly. "Humph. You think you can take these kids? Did you ask for my permission?" Seeing that Wang Zhuang was unafraid despite his size, the bald man introduced himself. "Let me introduce myself. I'm Iron Fist, the second in command of our pirate crew." Wang Zhuang, undeterred, proclaimed loudly, "My codename is Copperwall Iron Shield. You can call me Grandpa Zhuang." The bald man frowned angrily. "Such bravado. Soon I'll beat you down and we'll see who is really the grandparent here." Wang Zhuang scoffed. "You're welcome to try." Infuriated by Wang Zhuang's taunts, Iron Fist lunged forward with explosive speed, closing the distance in a matter of steps that Iron Fist threw a punch. Wang Zhuang, mindful of the children, didn't act recklessly. Instead, he swiftly dodged and leaped, evading Iron Fist's strike. The force of the blow shattered several wooden cargo boxes and left a deep dent in the wall. Iron Fist, missing his target, remained unfazed. As he hadn't used his full strength, he turned to Wang Zhuang and taunted, surprised. "I'm a level 1 ability user. My power allows my punches to unleash sonic waves, creating a wide-range attack." Wang Zhuang raised an eyebrow, thinking to himself, "Is that it? Humph. I expected something more formidable. To think such a weakling would dare to raid our sector. How laughable. Don't bring shame to the pirate profession." Iron Fist, incensed by the mockery, shouted, "You cowardly little chicken, if you're so brave, why don't you stop dodging?" Wang Zhuang retorted dismissively, "Fine, I'll stand right here and let you hit me, so you can see just how weak you really are." "You said it." Iron Fist smirked internally, knowing he had only exerted half of his power in that last punch, but if his opponent stood still and took a full hit from him, he was confident it would leave Wang Zhuang severely injured. With a roar, he gathered all his energy into his right hand and charged at Wang Zhuang once more. The children hiding behind the cargo boxes were frightened by Iron Fist's roar, clutching on each other's clothing tightly. The next moment, Iron Fist connected squarely with Wang Zhuang's abdomen. The children, terrified, shut their eyes tightly, bracing for the worst. All that could be heard was a resounding metallic crash. Simultaneously, Song Ziming encountered the pirate captain in the engine room. Hearing the deafening sound echoing through the ship, the pirate captain chuckled. "It seems my underling Iron Fist has crossed paths with your subordinates. I fear your crew may not fare well." Song Ziming remained unperturbed by the fate of Wang Zhuang, and regarding Fu Yin and Liu Cheng, he believed they could escape even if they were outmatched. He replied coolly, "I suggest you focus less on my subordinates and more on your own safety." The pirate captain scrutinized Song Ziming with a bemused expression, intrigued by his stoic demeanor, and remarked, "From the surveillance footage, it seems you are the commander of your group, that I chose to confront you because I'm the strongest in our pirate crew. Allow me to introduce myself. I'm the captain of this band of pirates and a level 2 ability user." Song Ziming scoffed derisively that a level 2 ability user. "You'd be hard-pressed to find anyone in the Iron Blood Corps who can match me." In the cargo hold of the commercial transport ship, Iron Fist, after his confident full-force punch, was met not with the expected splatter of blood, but with the sensation of striking an impenetrable iron wall. His entire arm went numb as he looked up to see his opponent transformed into a shining metal giant, towering nearly a meter taller than before, with a smirk playing on his lips as he looked back at him. Realizing the vast disparity in their strengths, Iron Fist quickly retreated, exclaiming, "How is this possible? Even if you're an ability user, how can you be this strong? That was my full power." Wang Zhuang chuckled derisively. "Oh, by the way, your grandpa here is a level 2 ability user, and I enjoy a good tussle with level 3 alien creatures." Upon hearing this, fear washed over Iron Fist's face as he recognized the insurmountable gap between them. What should he do? Escape? If he didn't, he might end up dead. Just then, he noticed the group of children hiding behind the cargo boxes in the corner. If he could grab them as hostages, even if his opponent was powerful, he wouldn't dare act recklessly. With that thought in mind, Iron Fist surged forward, sprinting toward the children hiding behind the boxes. Witnessing this, Wang Zhuangzhuang felt a wave of irritation toward the pirate's second-in-command. Not even children were spared. Did he really think he could take advantage of Wang Zhuangzhuang? A burly bald man sprinted halfway towards the children. And upon seeing that Wang Zhuangzhuang remained motionless, he was filled with wild delight. Just as he believed he was on the verge of seizing these kids as hostages, in the next moment, Wang Zhuangzhuang made his move. His powerful thighs exerted force simultaneously, causing the heavy steel plate beneath his feet to buckle deeply, leaving a massive half-meter-deep cavity. Immediately, Wang Zhuangzhuang's nearly 3-meter-tall, robust form shot forward like a cannonball, propelling him behind the bald man. With a swift motion of his right wrist, he delivered a punch aimed at the bald man's lower back. Duong! Another thunderous sound reverberated throughout the entire spaceship. Having learned from the previous experience, the children instinctively covered their ears at the sound's arrival. Once the noise subsided, they peered out from behind the cargo box, only to see the hulking soldier who had aided them revert to his normal human form. The bald pirate, who had intended to harm them, was now embedded in the cargo hold's deck, having been struck down by the giant soldier. Wang Zhuangzhuang scratched the back of his head sheepishly and remarked, "I hope I didn't kill him. But then again, he is just a space pirate, that if he dies, so be it." He then playfully slapped the bald pirate's head, embedded in the deck, twice and called out, "Hey, are you dead? If not, say something." A weak grunt emanated from the deck, confirming the pirate's survival. Wang Zhuangzhuang sighed in relief. "Looks like he's still alive, but I'm sure I broke his spine and lumbar disc." The children, who had initially been terrified of the giant Wang Zhuangzhuang, rushed towards him, having witnessed his battle with the pirate. They surrounded him, full of curiosity, asking, "Uncle, you're so amazing. Are you a superhero?" "No, you're not a superhero. You turned into steel. You must be Iron Man. You can transform. You must be Ultraman." Feeling flattered by the children's admiration, Wang Zhuangzhuang, momentarily lost in the praise, boasted, "Yes, I am the steel superhero Wang Zhuangzhuang." In the commercial transport spaceship's power room, the pirate leader, engaged in combat with Song Zimming, felt a wave of confusion upon hearing the second deafening sound. Why was Iron Fist still battling the opponent? Hadn't a victor been determined earlier? An ominous premonition arose within him that he wanted to assist, but he was utterly helpless. He had already exhausted all his supernatural abilities and was covered in varying degrees of wounds. In contrast, his opponent remained calm and composed, seemingly unbothered and not even employing his own abilities. Damn it. The pirate leader seethed with anger as he glanced at the energy storage tank in the power room. Since we cannot escape safely today, no one will leave this spaceship alive. With that declaration, the pirate leader unleashed all his powers and charged towards the energy storage tank. Song Zimming had anticipated this maneuver. His form collided instantly, gray-blue fur and sharp claws erupting from his body as he surged towards the pirate leader. Doom! The third thunderous sound echoed throughout the transport ship. This moment, Fu Yin and Liu Cheng encountered their respective enemies in the dining and entertainment area and the crew rest area. Liu Cheng's adversary was a slender man wielding twin long knives. The man sported a punk-style mohawk, resembling an electric mouse. Seeing Liu Cheng, who appeared to be a new recruit of around 18 or 19 years of age, the knife-wielding pirate grinned, resting one knife on his shoulder while pointing the other at Liu Cheng. "Kid, I am the third in command of our space pirate crew, codenamed Blade Master. My ability manifests as two indestructible dual blades. Remember my name?" Liu Cheng raised an eyebrow, pondering whether these space pirates were somewhat dim-witted. Why would they reveal their abilities right off the bat? Did they not realize that disclosing their powers would make them targets? Sighing, he decided not to take pity on the fool. Drawing the Eadman alloy katana, gifted by the bank from its scabbard, Liu Cheng prepared for battle. The Blade Master assessed Liu Cheng's stance and concluded that he was not a skilled swordsman. His posture was unsteady, and the angle at which he held the sword was unsuitable for defense, revealing numerous flaws. This was indeed the case. Liu Cheng's martial arts training was merely passable, and he had only begun practicing with swords after enlisting. Before the Blade Master could make his move, Liu Cheng charged at the pirate. The Blade Master chuckled internally, thinking that this novice swordsman would be easily defeated in a few moves. That he gripped his dual blades, ready to counter Liu Cheng's attack. One blade was poised to block Liu Cheng's strike, while the other was prepared to stab at Liu Cheng's vital points. However, after his previous encounter with Poison Fang, Liu Cheng had grasped the fundamental tactics of fighting against dual-wielding opponents, that he anticipated the Blade Master's imminent counterattack. As he swung the Eadman katana, He unhesitatingly infused his ability into the blade. Just as the Blade Master believed victory was in his grasp, he suddenly saw Liu Cheng's katana disintegrate into ash, leaving only a fine line of blade edge remaining. Alarmed, the Blade Master realized that Liu Cheng's weapon was unusual, heightening his caution to the maximum. But the distance between them had closed, making evasion impossible. The Blade Master crossed his dual blades in front of himself, bracing for Liu Cheng's strike. The fine line of the blade sliced effortlessly through the dual blades as if cutting through water. Encountering no resistance, the Blade Master's eyes widened in disbelief. Within a blink, he watched helplessly as the slender edge severed his dual blades and continued toward his throat. With a swift motion, Liu Cheng sliced through the Blade Master's throat, who clutched his neck in agony. But it was futile. Warm blood gushed forth between his fingers. Soon, he succumbed to blood loss, collapsing in a pool of crimson. Liu Cheng habitually swung his blade, attempting to flick off non-existent blood from a blade that no longer existed. The fragile structure of the fine line had shattered during the prior collision, and with this action, it broke into several pieces, scattering across the spaceship's deck. Liu Cheng gazed at the remnants with a sigh. Well, considering he had prepared for the loss of the blade before using his ability, it was of little consequence. Moreover, he wasn't particularly fond of using a katana. Perhaps he would look into other types of weapons at the military trading post upon his return. After concluding the battle, Liu Cheng discarded the hilt and continued towards the spaceship's command room, in the commercial transport ship's dining area. Fu Yan had already clashed with his opponent several times, but had gained no advantage. His adversary was a diminutive space pirate with supernatural abilities, possessing remarkable speed. With claws enhanced by their powers, he could easily carve deep scratches into the spaceship's deck. Although Fu Yan's enhanced speed could not match his opponent's, he could utilize his ability, infused with Wang Zhuang's steel attributes, to bolster his defense against each attack. Consequently, though his body bore numerous scratches, they remained superficial and did not threaten his vital points. The short pirate leaped to the ceiling of the restaurant corridor, having clawed at Fu Yan's shoulder, securing his position by embedding his claws into the ceiling. Grinning, he addressed Fu Yan, "Kid, you seem to be a body enhancement type of ability user. But speed-type powers counter enhancement abilities. That you're out of luck meeting me." Fu Yan scoffed, retorting, "Jumping around like a monkey for so long only managed to scratch my skin. You can't break my defense. Your speed is useless." The short pirate bristled at the comment. He had been careful to remain out of Fu Yan's line of sight to launch his attacks, which, while effective, had yielded limited damage. However, after several exchanges, he confirmed that Fu Yan had no offensive capabilities beyond his enhancement powers, causing his vigilance to wane. "Fine, since you want to die sooner, I'll oblige." The short pirate declared. That Fu Yan chuckled inwardly. His taunts were intended to provoke the pirate into launching a full frontal assault. The short pirate dashed between the walls and deck of the restaurant, his speed increasing until he became a blur of multiple afterimages. Fu Yan found it challenging to track his movements. Unable to do so, he simply closed his eyes, concentrating all his ability energy on his senses, relinquishing enhanced defense. Now was the moment. The short pirate, having moved behind Fu Yan's blind spot, grinned maliciously, extending his hands forward, his fingers poised like spears aimed at Fu Yan's heart. The short pirate approached within a meter of Fu Yan. The latter sensed the impending attack and sprang into action. The energy of his supernatural abilities swiftly shifted from enhancement of perception to acceleration. Fu Yan abruptly turned, redirecting the aimed strike from his left chest to his right shoulder. He still refrained from utilizing any defensive enhancements with his supernatural energy. The short pirate's hands pierced through Fu Yan's shoulder, creating a gaping wound. Almost instantaneously, as the wound was inflicted, Fu Yan's energy transformed once more, this time fortifying his defenses. His flesh hardened to its utmost limit, effectively trapping the pirate's hands within the injury. Panic washed over the short pirate as he realized that his successful strike had been a deliberate ruse by Fu Yan. Bound tightly by Fu Yan's embrace, the pirate trembled, stammering, "What do you intend to do?" With a wicked grin, Fu Yan replied, "Have you ever heard of a technique called self-detonation?" The short pirate was taken aback. Wasn't Fu Yan an enhancer? How could an enhancer possibly self-detonate? Before he could comprehend the absurdity of the situation, he felt an intense heat emanating from Fu Yan's abdomen. Looking down, he saw a powerful wave of energy gathering ominously at Fu Yan's core, its intensity growing by the second. "No, don't," he screamed, struggling futilely against Fu Yan's grip. Yet, having reinforced his body, Fu Yan was not about to allow the pirate an escape. Chapter 83. Execution of the hostage with a dramatic flair reminiscent of comic books. Fu Yan shouted, "Explode reality!" A tremendous shockwave erupted from the dining area, shaking the entire vessel. As the echoes of the explosion faded, Fu Yin surveyed the charred remains on the ground, his voice tinged with fatigue. Alas, I still struggled to control the release of my energy, exhausting all that I had amassed in a single moment. From his medical kit, Fu Yin retrieved a device resembling a glue gun and aimed it at his wound. Pressing the button, a milky, viscous substance sprayed forth, solidifying upon contact with the air, seamlessly matching the color of his skin and sealing the gaping hole in his shoulder. After temporarily treating his injury, he gathered the last remnants of his supernatural energy to fortify the surrounding flesh, ensuring no further blood loss. Completing his makeshift treatment, Fu Yin sighed. If only De Zhuang and the captain had handled this foe, I wouldn't have sustained any injuries. My luck is truly unfortunate. I chose the wrong path. Boom. In the control room of the transport spaceship, the hostages and pirates reacted with alarm to the fourth resounding explosion. The pirates, uncertain of their leader's fate, felt an unsettling dread, while the hostages feared for their lives, apprehensive about dying in that very moment that a crew member, who had concealed a firearm, whispered to Fat Tiger. "Boss, that was the fourth explosion. Do you think the military can win against those pirates?" Fat Tiger shook his head, replying quietly, "I don't know, but the louder the battle, the better. Look at the pirates. They seem flustered that we cannot rely solely on the military for our salvation. When the opportunity arises, we must act." The armed crew member nodded and discreetly relayed Fat Tiger's instructions to the others nearby. In the power room of the transport ship, Song Zimming, having reverted to his human form, heard the distant sound of the fourth explosion. He mused, "That doesn't sound like De Zhuang. It must be that brat Fu Yin. His abilities are formidable, but consume all his energy. That he wouldn't unleash such power without certainty of victory. It seems the three of them have concluded their battles. I must hasten to the control room to assist." With that thought, he hoisted the unconscious pirate captain and sped towards the control room. Outside the control room, Wang Zhuang and Liu Cheng arrived almost simultaneously. When Song Zimming and Fu Yin reached the scene, they were about half a minute behind. Liu Cheng, noticing the group of children behind Wang Zhuang, asked in surprise, "Where did these kids come from?" Wang Zhuang quickly clarified, "Just to be clear, these children are not mine." Having just overheard their exchange, Song Zimming quipped, "Liu Cheng never implied they were yours. Why fret? Besides, these children are far too adorable for a burly man like you to claim." Wang Zhuang retorted, "Captain, that is not fair. How can you say I'm not adorable? Look at these charming muscles." Just then, Fu Yin interjected, "Enough of that. I encountered a troublesome opponent and sustained some injuries, but I've managed to treat them." Wang Zhuang nodded. "Indeed, you can't catch a wolf without risking the cub." The children behind him flinched at the mention of danger, the eldest instinctively shielding the others. Song Zimming urged, "Let us cease the idle chatter. Rescuing the hostages is paramount. What is the situation inside?" Liu Cheng shook his head. "I'm unsure. We've just arrived." "Then let me attempt to negotiate," Song Zimming declared. Nodding in determination, he tossed the unconscious pirate captain before the control room door and called out to the pirates inside. "I am a soldier of the United Government, under the command of the Iron Blood Brigade. You are surrounded. Your leader and several of your supernatural members have been defeated. Surrender immediately and do not harm the hostages. You will receive leniency from the United Government." The pirates inside the control room, upon seeing the video feed and confirming the identity of their fallen leader, began to panic. "What do we do? Should we surrender?" One of them queried. "After all the trouble we went through to escape from the Imperial prison, do you want to end up back in a United Government cell?" Another pirate retorted. "But our leader has been captured. What can we do?" Came the hesitant reply. One pirate, gritting his teeth, suggested fiercely, "Let us take the hostages and use them as leverage to escape." The hesitant pirate asked, "But what if they refuse?" "Refuse? Then we'll execute half of them. And they have no choice." With that, the ruthless pirate pointed to a group of frightened female passengers and commanded, "Grab those screaming women and take them out." As the terrified women were seized, they screamed in horror. Yet these frail passengers stood no chance against the hardened pirates, who dragged them roughly to the center of the control room. The pirates raised their weapons to execute the hostages. The remaining captives shut their eyes in fear. That moment, Fat Tiger decided he could no longer remain passive. He signaled to the crew member with the concealed firearm, who immediately drew his pulse pistol and fired at the pirates poised to execute the women. Bang, bang, bang. The pirate executioners crumpled to the ground, and the other pirates, shocked to see a hostage armed, instinctively turned their weapons toward Fat Tiger's position. Chapter 84. Rescuing the hostages despite his hefty frame. Fat Tiger exhibited surprising agility, rolling and dodging behind the control console. The crew members, having received Fat Tiger's earlier orders, sprang into action as soon as he fired. The crew member with the concealed gun emerged from hiding, providing cover as he shot at the pirates. Among the male passengers aboard the transport ship, many looked on within the command room erupted into chaos as gunfire rang out, with several crew members and interstellar pirates succumbing to gunshot wounds. Collapsing onto the cold metallic deck. Outside the command room, Song Ziming heard the gunfire and immediately urged Wang Zhuang. "This is bad. Quickly break down the door." Without needing further prompting, Wang Zhuang unleashed his powers the moment he heard the shots. Transforming into a body of steel, he charged forward and crashed into the alloy door of the command room, creating a 3-meter-wide breach that as he entered the command room, he observed the crew and pirates engaged in a fierce firefight. With the crew clearly at a disadvantage. Reacting swiftly, Wang Zhuang dashed to the front lines, spreading his arms wide to shield the crew from the bullets fired by the pirates to Fu Yin, unable to move due to depleted energy reserves. And Liu Cheng closely followed Wang Zhuang into the command room. Liu Cheng retrieved several cutting daggers from his military boots and sleeves, hurling them toward the pirates who were firing. The daggers found their mark, striking several pirates squarely in the forehead. Meanwhile, Song Ziming, relying on his formidable physical prowess, plunged into the throng of pirates to engage them in close combat. In a flurry of dodges, he swiftly dispatched the remaining pirates by snapping their necks. After neutralizing all the pirates in the command room, Song Ziming surveyed the scene. And soon, several medium-sized warships from the military fleet leapt into this star region, heading towards the commercial transport vessel where Song Ziming and his companions were located. After the fleet personnel disembarked, Song Ziming began to report the sequence of events to them and handed over the relevant duties. Among the arriving fleet personnel, Liu Cheng and Fu Yin unexpectedly recognized an old acquaintance. "Li Kong, over here!" Liu Cheng waved to his high school classmate, Li Kong, a bit surprised that Li Kong was also taken aback to see Liu Cheng and Fu Yin here. After receiving permission from his superior, he ran over to them. "Liu Cheng, Fu Yin, I didn't expect to encounter you two here. Have you been assigned to this star region?" Fu Yin was not very familiar with Li Kong, and Liu Cheng's relationship with his high school classmates was merely cordial. However, during their training missions, Li Kong had provided Liu Cheng with numerous explanations about extraterrestrial biological knowledge, which left Liu Cheng with a favorable impression of him. Liu Cheng nodded and replied, "We are stationed on planet ST-44732 in this star region." "What about you?" Li Kong responded, "After the training mission concluded, I successfully got assigned to the flight fleet. Due to being an ability user, I now serve as a squad leader in the flight fleet. Though my station is not in this star region." Liu Cheng inquired, "Is your fleet commander Zhao Gang?" Li Kong nodded, "Indeed, that is your regiment commander Li Ronghao." Liu Cheng confirmed, "Yes, it matches that IT seems we have been assigned to the same regiment. Just different unit systems. This means we should have plenty of opportunities to meet in the future. That I need to go handle the handover work with my squad leader now. We can chat later." After bidding farewell, Li Kong headed towards Song Ziming and his superior. Liu Cheng couldn't help but exclaim to Fu Yin, "Wow, people are indeed different. Li Kong is already a squad leader, while we are still just ordinary special operations soldiers." Fu Yin explained the unit systems differ. The ranks in the flight unit system are lower than those in our special operations unit. Despite Li Kong being a class officer over there, his rank is actually equivalent to ours. "Is that so?" Liu Cheng was somewhat surprised. Fu Yin laughed. "It's clear you've been too focused on studying extraterrestrial biology and haven't paid attention to the conditions of other unit systems. Even the total fleet commander Zhao Gang must follow our regiment commander's orders. That I see." Liu Cheng nodded silently, feeling less impressed by Li Kang's title of squad leader. After Song Ziming completed the handover with the personnel responsible for dealing with space pirates, he led Liu Cheng and the others away from the transport ship. That on the way back, Wang Zhuang persistently begged to pilot the XS-13 fast attack ship. Initially, Song Ziming refused, suggesting that Liu Cheng practice flying the ship back. Seeing Wang Zhuang's eagerness to try piloting the XS-13, Liu Cheng interceded, "Captain, I can practice any time after we return. Let the Zhuang have a turn. It'll be a thrill for him." Song Ziming cautioned, "I have no objections, but you'll need to cover the fuel costs for the ship." The implication in Song Ziming's words was clear. Wang Zhuang piloting the ship would incur fuel expenses. Adding to the daily training costs, Liu Cheng, having made a modest sum from selling star core fragments, nodded to Song Ziming, "No problem, I can afford the fuel." "Then I want to interfere. It's your decision," Song Ziming said, reassured now that Liu Cheng had a way to earn money. All the way, Wang Zhuang pushed the ship's power output to the maximum. Upon reaching planet ST44732, he even made extra trips to locate the ships of Song Ziming and Liu Cheng before finally returning to the Wolf Warriors base with them. Once off the ship, Wang Zhuang exclaimed in exhilaration that Fu Yin, who had felt somewhat weak after the battle, staggered off the ship and vomited for a while before Liu Cheng helped him into the Wolf Warriors base. Upon entering, Tian noticed Liu Cheng supporting the injured Fu Yin and worriedly asked, "Liu Cheng, are you both hurt? Was the trip to the regiment headquarters that dangerous?" Liu Cheng laughed. "We encountered space pirates on our way back. And only Fu Yin got a shoulder injury. The rest of us are fine." Seeing Liu Cheng unharmed, Tian sighed in relief. "That's good. Let me help you with your luggage. You should rest up." Fu Yin felt a mix of indignation and sorrow. Thinking, who says I only have a shoulder injury? My spirit has been wounded as well. Clinging to the stair railing, he feebly called out, "Doctor, where are you? I need her to give me a cut." A passing electric mouse replied, "Dr. Dao is in the infirmary. If you can't walk, I can call her over." Upon hearing this, Fu Yin immediately stood upright, feigning nonchalance, and said, "No need. I'll go to the infirmary myself." He was someone who frequently asked the doctor for a few cuts, and he certainly wouldn't dare let her come to him. Liu Cheng furrowed his brow slightly, prompting Tian to ask, "Is something wrong?" Liu Cheng replied, "Oh, it's nothing important, but it's just that I've heard Electric Mouse call the Dr. Dao several times that I remember a few months ago when we first arrived. The doctor said she didn't want others calling her that. Why does Electric Mouse get to? I've heard Electric Mouse call the Dr. Dao many times too," Tian replied, her expression suggesting a hint of insight. However, Liu Cheng didn't grasp her implication and shook his head. "I wouldn't know about that I asked Zhuang. And he said he didn't know about Electric Mouse and the Doctor-S relationship. He is not very interested in other people's affairs, and I'll ask Jisoo later to see if he knows." Tian appeared slightly disappointed. After a brief rest, the dining hall opened for dinner. And the 10 members of the Wolf Warrior squad, unusually, all arrived on time at the dining table. It was the first time in months that everyone was present for a meal. Liu Cheng looked at the chubby, singed figure of Fei Niao beside Jisoo and asked, "Fei Niao, what happened to you?" Jisoo replied nonchalantly, "Oh, he got struck by lightning a few times during the heavy rain a couple of days ago. It is nothing serious." Fei Niao, looking aggrieved, protested, "It's not like you let me down. You tied me up higher than the base's lightning rod." Jisoo, feeling guilty, interrupted, "All right, enough of that. How did your trip to the regiment headquarters go?" At this, the others seated around the table turned their attention to Fu Yin. With a proud expression, Fu Yin pointed to his own nose with his thumb and declared, "Let me tell you, my abilities are incredible. My ability is called Yin Yang Crow." After Fu Yin finished introducing his ability, everyone marveled at his talent while simultaneously glancing at Liu Cheng. They thought, since Fu Yin's ability is so powerful, then Liu Cheng, as the fated person of Fu Yin, must possess considerable ability as well. Feeling everyone's gaze upon him, Liu Cheng scratched his head awkwardly and lied, "Well, the Master of Insight said I'm an ability nullifier. So I might disappoint everyone." Upon hearing this, the others expressed their sympathy for Liu Cheng, encouraging him not to lose heart. Liu Cheng felt guilty, but couldn't reveal his true ability, so he continued to deceive them. Sitting in the middle, Song Ziming saw through the pretense, but chose to remain silent and continued eating. After dinner, Liu Cheng leaned against the railing of the Wolf Warrior's base, gazing blankly at the desert landscape under the night sky. The starlight illuminated the desert, and the grains of sand reflected a faint glow, making the desert resemble a sea mirroring the vast sky. Suddenly, a hand gently patted Liu Cheng's shoulder. Startled, he turned to see it was Jisoo, and he relaxed, saying, "I was wondering why I couldn't hear any footsteps. It's you, Jisoo." Jisoo smiled brightly. "In addition to running fast, I've also mastered the skill of walking silently. What are you daydreaming about alone? Surely, it's not about being an ability nullifier." Liu Cheng shook his head. "I was pondering other matters, like the future and such." Liu Cheng indeed had some concerns, but they were not about being an ability nullifier, as Jisoo assumed. He was contemplating his future plans and the development of his family and sister. He felt he was slowly establishing himself in the Special Operations Unit and began to consider these matters. Unaware that Liu Cheng was not an ability nullifier, Jisoo comforted him, "Don't worry. Even if you lack an ability, it's fine. Your physical fitness is excellent, comparable to most ability users. That I also heard from Zhuang that he is considering saving some money to help you buy a mecha in the future. Coincidentally, I have no immediate use for my funds, so I could contribute some as well." Hearing this, Liu Cheng felt a warmth in his heart. He could no longer recall how many times he had been treated so sincerely by the members of the Wolf Squad after he had finished his fabricated tale of being a waste energy user. With a sense of guilt, he stated, "No need for that. Brother Jisoo, I actually have other sources of income that I truly do not require your financial support. You should save your resources for yourselves and your families." Jisoo replied, I wish I could. However, I am the only one left in my family. At my age, I still have no girlfriend, nor do I have any intentions of seeking one. Liu Cheng was astonished and asked, "Brother Jisoo, did everyone in your family perish?" Jisoo chuckled and clarified, "It is not as you imagine." Chapter 87. Weapon Supply. Shortly after my birth, my mother fell ill and passed away, leaving my father to raise me alone. My father was a rough man with a penchant for alcohol, devoid of any understanding of gentle expression. Even when teaching me to harness my abilities, he would simply throw me into the ocean, forcing me to run on its surface for months on end. Consequently, I often quarreled with him during my youth. Upon reaching adulthood, I enlisted in the military to escape living with him, and I did not return home to see him even once in the years that followed. However, as time passed and I gained experience, I began to comprehend the good intentions behind my father's actions. Therefore, I chose a day off to visit the planet where I was born. Upon my arrival, I found our home shrouded in dust and cobwebs, as if it had not been inhabited for a long time. That I inquired at the construction site where my father had previously worked, and his former colleagues informed me that shortly after I enlisted, my father fell ill with a lung disease that he refrained from seeking treatment in order to save money for me. Eventually, his condition worsened, and he passed away at home. By the time his colleagues found his body, it had already begun to decompose. They buried him beside my mother's grave on the mountain. When I reached my mother's grave, I saw my father's tombstone. That I did not weep. Instead, I was angry with him for being too stubborn to seek medical help. It was only when I sorted through my father's belongings that I discovered an iron box filled with small denomination bills he had saved for me, along with stacks of unsent letters containing his heartfelt words. That I was unable to contain my emotions and wept throughout the night, the first time I had cried for my father. From the Lucky Cat, not only owed him several million star core fragments in payment, but it also accumulated many star core fragments over the past few months. Liu Cheng realized that he could not possibly consume all the energy from the star core fragments he absorbed, that he contemplated selling some of the smaller fragments for cash, adorning himself with all the equipment he had purchased. Liu Cheng felt somewhat over-equipped, with weapons and gear hanging all over him. He resembled a Terminator entering a city. Were he to step into the mineral market, the soldiers on duty and the guards of the black market would likely drive him out. Scratching his head, Liu Cheng shyly addressed Wang Chong. "Captain Wang, could you lend me a cloak or something?" Wang Chong, noticing Liu Cheng's self-awareness about his excessive armament, smiled at the staff at the military trading point and said, "Since Comrade Butcher has purchased so many weapons, can't you offer him a cloak as a courtesy?" The staff quickly retrieved a black hooded cloak from the shelves and explained to Liu Cheng, "This is a multifunctional combat cloak, made of nano-level carbon fiber developed by the military. It can change color according to operational needs to blend with the surrounding terrain and has various capabilities such as fireproof, waterproof, electroproof, and puncture-resistant." After detailing its features, the staff habitually began to mention the price. Wang Chong promptly signaled the staff to change their statement, and they said, "The price is reasonable. Consider it a complimentary gift for your previous purchases." After donning the cloak, which perfectly concealed his weapons and partially obscured his face, Liu Cheng nodded in satisfaction and said to Wang Chong, "Captain Wang, could you send someone to escort me to the mineral market?" Wang Chong chuckled. "Isn't that our duty?" After Liu Cheng departed, Wang Chong turned to the trading point staff and reassured them, "Don't worry, I won't make it difficult for you. The cost of that cloak will be charged to me." The staff hesitated, "But that cloak costs over $1 million. Wang Chong's eyelids twitched, and he cleared his throat. "Ahem, I misspoke. It will be charged to General Hu's account." Upon entering the mineral market, although Liu Cheng appeared suspicious, the presence of accompanying marine troops allowed him to pass without being questioned. That he first ventured into the black market. Under the puzzled gaze of two burly bodyguards, he approached the Lucky Cat's shop. Today, business was slow with the Lucky Cat, who was idly watching entertainment videos on a holographic screen beside the counter. Suddenly, a rotund figure cloaked in black stood before the counter, startling him. The Lucky Cat quickly grasped the kinetic rifle behind the counter and asked, "What do you want to buy?" Liu Cheng chuckled. "Lucky Cat, have you forgotten me after a few months?" Recognizing Liu Cheng's voice, the Lucky Cat rushed to the counter, clasped his hand, and exclaimed, It's Boss Butcher. I thought it was an enemy come to cause trouble. You nearly scared me to death. You promised to sell me 100 star core fragments every month, yet it's been 2 or 3 months since I've seen you. If I didn't know you over 6 million, I might have thought you ran off. Liu Cheng replied, I admit it's my fault. I've had some matters to attend to. But rest assured, I will compensate you for the star core fragments I previously owed you. With that, Liu Cheng placed a bag of star core fragments on the table, lowered the cloak's hood, and took a seat. Although a minor player, the lucky cat had been around the black market long enough to possess some discernment. Upon recognizing the exposed rifle barrel beneath Liu Cheng's cloak, he deduced it was a deep blue pulse sniper rifle, the latest model developed by the military. While it was possible he acquired it through other channels, the likelihood of it being from military sources was stronger. Could Boss Butcher be affiliated with the military? The lucky cat pondered, concluding that if Liu Cheng were indeed military personnel, it would explain how he could procure so many star core fragments. He had already convinced himself that Liu Cheng was likely involved in some corrupt dealings or smuggling. Nevertheless, this did not impede their business transaction. Maintaining his composure, the lucky cat smiled at Liu Cheng. Please enjoy a drink while I assess the quality of these star core fragments. Liu Cheng, unhurried, noted that the bag contained approximately 200 fragments he had selected for himself and his sister. Leaving the smaller ones for sale, that he remarked, I should technically be giving you 300, but I've been quite busy lately, so I only managed to bring these. Wearing optical equipment, the lucky cat examined each star core fragment, cheerfully stating, no worries, no worries. Once he had inspected all the fragments, he beamed at Liu Cheng. The total payment for this transaction is 46 million, adding the 6 million I owe you from last time. That makes a total of 52 million. I will transfer 15 million to you first. The remaining 27 million will be sent to your personal account once I sell this batch of star core fragments. How does that sound? Previously, the lucky cat had transferred Liu Cheng 15 million after factoring in the 6 million high-interest loan he owed. That it was evident that he had profited significantly from their dealings, allowing him to readily produce such a sum. Of course, this also included some surplus cash he had deliberately set aside and the previous debt to Liu Cheng. Otherwise, it would have been quite challenging for him to produce such an amount all at once. With the foundation of mutual trust established, neither Liu Cheng nor the lucky cat wished to disrupt their business collaboration over trivial matters. Liu Cheng nodded, no problem. You should remember my account. Just transfer it directly. I will come back when I have time, though it might not be exactly a month later. The lucky cat, while processing the transfer on his computer, replied, I understand, Boss Butcher. You have your own affairs to manage. Just don't forget about me. You can come whenever you like. After receiving the 15 million transfer, Liu Cheng did not linger, exiting the black market and dialing Fat Tiger, that he intended to discuss 2 matters with him. Firstly, the military trading point did not have supplies for the XS-13 rapid attack ship model, although the staff had arranged to transfer stocks and assured him that everything would arrive within a week. Liu Cheng planned to purchase some supplies from Fat Tiger in the meantime, considering he operated a small transport fleet and likely had various ship supplies readily available. The second matter concerned his increased trust in Fat Tiger after the interstellar pirate incident and the last transportation request. He planned to have Fat Tiger deliver a larger quantity of star core fragments for his sister in one go, sparing him the trouble of making multiple trips, which could become tedious for Fat Tiger and awkward for himself. The communication channel connected, displaying Fat Tiger's image, though the surroundings were dim, obscuring his location. Oh, it's you, Brother Butcher. Indeed, I am in the mineral market. Come on over. I'll send you my location. After ending the call, Liu Cheng examined the coordinates Fat Tiger had sent him on the satellite map, surprised to find that Fat Tiger was not situated in the commercial center of the mineral market or near the warehouses of mining companies. Instead, he was in the outskirts in a poor neighborhood seldom frequented by merchants. What business could Fat Tiger have there? Liu Cheng wondered. After exiting the city, he boarded a hover car sent by the military and instructed the driver, take me to the slums west of the city. The military driver, displaying professionalism, did not ask further questions and drove to Fat Tiger's location. Upon entering the slums, Liu Cheng immediately attracted the wary gazes of the residents. Clad in a black cloak and appearing quite bulky, it was difficult for these impoverished individuals not to suspect him of sinister intentions. Observing the residents, who were barely clothed and gaunt, Liu Cheng felt a pang of compassion and helplessness. After humanity colonized the galaxy, their living space expanded, and the population surged to unprecedented levels. However, the number of impoverished individuals also escalated to an absurd extent, with no individual or organization capable of providing comprehensive aid. Reaching an alley, he spotted Fat Tiger at the end, surrounded by several children as he discussed something with a resident of the slums. Liu Cheng approached, removed his hood, and greeted, Fat brother, what brings you here? Fat Tiger turned, taken aback by Liu Cheng's appearance, then smiled. Brother Butcher, you're here. I'm just discussing the care of some orphans with the local residents. By the way, what is with your outfit? Upon hearing the word orphan from Fat Tiger, Liu Cheng immediately understood that Fat Tiger was seeking families willing to take in the children who had crossed the border, that he lifted a corner of his cloak to reveal the weapons he bore, stating, "This is to avoid unnecessary trouble. The residents of the slums are already struggling. Do you think they would be willing to take in these children?" Fat Tiger and the resident he was bargaining with were taken aback by the sight of so many weapons beneath Liu Cheng's cloak. The resident trembled, pleading, "Don't kill me, please." Fat Tiger chuckled reassuringly, "Don't worry, old man, he is my friend. Just passing by, he means no harm." The elderly man, still shaking, replied, "All right then, as you say, I will take in one child for 2,000 a year." Fat Tiger clapped his hands in delight, exclaiming, "If you had said that sooner, we wouldn't have wasted so much time here. Little Hai, from now on, this man will be your grandfather." That a child named Little Hai reluctantly stepped forward, bidding farewell to Fat Tiger and the other children. Fat Tiger then led the group to seek another home, while Liu Cheng inquired, "Fat brother, are you looking for families to adopt these children?" Fat Tiger clarified, "It's not exactly adoption. It's more like providing shelter. These families are quite poor, and I offer them a few thousand a year for each child they're willing to take in. Once the children reach adulthood and can support themselves, they won't need to be sheltered anymore." Liu Cheng expressed his confusion. "I heard that old man quoted 500 more than you were willing to pay. Yet you didn't argue with him for so long." Fat Tiger perked up at Liu Cheng's remark, responding, "Brother Butcher, I do good deeds, but I can't engage in unprofitable business that I've calculated that the cost of smuggling these children, minus their living expenses when they reach adulthood, means I can still profit as long as the shelter cost remains under 4,000 a year." Liu Cheng found this amusing, thinking to himself that Fat Tiger was indeed business-minded, always seeking to profit even if it was just a single coin. Unlike others who might think it wasn't worth the trouble for a small amount, Fat Tiger clearly prioritized profit over reputation. Liu Cheng offered, "Fat brother, share your bank account number with me." Fat Tiger, wary, covered his arm and asked, "Brother Butcher, why are you asking for my bank account number?" Liu Cheng reassured him, "Why the suspicion? I'm not asking to borrow money. I just admire your initiative in providing for these children, and I intend to support you financially. Oh, I see, Brother Butcher. Your character is commendable. I'll send you my bank account details right away," Fat Tiger replied. His spirits lifted at the prospect of receiving funds. While he was generous when treating others, his innate business acumen remained intact, as one would expect from the owner of a small transport fleet. After receiving Fat Tiger's account number, Liu Cheng stated, "I'll transfer 2,000 for each child, saving you from negotiating with these impoverished families. That I see there are 7 children here. I'll transfer 14,000. Fat Tiger's portable device chimed with an incoming payment notification. After seeing the amount, he pondered for a moment and said, "Brother Butcher, please don't think me bothersome, but could you transfer a few more thousand?" Liu Cheng asked, perplexed, "Fat brother, the money I'm sending is for the care of these children, not for you to squander on other indulgences." Fat Tiger nodded, "I understand, but I've sheltered many children in the past. Back then, I wasn't as financially stable and had to negotiate lower terms with the families that I worry about their well-being." Liu Cheng hadn't expected Fat Tiger to be so considerate of the children, but since he was spending someone else's money, he thought it was no issue. "All right, let's ensure these children are settled first. You can let me know the cost for the care of any additional children later. As long as the money is genuinely spent on these orphans, I'll cover it all." Fat Tiger gave a thumbs up, declaring, "Brother Butcher, your integrity is unmatched. Rest assured, I won't deceive you in the future." After they successfully placed the remaining children with families in the slums, the two set off towards the outskirts of the area. By the way, Brother Butcher," Fat Tiger began, "I haven't asked what you needed me for." Liu Cheng replied, "A few days ago, I acquired an XS-13 fast attack ship and require some specialized fuel and ammunition that I wanted to see if your transport fleet has any available for sale." Fat Tiger responded, "I thought it was something serious. Yes, I have some that I'll arrange for it to be delivered to you at your station at the Special Forces base on this planet, right?" Liu Cheng affirmed with a nod and continued, "Also, the star core fragments I asked you to transport last time were actually for my sister. I hope I can count on you once more. I wondered why the last address was a school. Now it makes sense, and no problem. Last time you saved me from space pirates, and I still owe you a favor. I won't charge you for this delivery either." Liu Cheng then provided Fat Tiger with his home address and handed him a box. Upon opening it, Fat Tiger was astounded by the number of star core fragments inside. "Wow, Brother Butcher, there must be at least 50 or 60 fragments here. Where did you get these?" Liu Cheng replied, "That's not something I can disclose, but if you ever need star core fragments in the future, just let me know." "All right, no problem." After parting ways with Fat Tiger, Liu Cheng returned directly to the Wolf Warrior base. Upon his return, he first dropped off his gear in his lounge before heading to the dining hall. As he entered, Wang Zhuang noticed his new equipment, which sparked a wave of envy during dinner. With thoughts of profit in mind, Wang Zhuang remarked, "Captain, it's been a while since we last scavenged in the cleanup zone. I wonder if those alien creatures have rebuilt their nests nearby." Electric Mouse teased. "Big Zhuang, I see your desire to raid the aliens is a cover for wanting Brother Liu to dissect their organs, isn't it?" Exposed, Wang Zhuang retorted, "You noisy rat, just eat your food." Just when he thought his proposal would go unheard, Song Ziming addressed the group. "Everyone has undergone special training for some time. It's time to test the progress. Tomorrow, Electric Mouse, Doctor, and Rapid will lead Liu Cheng and the other 5 to the outskirts of the cleanup zone. Big Zhuang and I will remain at the base." Wang Zhuang complained, "Captain, can't someone else stay behind?" Song Ziming replied, "You've been part of every team. It's time to focus." Wang Zhuang displayed a pained expression, lamenting the loss of potential profits from alien organs. Liu Cheng comforted him. "Don't worry, Big Zhuang, I'll bring back all the alien organs we dissect tomorrow." Wang Zhuang handed Liu Cheng a chicken leg, saying, "Good brother, here's a chicken leg for you. Let us aim to kill 100 aliens tomorrow." The next day, the Wolf Warrior team gathered at the base entrance. Upon seeing Liu Cheng's new gear, they were filled with curiosity. However, after inquiring about the cost of the equipment, they quickly abandoned their own aspirations to acquire similar gear. Today, the weather on planet ST-44732 was exceptionally fine, one of the rare days without sandstorms. The 8 members of Liu Cheng's team drove 3 hover vehicles towards the cleanup zone. After half an hour of driving outside the cleanup area, they had yet to encounter any alien creatures. Apart from Liu Cheng, who wore a cloak, the others were suffering under the sun's glare. Liu Cheng was beginning to appreciate the benefits of his cloak. It not only shielded him from the sun, but also regulated the internal temperature. Keeping him refreshingly cooled, he noted that next time he visited the trading post, he should request more of these cloaks. After another half hour, they finally spotted signs of alien life. The chubby bird flying above pointed south, exclaiming, "There is a large group of aliens heading this way." The 3 hover vehicles turned to follow the direction indicated by the flying bird. As they drew nearer, they realized the approaching horde consisted of level 2 claw dragons. Liu Cheng quickly restrained the eager Fu Yin and others, urging, "We cannot kill them. They are not enemies." Perplexed, Fu Yin and the others looked at Liu Cheng, questioning, "Liu Cheng, have you been brainwashed by the aliens?" "Those are level 2 claw dragons." Liu Cheng confirmed, "Yes, they are indeed level 2 claw dragons, which is precisely why I say we cannot kill them." Chapter 91. The Rampant Crabs. Upon hearing these words, the crowd grew even more perplexed. Liu Cheng, realizing that he could not clarify the situation to everyone at that moment, directly approached the oncoming group of clawed dragons and told Yin and the others, "Do not intervene, just observe." Seeing Liu Cheng's insistence, the others halted their preparations for battle, eager to witness what Liu Cheng was about to unveil. Only Fu Yin remained uneasy, warning Liu Cheng, "If you lack confidence, do not recklessly engage. If my fate tree perishes, I will likely share your doom." As Liu Cheng ran, he glanced back and reassured them, "Rest assured, there is no danger." The onlookers observed as Liu Cheng drew closer to the clawed dragons. Eventually coming to a stop, the leading clawed dragons approached Liu Cheng, nudging their heads toward him. Liu Cheng began to stroke their foreheads, akin to petting a beloved animal. Fu Yin exclaimed, "Am I seeing things? Why is Liu Cheng petting those clawed dragons?" Hu Yin nodded in agreement. "You are not mistaken. I see it too. It is truly astonishing." Before long, Liu Cheng returned with several clawed dragons, both the dragons and the members of the Battle Wolf team regarding each other with caution. Fu Yin inquired, "Liu Cheng, what is going on? These clawed dragons appear to regard you as their caretaker." Liu Cheng explained, "During my specialized training at the boundary of the clearing zone, I frequently encountered attacks from clawed dragons. Initially, only a few attacked, and I could easily fend them off. However, as their numbers increased, I found myself forced to flee. Eventually, after enhancing my strength, I managed to fight back against these clawed dragons, and they began to fear me over time. One day, I saw them engaged in combat with other alien creatures. Out of boredom, I picked up my sniper rifle and helped the clawed dragons fend off their attackers. Ever since, they have treated me as their leader." Fu Yin and the others were taken aback, while Tian interjected, "Alien creatures refer to all extraterrestrial species in the universe. Not all of them are adversaries of humanity, that on the contrary, some alien species may choose to side with humans when conflicts arise with other hostile extraterrestrial races. The majority of attacks against humans stem from instincts to claim territory and resources, and there are numerous instances of powerful humans taming alien creatures that Fu Yin summarized. To put it simply, the enemy of my enemy is my friend. Tian replied, partially true. The other part resembles untamed beasts with inconsistent taming states. Hu Yin expressed her disappointment. We've wandered the desert for over an hour, and when we finally encounter a group of alien creatures, they turn out to be Liu Cheng's pets. Shall we just return to the base? The others were non-committal, uncertain when they might encounter alien creatures again. However, the doctor spoke up, suggesting, Liu Cheng, ask these claw dragons if they know where other alien creatures' nests or gathering places are. If they can lead us there, it would save us the trouble of searching. Liu Cheng was unsure if the doctor's suggestion would yield results, as he had never attempted to seek assistance from the claw dragons before. He gestured animatedly, asking, "Do you know where the other alien creatures that are located?" Dian Shu chuckled. Liu Cheng, with your gestures, even I cannot comprehend what you're trying to convey, let alone the alien creatures that I in an unexpected turn. Whether the claw dragons understood Liu Cheng's human language or interpreted his gestures remained ambiguous. They exchanged glances, then simultaneously turned and sprinted toward the east. Did those foolish dragons comprehend him, or not? Dian Shu pondered aloud. The doctor quipped, why dwell on that? Let us follow them and see. The group quickly boarded their hovercraft, trailing behind the clawed dragons. Soon, they arrived at a rocky area. The clawed dragons halted, turning back to call out to Liu Cheng and the others. They disembarked and approached the direction indicated by the claws of the dragons. Amidst the densely packed rocks, countless large crab-like alien creatures were visible. The crabs possessed large pincers that resembled rocks, with rocky protrusions adorning their shells and limbs. They were quite sizable, averaging 5 to 6 meters in height. Liu Cheng, having studied various alien species, remarked, these creatures are called rock-shell giant crabs, residing in rocky terrains. They lay their eggs within the rocks, excavate hollows in the rock or mountains, and conceal themselves inside, using their rocky pincers to seal the entrances. Rockshell giant crabs are classified as Tier 3 alien creatures, preying on weaker alien species like clawed dragons. They possess few vulnerabilities, except for the exposed area on their underbelly. Jian Shu jested. Well, it seems these clawed dragons have led us here to deal with their natural enemies. Hu Yin, brimming with confidence, declared, what is there to fear? We have undergone months of specialized training. A dozen Tier 3 alien creatures are not beyond our capabilities. With that, Hu Yin was the first to charge forward, launching dozens of fireballs at the group of rock-shell giant crabs. Although Liu Cheng felt some discontent at Hu Yin's reckless behavior, he could not deny that her ability to unleash fireballs had significantly improved after Dian Shu's training. That it appeared that Tian's overall energy had also experienced a notable leap. The fireballs detonated within the rocky terrain, enveloping the area in searing heat. While the rock-shell giant crabs escaped injury due to their tough exoskeletons, their bodies turned a deep red from the intense heat. The larger rocky bodies began to tremble, and soon the loose debris fell away. The once solid rock formations split apart, revealing the massive pincers of the crabs. Moments later, another dozen rock-shell giant crabs emerged before the group, clearly infuriated by the scorching assault. The rock-shell giant crabs raised their rocky pincers and charged toward Hu Yin, demolishing everything in their path. Hu Yin had clearly overestimated her abilities. She failed to consider that, despite her significant improvement since joining the Battle Wolf team, she was still a Tier 1 ability user who had yet to advance to Tier 2. Chapter 92. Experimental results. Being able to face a few Tier 2 alien creatures was already quite an accomplishment. Without the assistance of several seasoned soldiers, how could she contend with a dozen Tier 3 alien creatures? The distinctions between Tier 2 and Tier 3 alien species are not merely nominal. They entail substantial differences in defense, attack power, speed, and energy capabilities. As Hu Yin ran forward to attack, she realized she was on the verge of being crushed by the charging rock-shell giant crabs. In the next instant, she vanished from her position and reappeared in front of the Battle Wolf team. That was quite the display, she remarked breathlessly. If only you were not so reckless. Hearing this, Hu Yin felt her cheeks flush. She had intended to demonstrate the fruits of her training, but ended up making quite a spectacle. Dian Shu rallied the others, encouraging, though over 20 rock-shell giant crabs may pose a challenge, feel free to test the results of your specialized training. The three of us will handle the support. Upon hearing that the 3 seasoned soldiers would take on the support role, Fu Yin felt a sense of relief that he stepped forward, directing his abilities toward the oncoming rock-shell giant crabs. Kamehameha, a wave of energy surged from Fu Yan's hands, piercing through the shell of one of the Tier 3 rock-shell giant crabs. The massive creature collapsed, sending a cloud of dust into the air. Just as Liu Cheng wondered why Fu Yin had unleashed his full energy so early. Fu Yin targeted a second rock shell giant crab with another energy wave, dynamic light wave. The second wave, while carrying less energy than the first, also successfully breached the crab shell, leading to its demise. After releasing 2 energy waves in succession, Fu Yan's energy reserves were completely depleted. Liu Cheng quickly moved to support the unsteady Fu Yin, exclaiming, "Well done, Fu Yin. How did you manage to unleash 2 energy waves? I recall you could only do it once before." Breathing heavily, Fu Yin replied, "Zhuang's specialized training focused on the transformation of energy attributes, which involves controlling one's own energy, that I believe if I can release energy waves multiple times without exhausting my reserves, then my control over energy should be deemed sufficient. Hence, I concentrated on this area in my training." Dian Shu inquired, Tian, would you like to give it a try?" Tian shook her head decisively and stated, "The training you provide us is solely aimed at increasing our total energy of abilities. There is little difference between me and the fluctuations of flame. I shall refrain from it." Electric Mouse nodded. Having always regarded Tian as a person of strong opinions, Speedy suggested, "In that case, Ostrich, why don't you give it a try?" The plump flying bird soared into the air, directing his hands towards a rock roughly the size of a stone-shelled crab. The onlookers watched as he exerted force through his hands, causing the rock to slowly ascend and move before the stone-shelled crab, before plummeting downwards in a free fall. Though the rock missed striking the stone-shelled crab, it obstructed their path ahead. Speedy, noticing the tremor and flying bird from exerting too much effort, remarked, "Just barely. The moment you can effortlessly lift a stone of that size with your abilities, you will be close to advancing to a level 2 ability user." Liu Cheng inquired, "Speedy, how did Flying Bird manage to make the stone fly?" Speedy replied, "For ability users like Ostrich who lack wings, flight is actually achieved through telekinesis. That my task is to teach him how to apply his abilities to external objects. It is not complex." Liu Cheng understood, thinking it quite similar to his own purification of abilities. The final demonstrator was Liu Cheng. However, apart from Tian, everyone deemed Liu Cheng to be an ineffective ability user, allowing him merely to go through the motions. After some contemplation, Liu Cheng eventually retrieved the blue flamethrower he had purchased last time from beneath his cloak. He infused his purified ability into the pulse projectile. He silently prayed not to damage such an expensive weapon. Liu Cheng pressed the firing button, and the 12 barrels of the pulse Gatling gun began to spin rapidly, in the blink of an eye. Nearly 100 pulse projectiles were unleashed, forming a blue fire line that pierced through the shell of the stone-shelled crab, bringing one down. The crowd was left dumbfounded, and Electric Mouse enviously asked, "Liu Cheng, what weapon is this? It can effortlessly penetrate the shell of a level 3 alien creature." Liu Cheng replied coolly, "Blue Flame, the latest model developed by the military." He noted that the pulse projectiles fired by the Ghost Flame were noticeably thinner than those shot by Deep Blue. This was likely the result of the purification he had applied to the pulse ammunition. Otherwise, the Ghost Flame's original firepower would not have been sufficient to breach the stone-shelled crab's defenses. Although he had only fired for a second, it was equivalent to purifying 100 pulse projectiles in a single instance. Liu Cheng sensed that nearly half of his internal ability energy had been consumed in that brief moment. At this rate of shooting with such purified power, he feared he could not maintain it for more than 3 seconds. Moreover, considering Ghost Flame fired 100 pulse projectiles in a second, with an energy clip of 10,000 projectiles, it would barely suffice for over a minute of fire. And no wonder the military's trading point staff mentioned the ammunition consumption was exorbitant. Over 10,000 would vanish in just over a minute. After 3 stone-shelled crabs had been dispatched, the remaining ones grew increasingly enraged. Their rock-like pincers hammered down on the boulder cast by Flying Bird, swiftly demolishing the obstruction as the stone-shelled crabs charged towards them. Electric Mouse addressed Speedy and the doctor. "Now that the newcomers have completed their tests, it is time for us to clear out the alien debris." The doctor replied, "Electric Mouse, assist me in slowing them down." "Understood." Electric Mouse nodded, unleashing his full abilities and enveloping the charging stone-shelled crabs in a dense electric net. Although the electric net was highly charged, the crabs' defenses were formidable. Their movements became sluggish, but did not suffer any fatal damage. The doctor stepped forward, conjuring a dozen surgical knives with his abilities, hurling them at the incapacitated stone-shelled crabs. Each surgical knife hit its mark with precision, striking the body of a stone-shelled crab.